Halo Sobat PRUL,
gue Dito.
Kembali lagi di
Apalagi nama acara ini?
PRUL Nobar.
PRUL Nobar.
Ya, jadi kita akan sama-sama menonton bareng World Championships Pokemon 2023.
Betul, hari pertama ya. Hari pertama akan berlangsung selama 3 hari, sampai hari Minggu. Gila gak lo?
Ya, jadi buat yang belum tahu, semua orang dari seluruh dunia hari ini berkumpul di Jepang, di Yokohama lebih tepatnya. Mereka akan sama-sama bertanding.
Betul.
Meraih sang jawara Pokemon 2023.
Siapakah yang akan menjadi Pokemon Master? Dan gamenya juga macam-macam ya.
Gamenya juga ada macam-macam, ada lumayan banyak kali ini ya.
Ada Pokemon Scarlet Violet tentunya, karena selalu main game. Dari game Pokemon itu selalu ada. Terus ada TCG Pokemon. Ini yang paling pertama malah kan?
Apa?
Yang paling pertama di turnamenin justru kan? TCG Pokemon.
Oh, baru pertama kali ya?
Iya.
Sebelum-sebelumnya nggak pernah sih emang. Game baru soalnya
ya? Ya game baru sih. Biasanya gue taunya Unite soalnya. Terus ada Pokemon Go. Ini juga bakal seru banget kayaknya ngeliatin orang nge-tap-tap layar. Satu lagi ada Pokemon Unite. Nah, ini yang paling baru nih. Akhirnya jadi 4 sekarang.
Jadi 4 game ya?
Udah kayak ini lama-lama jadi kayak Olimpiade mungkin. Lama-lama kan gamenya Pokemon mungkin makin lama makin banyak gitu.
Sebelumnya sebenarnya ada Pokken sayangnya ya.
Iya.
Itu terakhir sampai tahun 2019 kayaknya tuh. Pokken.
Sekarang udah gak ada lagi sama sekali ya?
Udah gak ada.
Aduh sayang sekali. Mungkin nunggu game barunya kali ya. Mungkin kan di Switch udah ada tapi dulu yang cuma port doang ya.
Iya, jadi tahun ini 4 game. Dari 4 game itu masing-masing orang-orangnya kayaknya banyak sekali ya. Mungkin Pokemon TCG kali ini rekor kali, paling banyak kali ini World Championship-nya.
Setelah sekian lama, kan waktu itu COVID kan. 2022 juga kan pesertanya agak menurun, nggak terlalu rame. Ya. Makanya sekarang nih harusnya bakal rame banget dan juga tempatnya pertama kali di Jepang.
Yang sebelumnya selalu di negara-negara ya terutama US, Kanada, London, Jepang. Ya, jadi
akhirnya mereka bisa keluar, betul. Kan emang dulu soalnya, dulu itu kenapa di US, karena kan Jepang juga dulu belum bisa ikut. Justru
Jepang belum bisa ikut.
Jadi kayak TCG itu dulu tuh belum ketemu mereka. Nggak ada World TCG dulu kan. Waktu tahun berapa baru bisa.
Oh gitu ya.
Karena kan produknya TCG Jepang sama TCG Inggris kan beda tuh. Nah mereka
belum ngerti
mereka belum nyampurinnya kayak yang cocok tuh gimana gitu. Makanya dulu nggak bisa. Jadi Worlds-nya TCG itu dulu nggak ada Jepang. Jepang bikin sendiri gitu.
Baru tapi di tahun 2000 kan pertama itu tahun 2011 ya. 2010 ya.
2010.
Worlds itu.
2010 itu pertama.
2010 pertama.
Udah selama itu.
Itu belum ada berarti TCG ya, VGC doang.
Kayaknya ada 2 tapi TCG-nya belum sama orang Jepang, gitu aja. Tapi ngomongin Worlds 2010 di belakang gua
udah banyak Pikachu maskot yang memang hanya dikeluarkan di Pokemon Worlds tahun-tahun sebelumnya ya di belakang ini.
Emang kita kemarin ke sana. Kita selalu tiap tahun ke sana.
Setiap tahun kita selalu ada representatif juga sebenarnya ke sana ya. Memang spirit kita di sana. Tapi selamat pagi semuanya nih guys. Selamat pagi semuanya, teman-teman semua. Ada Al, ada Alam, ada Nightbot. Ini orang-orang masih pada sekolah, Bro. Yang kerja masih di jalan kali gitu. Pembukaannya pagi banget, Jumat lagi. Iya, biasanya kita kalau nonton Pokemon World Champions itu kan di US. Jadi jamnya kebalik, tengah malam gitu. Nah, sekarang jadi jam beneran pagi. Asia gitu ya. Beda lebih cepatnya mereka 2 jam. Tandanya di sana jam 9-an lah ya. Betul. Jam 8 lah ya. Kok sih BTW ini sebenarnya udah jam 6:30 kan harusnya udah mulai gitu. Cuma kayaknya tim Pokemon tuh kayak PRUL juga lah. Live-nya telat. Seperti biasa lah. Ngaret. Di Jepang apa udah jangan-jangan? Coba gue lihat. Coba ya kita sambil ngeliat nih guys. Ya teman-teman fans Pokemon yuk kita sama-sama watch party. Sama-sama menonton Pokemon. Tapi kita akan menonton VGC ya karena yang lainnya sudah terwakilkan gitu. Iya. VGC kita mewakilkan karena kita cukup mengerti di dunia VGC. WCS. Mana belum mulai emang mereka Oh udah bacot. Di Jepang udah bacot tapi. Oh di Jepang udah mulai ya? Iya udah mulai di Jepang. Udah mulai yuk. Udah kelihatan lagi suasananya. Udah mulai. Ih keren. Udah mulai ngomong-ngomong. Ih rame banget ya, parah rame banget bro. Yaudah let's go lah kita tonton WCS 30 sec and US. Orang-orang yang US belum siap nanti guys, bule-bule. Iya. Sempat tidur. Yang siap orang-orang Jepang mereka bangun pagi sekali. Oh, wih, keren. Buset. Wow. Luas banget ya. Itu
Jepang banget bro dalamnya.
Iya, dalamnya keren banget tuh, ada Mount Fuji, ada
Iya.
やはり大きなアドバンテージ。
Ada Gunung Fuji, ada
皆さんにお届けできるんです。
lucu banget anjir itu kursi gamingnya kan ada mereknya disensor sama logo Pokemon. Nggak bisa ngiklan nggak mau di Pokemon nggak bisa.
itu bawahnya keren ya, kayak ini kayak apa?
してください。
はい、まあコメントでもありますが、
はい
ダブルバトルでね、お送りして
Oh ini atap benteng. Oh ini yang apa? Kan kalau di dinding suka kayak ada atapnya gitu ya.
初の WCS。
Wah udah banyak nih yang datang nih udah 3 juta orang. Ayo ramaikan ramaikan.
ramaikan.
ですけど、まあわかりやすくお伝えすると
Kita nonton dulu yang Jepang soalnya
このスカーレット・バイオレットから
yang Inggris tadi belum lah.
Inggris belum mulai, jadi kita nonton yang Jepang dulu ya.
世界大会やはり
Coba sambil gua pantau deh kalau yang di US udah mulai kita nonton di US
去
aja.
年で言うとダイマックスあったと思うんですけど、ダイマックスってやはりどのポケモンがダイマックスするかっていうのはある程度決まってたんですよね。
はい。
ただテラスタルはどのポケモンがしてもいいように
Siapa?
トレーナー育成してると思うのでポケモンを。
Oh iya.
そしてまあこの後
Kok lu tahu?
説明もあるんですけど、まあ日本選手ということで
Oh.
1試合目2試合目でちょっといろいろ変わってくる。
Gara-gara mereka di Jepang ya udah nggak apa sambil kita nge-translate kali ya kan udah terlatih kita dengan preskon Kamen Rider Rams.
まあそのタイプを合わせて攻撃力を上げていくテラスタルもあれば、
あれば。
相手の技を透かすためのテラスタル
そう
もある。
ですね、受けるテラスタル、攻めるテラスタル、
テラスタル
まあ、どちらもできるテラスタルなんていうのも
Oh,
あるので、
apakah kita menggunakan terastal menyerang atau terastal bertahan akan sangat menarik untuk dilihat.
のスケジュールをいただきましょう。
Ah, jadwalnya nih, round 1 jam
1
9.45.
Ah 7.45 aja masih sejam lagi.
あとは適宜
Kan
1回
opening
戦
dulu.
3回戦と
Oh itu udah, oh ini belum berarti openingnya.
お送りした時点では8回戦ですね。
itu kan belakang spesial masih persiapan.
ということになると思いま
Oh
す。
master kategori
する可能性がございますの
9.45,
で、改
11,
めてご了承ください。
12,
はい、
per masing-masing ronde
sejam.
はい、
あのー
Dia.
jam
選手たち
Nggak ada istirahat Jumatan mereka anjir parah.
話ありましたしスイスドローというルールを
はい
採用するのですけれども、
Oke,
これ
jadi
どういうことになるんですか
8 ronde
本
Swiss
当
ya.
に、まあ、せっかくこの初の日本開
Jadi
催、
8
この日
8
本の皆さ
ronde
ん、ご視聴の皆さん、朝から見れるという初めての世界大会で
8
すの
ronde
で、
Swiss
基
ya,
本的なところから
8 ronde
お話
Swiss
しさ
ini.
せていただくと、
はい
まあ、いろいろ皆さん知ってる大会ってあると思うんです。
8 ronde Swiss itu berarti
ブロックの
berapa
そう
banyak orang
あ
ya?
ると思うんですけど、スイスド
8
ローは
ronde Swiss itu berarti berapa
8 ronde Swiss itu minimal 2 pangkat 8.
対戦するかっていうのが決まります。
8
で、例えば100人いれば、
16
まあ
kali
50
256.
誰
Tapi kan day 2 masih
い
ada.
まして、1回戦
Day 2 itu
勝
kan
ったら
Oh udah oh Swiss
setelah
round lolos.
Day 1.
Oh
ゼロ勝
tapi
一敗
Day 2
ゼロ勝一敗
menambahkan
どっちだったら
orang
も
yang
ちろん
masuk
ikutan
Day
day 2 yang lolos day 2 doang.
だって一緒の人は一緒
256 bro.
同じぐらいの実力の人とどんどん当たっていくって
いやいや
いう形式ので
250
最後8回戦までそれで進
250
めていくというルールになってます。
ya
だ
sebenarnya
から
lumayan
まあ
ini
一つ
untuk
の
Wolves
負けが
sebenarnya.
重くなってきますね。
Karena kan lo ya kan ada poin kan. Lo harus ngumpulin poin dulu supaya
Tidak
bisa.
sembarang orang
例
bisa
年の
masuk
こ
ke sini
とをお
soalnya
伝えす
nggak
る
ada
と
LCK.
Day 1に関しては2敗まで今回8回戦ありますので6勝2敗ですと Day 2進出となります。
Bakal ada 2 round 8.
集まっているところで
6勝2敗。
6勝2敗が
Belum
最低ライ
kelar
ン
di-。
もちろん6勝0敗になるとおそらくもうその時点で
Ya sebenarnya kan
確
gitu
定
ya.
なの
Kalau
で、
misalkan
もう明日に向けてお休み
gamenya
っていうのは
cepat
できるんです
selesai
けど
ganti ke yang lain.
2敗までです。
Di US sih gitu, kalau di Jepang jarang tuh kayak gitu.
Oh tuh dia bilang sih minimal lo cuma maksimal cuma bisa 2 kali kalah.
全員選手
Nggak bisa lo
Kalau
kalau
mau masuk Day 2 ya.
kalau masuk day 2.
今後の放送として
Bayangin
あの
guys.
お送りできるので、
はい
Di antara seluruh pemain-pemain Pokemon terjago di dunia, kita harus menang
はい、いいです。
6 dari 6 dari 8.
Dan itu juga cuma chance anjir.
Itu juga cuman hoki-hokian bisa masuk ke dalam Day 2.
はい。
みんなで一緒に日本人選手
Dimana
ね
Day 2
応援してい
isinya
ければ
banyak orang yang sudah kelas kakap juga
適
gitu
宜
ya.
まあその日本人選手の状況をどうか
Selamat datang Fahmi.
コミでお伝えできれば
Lu kan keturunan Pokemon makanya diizinin ya dong.
Yoi. Halo Fahmi, selamat malam. Selamat malam. Selamat pagi.
Kebiasaan live malam kita sekali ya.
Nah, ini barang
Wah,
ya.
kalau kita nge-retweet sama follow bisa dapat beginian.
Wow.
Ayolah.
プレゼントキャンペーン
Ayo nge-react Nico Game dan underscore PR.
Gua nge-retweet dulu lah, siapa tahu dapat.
Bukan Pokemon tuh Nico Game underscore PR.
Nico Game tuh Niko berarti. Berarti ini timnya
Oh,
Niko kayaknya.
3時59分までと
Yang nge-stream.
なります
Iya iya iya.
今回も可愛いグッズがありますねたくさん
Nih, jadi buat yang main di
Buset, 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 apaan?
X bisa
Hai.
react.
ご覧のようなワンツー
Oh benar, timnya Niko.
お送りしていくということになります
Ya ya, saya mau nge-follow dan nge-retweet. Mana bro?
はいぜひぜひ
dapat
参加していただければ
free.
Belum ada tweetnya anjir. Gua mau nge-retweet tweet
その
apa?
実物があるということでこちら
Ada apa lagi?
プラス。
ちょっとね豪華する
Aku mau
Oh
Ams.
sekali Lapras Yokohama.
Lapras Yokohama.
Cute.
海に負け
Gede ya ternyata ya.
Iya gede ternyata.
が結構
Ih, cutie banget
mean
ya.
で いろんなところに出てきてますね。いやー、かわいい。
Tenang saja ini
Kawaii.
Mas. Buat yang mau pesan langsung saja gampang. Berangkat saja ke PRUL
こち
Market.
らがぬいぐるみでし
Dijamin
ょ
dapat.
Dijamin dapat ya, lu nggak perlu. Karena ini dapatnya susah banget kan. Lu harus ke Jepang. Kaosnya juga ada. Lu harus ke Jepang. Lu harus ngantri di sana. Dan
おーかわいい。シンプル
biasanya udah habis duluan.
Langsung habis.
Tapi kalau di
Satu
PRUL
orang
Market
cuma
bisa
boleh
dapat.
beli
こ
satu
ちらがシャツ
Tuh.
per masing-masing model. Itu kalau masih ada.
Di PRUL lu bisa beli banyak ya.
Lebih banyak lah bebas.
あーはい
Bisa beli 20, 30.
Apa ini? Oh, dok
Cover dog. Oh, ih banyak banget ya aksesoris Switch juga ya.
ドックにカバーでつけれる
Keren
ということで、今回このキービジュアルのはいニャオハ
Lucu banget.
グレータクワス最初にもらえる3匹のポケモンプラス
Salah satu
Pengen
apa,
gua jadi.
salah satu barang yang kepake banget buat pengguna Switch
ピカチュウさん
karena
本当いろん
ini
なことを
selain
してください
protektif
ますから
juga
ね。
はい
そし
Ya,
て
stikernya
同
bagus
じデ
juga
ザインのこちらスイッチ
Dia
です
udah
ね。
これスイッチ
Tapi makasih banyak ya, dia udah ngepromosiin gitu loh. Kan kita bisa ngasih tahu jadi ya ambilnya di PRUL aja.
ちょっと上下が難しい
Padahal
Lucu
mah
banget nih case-nya.
iya lucu banget bro.
ってんのかなと思ったら
Ini apaan sih?
そんなことはないですよはい
Pouch ya, bisa buat Switch OLED ya.
これ
Ukuran
こ
Switch
れ
OLED.
gambar
みんなこうなってるんですけど
はいはいはい
いやー本当にこれ
Yokohama Japan 2023.
販売されるようになった
Keren.
限定商品として
はい
一瞬でなくなってましたね去年も
質がいいんですよね。
いいですね
手触りとかもいいし、ちゃんと頑丈に作られているので
はい、
皆さんもぜひゲーム
Apalagi
するため
nih.
に応募していただけれ
Tahu
ば。
gue tuh sebenarnya mereka akan mereview itu loh
さあ
yang
そして
Pokemon
もう一つ自動車
TCG
プレゼントがございます こちらです。
yang kayak ini apa
はい、
yang
ト
hitam
リトドン。
Yang hitam.
はい
ワールドチャンピオンシップス
Toritodon apa
2022
nih,
マスターカテゴリーチャンピオンのポケモン
Oh, itu yang dulu kan menangnya pakai ini
yang kemarin
Gastrodon nih ya.
はい。
tahun lalu yang mana Eduardo Chunha
Oh,
ya
Eduardo
シークレッ
Chunha.
トボールに入っている
Itu ID-nya aja Eduardo.
ところでございます
Gracia Boru
若構成なども出ますね。はい。
serangan-serangannya ya.
はい
どうですか
Baju itu
pastinya ada
Earth
Mamoru
Power, Ice Wind, Protect sama Akubi tuh Will-O-Wisp
ち
ya.
ょっと調べたんですけど、
はい。
Akubi tuh apa?
世界大会優勝経験2回ありまして、
おー
2018
Oh iya juga Will-O-Wisp nggak bisa.
今回のは2022
Cover
優勝の
Bukan
トリトドンとなっています。まあ
Kogoeru Kaze, Ice Wind.
Sekarang kan Power
Iya.
gue
の優勝とかにも
I see.
結構
Akubi
顔を出していて、
え
Akubi
調べ
apa
た
ya
だけでも
Apa Snarl?
4
Dia
回
emang
は
bisa
トリトドンプレゼントされて
Oh
る
Yaun.
ポケ
oh
モン
Yon
国内外で
なるほどね。
はい
Selamat sekolah Fami.
selamat sekolah
Ya, tapi harusnya bolos aja sih lu mending lu main Pokemon.
今回
Nggak, jangan.
まあ、ま
Besok
だ
kan
発
masih
表
ada.
はないんですけど、
Oh, iya benar.
ぜひプレゼント
Kalau masih menang.
応募というか、まあ、全員もらえるので、
そうですね
受け取ってほしいです。
そうですね。
覚えてる技
そう
も
ですね。
大体
そうですね
トリトドンといえば、大地の力、
Gua beneran telat anjir yang bule.
あくび守ってあるの
Di
で
disable lagi live chatnya.
強力です。どうですか今回は。
udah orang di Jepang aja
いや
nah tapi lihat di
これは
belakang deh belum mulai emang belum
もちろん
udah siap-siap
水タイプのポケモン強いポケモンいるんですけど、
ええ
ウラス
ウラス
電気の方いるんですけど、今
いる
回はちょっ
んですけど
と潜めてるかなと。やはりその海洋外に強いんですよね。トリトドンといえば
はい。
地面タイプで電気技無効、
G-Man
さらに
type
予備水で水無効っていうのがありまして、まあ、海洋が出てくる
Ini lagi ngomongin Gastrodon anjir. Dia jago gempa, tahan air juga.
ありました。
はい、
Suiyoi
で
des.
すね。こちら
menurut lo yang menang
アイコン
tahun ini
発表いたしますので、お見
pakai
逃しな
apa
きようにお願いいたします。さあ、この後会場9時からですね、オープン
Kayak dia timnya entah kenapa 4 sama 5 Pokemonnya jago, tapi ada satu yang aneh.
こだわった展示物だったり
Misalnya Earthworm gitu.
パシフィカ横浜で行われている
Atau siapa lagi ya? Yang sebenarnya emang jago Pokemonnya, tapi jarang dipakai. Gitu aja.
でございますね。
Kayak
これ僕
kayak siapa ya?
正直
Mungkin
入場まで時間かかるかなと思ってて、
え
Iron Hands kan kayaknya udah dikit ya sekarang ya.
オープニングイベント
sedikit.
に向けて
Mungkin Iron Hands ada yang pakai Iron
ハイラ
Hands.
スだと思うんですけど、
はい。
人入って
Gua
くれる
kalau
か
misalkan
な
ada
っていう
Dondozo
最初なんで、
Udah
会
nggak
場
terlalu
ないだ
banyak
けじゃなく
yang
て、
Udah-
ファンもいっぱい
udah siap ya
い
lo
ます
kalau ada
し
Cuman kalau ada Dondozo
あと
sih gue
はまあパブリックビュー
Udah siap ya kalau ada Dodozo.
ところで
Oh, anjir. Selalu ya Pikachu gedenya tuh selalu ada loh.
oh iya yang itu ya selalu sama ya Pikachu-nya
はい。
live pagi ya selamat datang selamat pagi semua
Selamat pagi semua.
tuh lihat tuh kita lihat keceriaan
Selamat
orang
datang,
di
Rio.
Yokohama sekarang yang pada semangat
ゲームと
mereka senang bahagia
あのね、
ada yang nonton ada yang main
空は飛ん
ada
でる
yang
のが
Ada yang kipas-kipas tuh kepanasan.
Pas. Halo semua.
Halo, halo, halo.
Selamat datang.
Oh, ada yang loncat-loncat tuh.
ね、
Lewat sini, lewat sini.
Tuh di kamera tuh di
ちょっと我々ア
kamera.
ウェー感もあ
あ、そうですね。
ったんですけ
探さ
ど、
ないと。
Ya tapi kita bisa lihat di sini orang-orang yang datang banyak bule,
はい。
orang Jepang juga ada.
Malah nggak terlalu banyak sebenarnya orang Jepang ya kan.
ようでございますね。
はい
中継担当してくださるのは
ですね
ポケモン大好きな女流棋士の香川愛緒女流四段でございます。香川さん聞こえますか？
Siap belum
Oh
nih, guys?
ini kayaknya ini suara dari sini.
Nah,
皆様おはようございます。
siapa nih?
日本将棋連盟女流棋士の香川真央です。今回の大
長尾
会では Day1、Day2 と中継レポーターを務めさせていただきます。初めてのレポートで至らない点も多いかと思いますが、大会の魅力を皆様にお届けできるように、そして皆様と一緒に世界大会を楽しめるように頑張っていきたいと思います。
はい
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
どうぞよろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
先ほど解説席の後ろにも映ってい
Itu
た
belakang tempat
ス
main
テ
apa
ージ
sih?
の目の前
Tahu.
に現在来ております。少しね映っていたかと思うんですけども、目の前に
Ini
も
partai
観
Unite.
客の方々、そしてメ
Belum
ディア
siap.
の方々もたくさんお
Itu
越しに
masih
なっていて、
dipersiapkan.
もう会場が
Tapi keren banget aja di belakangnya sumpah backdropnya.
Itu
iya,
ada,
backdropnya sih keren banget.
Itu kan ada yang kincir ya, apa Ferris wheel-nya si Yokohama. Terus ada tadi bangunan, mungkin itu bangunan khas Yokohama juga yang gua nggak tahu.
行きたいなと思います。
はい
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします
まず一番近くにありますこちらのステージ、こちらはポケモンユナイトのステージとなっております。さあそして
Selalu ya kalau lu main MOBA sebelahan gitu.
Jadi emang mereka mainnya di HP semua?
Di HP.
Gua
Gua nggak tahu tapi kadang-kadang ada yang disuruh main di HP yang udah disiapin.
Oh, gitu.
Gitu atau malah ini di sini udah disiapin Switch kan.
Kayaknya
日本らしさだけではなくて、
Kali
ちょっと後ろ見てみると
ada layar
観
nggak sih?
覧車
Nggak ada ya?
のねようなものも見えて、これは横
Tapi lucu juga sih kalau misalnya ada orang yang udah biasa main di HP terus tiba-tiba disuruh mainnya di Switch. Kan
Iya,
beda.
iya,
もう
beda,
素
beda,
敵ですね。
Susah.
さあそしてよく
Apa
見
tuh?
ると
Nah itu udah semacam apa ya, kayak rumah. Oh itu
Oh,
seperti
seperti
itu.
itu.
Nyawa.
すごい
Nyawa. Nyawa lucu parah tuh.
愛らしい表情でステージのそばに
Jadi Pokemon Unite diwakili dengan Nyawa.
さあ
Sprigate itu berarti pemain Unite.
すごく豪華なステージ用意
Oh bener juga gamenya kan ada 4 ya. Pokemonnya kan ada 4. Sprigate itu
Oh,
Quaxly,
iya
Fuecoco
juga
sama
ya.
Pikachu.
Iya.
Kita lihat.
Next nih, nah stage apa nih? Ini apaan anjir, keren banget stage-nya.
Itu gue kayaknya. Itu apa sih gendang gede banget gitu ya gendang.
Gendang-gendang, tapi ada logonya.
Logo ditembak lagi. Ini apa?
Keren banget.
こちら青々とした木が生い茂っているのと
Jadi
後
gue
ろに
orang main.
Gue kali ya, itu kan ada.
まあ、天眼山という説もなくはないですが
Fuji
Emang Yokohama kelihatan Fuji.
これは富士山を意識
Oh
して
tapi emang,
作っていただいて
tapi emang beneran Gunung Fuji sih. Wah makin rame nih yang nonton 6 juta orang, let's go.
Ayo,
Sama-sama melihat kita
komen,
pembukaan
komen.
turnamen Pokemon dunia. Ayo komen-komen.
Komen.
Bagaimana perasaan kalian?
Inilah pertandingan dunia. Bener.
人影も
Semua orang dari seluruh dunia kumpul hari ini di Jepang pagi ini.
合わせているのが粋な
bertanding.
演出ですよね。
Oh, ada Charmander.
Apa ada? Apaan sih anjir?
Dikira siapa gitu?
Kok
Pikachu atau
sebel banget gua. Ya enggak udah pada maskotnya pas 4 di situ ya Charmander. Enggak jelas banget, Bro.
Tapi kita perlu representatif Charmander nih satu minimal. Oh,
Ya
iya.
kita taruh sini aja lah gitu.
パッとね見て目につくこう魅力という
Jangan bilang Fuecoco-nya ketukar sama Charmander pas lagi nyetak kan.
ところに
Bro, kita tinggal besok bro acara.
演出というのをされていますので会場にお越しの
Tapi
皆様
ngomong-ngomong
放送
jauh ya.
皆様
Buh,
ぜひ
lagunya
皆さんの目でも探してみてくださいね。
Penonton sama stage.
さあということでお
lagunya
隣が
langsung
ハードゲーム部門になっておりますが
Tem-tem-tem.
まあやはり目につくのが中央の大きな
Tem-tem-tem.
バー太鼓ですよね。
Gendang.
面のところには
Duduk banget, bro. Thank you Bang Rio udah nge-share ke teman-teman dekat, mantap. Ayo ramaikan Bang Rio.
Makasih banyak ya.
Sama-sama melihat
Buat yang
aksi
fans Pokemon,
Pokemon
harus dong.
Trainers.
Harus nonton dong.
Lagu apa?
Lagunya aja background musik aja.
Gila stage-nya sih. Selalu ajaib ya memang ya kalau acara di Jepang itu stage-nya tuh selalu yang
sama yang sebelum-sebelumnya.
wow. Oh ini berarti kan bakal siap-siap performnya di sini kan?
Iya. Itu ada Squirtle.
Pada squirt.
ちょっとここからだとねカードゲーム部門少し見えづらいかと思います
Ayo semuanya duduk.
Yang di ujung tuh katanya tempat card game, susah
Tim
ngelihatnya.
Tim Rocket.
Oh itu baju yang kemarin bukan?
Iya.
Pokemon Center Team Rocket.
Tim Rocket.
Aduh, majunya susah.
Ayo.
Wah,
Nah ini main stage nih. Main gendang.
anjir. Oh bener ya, berarti bakal main gendangnya di sini ya?
Iya lagunya kayak gendang gitu kali.
Kok jadi Luffy sih ada gendang-gendang? Gendang perang Luffy.
Foto dulu guys di belakang.
Duduk.
さあここからであれば見えますでしょうかカードゲーム部門の
Nah,
Itu card game.
Tempat kata nyelip di pojok aja kasihan.
さあということでお気づきの視聴者の方も多いと思いますが、どうや
Dekat
ら
rumah juga ya.
春
Berarti VGC di
夏
sana.
秋冬と四季をモチーフにしたそれぞれの部門
Berarti dia penggo ya?
Rumahnya tuh bisa dibuka nggak ya,
という
rumahnya?
風にもなっているようですね。
Anjir kok bisa dibuka, keren banget sih.
ということで四季季節を
Tiba-tiba ada orang yang keluar dari situ ya.
Ini kayak rumah-rumah di game Pokemon gitu ya.
Kalau yang di kotanya lagi kota-kota Jepang gitu
Iya,
biasanya.
gitu.
どんな感じになっているか早速
Oh yang
見に行って
sebelah
みま
sana
し
tuh
ょう。
ada itu Tokyo Tower.
Ayo kita maju sedikit.
Misi bro.
Nggak usah ngalangin jalan.
でこう
Announcer mau lewat
会場
bro.
の方の中にはね、ポケモンのぬいぐるみを持ってらしたり、こうカチ
Waduh.
ューシャなどをつけてたりまして、こうイベントらしい盛り上がりが
Gaijins.
見られますね。
Dia juga terintimidasi gitu loh kayak mau lewat
で
kayak
は見て
takut.
まいりましょう。
Aduh, ada banyak gaijins.
ちょっと遠目になってしまいます
Gak
が、
apa-apa kesana aja sih. Ya,
ポケモ
ya,
ン GO 部門のステージ視聴者の皆さ
と
ん見えますでしょうか。
lah mana VGC nya?
少しね、
Tengah berarti?
シックな
Iya, main
照
stage.
明となっておりますが、冬を意識した
Harus, gue mah harus main.
Itu ada
VGC
Mew.
mah
そう
main
で
stage.
すね、こうミュウの方も見えますね。
Kenapa sih?
Tuh Mew tuh.
Kenapa cuma Sprigatito doang ya? Mana yang lain?
実はこのステージ脇にこう見えるかと思うんですが、
Apa ya?
あちらに今ちょっとピンク色っぽく光っておりますけれども、実はこの会場の至るところに
Bagus banget,
提灯が継ぎ下げられているよ
Oh,
うです
ini
ね。
apa?
しかもよ
Ini apa ya?
Lentera.
Lentera.
Lenteranya ada Pokemon-Pokemonnya tuh.
シルエットが
Tuh ada siluet Pokemonnya. Tadi juga kayaknya digantung di pinggir-pinggir deh, di dalam venue.
Ya.
151匹
Itu tuh gaijin-gaijin pada bikin konten juga anjir tadi.
atasnya
Oh, tuh.
Wow.
Keren banget ya.
Itu yang dilemparin terbang itu ya.
すごい
Yang acara di Jepang tuh.
Iya, suka.
11匹だね
Anjir banyak banget, Bro.
Banyak banget.
Gila niat tuh.
Gila coy, lama banget ya parah.
ハッサム
Bule-bule pada This is it guys, the Pokemon World.
Nah itu tuh gaijin-gaijin mah bikin konten semua juga tuh, jadi ngalangin jalan. Tuh semua tuh semua kan. Merekam.
Orang asli Pokemonnya bingung. Aduh, gimana nih gua mau ngerekam.
Mau ngomong juga susah, bingung kan. I can't speak English.
皆様この熱いバトルを最後まで
熱いバトル
一緒に見届けていきましょう。
Yes,
私は
mari kita sama-sama tonton
この
battle yang
大
panas.
会場で行われているイベント
Kayaknya
ですとか
setiap final
様々なねブー
Pokemon
スなど
emang
も
battle-nya
紹介してまいり
ngaco
ます
sih.
中継の
Selalu ini ya, selalu ada drama, comeback, twist.
Sampingnya.
Kayak kemarin kan drama banget pemenangnya.
Kemarin orangnya drama banget. Tapi Jepang, US, apa luar Jepang kira-kira yang menang?
Gue masih percaya Eropa sih, entah kenapa. Eropa. Maksudnya orang-orang Eropa aja yang menang.
Eropa.
会場からの
Eropa
中継でした。
mengagetkan.
本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
Karena seringnya dari US dan dari negara bagian US.
はい香川さんありがとうございました
Si Eduardo Kunha tuh juga bukannya,
香川
dia
さん
bukan Amerika kan?
はい
Bukan negara bagian
いかが
US.
ですか改め
Kenapa
て
ya?
ステージご覧になって
Oh
す
iya.
ごいですよこれ本当にステージのその
Teng, teng, teng.
皆さん気づいてますね四季になってるっていうこ
Ecuador.
ともあるんじゃないかと
Negara-negara
Oh,
yang
namanya mirip si Eduardo Kunha Ecuador.
僕は言われるまで全く
Halo Al, selamat pagi Al.
Selamat datang Al. Woi, datang-datang marah.
この店長まで
Kita hari ini mau nonton dulu nih Pokemon
提灯があるっていうのは
Turnamen World Championship.
初めて見ましたし
Di channel US masih countdown.
はい
書かれてる感じですか
Kita baru
1150
あ
のポケモンになってそう
Jess.
いやーすごいですね会場全体が
Oh iya jam 7 kan bentar lagi berarti 10 menit lagi nih.
あのところ
Al
Let's
10
go.
menit lagi Al pembukaan Al. Lu sekolah nggak Al?
緊張はすごいでしょうけどね
Assalamualaikum.
楽しみでも
Waalaikumsalam.
いいですねこの関東地
Lu kalau di sekolah Al ajak guru lu nonton. Gue yakin guru lu pada senang nonton main Pokemon juga.
ini vibes. Dia juga lihat ya, belakang kita warna biru kan, mereka juga
千葉シ
warna
ティ
biru.
の
Itu
ビー
sama.
チから
なりましたね
ね
はい
始まったりなんていうところもあったりして
Ah, iya juga ya anjir.
どういうふうにこのポケモンの世界を日本
Gua juga ada merah-merahnya dikit.
Kita di sana.
期待した部分もあったんですが
Itu di sebelah mereka.
いや大満足
Gue dari
ですね
tadi berisik banget sih orang itu ngomong Jepang,
和
bingung.
風な柄と言いますか
Wih,
はいいやいい
keren.
ですよねこの模様たちも
Anjir,
Iya,
rame
emang
banget
vibes
deh.
itu
それ
buat ya.
左側とかね寄ると火もあったりする
Ngeframe
あったりし
poster.
ますねなんかもういろいろと今どこが映って
Tapi banyak juga Asianya tuh kayaknya banyak orang Korea, orang
Iya.
Chinese juga ya.
そう
Iya, kayaknya banyak.
確かに9月の
Pakai
ダウンロー
yukata.
ドコンテンツ
ゼロの日
も
あれpakai yukata？
こんな感じがあって それにも近い感じかもしれ
Jelas
ない
yang
ですね。
pakai
この
yukata harus
祭り
digaji.
してるっていうところは大ごとに
Iya, jauh datang kota ke sini pakai
Pokemon tuh udah siap-siap jualan
asik.
TCG.
Oh itu banyak bule-bule juga tuh.
僕たちも本当に知らないんですよね。
Kayaknya.
わからないので
Udah kelihatan kotak-kotaknya sih kayak case aja TCG ya. Gue libur keles lah. Kok lu libur Al?
Oh libur apaan hari
せっ
Jumat
かくな
ini?
んで最初にお話し
Libur apa? Libur Jumatan.
生放送です。
Nama host
起こる
des.
かわからないです。
Asik.
5分のカウントダウン
Kita hari ini nge-live.
Countdown.
Jadi kita nggak akan tahu apa yang akan terjadi.
なぜならみんな一生懸命頑張っている
Asik. Kita akan sangat
お届けしようと
dengan sepenuh hati akan sangat berjuang.
基本的に後回しになってくるんで
なんて
すね
ことありますね。はい。
これ100%準備が
Oh,
tuh, 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 tuh,
countdown,
countdown
lagi
tuh.
live countdown di sana ternyata
出
bentar.
てるんですけど、
Oh berarti di Amerika, yang di US lah. Gimana bro?
Dia
7 menit.
13分になったりとか往々にして起こりうるので、
0-0を迎えた先にはまだ
Kasian banget aja dia tidak melihat 2 menit opening.
はい。なのでそこ
Dibilangin school gua libur hari Jumat.
お祭り感で皆さん
Oh,
いただければと思います。
kapan lu bilang Al? Jujur gua lupa.
はい。
Enggak, tapi enak juga kalau libur hari Jumat. Berarti lu sekolah cuma 4 hari Al.
いいので
はい。
ゆったり
4, 5, 6, 55. Terus.
Terus turun. Wah, anjir jadi bagus banget kameranya anjir di sini.
Iya kayak gini.
Kelihatan banget di atas.
Gitu
世
ya.
界中からね集まってきてくださって
Lagunya asik banget gak sih guys?
Itu ada yang noleh anjir apaan coba? Tuh.
Ada ya?
Bapak-bapak.
演出の方々
Ada bapak-bapak.
もう本当にこの日本に世界中からポケモンの好きな人たちだけが集まる空間って改めてすごいもの
いや
Wih.
あこちら
Keren.
チームの何かお話ししてますね。はい。いや盛り上がってますね。向こうも向こうで。
キャスター席がまあその
Dan lagi, nanti kamu kesini, nanti kamu kesana,
一列挟ん
nanti
で
kamu
はい
nggak usah ngapa-ngapain.
Ini tadi
いただ
ingat.
きますか。
Iya.
初なんです
Siap,
よ
siap.
これゲーム部門のこの実況解説。
Ya nonton lagi deh.
Apakah ada
Si bapak
announcement
tadi.
di opening enggak ya?
Enggak lah, biasa opening
Di
mah dia.
closing
いただいて。
Sabtu Minggu masuk sih Al. Ya,
いるなーって感じだったんですけど。
lu sekolah Sabtu Minggu. Gua sih Sabtu Minggu nonton Kamen Rider Al.
そうですね。裏に観客席ありますし、目の前にもお客さんいらっしゃるので、
Langsung berdiri.
私たちが何をやってるか見れるっていうところ。
Iya, Kiri juga pakai baju Pokemon nggak sih?
はい。
Enggak ya?
ちょっと気合を入れて選んでばというところもあります。
Baju belahan dunia negara. Yang kanan, yang kanan kayaknya iya itu Pokemon shirt harusnya.
タイム上あと3分30秒とはなっている
Ah, 3 menit lagi.
5 menit lagi.
カウントダウンされてますし。
あいいですね
Countdown で
はい
す。
これ距離感が多分会場の大きさ若
Let's
干
go countdown
伝わりづらい
です
と思うんですけど、
ん
結構遠いですからね後ろのその話
Oh
題
bawahnya ada gitunya, bagus banget bawahnya.
相当距離ありますよ
そう
Wah.
Asik.
Karena dari ini zoom.
Ih, keren banget ya.
これ伝わらないですよね。お
Selalu anjir Jepang. Dari jauh kan keren banget. Sengaja banget tuh kameranya kameramen lagi
Iya.
nge-flexing. Lihat nih, kita bisa bikin kayak gini
bagus bener
nih.
deh bos,
聞こ
bos.
えるこれマイク通してちょっと特殊な BGM になってきました
Oh ada lagu, ada BGM
Oh, ada lagu.
盛り上がってまいりましたね。
Oh, semakin semangat katanya denger BGM.
Oh lagu ini enak
隣の
banget.
方に
Lagu
はインターナショ
countdown.
ナルの
はい
英語で
Ayo 2 menit lagi, 3 menit.
方たちも
いらっ
い
しゃいますね
らっしゃるというこ
はい
とでございます
Oh itu tuh yang lain tuh. Tuh.
Oh ini
Itu
semua.
yang bule.
Itu yang boleh lagi siap-siap.
Oh
Itu
mereka
siapa?
pada
Oh belum pada mulai ya.
Berarti emang
Ini di mana aja ya? Bule, Eropa,
ポケモン GO の
Korea apa China?
キャスター海外
Kayaknya
そしてカードの
Oh iya ya.
キャスター海外
iya, berarti kan semua. Iya. Eropa ada, tapi Eropa di mana ya?
ということで僕たちで
Eropa kan sama US sama-sama bahasa
して
Inggris.
おりますね。
Tapi kan
急に緊
itu
張感が高まりますねそう言われると
Iya beda sih. Pokemon UK
綺
mungkin.
麗に見えるじゃないですか全てが。
Oh, ada
で
tuh di
多分これ後ろのモ
Ada.
ニターに
Oh iya berarti ada dari UK, perwakilan UK
映
guys.
るんじゃないかなって思いま
Bahasa
すね。
Inggris
これ
beda.
が今デカデカと長方
Apa ini beda game juga? Tapi kan beda game beda streamer juga ya harusnya ya.
Beda beda
あ
beda.
ーそれも楽しみですし
Yang game lain gimana?
いやーどう
Coba TCG gue mau
なってい
lihat.
くのかもうこの後始まります。
Jadi ini
本当に
mungkin ini
始まる
sebaris
始まってしまう。
apa sebaris
外国
gitu
からいらっ
isinya
しゃった方
komentator
は
semua.
衣装が派手
Kayaknya, iya kayaknya.
新ポケモン柄のスーツ
Oh beda bener. Jadi panjang Ams
Iya,
kayaknya.
paling panjang gitu.
Berarti yang tadi tuh Pokemon Go, yang kita kira orang Korea tuh Pokemon Go.
ところですね。
Oh.
本当
Oh
いろいろこの日のために
Iya berarti sepanjang
思い
itu
ますし
isinya
席に
Komentator semua bro.
komentator semua.
はい
Anjir keren banget anjir.
まあ配ら
Gua
れて
coba yang lain gimana nih?
つ
Gua
け
mau
る
lihat
の
game
って
lain.
やはりイベント会場の中だけ
Lah,
とかっていうのが多い
Di Jepang yang stream cuma Go sama game doang.
からつけていってそこら中にいます ましたね。
あ
ピカチュウサーバイザー。はい。
あー、現物持ってくればよかったな。
あーちょっとどっかのタイミング
Agak, jadi mereka udah bikin linknya dari
お住まい
awal.
の方はちょっとね予定が
はい
いけるなと思ったら桜木町周辺来てみる
Oh ada nih, oh channelnya beda, kartu Pokemon Card.
もありますし、
Pokeka.
いろいろなグッズが。
Waduh, waduh. Kenapa di zoom aja tuh?
は
Sumpah
い。
tadi.
すごい空間です
Oh ini masih nunjukin di dalam nih yang ini yang kartu. Oh ini lagi jalan-jalan, keren lucu banget.
Wah, semenit lagi.
Turut lagi bro.
Countdown-nya udah mau kelar.
高揚感がすごいです
はい。そしてこの毎回映るたびに
Bagus sih kameramennya nggak kayak punya Bandai ya.
ですよね。誰が決めた
Kameramen Bandai sih kameramen paling keren emang.
ってもう雪はみなんだって
おー
僕も大好きなんですけど
おー雪を見たね
雪はみなんですよね結構いろんな、はい、ポケモンの中
あ朗報です
はい
オンライン
25,
限定だそうで
24, 23,
Udah mulai.
22, 21.
Astaga, bentar lagi ya.
Bentar lagi bro.
なんか
Ya, countdown des.
20秒
おークラス
Kita sih sudah,
14.
kita sih sudah pro.
うわ
Ternyata cabul kameramennya. Gara-gara cewek tadi di zoom.
ー5カウント
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, no! Siapa nih?
Holy shit.
Apaan nih? Ini trailernya bro. Waduh.
Wow.
Oh ini gendangnya udah mulai ya?
Iya nih gendang. Go.
Go langsung.
Go.
Keren banget.
Mantap.
Oh beda. Oh ini yang dulu kali ya? Yang
Oh iya, ini
perjalanan menuju World 2023 kayaknya.
Ini main apa nih?
Unite. Keren.
Mantap. Tahun lalu.
Ayo
dia.
Cup. Keren banget anjir.
Nah, ini
Kartu.
GCGs.
Oke.
menang.
Good game bros.
Mantap. Let's go, VGC bro.
Video game. Di mana nih bro? Woi di Jepang.
Belum ada videonya
Asik.
dong di Jepang.
Lah, kok nggak ada?
Kan belum ada menang di sini.
Oh ya, ini bocil-bocil yang main. Gimana bro, lu battle sambil saling lihat-lihatan? Oh nggak, Japan Championship.
Japan Championship pakainya.
Oh. Wih, keren.
Oh, yang kemarin-kemarin
Yang
ya?
dulu itu Wolfie, si Sejun ya?
Iya.
Anjir lah.
Wolfie.
Kamu saya rekam ya untuk trailer nanti.
Ayo Wolfie menangkan
Asik.
Wolfie di Dewan. Keren.
Tadi Pokemon Center. Anjir di dalamnya kalau dimerahin keren banget bro. Ini yang tadi kan
iya,
panggungnya.
tadi kalau dinyalain lampunya jadi bagus banget ya.
Anjir lu.
Nah sekarang berarti kayak gitu ntar nih. World Championship 2000.
The best. Alarm gua.
Oh, udah.
Oh udah mulai genderang.
Mengamuk.
Waduh. Buset.
Lagunya kayak buset. Pelit juga lagunya. Dat nenet.
Ngamuk.
Oke. Indo mana Indo? Ada Indo kok.
Oh itu yang di tengah tuh, yang di tengah.
Buset.
Dung.
Ini lagu backsound emang sama.
Kayak sama, cuma nggak kurang keras sih.
Iya kurang keras. Backsoundnya masuk gak sih sama lagunya? Enggak.
Tahu.
Iya nggak masuk sama lagunya.
Oh emang bukan bagian dari performa.
Ini siapa sih yang pasang lagu?
Jangan aslinya nggak ada lagi, enggak kan? Tapi ini lagu dari venue berarti kan?
Jadi
Bukan dari si stream kita.
tadi streamnya nggak sih? Tahu. Ding. Ayo kita main gendang.
Tadi ya. Di bola.
Oh, pantesan aja. sorry.
Dari tadi gitu.
Oke.
Ini apa ya? Gendang-gendang khas Yokohama kali?
Khas Jepang aja kan.
Khas Jepang aja.
Yang tengah kosong gendangnya. Gokil. Di sana kenceng banget kali ya nih.
Iya kali.
Bule-bule pasti seneng banget nih langsung. Wow, this is so Japanese.
Oh, exotic Japanese. Asik.
Happy banget.
Ha.
Let's go parah. Solo.
Anjir pada berotot semua ya.
Iyalah. Capek jadi gitu. Buset. Senang banget dia.
Yang ini biasa aja.
Capek dia soalnya paling banyak dari tadi tuh terus-terusan. Yang ini kan dia sekali doang. Terus.
Oh ganti tuh
Buset.
gentongan. Ganti gentong
Pakai
aja.
satu tangan. Buset.
Buset. Bat baseball aja. Dirusak.
Dirusak. Buset. Kayak mau ngajar orang kayak gitu.
Iya pakai perasaan dia mukulnya. Oh belum beres.
Solo.
Ada yang tepuk tangan tadi. Masih lanjut berarti. Oh digeser.
Ini tuh lagu War Cry gitu kali ya.
Kayaknya. Kan lagu-lagu penyemangat sebelum perang ya.
Belum perang.
Karena kita bakal beneran perang di sini guys.
Di sini semuanya akan kalah. Kecuali satu orang doang.
Masih.
Buset.
Buset. Langsung solo play 3 drum gitu aja yang di situ. Yang di pojok cuma nebeng doang. Dah.
Buset. Let's go.
Bah, udah berubah set lagi tiba-tiba.
Udah. Sinkron banget ya gerakannya itu. Asik.
Dan langsung nih, apa semangat player di sana langsung menggebu-gebu nih. Aku akan menang. Lulus 3 terus habis itu.
I am a Japanese.
Waktu ini oh belum.
会場割れんばかりの拍手です。
すごいですね、本当に。
This is Japan.
Tuh bule-bule langsung. Oh Japanese, amazing Japanese.
Amazing traditional.
Oh masih lanjut bro. Masih ada. Apalagi nih?
Biasanya si itunya datang Mas Yuda.
さあ今
Muncul dari dalam gendang di sini.
ステージからアウトするというところになります。
Harusnya ada Eternatus di sini. Muncul gitu.
Zasian ke Behemoth Blade tiba-tiba. Oh. Siapa nih?
Ini yang Ana itu.
Oh iya.
Iya.
Ngapain si Ana?
Nonser.
Oh enggak, gue kira mau perform juga di
Now
depan.
that is how we get our World Championships kicked off in style. Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start. Good morning or ohayo gozaimasu to everyone.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
Or ohayo gozaimasu. Oh itu orang Jepang suka kayak ngomong apa orang ini? Aku tidak mengerti. Wakaran, zen wakaran.
Kok nggak ada subtitlenya?
The strongest trainers from around
Oh,
the
ada.
world have battled
Oh,
to
yeah,
earn their way here. And we'll be witnessing history as over 1,000 trainers compete across
seribu
Pokemon
trainer.
Scarlet and Pokemon Violet,
Lebih dari 1.000.
Pokemon Trading Card Game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers will be going head to head to prove who is the very best.
That's
向
Like
き合って
no one
戦いを繰り
ever
広げるの
was.
が
the very best.
Before we get things
楽しみで
kicked
仕方があ
off,
りません
it's tradition to hear a few words from the
Terus juga
president
marah.
and
Ah, ini nih.
CEO
Apaan nih?
of Pokemon Company. Please
Itu si-
welcome
Oh, Mas
to the
Huda.
stage, Mr.
Suzuhara.
Tsukazu Ishihara.
Oh iya, Ishihara
世界
Sunekazu.
ポケモン CEO
Wow, anjir pakai jaket itu dong. Bro,
Hey,
itu jaket yang langka itu kan?
udah langka banget.
Udah susah banget nyarinya, Bro.
横浜らしさ
Keren.
Keren.
Udah umur berapa ya dia?
皆さんこんにちは。世界大会にお越しいただきありがとうございます。
Nah ini terasa
Hello
Yeah.
everyone, and
Bisa
thanks for
turu dulu
joining
dia
me at the
santai.
Pokemon World Championships.
Oh itu dia.
私たちがポケモンの世界を歩み始めてから25年以上が経ちました。皆さんが
25 tahun
ここ
Pokemon.
日本の
Sekarang di
横
sini
浜での初めての世界大会に
pertama kali
Pertama
di
kali.
Jepang
Maka
setelah
saya
dia di
ikut.
Yokohama.
大変嬉しく思っています。
It's been over 25 years since we first journeyed in the world of Pokemon, and I couldn't be happier for all of you to join me at the World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan for the first time.
Jago.
競技を通じ
lancar ya.
て生まれる友情はポケモンにとって最も重要なものであり、世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。
The friendships
Persahabatan
that are
dengan
formed through
Pokemon.
competition are one of the most important parts of Pokemon, and the World Championships are truly the best representation of that.
Persahabatan.
1年をかけて今日ここにたどり着いたトレーナーの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Us.
Congratulations to all of
Buat
the
para
trainers
trainer yang
who
sudah
have
bisa
made it
join.
here today after their year-long
Ini
journey.
keren banget kayak ini.
そし
kayak
て今
Speed game.
日ここまでの
udah berhasil
道のり
sampai
で
tahap terakhir gitu.
トレーナーを支えていただいたご家族やお友達にも感謝申し上げます。
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends who have supported these trainers along the way.
Asik.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、
Saya
ま
sih
ず
Joho.
はトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、
Oh, nonton battle dulu.
Oh nanti berarti terakhirnya ada saya sih Joho.
Ada saya Shinjoho.
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver latest news about Pokemon. But
Oh.
first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles.
Kita udah dikasih tahu tapi ya bakal ada berita ya.
Ada berita something
Bakal ada
nih.
berita berarti di hari akhir ya.
ポケモンは私たち
Langsung
みんな
dilihat
で
gue langsung.
楽しむものです。その最高の楽しみである世界大会がいよいよ始まります。
Oke, bentar lagi akan
誰
dimulai.
が世界チャンピオンの座につくのか本当に楽しみです。
Harus des.
Pokemon is something that we all enjoy together, and the World Championships are one of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new World Champions.
Yes.
皆さんの
Wolfie lagi dong.
健闘を祈っています。
Wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Woo! Thank you Ishihara Sunekazu.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
2023のポ
I
ケモ
know
ン
that
始まる
Pokemon
の楽し
Go
みで仕方
players
ない
are with me as an in-game event will be starting
Ngomong
later today.
nge-translate lagi buat orang Jepang.
The debut of Pissimian.
Oh, ini spesial Pokemon Go. Pakai Pikachu pakai baju World.
And other activities to celebrate our
Kenapa ada sih ini
this
anjing pas
weekend.
ini?
ポケモンまでこ
Our
の辺り
team
で
of casters and analysts
ポケモンが
are
出て
ready
き
to
ます。
prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pre-game shows coming up next. And we have more to share all weekend long, including a
kita
special
juga-
series of videos that honor
Oh, yang
past
kemarin.
Special series of
moments
videos.
Itu yang pet to Pokemon World itu kayaknya.
Oh.
Now, everyone who qualified and everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokemon legend. That's what we based our upcoming first Worlds theme around, and it's
Berarti
called
ada update Pokemon Legend.
Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event.
Masuk
Let's
ya
kick
langsung ke
off
staff
the
report
first
ini.
day of the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
Championship.
まあ、さまざまなゲーム開催されますし、その前にまずスペシャルなムービーご覧ください。
Ada film lagi apaan nih?
選手たちが戦いを繰り広げる
Itu kartu.
熱をみんなで感じてください
Dan,
という話。
yang dari bukan dari Larsen.
飾られてるものがすごいですね。
Karena tiba-tiba tempat ya. Si
Kayak pre event movie gitu. Anjir,
Siapa?
lagu ini banget.
lagu-lagu e-sport kan.
Gokil. Asik parah lagu itu. Kasihan.
Zashian emang. Zashian ini seru. Oh ini ya. Oh. Ini tim
ini emang tim meta.
Tim meta. Itu yang bukannya di World Series bukan ada? Enggak ya?
Yo bro.
Iya yang final kan?
Oh.
Anjir. Bro, Zashian Incineroar. Kaget gua.
Oh,
Ini Unite.
Apa nih?
Ini Unite. Oh, dibikin
Oh, iya,
showcase yang
dibikin
dulu-dulu.
showcase-nya ya.
Iya.
Anjir, lupa.
Anjir.
Kan tahun lalu ada kan? Ada kan?
Ada Unite udah ada cuma belum yang termasuk main series. Masih pinggiran waktu itu. Sekarang udah. Ini apa?
Ninetales.
TCG kayaknya. Enggak tapi Altaria. Oh enggak, go.
Go ya?
Kalau TCG perwakilannya bukan mereka, Son.
Lucu ya Pokemon
Tuh kan tuh. Benar ini showcase yang kemarin Grand Final.
TCG-nya apa nih?
Ini Lugia kan?
Lugia.
Iya udah Lugia harusnya.
Seru banget.
Oh Arceus sama Flying Pikachu bener Arceus.
Ini finalnya ini gimana?
Arceus ini kan apa? ADP. Arceus Dialga Palkia.
Oke.
Siapa nih yang juara TCG dulu ya? Oh berarti mereka kemarin rekaman dulu kali ya?
Rekaman dulu.
Editornya langsung. Anjir.
Wow.
Keren.
Gokil. 4 stage.
Anjir.
Wih.
Gila men.
Alright.
Masih ada nih apa lagi nih?
ムービーでしたね。
いやー、去年のことを思い出しましたね。いろいろと。
Ingat tahun lalu katanya gitu.
さあこれが今年の開催地横浜でした。
はい。
Salah video
いやー、
セレモニーどうでしたオープニングは。
オープニング
Salah nih,
いろいろ聞きたいことあるんですけど、ちょっとまず直近のムービーだけお話しさせていただ
Lagi
きます。
diomelin anjir itu pasti.
去年
Sama yang di belakang ya plok.
選手たちの相棒のポケモンが並んでいて、はい、ラインナップもですね、まあ、ゲーム部門はザシアンだったりガオガインだったり
ザシアン
多かったと思うんですけど、ゴーは去年チルタリス好きなプレイヤーがずっとチルタリス選んでっていう展開があったりとか、まあ、カード部門も
Dalam
です
masuk
ね
ke ronde pertama
その
dong.
日本の、はい、選手たち谷郷選手、はい、
Sensi tadi.
島田大地選手が
湧いてましたね今ね。
langsung.
あそこで出たりとか。
やっぱり世界大会、まあどの部門もそうですが、そのポケモンっていうのが
いやー
1匹2匹どころじゃなくて出てくると。
あるんですよね。
Langsung.
Kan betul di
っていうの
belakang.
があってそれを、まあ、去年のセレ
Dia
モニー
spektator buat.
4 spektator.
流れがありました
Mungkin
ね
di depannya streamer ini
い
justru
らっしゃいましたね。なんか
いらっしゃいま
ピ
した
ョンとしたポケモンが。
バンギラス、ボーマンダ、ガブリアス、
バンギラス
そしてパチリスみたいな
Oh.
があったりとかもう、
Dia pengen ada kayak gitu momen-momen Salamence Tiranitar
大会みんなが認知する。
Garchomp Pachirisu.
Makanya harus ada
日本
lagi
の選手からも
dong.
そういう人が生まれてほしいですね。
World
はい、
saat
そうですね。今年も本当に楽しみです。何かしらあると思うので、この3日間ドラマいっぱいあります。
皆さんもうわ
はい
これはちょっとエピその記憶に残るプレーだなとか、
はい
選出だな構築だななんていうのがあったらぜひぜひコメント等々ツイッターでも何でもいいですけども、
そうですねはい
言葉にして残していただければなと
はい
いうふうに思います。さあということで改めましてこれから始まるゲーム部門ですね、
はい
大会レギュレーションをお伝えしていければというふうに思います。
お願いします。
Hai.
8月11
Ada
日から
aturan-aturannya di review lagi.
前半まではですね、
Swiss
スイスラウンド、スイスドロー形式で行
Ya, Swiss BO3
大会時間は総合の文字算制度プラス、 持ち時間制ということになります。各マッチでは3ゲーム対戦し、2ゲームを先取した選手が
Dari 2 udah ada single elim. Oh, mungkin yang top berapa langsung dipangkas kali biar cuma top 8 doang kali.
ラウンドを抜けた選手たちがトーナメントシングルエリミネーションラウンドに進みます。こちらは土曜日の後半から日曜日にかけてということになります。こちらも BO3 形式ですが、負けたらまあそこで終了というスタンスに移っていくということになります。続いては対戦ルールです。
Justru kalau lu BO3 biasa BO3, lu disuruh single malah BO1 malah pusing. Ya aturannya cuma boleh pakai satu item, satu Pokemon. Dari 6 bawa 4, double battle. Terus apa lagi? はい。
続いては対戦のルールです。総合時間は20分です。1試合の持ち時間は最大7分。1段あたりの選択時間は45秒。対戦に出すポケモンの選択時間は90秒でお送りしていくということになります。改めてご覧のルールになりますが、リュウさん、まあ BO3 というのはどんな難しさがありますか？
本当にまず、僕たちの日本選手を応援する目線で言うと、日本の大会で BO3 っていうのは、まあ、ほぼないんですよ。今回で言うとポケモンジャパンチャンピオンシップスの決勝戦が一応そうだったんですけど、それ以外はなくて、やはり海外の大会はその大きい大会でもその BO3 形式が採用されているため、結構やはり日本選手 BO3 苦手っていう。
Oh tuh, dia juga ngomong ya. Prajurit Jepang itu kalau buat BO3 tuh agak sulit katanya gitu. Nigate.
Iya, prajurit Jepang.
Biasanya BO1 見てこれで行こうってなった際に、1試合目の敗因を生かして2試合目選出を変えるっていうのもありますし、あとは
Yes, udah mulai ya? Selamat tinggal Japanese.
Kita sekarang melihat VG Day One.
Gak seberisik yang tadi. Backgroundnya, Kalau US langsung ngomong gitu tau. Kita banyak sekali representationnya dari berbagai macam negara. Kita sangat diverse. Keren emang.
Oh, Portugal.
Eduardo Cunha. Oh, Eropa ya berarti udah kemarin.
I think particularly as it is the first World Championships in Japan, a lot of people want to kind of get that accolade. Not only the title of World Champion, but I won the Worlds, it was in Japan. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine as well.
Mereka pengen yang menang malah Jepang.
Japanese players that will
Gimana bro? Lu streamer? Tapi nggak boleh kan? Streamer harus netral kan?
Netral.
keep it in Japan this year.
Exactly, and of course it's been, like you mentioned earlier,
Tapi kalau kalian di
since
Jepang,
January,
Jepang lah yang menang.
and it's been a really cool new format with
Tapi
Pokemon
Jepang kan biasanya timnya kan copy paste.
Itu dia masalahnya.
Nanti timnya, nanti timnya Dragonite, Chen-Pao, Tinglu, Flutterman, sangat template.
For these players, but for the World Championships as well.
Pemain Jepang siapa
normally you
aja?
come into big tournaments and you've got at least some reference points. You know, you might have a regional or something to come in off and base what your team decisions are going to be coming into a big important event. But like you said, we're brand new into Regulation D, and we don't really have the reference points that we've had like from previous formats. So really difficult for the players to come in and kind of make them off. But it also gives them the chance.
Kalau dia mah nanti ada
Itu Regulation D.
Hah? You know, they haven't had to feel anything, nothing's being kind of revealed.
Lah berarti bakal ada
So they've got that hidden and they can
Wicked Flow. Gimana bro? Bakal ada gituan bro?
Lah, ini ngomong Regulation D, bukannya Regulation C ya?
Exactly. And speaking of formats, we've got a little video to recap exactly what the format is all about.
Nah, ini di recap.
2023 Pokemon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokemon BG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World
Champion.
Over $1 million in prizing
Dan invitation untuk ke Worlds 2024.
Day one,
day
our
one.
trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Players who finish day one with 2 or fewer losses.
Oh, udah wajib
and no
dapat.
ties
Ternyata dapat.
advance to day
Nggak
two.
ini, nggak
Day
ini.
two, trainers who advance
Nggak
to day one will
chance.
meet those who earned direct day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds. Those who finish day 2 Swiss with 2 or fewer losses and no ties will advance to top cut and play in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon
Oh,
World
new
Champions this
champions.
weekend?
Siapakah yang
Watch
akan
to
menjadi
find out
juara dunia
and follow
sekarang?
the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Itu kan itunya rule setnya.
Iya.
Maksudnya
Itu kan aturan buat semua ini kan.
Okay, so taking a closer look at the schedule as well,
mereka ada
how things
Isoma
are going to
tuh.
pan out on this day one at the World Championship.
Round 3 dan Isoma. Jumatan dulu guys, katanya bule-bule Jumatan dulu guys.
Time zone wise, you know, some of you might have to stay up a little.
Sialan gue bilang cek DM di Daylight sama Malambot. Nightbotnya lagi galak nih, soalnya udah pagi.
You can see we have got 7 rounds of Swiss today for our day 1 players. So
regulasi
it's going to be
dia
a long day for our
Tahu
players.
coba gue lihat. Kalau regulasi dia gue belum terlalu hafal.
Iya, sama kalau dia
The
juga
caliber of players we've got here will be very good for all of us. But it's going to be a tough day for our trainers going in.
Oh karena baru kali, jadi kan yang orang belum tahu yang bagus siapa.
Orang nggak tahu siapa yang
Ya pasti Flatterman sih di atas, cuma ya. Sama Ursifu sih emang bener.
Nih.
Nah,
Iya benar itu.
hah?
Ada Landor. Ada dari Legends juga.
Anjir Ursaluna,
Ini baru banget diganti di regulasi D. Orang pemain nasional masih pakai regulasi
and
C.
it's just no surprise really.
Wow.
It's such a
lalu top 12 Pokemon Day One. Oh kan udah daftar orangnya.
Dari usage saya.
Udah daftar orangnya.
featured here.
Meskipun nggak bisa Gracie Glide, saya
Quite high as well as that.
Oh iya, dia belum bisa.
belum bisa, Incineroar belum bisa. Sengaja anjir, kalau masuk mah langsung.
Tailwind and ability.
Ada Iron Hand
That's
sekarang.
why Tornadus pairs so well with so
Aman,
many
aman.
different Pokemon, whether
Flatterman gede banget bro. Nggak, berarti ini Pokemon yang dibawa sama orang-orang di Day One kan?
Iya, Day One. Goldengo masih kuat dulu,
Mungkin jadi bagus.
Karena darknya turun.
Ursifu, oh nggak bisa dipukul Ursifu. Ursifunya kan ini, Ursifunya kan pada pakai yang water sih inget gue.
Ini water ya?
Water. Ya nggak tahu sih kan gabung-gabung aja. Cuma kayaknya seinget gua.
Kedua Ursifu itu jadi satu usage.
Iya. Tapi seinget gua lebih banyak yang pakai water daripada.
Wow, jadi seru banget itu ya. Regulasi pas berubah pas Worlds gitu loh. Orang nggak tahu metanya kayak gimana.
Anjir.
Beneran tebak-tebakan anjir.
Ini mah gue jadi pengen Dondozo menang Ams, bener Ams.
Iya please.
Kalau ada yang mau Dondozo please.
Dia ngagetin gitu. Ah Dondozo.
Nggak ada yang mau Murkrow kan anjir. Nggak ada yang mau Murkrow. Ya bisa ditonjok sama Iron Hand sih, cuma aman lah, Earthquake lah, kita gempa-gempa lah semua.
Dondozo please.
Dondozo
player please masuk stream satu.
Dondozo player.
And I think its typing is really nice as well, particularly being able to hit.
Lu pada udah tahu belum Mewtwo masuk Unite? Udah tahu gua. Kan kemarin kita nonton Pokemon Present Al.
Well, I think when I say water type Pokemon, I think I mean more water terror type
I was going to say that, yeah.
Ada Dragonite.
It's such a good defense.
Tapi Chenpo-nya
that a
gede.
lot of players are opting to have it
Chenpo-nya sama
multiple
siapa ya?
times on
Oh,
their
sama
team.
Ursifu.
So therefore, if you have the trainer off guard with a, you know, really powerful wild and then that fake out so useful if you're maybe trying to set something up like Trick Room, the Pokemon like
Cuma pakai
Ursaluna that
Protect.
got to be on that back as well. Really
Iya
good
bener sih
benefit from. I
Goldengo
think that's
itu
going to
bagus
be a
banget.
really difficult Pokemon to navigate around.
Yeah, unless you're Gastrodon, and then Gastrodon
Yeah.
has a really good time
Gastron
against
can
it.
do everything, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. But we have a lot to go through today.
Okay.
Obviously, we want to mention our players because it is all about the players this weekend. And we're going to take a look at some of the notable players here from
Oke,
the North
dia dulu ya.
Oh ini notable players siapa?
Day One.
Exactly, and
Fox
you've
pakai
got
apa tuh ya?
Glick here, previous world champion in 2016. He has actually said, you know, the last time he played Day One was when he won the world
Oh iya, Day
championship.
One
Playing Day
notable
One
players
again.
dia
Let's
ya.
see what's going to happen.
Wolfie
Just
main
in
di
terms
dia.
Masuk Day One soalnya.
Iya,
now,
mantap
I believe
pakai
in the
dulu.
first couple of regionals he went to, he won 2 of them. I
Ini
mean,
Nick
it's
Navar.
fantastic.
Incredible achievements, and yeah, you can see here as well that we've just got a little bit of footage from Justin and his accomplishments there. But you know, coming into the format, brand new, first time.
Judy
competing,
Azarelli
taking
main nggak?
2 regionals.
Main lah.
It's just
Cuma
incredible.
kelas
So it'll
4.
be interesting to see how he performs this year. Got Chuck
Oh,
across
Ji-Seok
as
Lee.
well,
Ji-Seok
very
Lee juga
consistent
jago nih
player.
orang Korea.
He played incredibly well throughout the season, and Ji-Seok Lee as
Kemarin
well.
dia
You know,
undefeated
winning that
berapa
regional.
Tapi dia perwakilan Amerika aja.
Iya,
James
pokoknya
Evans, a name a lot of people
Alexander
know
Hill
from the
sama
senior
James
division, but
Evans.
has
Oh,
been
James
really
Evans.
making his mark.
James Evans juga ini.
As well.
Masuknya Day One doang.
Regionals getting top finishes
Iya, kayak dia.
across the board, both I think in
Soalnya
UK
kalau
and
di
over
sana
in
kan
America as well. So really
regional
great to
kecil
see, and
banget,
here's
aja deh.
a little more, a few more
Oh,
names to
tuh.
be able to contend.
Colin
with.
Giovanni
Hale,
Costa,
Battle Room.
Brendan Zeng,
Lah,
itu Judy.
Emilio Forbes di itu.
Iya, itu Judy juga.
Judy Azarelli ada.
Itu tuh.
Oh,
Aston
iya,
Cox.
Yes.
James Beck.
But coming back
Wah, nama-namanya
Banyak kan yang jago-jago dia.
So really nice to see him perform
Song Jun
extremely
Peng
well. You've
juga.
got Amelia Forbes as well, who
Justin
is an
Pang.
incredible player.
Ayolah, Wolf Flick.
This whole array of players are just littered
Gua
with
mendukung
talent and skills. So
Siapa? Ashton Cox saja lah gue.
Bagus sih emang tim-tim.
I mean, for me, Giovanni Costa's a name to watch out for. You know, championing that Dragonite, doing really well in San Diego regionals. I remember, and I'm really interested to see if he is bringing that
Berisik dapet di Twitter.
to the World Championships today.
Bacot dia di Twitter. Iya. Nge-tweetnya sering banget ya.
Format as well. You've got players like Colin High, you've got Brendan Zhang as well, you've got Len. All like players we've all heard many times.
Dari Singapura nggak ada Singapura.
International level, regional level, and at world level.
Melvin Keh.
Melvin Keh.
Interesting to see that how
Mungkin masuk day 2 kali tahu.
this tournament as well. Very well established already in the
Si Korea mungkin udah di day 2.
Oh, ini perwakilan Amerika ya?
Top players to watch.
Gavin Mikel.
Ini day berapa?
International
Paul Chua day berapa?
Kayaknya day 2 berarti.
Fantastic records.
Kan itu kan players to watch dari North America mereka nih, Joseph Ugarte.
Paul Chua, Paul.
Gue seneng banget aja mereka tuh posenya pose e-sport tapi bajunya santai ya.
Ditutup ya.
Disensor.
Nggak boleh pakai sponsor.
Oh iya itu ya ada kaos hitamnya di dalamnya ya.
Iya.
like you said, two
Paul Chua.
IC winners as well.
Yeah.
Semuanya bawa
Paul
switch.
and Gavin coming back, and they'll be really coming into this tournament feeling
Paul
good
Chua
about
sih,
how
Paul
they're
Chua,
gonna
please,
do
Paul
this
Chua.
weekend, I'm sure.
That's the thing. 2 international wins for North America, but of course they're not the
Nah,
only region we
yang
can
itu kan
champion.
Amerika Utara doang
Our
aja.
European
Mana players to watch dari negara lain dong, saya mau lihat.
Iya, dari Jepang dong, dari Jepang.
Dari Jepang siapa aja?
over back
Dari list
in Europe.
pemainnya nggak sih?
Yeah, I think it's a
Wah,
big
nih,
task,
freeze
you know,
dry.
for Europe coming into this year with how strong North America have been.
Oh tadi ada Amerika sekarang Eropa.
Ini.
Iya.
Guillermo Castilla ya.
Guillermo Castilla emang jago banget kan setahu gue. Si ini ada nggak sih yang orang bule itu? Yang orang Inggris?
Um,
Gue lupa namanya.
Jerman.
Barry Anderson bukan?
performed very
Bas.
consistently this year as well.
Yeah, and Oliver Eskelin, again, a really nice creative team builder.
Oliver
Good
Eskelin.
to see him on this roster as well, going to be trying to carve
Nah.
out some victories here in Masters.
Di sensor
division.
nggak kelihatan
Sensor namanya tuh
I mean, one of the
ditutupin.
things that's been really interesting to see as well is the previous international champion.
Si itu?
Alessio here has won.
Saraswati.
He wants to try to
Saraswati.
Tidurin semua, ayo tidur.
Saraswati.
Going to go on Rafa Marti, 2013 world champion 10 years ago. This was
Markus Tatar, nah ini juga anjir.
Jerman ya.
Jerman.
And I'm excited to see what he does.
Ikuti dia.
Gue mau ngeliat list pemainnya di mana.
From that era.
Wah, Dewan berat sih, gila pemain.
Buset.
Berat sih.
Lah itu ada Cudha juga Dewan aja gimana?
He's definitely one to keep your eye on.
Dia kan bukannya dia bukannya ya dapat
menang tahun lalu dikasihnya Dewan doang ya?
kali. Terus dia kayak ayolah santai lah gue udah lolos Dewan ini. Itu Nils Dunlop juga Dewan aja.
Iya, Nils Dunlop.
Yeah, I think
Marcus
Marcus
is
is
definitely
definitely always going to be a
Luca
player who's on
Ceribelli,
the roster
Bas
to keep
van
an eye
der
out for. He's kind
Heijden,
of a player that you want to
Simon
avoid if you are
Sanvito.
playing, I feel. But he's just one of those players that just
Wah, berat.
gets the job done, and he's
Yeah,
very,
World
like I said,
Championship
very
pemainnya
consistent.
emang
But we look at
berat.
other players on the roster here. You've got David
Alex
Tesh,
Soto.
and we have to mention David
Oh,
has got
gue cek bracketnya.
for team building like that's really unparalleled.
Kan biasanya di internet
players, you know,
suka di mereka suka kasih bracketnya.
suka
Iya.
again, because I think the
Ah.
creative side of his team building.
Yang lihat gue
Siapa
orang-orang
yang berhasil menang?
And Alex Soto as well.
Apa,
I know
undefeated
Rosary throughout the
sampai
year has been talking
terakhir
about
tuh,
the amazing
gokil ya
skills
itu.
of Alex Soto bringing this.
Menyeramkan.
He was the regulation A team.
Yes.
Consistent.
Udah lupa
Even
banget
with regulation
nama-nama
B, he's like,
Pokemon,
I don't need
kocak
power up
kacuk.
Pokemon. I'm
Enggak, ini bukan nama Pokemon, ini nama pemainnya ini.
Consistently strong.
Nama pemain.
ini nama orang Al.
Nama orang ini.
Stepping back from shoes of
Mereka
the
pemain-pemainnya
World
banyak yang udah
World
lama banget dari
Championship
tahun
to bring
2010
something
udah main,
completely new to
udah ikut
contend with.
turnamen
Yeah,
juga
that
World Championship dan sekarang
Showroom team that
banyak
he
yang
did
muncul
rely
lagi.
on was very, very
Nah, ini ada Krios.
great
Ada
players
Krios
to
kemarin
watch
lagi
here,
oke
and
sih.
I'm sure all of you at home know these players. Eric
Alex
Rios.
Gomez. Kamu tuh yang namanya panjang dulu itu yang kayaknya dulu sempat nonton
Again,
gue.
all three of these are international
Namanya ribet banget.
champions. Marco
Yang orang
won
Indo tuh wakilnya
Oceania
siapa?
International
Yang
Championships,
namanya
and
Indo?
Rios has won the
Oh,
European
aduh,
International
lupa.
Aditya
Championships
siapa
three
gitu ya?
Iya, itu siapa?
Alex Gomez, the current
Ya, tapi dia nggak masuk best player sih.
American international champion.
Dia nggak
That
main
was the
kan?
last competitive event that we had.
Mana ya? Gua lagi dah.
Was
Oh,
the
maksudnya
North
gua
American
dulu lupa
International
banget sama
Championship. So
Pokemon.
coming off that amazing win here
Sama, gua
in
juga udah
Japan,
lupa sih.
he's got to
Lumayan
become
lama.
Apalagi kalau nama-nama tengah, Pokemon tengah.
Pokemon yang tengah-tengah perubahan tengah tuh emang
Biasanya sulit.
A bit of a veteran
Lupa
as well, you know,
lupa gitu pasti.
quite young
Bentuknya
in
sih ingat, cuman
comparison to likes of
namanya
myself. But he's having a really good season this year, and it's nice to see Alex taking that North America International Championships recently, like you said,
Underhill.
coming off the back of the last
Bracket.
big tournament, has got to feel good as a champion. You know, coming into this tournament sets you up perfectly. And I'd
Oke,
expect
tadi
big
kan
things from
Eropa
Alex
ya,
this
sekarang kita
weekend.
lihat nih
No
dari
pressure,
Asia.
of course.
Oh iya,
I
Asia
think
sekarang.
him and Eric and
Nih.
Marco as well, all very accomplished players within their own rights.
Seru juga ya nama lu masuk ke
players
dalam.
to kind of face off against this weekend in particular.
Certainly is, and of course our Latin America and Oceania regions as well have some.
Latam dan Ocean. Latam tuh apa?
Javier Valdez on your right hand side there, a key.
Oh, Latin Amerika dan Ocean digabung ya, Latin Amerika sama Australia ya? Gua kira gabung sama APAC. Apa karena APAC?
Dulu ya kan, tapi sekarang dipisah ya.
Karena APAC. Oh, karena Australia masuknya ke PCI ya. Kocak.
Zaman-zaman itu.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see that we've
Oh,
got
ini
the
dari
Latin
Latam nih.
America and Oceania players to kind of
Nicholas
keep an
Khan,
eye out
Thomas
for as
Chen,
well.
Ian Garbert, Henry Rich,
I mean,
Hugo
the players
Nascimento,
like
Thiago
Henry
Latanzi,
who have
Matias
had those
Diaz,
regional
Cesar
wins
Reyes.
into these big events and good performances at
Latam gue
internationals as well.
jarang
You
nonton
know,
sih.
it's going to be hard to kind of come up against
Henry Rich tuh kayak jago tuh dari drama tuh, kaya selalu. Henry Rich.
Can't underestimate the players from these other regions around the world.
You definitely can't, and I think it's really interesting, again, taking a look at these players from their local events, bringing it to that international stage as well, and it's fantastic to be able to showcase their amazing Pokemon talent. I think, again, some
Amazing Pokemon talent. Nah, ini orang-orang penting tuh. Gabriela Agati kayak sering dengar gue namanya.
This year's European International Championship, Paul Ruiz, previous world
Megan
champion,
Rattle.
wants to try and get that victory, and
Jadi
Megan
kalau
Rattle, she has had a fantastic year,
Pokemon,
constantly getting
kaos
these top
Pokemon
place
Center
finishes,
aja nggak apa-apa.
one to definitely watch going forward.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Iya, itu loh kan Gabriela Agati udah pakai baju lain kali yang sponsor-sponsor tuh kayak
Again,
pakai di play Pokemon.
consistency that these players have, but you consistently see their names.
Tidak ada sponsor-sponsor.
And in those top 8 tournaments, so
Ke batik,
all
tahu kalau
the
lo
reason
Indo.
to kind of
Oh,
keep
iya.
mentioning it.
Udah paling keren itu.
Gabriela as well that you saw, you know, the European International Championships earlier
Abis
this
itu
year.
pengen beli deck
Incredible run. Just couldn't
saset
get
yang
over the
dibungkus
finish line
plastik
at that
gitu
last
udah
point,
bisa
but I'm sure he's going to
supermarket
be
gak
feeling
yang
confident coming into
Dex
this year.
I
aset.
remember he was running
Oh, yang
Excalibur
bekas-bekas
Yes,
gitu.
at that
Excalibur.
event.
Bisa aja kok, lu mau dex apa nanti
We
dicariin
can't
aja.
forget about Paul Ruiz, you know, former world champion as
Oh, yang udah nggak ada box gitu-gitu kan.
very well.
Aman,
in
Al.
this sort of tournament.
DM aja, Al.
Kind of handle the pressure very well because
IG aman, WA aman. Langsung aja, Al.
so it'll be good to see the
Kalau IG channel,
that he's
ya.
made because he does have some really unique team building aspects. I think, when he
Aspek
does come into
unique
the
team building. Apa ini ngomongin Asia?
Got into the top cup finishes at the last year's World Championships as
Latam.
well. Really consistent. Again,
Nggak kan soalnya negaranya kan juga
what I think
beda
I'm
tempat
noticing
kan.
and what
Jadi
we're
biasanya
saying
itu kan
is a lot
tiap
of players
tiap
either have
tiap
won
negara tuh kan tiap daerah
Iya,
betanya
iya,
beda.
punya meta
very close,
beda-beda
getting
ya.
into those elusive
Kayak kemarin tuh
top
yang
places
yang
to say,
lagi
I finished top
rame
80
banget
world
tuh
or
di
runner-up
Tekken.
at Worlds. But it's really about
Kan
getting
yang
that
menang
number
tuh
one
dari
spot,
mana sih
taking
kemarin
home that
orang
trophy, taking
Oh,
Yeah,
ini
not just
apa?
a one-off
India
kind
situ
of
ya,
result
kalau nggak
either
Apa
for-
Uni Emirat Arab bukan sih?
I've done it
Bukan dari situ kan,
many times
nah katanya di sana tuh
before.
metanya beneran beda.
This tournament this weekend,
Karakter yang sering dipakai di sana tuh total
so
beda
exciting
sama yang
because it
di
is really
biasa di
the cream
Evo.
of the crop almost, where all of
Jadi
these
kayak
players are coming together and
di fighting game
battling
aja
it out
gitu.
to see who is the best, who will take the
Middle East and
championship.
South Africa, Enos Sacar.
Only in day
Enos.
one. We haven't even started the
Ini juga
tournament.
namanya lumayan sering
Looking
muncul.
at these
Kenapa tiba-tiba muncul gituan aja dia lagi masih ngenyorot
coming
si
into day one, it's gonna be-
gimana ini live streamernya dari awal udah kocak. Yang Jepang tadi salah rekam, dan gini tiba-tiba lower third-nya Enos
Well,
Sacar.
another player to keep an eye on. Again, someone who I think has been playing Pokemon for many, many years, and I think has really consistently come out this season. You know, I've been able to
Mana ya?
finish at some of the European events as well, and kind of having some lovely
Ayo,
conversations
Jepang,
with
Jepang,
him.
Jepang.
Ayo.
The tournaments going and things like
Pemain-pemain
that. And
Jepang,
his
ayo,
confidence,
lihat.
I think, has been a key thing this year that's really kind of defined how well he's competed.
Yeah, and I think another very unique team builder as well. You know, she has
Team builders.
a phenomenal skill for team building and just knowing what works. And
Tapi emang kadang tuh
coming into
pemain
these tournaments,
Pokemon
like you
tuh ada
say,
yang jago
he
bikin
is a very
tim,
good
ada yang
game,
jago main.
very, very strong player. And
Iya, emang beda-beda aja gayanya.
representing his country this weekend
Ongkirnya
is
mahal nggak sih
as
Jepang?
well.
Kagak.
Well, we are in Yokohama.
Harganya
Japan, so let's
PRUL
take
tuh
a
udah
closer
all
look
in,
at
lo
some
nggak usah
of our
mikir
Japan
ongkir Jepang
players
lagi.
to keep an eye on. Some
yang
amazing
kirim
names
Mr.
on
Beast
here
lo.
as well. Naoto Mitsubishi.
Oh, ini Jepang nih orang-orang nih.
Nah, Dewan Yasuharu Shimizu, Yuma Suzuki,
udah gua kenal nggak?
Naoto Mizoguchi itu yang
Japanese world champion coming into this
World
weekend,
champion ya?
and
World champion.
Oh iya,
you know,
Hirofumi Kimura ya kan?
Japan
Antara dua itu
have
deh.
had world championships in the past, but not of late, really. So I think coming back
Ohei
to their home
Fujita,
country,
Kentaro
these
Matsumoto,
players, you
Kazuya
know, coming
Kitasawa
into it
sama
need to, and probably
Tomo-
want to keep the trophy here, like
Aoi.
you already mentioned. You know, they want
Tomono
to retain it in Yokohama.
Gua mau di X Onjuken Suzune punya si Slash katanya.
Around the region.
Bisa.
Aman lah.
And I think in terms of the meta, we've talked a little bit
Yang
about how
dulu
Regulation D is
sering main tuh siapa?
uncharted at the minute. We don't
Pemain
really know
Jepang
what's going to happen.
yang
But Japan always, I think, bring the most
World
creative team building to any world championships.
Udah
They
nggak
have a
main lagi.
completely different meta
Gebebo.
going on.
Gebe-
So I think
Gebe-
if you want to look
Gebebo.
for some really
Gebebo.
interesting teams,
Itu udah nggak main lagi,
keep your eye
Gebebo.
on
Nggak
these
tahu
names
masih
you
main
see on
dia.
your screen.
Dulu gua ngikutin tim Rende aja jago
Buset,
banget.
orangnya digelapin.
Parah banget bro, apaan sih ajak foto kenapa?
Belum di unlock.
Tapi play Pokemon harus gede ya.
Iya,
Belum di unlock karakter DLC.
Iya, karakter DLC. Dapat DLC Yasuharu Shimizu kayak Toari semua karakter kiamat.
And these three players, Yasuhara.
Oh, Kosuge Ryosuke, iya.
Kosuge.
Mudah-mudahan kali dia nggak main lagi ya.
Technically, I suppose a reigning champion, just in a different division, so definitely someone to keep
Mana
your
ya?
eye on. Hodaka
I need bracket, Worlds bracket.
And I think this is
Supaya daftar ulang kali.
competing at Worlds,
Oh,
I believe.
bener.
So
Daftar
again,
ulang,
someone to
registrasi
really
tim
keep your eye
lagi
on.
kan.
Oh kali ya, tapi kan udah registrasi tim tadi.
Iya sih, kemarin.
Udah di-use ya.
Oh iya
Taking
sih,
a look
benar.
at that particular event coming forward into the World Championships, these are the Japanese players to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Kaito with that national championship win. I mean, it's a bit like we talked about with Alex Gomez, you know, coming in off the back
Alex
of
Gomez.
that big North American International Championship win. They've come in off the
Alex
back of
Gomez.
the Japanese-
DM-nya gimana nanti gue nunggu lama-lama malah dicariin yang MISB.
You've got to feel good coming in.
Bilang aja nanti cari yang non-box aja.
But again, it puts a little
Bilang aja Kak cari yang non-box gitu.
because, you know, people will be looking at you now to say, well, you had that really good result there. Kind of gonna forget about that now. Come and
Bukannya digelapin,
focus on
memang.
the match as it comes rather than just the World Championship. I'm
Ya tadi gue juga udah mau ngomong gitu sih, coba kita lagi di YouTube jadi.
is that we've been through the entire list of players to
Aduh, udah
keep
keluar,
an eye on this
kayaknya.
weekend, and there is some
Dah.
very talented players
udah nih
coming
harus.
to this tournament this weekend.
Udah keluar.
Yeah, there certainly are, and I think that's a really interesting thing as well. Taking a look at all these different players.
The
and their
Arcane
previous
and .gg udah keluar.
accomplishments. I think as well, you know, coming in as a senior into
keluar,
the Masters
ya.
division for the very first time, I think it's always. a
Ayo,
really
table 2, table 2, table 2, table 2.
Table 2, enggak aja udah table 90 aja. Kan ini junior yang table satunya tuh. Table 2 nya junior. Senior, Masters. Oh, main Kosuge itu Jebebo?
Main dia.
Langsung lawan Ashton Cox.
Kok dia nggak masukin ke notable player sih? Parah banget.
Parah banget, terlupakan anjir. Gue ngikutin tim Rende dulu jago banget anjir.
Orang dari zaman dulu lawannya Ray Rizzo.
Bule-bule memang.
You know, they come into this Masters division with such confidence.
Apalagi
And I really
nama-nama-
love
Ayo
that.
please, Gebebo please,
Players that
menangin Gebebo.
kind of age up and they come into the Masters division and just
Ada yang daftar di Jepangnya pakai kanji, jadi nggak bisa dibaca.
like they have done in the seniors division in previous years.
Jadi udah mulai nih mereka udah mulai pairing ya?
Kayaknya udah, pairing udah. Toler web anjir.
Korea.
Mana?
Korea dan Asia Pasifik nih.
Siapa ya?
Yeon Myung, Jeo Heuli, Misung Kim, Oh Hilok Choi, Chang Ting Kim, Jian Ting Liu, Ting Lu.
Iya itu udah. Gua dukung Jian Ting Liu lah anjir.
Ting Liu lah.
You know, there will be
Ya
Kalau-
Kyum Kim, Yung Hagin, Taeyong Kim, Wai Ho Yong,
Tai
Ta Seok
Seok
Reo, Titapas Augit Sarjinda, Jin Ho Park, Yo Peng Chuang, Sulyong Park.
what Pokemon
Ada orang siapa? Jeremy tuh, Jeremy tiba-tiba.
Jeremy De Los Santos.
Los Santos.
Pemain GTA ya? Bentar ya dicariin pasti gitu terus kayak nggak ada kabar anjir. Al, tolong Al. Kalau kayak gitu nanti kita atur Al, tenang. Pasti pasti cariin kok. Jadi langsung chat aja Al. Ini si ini nih nama-nama familiar, Toler Web.
Web,
terus si siapa lagi? Nah, ada namanya Aaron Block. Aaron Block. Diego Ferreira.
You know, for the tier 2 players, you think, oh great, I've got that. I don't need
Oliver Escolin tadi
kind of
udah.
relax a bit today, have a look at the competition, enjoy the event, soak in the World Championships and the atmosphere.
Siapa yang pertama kali di stream? Langsung Reizo, kayaknya langsung Wolfie Glick.
In the back of your mind thinking,
Biasanya kan
the
orang gitu.
players that come
Where's
into this
Wolfie?
tournament and do well
Mungkin
today,
di situ chatnya udah rame. Where's Wolfie? Where's
Oh
Wolfie?
iya
they're
kali ya.
gonna be warmed up going into
Yakin,
tomorrow,
where's
wherever you
Wolfie?
want. So I think it's
Oh enggak, di YouTube kan chatnya dimatiin. Di Twitch.
Oh, di
not the best
Twitch.
situation, but
Where's
overall,
Wolfie? Where's
skipping a
Wolfie?
whole
Yeah.
really tough tournament
Jam
is all
baik.
a bonus. of
Tapi Wolfie mau sekarang
And the
jadi
competition's not just
pemain
out on the
VGC
floor.
yang
It's
sebagai
also here for the
Poketubel
casters,
tergede.
'cause we've got
Iya.
predictions going
Ya,
down about which
sebagai
Pokemon
YouTuber
we
gede
think
banget
are
kan.
gonna take it all the way
Wah,
to
oh ini prediksinya nih siapa yang bakal sukses.
Oh ini prediksi Castle. Aaron Zeng bilang kira-kira Landorus. Oke, percaya gua.
Flutterman anjir.
Flutterman, Iron Hand sama siapa namanya tuh?
Ciu.
Ciu. Kata Nekra. Oh jelas.
Urshifu.
Goleng
Yang paling
Regi
anjir.
Drago.
Enggak itu kocak banget anjir itu yang ketiga. Landorus, Tornadus, Tundurus ya.
Ini tahun lama banget tuh.
Prediksinya anjir kocak. Udahlah.
Scott Blaza bilang ada Hyatran, Goldengo. Oke, sama si hijau siapa? Dilabungnya dilabung sama Iron Hand. Yang cewek bilang Pokemon air semua.
Oh iya ya, Gastrodon, Basculegion, Dondozo.
Dondozo lah, ayo. Nah ini orang Eropa ya.
Usifu Golden Go. Anjir Arcanine.
Arcanine dong.
Oke lah, isuin Arcanine.
Oke lah. Cuman susah sih kayaknya. Rock sama Fire misalnya. Kena Earthquake parah. Landobot tuh Al, tuh dia salah satu Pokemon paling kuat Al di Pokemon VGC.
Kok nggak ada nama si Ancin? Si Anjin.
Very kind of strong Pokemon as well with that Steel and Fire type, Flash Fire ability, and tending to go for the Grass Terra type as well. A very hard Pokemon to deal with if played right.
I think Aaron has definitely gone for the very. You can tell he's a great player, right? He actually has qualified for this World Championships as well. He's commentating instead, but these are very standard choices. I don't want to
very standard choices.
Landorus, they're very standard picks.
Siaran dibilang very standard choices. Emang itu yang sekarang lagi kuat anjir.
Definitely, and I love that pick because
tapi Landorus sih.
Speaking to Rosemary,
mumpung belum ada Arcanine. Bukan Arcanine siapa? Incineroar. Mumpung ada Incineroar. Landorus the best.
Terastal flying.
Really have a huge impact this weekend. And I would love to see it. If they're putting it next to something like
Landorus sekarang
has that really strong
Nggak tahu. Kayaknya gara-gara Terra move-nya jadi suka aneh-aneh. Jadi gue jujur tahu role biasanya, tapi sekarang nggak terlalu hapal jurus-jurusnya yang dipakai.
Normal Terra Explosion.
Landorus.
Fairy Pokemon on the field and it can come out and just pretty much. Talk me through the Arcanine on your predictions as well, because the Hisuian Arcanine I think was a Pokemon that was really interesting when we first saw it.
Really interesting. Sangat menarik katanya bro.
Something that Arcanine would normally have wanted to dodge out of the way of, but it now has the utility to fire back a rock slide of its own. Why is it on your picks, Lee?
I love Hisuian Arcanine. I think it's a great Pokemon. It has a hard time against some of the more popular kind of offensive threats in the format with water and ground. It really doesn't like either of those, but it does have the ability to terastallize as well. So you can go into something like Terra Grass, which is really complementary for the Arcanine, but the ability to have some huge attacking moves, like Head Smash, it's got, and it does have the ability to intimidate. I think a really nice Pokemon to kind of switch into fairy type attacks that resists that and has offensive pressure as well. Probably more Arcanine, so it gives you a lot more options, I think, coming into the format. I think
Speednya
might
kenceng
do well, depending if players decide to pick it this weekend. I would love to see it, but I don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Aaron with those very solid picks might come out on top, but of course we're going to hope for Gastrodon, and anyone who's ever watched Lee and I cast before knows that we say Gastrodon a lot.
Oh, tahu anjir bias banget bro.
Tuh. If you've ever wanted to get the best Pokemon ever created.
Iya nggak gara-gara mau bagi-bagi Gastrodon juga kan? Gastrodon Chunha.
Gastrodon is actually a multiple world champion. Paul Ruiz was able to win with it as well.
And
you can get one of your very own.
Yeah, you use the code on your screen. You can get yourself Eduardo Cunha's Gastrodon that he used in the 2022 World Championship.
BT-nya tahun lalu ya. Lagu battle finalnya sama kayak lagu biasa. Di sini gua nggak tahu.
Oh iya.
Maksudnya kan lagu finalnya berubah soalnya.
The 14th of August, I believe, is when you can get
18 ada trailer baru Lat Gaiden. Banyak. Oh, mantap. Gamescom. Nunggu banget gua Landorus masuk Unite. Kalau Landorus masuk Unite gua comeback main Unite. Fix. Gua akan pakai choice scarf di situ. Ada nggak sih choice scarf? Choice scarf. Unite. Nggak ada aja choice pack doang. Kecewa lah. Kecewa saya.
And it is the #1 Pokemon that
Ya apaan sih aja tiba-tiba mereka ngemilikin Gastrodon. Iya ini hebat banget loh.
Kalau mau ngambil langsung.
Iya cuma kayak, ya hebat banget loh Gastrodon itu loh gitu.
Tuh Boneka
boneka ya anjir tiba-tiba.
So you're aware, we've got them joining us. There's a couple of Gastrodon friends. We're representing. You've got the blue, I've got the green. We're Team Gastrodon over here. Yes, the yellow, got some gold on as well for its lovely accessories. And I think that's the key thing about Gastrodon. The EC Gastrodon is king. The EC Gastrodon is the best. And that's why
cowoknya kayak udahlah.
Gastrodons have been this beautiful green and blue.
Ini fit semua ya?
It's amazing.
It's an incredible Pokemon. We talked about it a lot at the World Championship.
Oh, yang kirinya ya.
Yeah, it ended up winning with Eduardo. So
we were on to
Game masih akhir bulan.
right at the start. So hopefully we're right this
Santai,
year.
masih lama berarti ya?
Take another title, and then you will have potentially a full team of 6 Gastrodons by the end of it.
That's the thing. That's the dream.
6 Gastrodon,
that's the dream.
6 Gastrodon udah Gracie Glide.
And actually, if you tuned into last year's World Championship,
Tahun sodok di labung lu anjir.
Lee, one of the beautiful Gastrodons in front of us, and we have the entire year to the next World Championships. And Lee, I think he might fall down if I pick him up right now. We don't want him running off into the crowd to try and compete. But one of these lovely Gastrodons is for you, so that you can take.
Bentar lagi kali ya.
Ya ini sih harusnya kalau dari jamnya udah ya.
Udah.
Cuma mungkin lagi persiapan yang di panggungnya kali.
Persiapan stream pertama pasti di
Jepang
Jepang.
gimana di Jepang?
Gastrodon no matter where you are. So make sure you get that giveaway at home.
Yes, take advantage of it while it is running over the weekend. Make sure you go
Giveaway.
Scarlet and Violet. Use the code that we put on the screen. It will be running for the entirety of the event this weekend, so you can get your own very own Gastrodon at home.
Dan lu juga bisa dapetin your own Gastrodon.
Engage with us on our social media platforms as well. Of course, there are some other things in the World Championships you may want to talk about, the players you want to root for, the other Pokemon that you want to see happening, and any of the action.
Udah kalau gue udah pakai X ya anjir, nyebelin banget anjir.
Engage with all of our social medias you see at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, gue udah mulai main anjir.
At home and let us know
Oh, gue udah main.
Udah main dia, udah mulai tap-tapan.
Pokemon you think are going to
Yes.
do well this weekend, and what your thoughts
Udah
are
ngadu tap.
on Gastrodon?
Yeah, who do you think the best partner Pokemon are going to be for Gastrodon? I mean, that's a really good question at this point in time.
Yeah, and I would actually love to hear from our viewers at home who they think, which Pokemon.
Iya kadang-kadang Pokemon yang biasa aja bagus gitu.
That is going to be a big
Balance sih
because
Pokemon
we've obviously
bikin kayak
had-
ini sih, ini
we've touched on
kuat
it a little
di
bit.
PTG, ini
We've
kuat
got
di
access to
VGC.
new Pokemon now in Regulation
Jadi
D. We've got
masing-masing
the
punya
Hisuian
fans,
Pokemon, and we also have a lot of the
Ini kan
other
Gastrodon.
Pokemon from
Gastrodon,
previous
Garbodor.
generations coming in, like we mentioned in some of our picks, Landorus, Thundurus, Heatran, all big players. Which one do you think at home is going to take the championship?
Gak ada
this week?
kongkel dulu ya.
Yes, using that hashtag Pokemon
Nggak ada,
World as
Congkeldur.
well to get really connected to this amazing
Karena
event
kalau ada
in
Congkeldur bisa
Yokohama, Japan.
nonjok,
there's
ya nonjok udah tugas
so
ngurus
much
itu
that we've covered so far. We've looked at our
Cresselia?
players, we've looked at a couple of our
Cresselia
Pokemon, and I believe our trainers
kayaknya nggak
are
ada.
just getting set up and ready.
Kan Legend
to be
juga
able
nggak
to
semua,
hit
kan?
round one very,
Iya,
very soon.
nggak masuk ya
I want to talk a
Cresselia
little bit more about some of the new Pokemon that have come out into Regulation D, because we've talked about the Pokemon we've seen that.
Yang pasti masuk tuh semua Pokemon yang ada di Arceus.
Vladimir, Iron Hands.
Oh, iya,
We've
jelas.
seen those a little bit before. From the new
Zoroark
Pokemon that have
lucu
been
juga kalau
unleashed
dipakai
upon us
Zoroark.
in Regulation D, which are the ones you think we're
Zoroark
really going to see
kehitan.
or that are going to make the biggest
Udah
impact?
dipukul si Fudet.
I think Heatran is one that we've kind of.
Oh Zoroark ini ya Hisui ya.
Iya Hisui.
Because it's done so well in previous formats where it has been available. It's such a strong Pokemon, very unique typing, that fire and steel typing with the flash fire ability that gives it an immunity to fire type attacks. I don't really need to worry about those attacks at all. I think a very strong Pokemon, and it'll be interesting to see the choice of Terra type that players will go to with that Pokemon. I think Landorus Theory as
ngelek-ngelek
well
tuh di
is
sana
a
ya,
very
bukan di
strong
kita
pick
kan?
coming into this tournament because I think
Dari itu
in previous
patah-patah tuh
formats where
interact
it
kita
has
atau
been
mereka?
available, it's always had that weakness to ice type, water type attacks, but with terrestrialization you think this is what we've been waiting for if you are Landorus, you know, because I think you can automatically go for what a
biasa,
lot of players
Pokemon-
have been
Pokemon
opting for,
Fire,
the popular
Flash Fire,
Terra type. You've mentioned
Terastal
how
menjadi
popular Water
Grass.
as a terrestrialization type is, and I think Landorus really appreciates that. It takes away a lot of its weaknesses.
Iya ya ya Terastal Grace
Has
anjir.
some big hitting
Fucker.
attacks as well that can really cut through teams and kind of stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, terrestrialization has been a game changer in more ways than one, and I'm glad you mentioned the Heatran because again, you know, having something like a Terra Grass on there, I think the nice thing is the synergy with the ability with Flash Fire. Again, you know, being hit with a Fire type move, not going to happen. Yes, you're a Grass type, you don't have to worry about it. And those kinds of new techs are things that I think the top trainers
Apa namanya?
very
Lu
early on and started to build around.
Mau lu udah ada fitur-fitur baru yang diuntungkan Pokemon lama yang udah jago.
Iya.
Kayak Heatran aja.
Formidable since its introduction into
Tapi sih itu
Shield.
gimana
We haven't
Armarok
really seen
udah
in
nggak ada
the
ya
season
sekarang.
so far, and
Udah,
now
jadi di
it's
Armarok udah nggak
accessible
ada.
to our players.
Udah nggak ada.
Kalah damage itu lah sama Dark-Darkan kan.
Oh, iya.
Udah hilang duluan itu sama Ciutik lu.
seen too much of this season.
Sembur.
Yes, and it does
That-
not have its priority move Grassy Glide anymore that it used to be able to go for if grassy terrain was in effect. Doesn't have that anymore, hasn't brought it with us into Regulation D, but it does still have a lot of potential with things like Fake Out, obviously being able to hit really hard with something like a Wood Hammer in the terrain as well, giving it that boost, and throw on a Grass Terra type for good measure as well.
Yeah.
That's going to be devastating, particularly into a little Pokemon like
Siapa?
Gastrodon.
Its coverage as well is very strong. You know, it gets access to things
Really
like
like
knockoff, so it's got dark
Oh, yeah.
coverage, and being able to remove opponents' items is huge.
Ini acara lama amat.
There's a lot of reliance
Begini
on
Pokemon
Pokemon
persiapannya
with their
emang
item
panjang.
choices. It's a really big aspect of team building.
Ini sampai malam loh.
It could be a little bit
Sampai
Live
malam dia
stream ya?
BTW sampai malam.
Sampai jam 8 kayaknya.
Kita paling nanti beberapa ronde
potential
aja.
threats, so really good
Lapar nggak
Pokemon
lu?
choice as well, and of course Urshifu. I picked in my choices the single strike over the rapid strike. Now I know
Gua sih
rapid
udah
strike has been
I
very
had Rapid
popular,
Strike.
and I do think it's a very strong Pokemon. Don't get me wrong, but I just feel like the single strike has a lot of potential that hasn't really been tapped into yet. If players are opting for maybe very good solid speed control.
Kapan live PRUL ini end?
Voice band, Doctor, it is gonna be
Mungkin
doing
kita nonton 2 game kali ya maksimal ya.
Iya, 2 game.
Mungkin 2 game.
There's not very many things
Nanti
that
lihat aja
are
lah.
safe switching to that in this format.
That's true, particularly if you've got like a Chi and Pow next to you on the field as well, lowering
Qian
the defenses
Pao.
with that sort of ruin ability. That's going to be an unstoppable.
The single strike has a lot of
Urshifu, and I think if you
potential.
have that dark type that can come
Udah nggak ada
out-
potensial lagi. Urshifu memang sudah jago.
Sudah terlihat
catch plays off guard.
potensinya.
It could be a little bit of a risky strategy.
Sudah
of course,
menjadi
going
kinetic.
Crystallize, or go for something
Big
that
load.
obviously is a status move that is not going to be hit by
Animasi,
Sucker Punch.
keren.
So there's a little bit of flexibility around it, but I still think that can be a very commanding turn one if you come out with those 2 heavy physical attackers. Don't get intimidated. I mean, it doesn't matter with Wicked Blow anyway because it's critical hit anyway, and you can just deal some destructive damage.
Yeah, it's a very scary prospect. I think you've just got to get around things like Fluttermane with, you know, Amoonga support or redirection support, because I think Fluttermane
Oh,
does
yeah.
still pose a huge threat to these Pokemon in particular, especially with that redirection.
Tapi Among Us
Because of its
kecil ya
just
tadi ya.
ability to outspeed most things in the format. It is going to be able to do some big
Udah mulai berat dia
damage.
disembur-sembur
You know,
sama
we've seen
Ciu kan.
previously Fluttermane players kind of rely on it with the
Pas
item
flying
choice
lagi
and
pada
choice
jago.
specs, so doing even more damage. So things like
Ah,
Urshifu, I'm really going to want to sit in front of it if it is throwing out Dazzling Gleam. So I think you've got to get around that issue first, and with how
Dazzling Gleam.
popular it is from the usage stats, I think that's something that a lot of players will have to have very, very solid answers for coming into this tournament.
Well, Dazzling Gleams and a dazzling arena as well that we've got here. To give you guys a little bit of a taste at home, let's take a look at how this fantastically beautiful event hall is looking. There is the iconic Pikachu soaring above us
Iconic.
all, keeping an eye on everything, and all of our players.
Selalu ada ya di sebuah
Participants
Pokemon World.
are all here just enjoying and soaking up this atmosphere. I mean, after that opening
Tapu
ceremony,
Koko,
I have no idea how you're
Drag-
able to relax at this point. It was so intense, so invigorating. I think everyone's excited at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it
Lihat
does
Pokemon
really
lucu-lucu
shine
sebenarnya
in
kayak
the tournament,
Tapu
and
Koko
the
aja.
aesthetics of the arena here are just
Gorgeous.
incredible, and it really does just meet the expectations of
Ini apa
what
nih?
a world championship
Kadang tuh
should
suka ada
look
side
like.
event
Very
itu
exciting.
sebenarnya.
Obviously, we are getting ready for
Yang
that.
ini kan
Players
nggak ada ya
getting
Yokohama
set
Open.
up to go into their
nggak
first
ada?
rounds here, but the big Pikachu, the iconic
Cancel
big
waktu itu akhirnya
Pikachu
nggak
of the World
tahu.
Championships is here and representing. So yeah, it looks amazing, Lou.
Yeah, and other than just hearing, obviously, Lee and myself talk about Gastrodon, a few other things happening this weekend. Hopefully you
Okay.
can catch a little bit of the atmosphere that we hear around us right now as
Ayo,
well.
mulai nggak nih?
We've got, you know, Pokemon.
Alright, let's go.
Pokemon
First
Go,
round.
Pokemon Unite, all happening this weekend as well. And there's a lot of cheering and energy buzzing around this hall as well.
Yeah, and that I think that's what just adds to the electric atmosphere that we've got at this event. You know, the players are obviously what it's all about this weekend, but it's the spectators as well that are sitting watching, and obviously everyone
Spectator
at home as well
yang
that just
dapat
adds
tiket.
to that. And really celebrating that makes it
Spektator yang tidak dapat tiket tidak bisa masuk, nonton di luar saja. Padahal mah gede-gede aja ya tempatnya ya.
We don't get to
Tempatnya
feature
sebenarnya
them
masih
until
nggak-
Championship
masih
Sunday,
nggak
where you meet your finalists for
Biasa
both
aja
divisions
sebenarnya.
as well. But
Mereka
they'll
aja lebay ya, anjir.
one to try and get into that day 2 spot. And it's, I think, one of the most wholesome parts of Pokemon is when you see those younger generations not only enjoying a game that they love with characters that they love, but also seeing that competitive aspect as well and being able to turn it into something a little bit more. And who knows what champions will be born.
Yeah, and we've already touched upon it a little bit with players leveling up as well. This is when you're looking at these divisions, this is the start of their journey. Then that's, I think, what the most magical thing about it is their beginnings and where they're going to end up. Are they going to continue and level up and kind of you know, if they do well in the juniors division, seniors.
Ya semua udah pada mulai main anjir. TCG udah mulai, Go udah mulai.
Time when they do get to that age bracket.
VG doang aja telat, kocak. Min. Oh iya ya gitu kali ya. Crash start, ininya crash start. Aduh, United udah mulai juga jangan.
Plakim semua judge.
Championships and then coming through into seniors and then coming up through into masters. I think it's just amazing to be able to see those journeys that players have gone on.
Udah mulai juga United.
Of their own, as it were, coming through to that masters division.
Yeah, and I mean players like Brendan Zhang as well.
Udah mulai aja.
You've seen him, you know, come up from. I mean, when I was playing. You know,
Grup
seeing him become a
tahu
world
siapa?
champion and then
Jepang lawan Amerika.
one of our featured players here to watch this weekend in the Masters division, a very strong player. Obviously, we all know his brother, but he's going to be out there this weekend playing, and it's really nice to kind of see his journey from kind of start.
Makin jauh kas kursinya aja.
Finished yet, is it? So we'll see what happens this weekend.
Well, it's all about to begin here at the Pokemon World Championships. It's that community aspect as well that's lovely. These players just waiting to get ready.
Wah, itu reaction orang nonton lah Go United.
Their team building friends as well. A lot of these players in day 2 have friends and team building partners competing in day 1. So they're going to be there ready, rooting for them, giving them that support and the encouragement. Making sure they're staying hydrated throughout the event. Something that's always important to say is very, very hot here in Yokohama, Japan. So it's making sure that you're staying hydrated and giving yourself all the energy you need.
Yeah, taking care of yourself, a little bit of self-care didn't hurt anyone, and I think that's a big thing going into this weekend. But like you mentioned, with the kind of core team building groups that will be supporting their fellow team members this weekend, coming into day 1, of course, and then they might all be coming together for day 2 as well. So it's going to be exciting to see which kind of core team building groups do well as the individuals along the way.
Exactly, and you know, the players are just starting to get themselves ready, getting themselves warmed up, but we have got a video for you. So we're going to take a really quick break while we get set up for round 1. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Trainers. We were back in Columbus, Ohio for the 2023 North America International
Mungkin
Championship.
ngomong-ngomong mereka belum mulai sih anjir kita udah ngomong
This was
panjang
the
banget.
last event before the World Championships and everything is online. World
Sensor baju
invites,
apaan ya?
D2 World invites, and of course the glory of that International Championships titles. And trainers were ready for the challenge. Championship Sunday delivered with fantastic finals in all divisions. In the junior finals, we had a heated matchup with Eruption Torkoal and Trick Room Oranguru, piloted by Avery V, who took down Takumi M. In the senior finals, O&M won the championship title over Justin M. In Masters, one player who brought the reign was Raghav Malavia. He struggled with the top 8 bracket was and was poised to take Palathin to the top. On the other end of the bracket, we had Alex Gomez. Dondozo's friendship with Tatsugiri was over, and Alex was instead running with new dragon friend, Dragon. With NA taking the last 2 international championship titles, this was the time to end the streak. The friendship buff with Dragapult was strong, putting in the work in Game 1 with its Ghost Terastallization and powerful Terra Blast. In the second game, its strong Phantom Force set the pace.
Wow, gede banget ya.
Best efforts, Iron Hands and Arcanine couldn't step up. Alex Gomez took the victory 2-0 to finish off a flawless top 8 run and claim the title and trophy for
seru sih kalau misalkan
the World Championships are
baru
just
sih, metanya
around the
baru berarti
corner.
seru sih.
In a new season,
Bakal ada yang aneh-aneh pasti.
make sure you're ready and check out Pokemon.com
Ayo.
/compete.
Mulai. Video apa lagi nih? Iklan.
Saatnya kita beli makan.
Gue tidur.
Turu brutal. Pokemon Sleep. Bisa. Collect the gear. Trade together.
Dragon udah kalah. Dragon.
Watch together.
Berbahagia sekali aku menang Pokemon. Ayo 76, 5, 4, 3.
Pokemon together.
Ayo mulai.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers.
Apakah nyasar lagi kayak Jepang? Ayo nyasar ke Jepang yuk, nyasar ke streamer lain.
Yeah, and we are just getting ready, just getting our players set up to get into round 1 here And
We are just getting ready, bros.
all the action very
Belum, bros.
of the World Championships.
Just
We
getting
have
ready.
Yang lain udah pada beres, anjir.
a cracking match for us to kick
Go
off.
United TCQ udah pada mulai.
We certainly have. We'll be able to talk
Gua tadi
about
udah
it
beres.
very shortly, but I think
Gua udah
round
beres.
one for me, Lee, sets
Yeah.
the tone.
Oh yeah.
It definitely sets
Wow.
how the event is going to go.
TCQ lagi asik
Players are
ngadu
gonna be
kartu
interesting
mereka.
and really trying to, stick their
Tinggal
claims straight
VGC.
away out of the
Men nggak
box
bisa
for this World
bisa
Championship.
connect
Yeah,
Min.
get the nerves out the way because I
Min.
think regardless of what you've accomplished in the past, or what you've done, I think there's always going to be that little niggle about some nerves coming into the first game. And once you kind of got through the first little bit of the match, you push them away and you're ready, like you said, to put your stamp on the tournament and kind of progress into the tournament and really show the world what you can do.
And I always like to see, how the team building has gone. We've talked a little bit about some of the really standard choices that we might see. There's always the iconic fire, water, grass core.
Yeah.
And I think with terrestrialization, that core's been kind of broken wide open because you don't need to actually be, a water type Pokemon because you can turn into one or a grass type Pokemon. So you have so much
Tadi dia istirahat dulu tuh kayak
flexibility about how
ngelis
you
dulu nih,
can
bacot apa
manipulate
lagi ya kalau belum mulai ya.
grass.
Ngebacot ini. Mereka tadi ngebacot Gastrodon aja gak penting banget.
And making sure that you have that core that gives you that flexibility to pivot Pokemon in, catch those big attacks with something that's going to resist it rather than take super effective damage, I think is really critical.
I think that's the beauty about terrestrialization as a mechanic in general. I think the ability to kind of pick maybe your strongest Pokemon, or the Pokemon that you feel can
Sekarang
do
bahasa
the job
Terastal
for you,
dulu.
but kind of
Terastal tuh
ignore
bagus, Am.
a little bit of
Soalnya bisa
control,
naikin damage,
kind of
atau
the types of
efektif.
Bisa
things
membuat
within
hit
your
run
team.
jadi grass
You can
type.
adapt that within your team building. You can turn
Kalau
from
dibakar
like
flash
water
fire.
style, and then you can use coverage there. You can even go as far as to say, well, if I need a water type move, I can always maybe make room for Terra Blast, which can be utilized as well on top of that. To
As
give
well
you
on
the
top
coverage
of
that
that.
you need for that core on an offensive
You
and
wanna
a
go as
defensive
far
kind
as
of
say,
level.
well, if I
Well,
need
we said
water
round one
move.
sets the tone, and we have got an epic match for you. It is a showdown against
Oh, udah mulai nih.
previous
Yes.
world champions.
Previous world champion.
versus Naoto
Wolf
Mizuki.
Glick.
Siapa?
Incredible way for us to
Amazing.
kick off because we've got the 2013
Oh, Arash. Siapa Arash?
Marty going up against
Naruto
Naruto, who
Mitsubishi.
is the 2019 world champion.
Wow, let's freaking go my bros.
Each other for our first match.
Iya,
together. We've
juga
got
world
some
champion juga.
Great matches.
Anjir, langsung
It's
ketemu,
the
bro.
Round one key matches to keep an eye out.
Gila bro, Dewan
Yes,
langsung.
some brilliant players.
Ini langsung
Dua
kayak,
world champion
itu mereka
diadu.
tuh kayak langsung,
I am
ya
so
elah.
We need to see these two world champions.
Ketemu yang biasa dikit apa bro gitu.
Santai dulu dong pagi-pagi nih.
Tahu deh pagi-pagi Dewan langsung begitu lawannya.
Two world champion title. Naoto as well, winning in 2019, was knocked off that spot by Eduardo
Yes, okay,
Cunha
close
last
the game
year,
lawan
so
Aston
wants to get that
Fox.
redemption and come back and win that title
House.
for the second time.
Yeah, especially because it's in his home country as well. He's not had the travel like a lot of the other players. But
Carson
there's a
confirm
real
Gary
importance
Kian.
for him to
Gary
kind
Kian,
of take
Gary
his title
Kian.
back if he can, and obviously showing before what a very accomplished player he is.
Please dong bawa
To
itu dong,
come in
bawa
and take it for his
Among
region.
Us.
Exactly, and again,
Arash
players
mati,
like
bawa Among Us.
Ashton
Iya.
really innovative.
Ngeslipin
team
semuanya.
building. Someone to keep your eye on as well. I really
Ayo,
want to
kamu
know
tidur,
how
kamu tidur.
to be able to
Semua
perform
tidur.
later on as well and see what interesting Pokemon
Dulu kan
developments
menangnya
he's
pas
got.
trial
He's coming
itu
into
kan.
a new format that's
Dia masih sleep
incredibly
musuhnya,
fresh
cuman dia udah
without
pindah
having that
sekolah
meta
lagi.
development. The
Masih
Pokemon
dia
trainers
bangun
who were able to
langsung
tidur.
develop in niche Pokemon might be able to excel picking into
Lucu banget.
Yeah, in particular.
Skor memang keren.
In this round
Mongoose
one, a
memang
really tough
keren.
opponent,
Hebat.
but a great match as well to kind of keep an eye on and see the result of
Great
that one.
match
But,
as well.
You know, I think looking at the players here, you've got Colin from the North America region and going up against Nils.
Iya, anak gede semua itu.
There's an
Itu
array
Gebebo aja
of
langsung
already
Aston Fox.
battling it out for their own region.
Lah gue dukung Gebebo lah. Tim Ren lu keren soalnya bro.
Continue as you get deeper into the
Ayo
tournament
please.
this
Tapi
weekend.
nggak tahu Aston
Exactly, and
Fox
something
ini
we haven't
kalau
talked about
aneh-aneh
yet is the fact that this is the first World Championships for video game with open team sheets.
Yes.
And that's
Oh,
been a
iya,
whole
open team
new
sheet.
phenomenon
bikin
that
konten
players have had
langsung
to adapt
bego.
with since January of this season.
Ngebut.
For the first time ever. It's normally been that closed thing where you've got your teams and you want to keep them secret and you want to not reveal too much information, but it's all out there for your opponents to have. You're able to see the moves, the abilities, the items, and I think that's a really interesting type of a way to approach the game.
Yeah, I think, the one thing when you had closed team sheets was that always that first game put a little bit extra pressure on you as a player because you had that
Closed team sheet
information
kaget.
gathering process. You kind of had to find
open
out
team
what
sheet
your
tinggal
opponent
baca aja
was
gitu.
using, what the items were if you could, and try
Jadi
to
open
be
kan sekarang?
conservative.
Open.
Like you say now, with open team sheets, you've got access to all of this information. And
ya jadinya nggak ada surprise sih, yang menang emang beneran yang
figure out
emang
your game plans and think about what combination of Pokemon are going to better suit going up against your opponent. So makes it a lot easier, but again, your opponent's got the same access to all of that information as well. So it does make it a little bit more difficult to kind of approach, you know, when you haven't got those surprise factors that you maybe once had to rely on. That's why I think we see a lot more consistently built teams, solid Pokemon choices, rather than those kind of outlandish picks that could be real surprises and catch your opponent off. You don't get that in this format anymore with the open team sheets.
And the Terra types, I think, are a really important thing to notice on a team sheet as well, particularally with Pokemon like Chi and Pao, is that they're often running that Ghost Terra type, so they can avoid the fake.
Jam berapa mulai? Ini udah mau mulai.
Ini, dari tadi kita lagi setting.
Harusnya tuh udah mulai, cuman mereka kayaknya rada delay gitu deh.
Dari tadi
thank
sih
you ya Sunshine
setup terus. Thank you Sunshine sudah mampir.
Ya, kita nontonnya yang VGC ya betul ya. Video game championship.
Kalau yang lain udah pada mulai, itu udah pada beres malah ronde 1.
Ya, tadi Go udah mulai, udah selesai. Unite juga tadi udah ronde 1 kayaknya masih ongoing deh.
TCG juga ongoing.
TCG mah lama pasti.
TCG sibuk ngadu kartu.
Exactly.
Saling
you can't really go to the crystallization because I think a lot of the time you want to try and preserve it to as late into the game as possible.
Itu cepat sebenarnya, cuman settingnya lama.
That it would have. I mean, like you say, there are
Semua
situations
perkara
where you
bug
need to catch out a fake out where if you've got that ghost crystallization, you can go for it. But then that's where the mind games come into it. And I think in a lot of
sedih banget ya, lu bayangin sepanik apa sekarang anjir kan lagi ngurusin kalau misalnya beneran lagi ada bug kan.
Probably don't go for the fake out.
Aduh, kemarin malam bisa kok.
You can take advantage of that.
Parah ini.
I don't even need to go for safer play here. I think go out on the offensive and kind of take an early advantage there. But like I say, it's the mind games and which player can kind of overcome those mind games and take advantage of those situations is the one that's going to progress on more likely in the match.
And particularly in a best of 3 format, because it's not only one game you've got to contend with, you've got to win a best of 3 sets. So sometimes the way that you play out maybe one game will then completely adapt into game 2. Your opponent will be able to adjust because something we talked about in previous events as well is that it's not just the Pokemon you play against, it's the player. So it's making sure that as well you're really thinking, does this player like Hyper Offense? Are they a risk taker? And really analyzing not only how the Pokemon are playing, but how your opponent is actually navigating.
When is this thing supposed to actually start? Where are the match?
To play it, they're playing it in a slightly different way, maybe taking a few more risks.
Can we start?
Really well, rotating Pokemon in and out. Then that's something you have to adapt to as well and try and predict.
Komentar orang
And
Twitter
matches have been won or lost.
Dude, komentator harus ngisi ngisi banyak bro sebelum mulai. Guys, this is the call before the storm. Take it easy, it's just starting. Apakah mereka berdua akan mulai untuk nge-react Pokemon TikToks? Jadi komentar lucu-lucu aja.
Implement that as you going forward within the match to get the advantage and maybe kind of overcome some of the
sejam 23 menit ngomong
almost face on just looking at a team sheet that you might not otherwise face.
Bikin kombon
Yes,
aja
exactly. It's really about your placing.
Mingguel Pokemon Go Enjoyer.
Not everyone can
di belakang.
It may not seem
Kalau video game player,
average video game enjoyer.
you can necessarily do time. It's an
Komen
instinct that
doang.
you have. And sometimes picking up a team that, yes, someone else is able to pilot really, really well, doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be able to do the same kind of thing.
Chat, that's
So
how
it's really
VGC
about
streams
trying
go.
different things, seeing what works
They
for
can't
you,
cover every
taking
match.
Gastrodon because
This is
Gastrodon works for
insane.
everybody, universal Pokemon. And I think it's really important to make sure that, particularly coming into this tournament, when you have that debate of, are you going for what you think is the meta pick?
There's a lot to set up for a VG stream.
For me personally, is the
Banyak yang perlu set up buat
I think a
video
lot
game
as well
katanya.
this season, a lot of results
143 meja harus di set up, di-connect dan dicek.
Have shown that the comfort picks are more or less the Pokemon to always go with, you know, things that you're comfortable with. Pokemon that you
Woi, Mr. Beast KW mulai anjir.
how they interact in the battle in certain situations and how they can support your partnering Pokemon in a way.
Ini Mr. Beast KW sama Emma Watson KW nggak mulai katanya mulai anjir.
You want to get your out and you really want to overwhelm your opponent. And
Gatel gue, tapi sumpah gue juga gatel. Pengen ngeliat Pokemon yang dibawa sama mereka gitu buat regulasi day.
Karena kan timnya nggak dikasih tahu, nggak dilihatin. Kita penasaran.
Iya, padahal kan harusnya ngebahas timnya mereka dulu aja sekarang.
Iya ya, itu bisa ya. Berarti belum di-provide.
It relaxes you as a player.
Masih belum dikasih ke mereka.
And you're not kind of panicking about what to do. You know how
Belum dibikin di Canva kali. Cepat-cepat masuk Canva.
You just need to get in the right position, and especially if you're
Unit
got the
belakang
right
dulu.
switches as well around you with the synergy that you've
Unit,
got. I think it just makes you as a player just that
bawahnya
step
tuh video
better than you
gitu.
would have been without that
Video orang.
Video orang.
familiar. I can't even say it.
I can't say it now either.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, with things that are similar or familiar.
Yes,
There
familiar.
we go. I mean, that's where you see players use cores very consistently. For example, Alex Soto with that hard trick room team. And just sticking with that trick room mode, yes, when you come up against a hard trick room team, you will most likely have prepped against it. You will have a strategy because it is a very viable option out there on the grounds. But I think sticking with something that you really know inherently, you know exactly how to change things up, how to maybe have different leads and flexibility against different things. Showed why Alex Soto was
Kayaknya pada yang
successful
sedikit
with that
tadi.
hard trick room team. I believe he then did drop it. I wonder if he's picked it back up
Kayaknya
again
kalau ngeliat
for the
Yusuf
World
kan
Championships. But again, we see players, Wolf, for example, often running Perish Trap kind of teams. Using that Perish song and using a Pokemon with Shadow Tag to trap the opponent Pokemon in so that they are stuck listening to that Perish song.
Oh, bisa dibuka rumahnya tuh belakang.
Oh bener tuh, ada yang keluar masuk bro di situ. Di dalam ada apa berarti?
Barang-barang staff.
Very interesting podcast, I must say.
Yeah, I think Perish is a really interesting mechanic to use
Very
in
interesting
this format in
podcast.
particular. It is difficult to kind of execute because you've got a lot of ghost type Pokemon that aren't,
Match 1 will kick off at 9:45.
trap that you would
Yes,
normally
and
be
you
able
could
to set
Terra
up.
Ghost as well.
Yeah, and I think that makes it a
Kasihan
little bit
gua
more
sebenarnya.
difficult for our players, but I think
Soalnya dari
the open team
openingnya
sheets makes it a
sampai
little
ke
bit
match
easier
one-nya
with
emang
full Perish trap
tepat
players
banget.
because they're able to see the Pokemon that could be more
Tapi kan
problematic
tergantung
for that
persiapan per
particular
game juga sih,
strategy, and then
mungkin
go
kayak
to
gue
maybe
semuanya gampang
plan
persiapan.
B where you've got the Perish trap back in reserve.
Udah beres, Judi.
Get rid of the big threats and
Udah.
you
Gitu.
can adapt your play
1-0
very kind of.
udah.
There's a lot of
Berarti emang
transition.
streamnya yang ngaco.
The ones that we've seen this season. I love that you've mentioned that because it would be a really good. I think there's a
Kocak.
particular call that we have seen.
Mana
play a
Wolfie,
little bit in the
Wolfie?
format
Berarti
so
bracketnya
far,
udah ke-update tuh.
featuring Glamora as well, a Pokemon that we've
Yes.
seen earlier on in the
Kan
season.
nyambung ke
That
sini.
we could
Oh,
maybe
nyambung
see
sih.
come into this format this weekend and do well. Dondozo, another Pokemon as well in that particular build that we could see kind of have a bit of a
belum nih.
splash this weekend.
And I'm glad you mentioned Splash.
Gua sambil nunggu lah, gua mau cari-cari result.
And I think Weather's been, a key
Editornya nggak nampilin battle-nya gitu. Iya, jadi kayaknya streamingnya rada error di bagian gamenya kali.
Jadi yang nggak di stream itu udah pada mulai main kayaknya. Al.
Iya, jadi kan mainnya kan banyak yang ada yang di stream atau enggak kan. Yang enggak tuh udah pada main, udah kelar bahkan. Udah ada yang menang gitu. Ronde pertama.
I think it's been really, really interesting to see.
It's weird, right? Because throughout the season we've seen success from Pelipper
Yeah.
with Gavin Michaels.
Kaliper.
Great
Gavin
success
Michaels.
with it throughout the season, and other
And
players as
Palafin.
well. Palafin. And then we've
Iya,
also
Palafin.
just recently seen Joseph
Kayak nggak, tapi
pilot
nggak rame.
the Torkoal and the Sun side of things. So both of the respected weathers have really had big impacts throughout the season. And I'm pleased you mentioned Rain in particular because I think Pelipper would have been one of the Pokemon that I would have picked on my caster predictions in particular. If I had another slot available, I do think it can have a really good impact this weekend because of the ability to just bring the Rain to the field and then set up things like Basculegion as well. Which
Itu yang cewek kayak ibu gua.
once it gets into that environment that it loves with the switch
Oh iya.
ability.
Jadi ibu lu kayak Emma Watson Al. Tadi lu bilang Emma Watson KW.
That it's got, and the really unique typing of Ghost and Water as well, which we
Yes.
have
Whoa.
incredible Pokemon. So a very big threat coming into this weekend, of course. But I think the one thing that you can look at as well on the other side of it for the Sun teams, you now have the Landorus. Sorry, not the Landorus. You have the Genie Pokemon with
Yes.
Pranks. That you have Tornadus and Thunderous that do get access to Sunny Day. That players have been relying on to kind of, not only activate the photosynthesis ability on those Paradox Pokemon, but also disrupt opposing, strategies from opponents.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's why Tornadus is
Judi dia nyiapin anjir kalau kalah dia pakai tweet yang ini, kalau menang dia pakai tweet. Gue berharap ada orang yang nge-tweet ini anjir siapa ya, Victorinox kali ya?
Toilet ya.
And I'm glad you mentioned
Bracket, hasil gitu.
Sorry, the sun in general for photosynthesis for those paradox Pokemon that are going to be able to benefit from it, because being able to get the special attack boost or a speed boost from that ability activation, I think can really swing momentum in a match, particularly on Pokemon like Fluttermane. We often see it running that booster energy in order to activate photosynthesis when it comes into the battle. But if you've got a Pokemon that can set it up for free with the sun, then that frees up Fluttermane to go for a different item, something like a Choice Specs maybe. We've seen a couple of times to deal out even more devastation.
Yeah,
pairingnya doang, resultnya belum kelihatan.
to think of. And you know the other thing as well is you have to look at these really kind of obscure odd picks of chlorophyll users as well that have success a lot in these Sun teams. You know, we had Joseph using the Jumpluff to great success. Not a very common pick, but really effective in his team building for that situation. You've got Hisui and Lilligant now that has a brand new, we've not really seen much of it at all.
KTV menang.
So speedy though.
Availability as well, and it's a very hard hit obviously with that fighting type that it's newly acquired. So there are some the kind of the fringes
Mantap,
maybe coming in this weekend with the right support, like you say, with that sunny.
When does this even start? What are they watching?
And going back to Trick Room teams, I think the new face of Ursaluna.
Gak bete kali orang-orang Amerika kan. Anjir gue udah begadang.
Iya, begadang ya dia ya. Di sana malam banget kali ya.
Masih jam 9 malam ya di sana ya.
You give yourself that burn, and then you go for something like Facade that deals more damage if you have a status affliction. It's absolutely crazy how much damage you do, particularly if you throw a Terra Normal on there as well for good measure.
I think the thing with Ursaluna as well as
jam 6 masih malam sih, masih malam.
Kind of partnering Pokemon, it's just finding that consistent level that core needs. I mean, we've seen the very first caster battle with Adam.
I came here for Pokemon, it's just been these goobers.
And it's such a strong Pokemon if it's in the right situation. So
kasian banget ini komentatornya loh bro. Harus ngomong terus menerus.
Are there any games today? LOL. Kocak.
Kind of frees you up in a Trick Room situation where you don't need to worry so much, because in a lot of situations you set the Trick Room up and Moongus just comes onto the field and ruins your day because it just spores you, or there's a number of other things that it can do. But with Ursaluna in that situation where it can come in and get burned and not have to worry about the sleep so much, and has access to things like Earthquake that are going to be powered up.
Ayo, menonton Aras Omati.
Very hard to kind of keep in control.
What is happening, my boys?
I don't know if Joe meant to start a trend with that Ursaluna and the Weird Deer. You can't forget the Weird Deer on that team.
Yes.
You know, definitely the first moment or glimpse that we got of Regulation D was that fantastic team. So Ursaluna may have started and may end Regulation D at the World
Si GBB ngomel-ngomel juga anjir.
I think it's
ya, battle pertama gua di Twitter.
I think it's got the defensive capabilities, definitely the offensive capabilities to really.
Enggak, ini yang dulu. Ini adalah dia yang pernah lolos World. Streaming Guno, Kano Sega Arumitai. Ada chance dia di stream.
Oh, jadi kayaknya 2 match di stream ya.
Kita nggak setup satu aja lah. Aston Cox ada misu-misu nggak Aston Cox?
Mbak sama Masnya bingung disuruh ngulur waktu, iyalah. Iya lo bayangin sejam lebih kali, udah sejam lebih disuruh ngulur waktu ngomong terus. Dikasih break cuma berapa menit coba tadi? 3 menit. Jadi kita mengerti lah, silakan.
Aston Cox juga misu-misu. Bro, round 1 tuh. Orang-orang yang ketemu sama orang jago pada bisu-bisu aja di Twitter, kocak. Ya elah, ketemunya ginian gitu kan.
Well, the anticipation has been building and our players are seated at the stage. So let's head over.
All right, let's go, my brothers.
Round 1. Don't forget, this is a showdown between 2 previous.
Udah mulai Aras Omati. Ayo Aras Omati.
Yeah, and incredibly exciting.
Alright, teman-teman, mulai nih.
Ya Aras Omati nggak punya Twitter aja.
Ada kok. Min VGC.
Oh iya Aras doang.
You know, which one comes out on top? Who's the better world champion, Lou?
Oh dia nggak nge-tweet.
Dari kemarin nggak nge-tweet.
Santai.
Wow, former world champion Aras Omati dengan Among-Us-nya. Keren dia sekarang.
Santai aja dia.
You can see Arash on your screen right now, looking calm, cool, and collected, and focused.
Urusan anjir Arash.
We can talk you through.
Ayo waktu dia menang lu gendut.
running a
Keren.
very interesting
Gokil,
team with
gokil.
Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Urshifu,
Tuh
Rapid
kan?
Strike.
Kalau Pokemon tuh gaya itu keren gitu loh, biasa aja.
Iya biasa aja.
Yeah,
Anjir,
very
berotot
strong
banget, bro.
core.
Gila lu.
Team, you've got the Fluttermane there.
Dia nge-gym bukan nge-gym Pokemon, nge-gym beneran.
Iya ngejem beneran deh.
Take
Ayo Aras, ayo.
Mon Aras
Aras
lawan Naoto Mizobuchi.
Ya, Mizobuchi Naoto.
Interestingly enough, going
Kalau ini sport Jepang banget. Anjir kering banget anjir tangannya, kasihan gua. Bro.
Bro. The Iron Hands as well, the most supportive role that plays and can perform a
Mizobuchi
bit
Naoto.
well in different tricky speed control situations.
Kita lihat
for
nih
you.
timnya
Shenpao
apa ya?
as well, another Pokemon
Shenpao.
is gonna have that
Chenpao.
Kita mendukung berdasarkan timnya.
big physical
Kita lihat karena sama-sama pemain jago nih.
side of the field and
Kita lihat ya.
Kita lihat tim mana yang lebih.
Kita lihat tim mana yang lebih
baik.
jago, gengs.
Ingat ya ini regulasi D, di mana kita bisa menggunakan Urshifu, Hitran, Landorus dan kawan-kawan.
I want to talk first of all about the Urshifu. Urshifu, one of the
Oh, ada
Pokemon I really
Urshifu.
kind of picked coming into this tournament. One of the things it's got now that it didn't have access to.
Ada Urshifu.
Ada.
It already hits really hard.
Ayo.
Strikes getting those guaranteed 3 critical hits, but having a Swords Dance on there as well gives it that extra
Swords Dance?
attack boost as well. It can really deal out a
Ada yang
minimal
bawa Swords
amount of
Dance
pressure.
Urshifu-nya.
So it's going to
Urshifu
be
bisa
interesting
Swords
to see if
Tahu
that's going to
juga.
come into play in this match.
especially when it's supported with the Amoonguss as well to
Charmander
potentially give it
sudah
room or even the
last
Iron Hands
reaction.
with that fake.
Nah,
Oh bawa Mungus.
anjir, itu cuma bedanya cuma yang satu bawa Ciu, yang satu bawa Chenpao anjir. Sisanya sama semua, Bro.
Big.
Anjir lah.
Nyoto's team as
Apa mereka
well,
takut
on the
aneh-aneh
side
ya?
of the field going up against
Karena
Arash,
metanya baru ya.
and he will be
Kayaknya
running
belum
Iron
takut
Hands,
eksperimen,
Fluttermane,
apa belum bisa
Urshifu,
eksperimen
the
banyak.
Rapid
Tapi nggak
Strike
tahu juga
version,
sih.
Landorus Therian form,
Oke, gue dukung Amogus.
Yeah,
Dia dulunya bawa Amoonguss.
across the team.
Oh,
Gua
iya.
dukung Landorus kalau gitu.
But I think the really interesting
Ayo Landorus!
is that
Sama-sama
additional
bawa Landorus, kan?
You've got
Iya.
Qianpao on Arash's side that you will use its sword through an ability to drop the defenses of the Pokemon on the field. Whereas on their
Potential
side,
mirror.
you're using the beating move.
Iyalah, itu timnya beda cuma satu doang anjir.
Pokemon
Oh.
like the Fluttermane
Baca dulu,
really
bedanya
want
apa
to
nih
take
Landorus
advantage
di
of that.
semua?
The
Oh, dia
Fluttermane as
choice
well
card.
rocking those choice specs.
Teradia oh flying.
Come on, man.
Powerful move.
Ayo.
Shadow Ball here. Lots of nice tight coverage there as well.
Yeah,
Apa nih?
Oh,
I
itu.
think interesting. The big thing going
Apa
into
dia
this
buat
match,
Ciu?
which Fluttermane
Siapa
is
yang bawa ini safety goggles?
really big.
Siapa yang Teragres?
The other, because then you've got the ability to throw out a
Nih Al, jadi ini belum mulai tuh karena mereka tuh baca tim masing-masing. Misalkan punya gua Pokemonnya ada Pikachu, ada Charizard. Dia juga misalnya ada Pikachu, Charizard sama ada Venusaur. Tukeran kertas tim. Nanti mereka baca dulu timnya siapa aja punya musuh.
Yang dikasih kan emang yang punya musuh kan?
Iya.
Jadi yang kita pegang,
Kita pegang emang dipegang terus tim
with
musuhnya.
Shenpao on Rash's side of the field. He's got a lot of big physical threats as well. Very similar Pokemon.
Amoonguss gue bisa ngapain ya?
Got the Iron
Gue bisa
Hands,
satu
the
lihat spawner langsung sport.
Stance going with the close combat Aquajet and the Surging Strike here with
More
that
classic.
tech. More classic
Lot of
set,
big
not having
physical
ability,
threats.
But then at the same time, you don't need to worry about taking a turn to set up if you need to.
Terus
you
kayak
can
langsung
just
si
go all
Mizobuchi,
out.
bodo amat lah gue langsung
Pokemon and a lot of
Ciu Fluttermane aja lah.
about kind of coming out the
Branded
front
langsung
and
pakai
taking
itu.
Dazzling
Jawab.
Gleam, Hitwave, Dazzling Gleam, Hitwave, Dazzling Gleam,
early
Hitwave.
stages of the game if you can.
Another interesting observation is the Landorus. Landorus has, I think, quite happily got access to Stomping Tantrum now as well.
the
Previously,
Stomping
it had to go
Tantrum.
for something like the Earthquake as its kind of ground same type attack.
Jadi bisa single target
Has
ya?
that
Iya,
single
single
target
target.
Stomping Tantrum, and both our players adopted to put
Yep.
that on, as opposed to having that coverage move Earthquake hitting, one of your partner Pokemon. There aren't a lot of Pokemon there that are going to want to take that on the trainer's side, so it's really nice synergy now having that Stomping Tantrum instead.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is a really big kind of coverage attack to have there. And it's
Let's
gonna
go.
be played
Let's go.
now to take advantage of something that Arash is going to have to be very careful around going into this.
Alright.
Mulai guys.
First match.
Iron Hands.
Nah, Mungus langsung dari awal.
Siapa Iron Hands? Bawa siapa nih? Ciu ya? Kalang, Cok. Fluttermane gede banget.
Iya, Iwi,
Fantastic
Ciu.
Oh, iya,
now
Ciu.
the blocks here. That Amoonguss
Iron Hands Ciu, Amoonguss Fluttermane.
potentially go for some
Mah.
reaction and allow that Fluttermane to get out
Dulu lagi sih itu. Iron
Ya tapi kan nggak bisa kasih Fluttermane kan. Jadi Fluttermane lagi bebas nih, kecuali
No, not at all. And I think the Iron Hands here does put a little bit of pressure on at least
protect
Amoonguss
lagi.
this turn.
Fluttermane kan tahan tuh diserang sama Ciu juga.
Langsung spor lah.
Buset dah.
The Ciu does have access to the
Nggak, masalahnya sih itu juga nggak tahan-tahan amat, Ciu.
Ciu,
So that's
tapi-
something that the Amoonguss does not really want to
Normal.
have to deal with. So Rush
Oh ditarik.
cabut.
Siapa? Amoonguss.
Yeah, the Chiyu gonna help out the
Jago Among Us.
Pokemon.
Nggak bisa di-spore dong.
I like this.
Wow,
Coming
defensive
in,
play sekali.
counter to something like a Flood
Oke lah,
Mane. And the
lumayan,
Chiyu just saying, hey, I'm weak to fairies here. I'm just gonna make sure
Jago
I'm
lu.
not taking any unnecessary damage. And it was the Dazzling Gleam going for that spread move.
Tapi tetap aja kena Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, gede juga ya.
Tetap gede. Tetap gede ya. Tidak bisa ditidurkan.
Yeah, not affected onto the Chiyu.
Berarti si Chiyu-nya safety goggles kayaknya.
Chiyu-nya nggak tahu. Kayaknya iya kali kalau dia ngalahin.
Big threat to the opposing Pokemon on the other side of the field because neither the Fluttermane on Arash's side or the Chiyu have access to that safety goggles.
Spore. Oh berarti nggak safety goggles.
Yang kanan nggak bisa di-spore, oke yang kiri sekarang.
From that spore threat that is on the field, and the same can be said with the Chiyu. The one
Dazzling Gleam lagi nggak akan terlalu sakit sih. Masalahnya si Chiyu kalau nyembur flamethrower mati.
Flamethrower mati ya situ ya?
Iya. Nggak tahu sih, mungkin dibikin tahan. Urshifu.
Nggak takut itu kan Urshifunya.
Kan Urshifu water kan, ya tahan-tahan dikit lah kalau itu. Kayak kalau
nggak takut di-spore.
Oh nggak tahu.
Woi,
Wave aja langsung.
tahan.
Tahan, pasti kalau itu
Amus
yakin
gila.
gua. Jago Arash. Si Muzo Buchinauto langsung, ya elah tahan.
Gua udah ngitung itu. Oh, dia kiranya dia mau ganti ya. Nice.
Enggak.
Kamu kira aku mau ganti? Tidak. Saya mau spore.
Tidak, bagaimana ini? Aku sudah tidur. Sekolah ya.
Kayaknya nanti finalnya bakalan sama juga.
Ya, iya pasti sekolah juga berarti.
Ini cuma match biasa doang soalnya. Paling biasa doang.
Polen Puff. Oh iya bener Sword Dance aja. Gila lu.
Ada, buset.
And
Gila
do
juga.
quickly because Arash can start to gain a little bit of momentum
Oh,
if you see.
jago ya sekarang
We
bisa
might just
Sword
go for
Dance.
the all-out attack into that Chiyu. It's a quick, easy decision to go into that slot.
Sword Dance naik attack dia guys.
Kamen Man. Pokemon.
Landorus.
Thanks to those safety goggles, we are going to see an adjustment. Naoto going over and try and lower your potential attack here, getting a
Percuma
drop
kan
and
saya
intimidate on
critical
Landorus.
terus.
Of course, critical hits from surging strikes are going to be able to
Minimal nggak?
bypass those.
Duanya
Oh, siapa sih
Switch
itu?
from Naoto here, switching out the
Asik.
Immunity as well,
Oh, bisa di ini.
bringing it back in,
Fake out.
bringing
Oh, di
in
fake
the
out.
Terus responder nggak bisa kan?
Sword stance is
Terus
gonna
nanti
happen in the
wow.
si itu
supported by
Terra
the-
Flying.
Iya juga.
Oh bener.
Colin Puff,
Keren.
yeah, they're
Naoto keren loh.
into that urge to be bringing its health right
Tapi
back.
Sasha aktif lagi ya?
That's a brilliant turn.
Oh, iya ya.
Arash here, not wanting to go for the spore either because he could get caught out with that. Landorus
Kalau
coming in
spore
on
lagi
the other
tapi
side of the
bisa
field
nggak?
does have the safety goggles, so it would be a bit of a waste of
Oh,
time.
Landorusnya safety
Opting to go for
goggle.
that pollen puff, get your health back, setting your Urshifu up
Berarti nggak bisa
in a
di-
really nice, strong position now. It obviously has been intimidating.
Spor lagi.
Plus one.
Tidur terus.
But does have to worry about that
Oh,
in the Iron Hands here and now also
Oh dia nggak bawa jurus fighting.
on the Landorus. It
Ah
does have to
iya,
be able to
nggak
go
bawa
for that
jurus fighting.
Wajat punya priority.
and really pose some big threats to both the Amoonguss and the
Itu
Urshifu
nggak bawa
on the
fighting
right
ya.
side of the field.
That's true, the flying type really
Kalau gua
detrimental to
jadi-
Arash's plans here. I mean, Urshifu,
kayaknya
it is
lagi
that
ada-
+1 and that's still going to hurt on the surging strikes, getting those cheeky critical
Ya,
Ya
hits
ada
as well.
Tetsuno Kaina kan
Apply
ada
a lot of
kan.
pressure to that opposing Landorus. Even if it does want to
Oh,
go for
iya.
something like a flying Terra, you can
Terra. Siapa Terra?
those water type
Landorus
Flying
flying.
time. Terra Blast.
trainers, and it's got its balloons flying
Wah,
type.
dead
Now
langsung
in a
sih.
really
Terra
good
Blast.
to maybe
Fake
start
out
Terima
dan
using
kasih.
itu
Terra
langsung
Blast.
bisa
Yeah, we are
oh,
just going to
detect
see a
dulu.
protect here from the Urshifu, not wanting to contend with that fake out or the threat from the Landorus this turn as we do see the fake out come out into that protect. Leaving the Amoonguss vulnerable though and not switching from Arash's side, and the Terra Blast coming out from the Landorus, and it is going
Mana?
to be into that
Terra Blast.
from
Amoonguss.
Nieto taking an early lead here
Mati dia.
and
Pergi dulu lah, Amoongussnya lah.
Arash's Amoonguss.
Yeah, able to get the knockout. It does give Arash the opportunity
Ya langsung di Thunder Punch lagi jangan-jangan sama.
for his fourth Pokemon from the back. Something like the Chien Pao is what we were talking about
Oh,
earlier.
nggak bosan,
Making
safety
sense,
goggles.
lowering the defense.
Oh, safety
will even
goggles.
give Urshifu even more power behind the punch. It is going to be that Chien Pao. The one thing you got to watch out for though is it also means
Chien
that
Pao.
the
Tidak, defense-nya turun semua.
Waduh.
Yeah, but the big thing here is that the Landers is going to be really subjected to super effective
Gila,
damage
kuat banget
from that
langsung.
Shen Pao. The icicle crash.
Tapi belum pakai Terra ya, si Aras belum pakai Terra ya.
Intimidate the Shen Pao, so going to be hitting very hard into that Pokemon. We know it's item, hasn't got a resist item to that super effective attack. It's just whether or not you can take advantage of this situation with the Urshifu. Maybe go for that terrestrialization, go into that Iron Hands and deal with that threat, because it is going to pose a threat to Shen Pao. You have got the focus dash here, but you've got to make sure that you are taking one Pokemon down at least this turn.
And you've got to watch out for the speeds as well. If that Landorus moves before the Urshifu, it's going to be able to get some good damage.
Aquajet.
Before
Surging Strikes, langsung saja lah, pukul saja lah.
Something like an Aquajet, try and get
Tarik
that
bro.
priority.
Terra mah masih bisa ya, masih berubah ya.
Wants to be preserved for later on. Maybe bring that Intimidate back into action.
Chiyu.
Against Rash later in the match, and the sleeping Chiyu joins the field.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine Neoto wants to keep that in
ditarik semua, bro.
for later in this game to bring in to reduce the attack again on the Shen Pao and the Urshifu. That is
Kadang-kadang obvious, tapi kadang-kadang kayak
Humungus going to re-enter the field. The Chiyu coming in.
Oh.
It is asleep still, so it's not going to be able to do anything this turn. But we are going to see the terrestrialization.
Shen Pao. Jadi
things on Arash's
Ghost.
field going for that Ghost. Terra typing
Tidak bisa
here,
ditonjok.
and both Pokemon have the chance to potentially pick up a knockout and even the score for Arash going into this turn.
Yeah, the double switch on Iota Sing means all action is happening on Arash's side. Not very effective damage to that Chiyu. Really nice switch.
Oh, lebih cepat soalnya ya si Shen Pao kayak dapat Landorus ya.
That Arash is forcing
Dia
Iota
tarik
to
dulu.
constantly make these switches, but look at the switches he is making, correctly predicting
Anjir,
what Arash
jadi
is
sakit dong.
and bringing Pokemon that resist them. The Rocky helmet as well on that Amoonguss.
Gila anjir, Naoto keren banget anjir.
Rocky helmet damage as well, going to be whittling away at that Urshifu. Look how much damage Amoonguss did by doing nothing.
There's an amazing switch there from Naoto to get in Mungus with the Rocky Helmet. You know, Urshifu doing more damage to itself in the process of that Rapid Strikes than doing to the Amoonguss that does resist that attack. The Amoonguss though in a position
Atau
now
kita Sword Dance lagi, guys.
susceptible to getting knocked out from an Icicle
Terus
Crash.
Chiyu bangun kan?
And obviously with that Chiyu
Bisa nggak sih?
asleep,
Kayaknya belum
it's
nyerang.
going to be primed to get taken down by the Urshifu. And now you're looking a bit slim for switching options if you are Naoto. Arash sitting in a good position if the Amoonguss switches out to the Landorus and the Icicle Crash comes into that slot, not really going to appreciate taking that. And again, the Iron Hands, although a little bit
Masalah kalah speed kayaknya.
still not really going to
Si
appreciate
timnya Naoto tuh kalah speed. Makanya kan nggak pada bawa speed control kan.
That's true. Amoonguss here just going for
jago.
protect, doesn't want to have to take any damage, but of course Unseen Fist on that Urshifu will be able to break through it if it is indeed targeting that slot. Instead it was the Icicle Crash from the Chi and Pao going into the protect, not going to be dealing any damage. Who was the Urshifu decided to target? Chiyu is going to be taking its turn of sleep here, just resting on the field here for Naoto.
Sword lagi, attack plus 3. Anjir, gede banget bro. Kali 3 berarti ya?
The Amoonguss was in a terrible position. Fantastic observation by Arash.
I love that play from Arash here, not going for the attack here, taking the chance, knowing that the Landorus is in the back, it will neutralize your attack back to neutral when it comes back in. Okay, I'm going to just go for a Soul Stance here. I'm not going to attack. He has got access to that Aquajet going into this next
biar aman dia nggak Aquajet si Chiyu ya.
Daripada nanti bangun. Safety Goggles gives you immunity from the Rage Powder, so you can just go for that knockout straight into the Chiyu this turn and go for that Icicle Crash into the Amoonguss as well. But we are seeing that Amoonguss leave the field for Naoto.
Yeah, that's the thing. Chiyu isn't able to terrestrialize at this point. Landorus has already taken that, so the Aquajet can go straight into it, gets a knockout, and now we're forcing Naoto to bring a Pokemon in from the back. We see the switch for that Iron Hands coming in, and Amoonguss wanting to use his regenerator ability to get a little bit of health back for the rest of this match. But the Ice Crash will connect onto that Iron Hands, takes a sizable chunk of damage.
Yeah, that's really key damage there onto the Iron Hands, because it probably puts it in range now, even after an Intimidate. On the Urshifu to take down that Iron Hands, which is a big threat to, especially the Urshifu right now with those big electric type attacks that it can threaten with. But +3 at the minute, sitting in a really strong position. The Amoonguss coming back onto the field, and also getting access to that regenerator ability that the Amoonguss has a little bit more health. But from an offensive aspect, it really isn't putting too much on the board other than small threat to that Shen Pao that it can go for. If you go for that, you're likely going to kind of put yourself in a position after this turn when the fake out's burnt potentially of getting put to sleep.
Gue bisa tanya Pro Market on Juken yang non-box mahal bet ya? Emang berapa?
You don't want to have to take any unnecessary chip at this point. And the Iron Hand sits in a pretty vulnerable position. It is going to be actually the fake out into the Urshifu, just making sure you're staying bold here as Chi and Pao's able to go for the Icicle Crash.
Udah Naoto. Sorry Naoto.
it goes down, and now we
Kayaknya
know
udahan
Landorus
deh.
is going to come in, but it's going to have to face the rock of this Urshifu. Yes, it's flinching, but at the end of the day, I still think the Chien Pao was able to make that turn successful for Arash.
Yeah, that was a huge.
Nah, inilah ada pelajaran kenapa kita harus pakai Landorus choice scarf.
Because not going for the just going saying, well,
Ya kan?
if you fake out my Urshifu, I'm
Dia
going to get the
speednya
attack
bener
off.
ngalahin
Biar kita benar semua.
If you don't fake out the Urshifu, I'm taking down your Iron Hand. So
Kayaknya bawa Among Us sama
solidify
Iron Hand
where he is, and
agak
it's
susah
made
deh.
it very difficult. And also to kind of come back here because, as you say, the +2 Urshifu at this point is in a position to take down that Iron Hands. It is going to outspeed it, and all the Shen Pao needs to do is go for that Icicle Crash into the Landorus, and it should pick up the knockout even. Well, maybe not -1. Maybe you need to double into that slot, but Arash got the Pokemon advantage going into these last few turns.
And that's the thing, the Chien Pao's so speedy, because we were talking a little bit about speed earlier. If the Landorus can outspeed the Urshifu, it's in a bit of a difficult situation. But then you've got the Chien Pao able to be very fast as well. Acrojet getting that priority. Crash, that would be a KO. And then it's a very
Di belakang masih ada Flutterman, nggak bisa.
Particularly when you don't have that fake out.
Terus tiba-tiba
Ghost type Chien Pao that you can't hit anyway with any of those
Iron
normal
Hands-nya.
type moves, and a very powerful, formidable Urshifu. We are going to see the
Sejuta harganya.
Chien Pao does a significant chunk of damage, but this is a 2.
Udah jarang banget jangan-jangan.
The Iron Hands is just too slow to be able to get redemption.
Bentukan tuh yang ungu ya?
And I think
Iya.
it's just a
Emang nggak apa-apa, nanti kita cari lagi kali ya.
Cariin lagi dah.
Just
Nanti
make
cari lagi
sure
dah.
you don't miss the knockout. Shen Pao -1.
Takutnya kayaknya ini yang baru, Al. Mungkin.
Going for that Aquajet as well, just to solidify that knockout, that turn, and really putting himself in a dominant position here where the Iron Hands is not looking like it can do.
Toprak itu.
Well,
Mie ayam.
a real miracle here to come back from this point. So I think Arash locking this first game up and really in dominating fashion
Yang
as
pink.
well, utilizing that sword stance.
Kayaknya itu harga baru dan nanti coba dicek lagi ya.
Preview to kind of lock
Yang
this
ungu mah
in.
Kalibur.
I wanna see a crunch come out
Udah dimarahin.
from the Shen Pao and then the surging strikes.
Aduh, sulit
Only
banget
with
tuh.
the one surging strike.
Keren Arash, keren.
Game 1 for
Mantap.
Arash Omati trying to get his World Championship title 10 years later after his first one, taking a very commanding Game 1, but of course it is a best-of-3 set, so Naoto is able to adapt, think how you would adapt for Game 2, and maybe shake things up a little bit.
What a great display from Arash in that first game, though. I mean, with the sword stance there, we mentioned it at the start of the game that it could be quite a unique option for him, and he really, really utilized it. And I think the choice of the safety goggles item on the Urshifu as well really unlocks that Pokemon, because I think for a lot of the time, Among Us doesn't really carry a grass type attack. You know, it normally opts for the Pollen Puff that we saw in that match, both players having that option. But when you don't have the offensive threat against the Urshifu, you're really locked out against it. With Among Us, it's not as valuable as it would be in normal situations. You can't pull in those attacks. We did see how effective it was, though, switching in on the surging strikes, where it did take that big rocky helmet damage.
Sebenarnya kebanyakan main defensif, karena dia lambat.
So it is an effective Pokemon. I think he's just got to use it in a little bit of a different light. And obviously, I think the more thing you are having to do for you on Naoto is get that Landorus in a position where it isn't going to be threatened by the Shen Pao, where you can threaten the Urshifu with that flying terrestrialization. And maybe you need to mix things up here, but Arash
Cariin deh demi lo, Al. Ini gue cariin, Al.
Giving Naoto everything to think about to tie this up, to take it to a Game 3.
I think if you're Naoto now coming into this game too, I personally would really like to see the Fluttermane come into action. I think again it can apply a lot of pressure to something like the Urshifu and try and stop it in its tracks before it's able to get up those
Onjuken tadi ya?
pressure to it with something like a Moonblast or even the Dazzling Gleam for that coverage. It is rocking that choice specs, and if you do pair it up with something like the Chi-Yu using Beats of Ruin to drop
Yang pink kayak Revise ini berarti kan warnanya?
then that will allow Fluttermane even more flexibility going forward. Of course, Arash has a Fluttermane of his own as well, and an Among Us that we've seen piloted really, really well. That's something that Fluttermane would have to work around.
I think really, like when you look back
Oh,
at
itu
that,
barang
you
pribadi
made
ya?
a really good point about the Fluttermane, because I think where the Among Us survived are about 20 HP.
Yeah.
If you've got the Fluttermane out beside the Chi-Yu, you've got the ability to just get that chip damage that you need with maybe a Dazzling Gleam in that situation, where then the Heat Wave is going to pick up the knockout onto the Among Us, and then that really puts the match in your advantage on your side of the field.
Oh, ada nih yang mural.
Taking things forward and dominating from that position.
Lo mau yang paling murah, Al?
Surviving there, it really just shut down the Chi-Yu, and you don't want to repeat that going
Murah banget nih, Al.
I think that's something
Gas lah.
you outlined great there with the Fluttermane. It does give Naoto the ability to really get rid of the Among Us before it becomes too much of a hindrance from your side of the field.
Yeah, Chi-Yu, I think a little bit underwhelming there. I think just due to the positioning of Arash's Pokemon. But it's back here in the fray with that Iron Hand against the Fluttermane and the Among Us
ini,
on
bro.
the Marty side.
Baru sadar gua musuh si Aras tadi. Dia demi itu ya. Embrace the storm.
We know the Amoongus hasn't actually got access to protect on Arash's side of the field. Nonton will be aware of this, so it's a prime target to go for the fake out here and then hit that heat wave again. Does need to worry about taking an attack from the Fluttermane, of course, but it probably is able to take at least one attack from the Fluttermane from Arash's side of the field. And if you can get that fake out off with the heat wave combination, it is going to put you in a position to really shut down Arash maybe to switch out here because of the threat of that, or do you just kind of allow Nonton to go for that and just give a bit of room to your Fluttermane, free damage, and we aren't seeing the fake out.
Nearly a one-hit KO. That was a Choice Specs Moonblast with Beast of Ruin activation as well. He's going to retaliate though, and it is. This is how you get a one-hit KO.
Mati kau, Amogus.
On the overheat coming out from Nonton, then
Dibantai.
and the heavy knockout, clean knockout from the Iron Hands into the Fluttermane. Nonton taking a huge lead.
Berat.
Game 1, he was warming up. Game 2, he is not messing around. Getting a solid double knockout in that turn 1.
Baru tadi kayak lu kurang nyerang gitu. Sekarang langsung. Nggak ada main santai. Pada bawa heavy slam ya buat lawan Fluttermane.
Yeah, and I mean coming out really knowing what he needed to do in this first turn here, and that heavy slam as well, taking the Fluttermane down. Huge turn for Nonton. The Iron Hat's not in the best of positions right now, but probably one of those Pokemon where you think, right, you've done your job, kind of the Fluttermane was enough, allow this to go down. Have you got enough in your tank to take down that Chi-Yu? We saw from game 1, Chi-Yu does outspeed the Urshifu, so it can be a little bit of a problem here for Arash to get rid of that, because that's the big thing. It is threatening your Shen Pao right now with those big fire type attacks. It is -2, of course, but I mean, still, it is going to be hitting pretty hard. Shen Pao not the strongest of Pokemon on the defensive side of things, so would appreciate probably not taking a heat wave if you can avoid it.
Yeah, the Iron Hand's very vulnerable as well. Something like an Aquajet would just be able to pick up the KO against it. Wouldn't be surprised maybe to see a couple of switches on Nyota's side, or maybe these two Pokemon have done their work. Those switches, Chien-Pao moving first, so Ice Crash going to go and do a little chunk to the opposing Chi-Yu. That's what you need. Lightning Strikes gets the knockout. Iron Hand's going to be moving faster, but that poor Chi-Yu. Yes, it was at -2 special attack thanks to the overheat, but it still would have been able to hit so hard into that Chien-Pao with something like a heat wave, getting a little bit of chip onto that opposing Urshifu as well. That's unfortunate.
That is a huge turn for Arashi, and really unfortunate for Nyoto that just preventing any damage off in that situation. And I think that a little bit of chip here would have helped, because breaking the sash potentially on that Shen Pao is a huge advantage going into these latter stages of this match. Potentially now you've got to go for it again. And Chi-Yu in a position where maybe an Aquajet is enough. If the Urshifu isn't intimidated, it can go for that and potentially pick up a knockout here.
Hebat ya, Nonton nggak berubah muka gitu.
Sama aja.
Oke,
Flynn.
Got to be careful.
Harusnya gue harus ngapain?
Can go into that ghost type.
Keren lu musuh Gucci Nonton.
A bit more vulnerable to those dog type attacks from the Chi-Yu, but it can give itself the ability to not be hit super effectively from an Aquajet.
Tadi udah gua cariin udah gua kasih tahu ke adminnya, nanti dibales. Aman. Cocok nggak harganya nih? Kucing gua naik di punggung gua terus waca-waca.
Which move do you want to try and avoid more, the Sucker Punch or an Aquajet, for example? Even something like an Icicle Clash and Aquajet would be able to get the KO.
Landorus datang kayak, ya udah turunin tag dulu lah.
But you have the Landorus that you have to contend with, and the temptation to be able to hit it with a powerful ice type move as well, I think would be really strong here for Arash. You want to try and remove that Landorus play before it's able to maybe try and deal damage to the Urshifu.
Yeah, and I think that the Landorus is in a position here where it is going to be hit super effectively from the Shen Pao, of course. It is going to be outsped as well, so it is going to be vulnerable to flinches like that Chi-Yu was, but at the same time, I think Arash has to make a decision here, and we are going to see him go for that terrestrialization.
Water, Aquajet.
Terra type, but it is going to be Nyoto going for the terrestrialization on the Landorus. Before that, with that flying Terra type,
ya biar nggak seperti kali
from the Landorus, reduce the super effective damage from those ice attacks from the Shen Pao.
Yeah, instead of being 4 times weak, you're now only 2 times weak. That might be the little bit of defensive bulk that you need to be able to survive a powerful Icicle Crash. We're going to see as well, like you say, the terrestrialization onto this earth be boosting up. Is Water type moves by an additional 50% here, going to be looking to try and get some big jet. It's targeting down into the Chi-Yu, and will be able to get the KO against it, even if it tried for a protect. Unseen would have been able to break right through that. Now Landorus in a position where it's going to
Icicle Crash.
Icicle Crash. It connects, is able to survive.
just hangs on and
Oh, dia terablah ke Ciu ya, ke si Ursiku ya. Udah pasti tahan sih.
but not weak
Oh, shit,
anymore,
gitu
is
juga.
able to survive for another turn in
Dah,
the
tinggal
Ice
aku aja
Now
tok.
probably putting that Landorus
Oh,
in
bener.
range of an Aqua Jet
Tapi
to go
ada
down this
Iron
next
Hands.
turn.
Oh, udah
Be
mati
all
ya.
down
Mati,
to
satu
one
lagi
minute.
namanya nih, siapa nih yang dibawa auto?
Pokemon to come out here. Will it be the
Apakah
Amoonguss?
akan membantu atau malah mengganggu?
It is going to be a bit susceptible to those icicle
Among
crashes
Us.
from the Shen
Well,
Power. The
Among
one
Us,
Pokemon that has got
Yep.
its sash intact. Big problem for Neota. Needs to really contend with being able to take that down.
Yes, I mean, the
Kan
thing
ini
is,
safety goggles.
Urshifu's
Safety
in a
goggles,
great
itu.
position where it can go for something like an Aqua
Urshifu,
Jet
ya.
at this point into that opposing Landorus. The fourth and final Pokemon, I mean, this match, I have to credit Arash. Naoto came out so strong at the beginning,
Ini bullshit
and
banget ya, bisa balik
Arash
lagi.
has been able to really turn
Jadi
the
gara-gara
Haha, bagus
Fans
beneran.
bener
and now
apa.
making this a real nail
Emang
biter
dia.
of an ending. It
Pasti
is going to
gitu.
be that Urshifu, that's a Pokemon that Chiampao, particularly with its focus slash still intact, is rubbing its little paws together with being like, I've got a move for you, I've got an Icicle Crash.
Yeah, and you've got to think now Neota's in a really difficult position. Has the Amoonguss got enough to be able to take down the Urshifu with maybe a Pollen Puff here? Because I think you've got to protect the Landorus, because otherwise it goes down to an Aqua Jet.
Bisa
in this
protek sih
position.
Landorus ya.
Kayaknya enggak.
So I think the safety goggles really
Dia
does
nggak pakai
come
choice
in
kan, nggak bisa
key
protek.
here for making sure that Arash is in that dominant position. If it can survive a Pollen Puff, that's the big thing here. Or maybe you even
Di
just
bawah 500. Aman Al, tadi gue cari yang paling
get
murah.
around the protecting
Harusnya lu
of
cocok.
Landorus here if you're expecting that from the outer side of the field.
Protek!
Not even, direct away that Aqua Jet because you've got safety goggles on. It is going to be the Aqua Jet coming out from this Urshifu, finding its mark down onto that opposing Landorus. Does get the KO. Arash has really
Sebuah
turned
karena
the
satu
table.
flinch.
Chiampao going for the protect here just
Mantap
to make
emang
sure
Arash
that it is still
pemain.
going to be preserved.
Selalu dia
Healthy
selalu dapat
towards the
action
end
terbaik.
game of this game too.
Yeah, and, the
Cool.
Amoonguss got everything to do. Are not going to be affected because of the great protect there from Arash. And now in a position where you can just Icicle Crash and then go for another attack with the Urshifu
lagi
here,
kita.
as we're seeing, locking into
Swords
the
lagi
Swords
kita.
just to make sure that you have the hits to be able to take it down. We are going to see
Anjir,
over
mas tebel banget.
50% here, and that Swords Dance from the Urshifu here from Arash.
Love to see this for the style points. You can then
Ayo
deal
kita
with really
naikin
heavy
lagi.
KO in that next turn. Amoonguss could do it
No, not at
anyway,
this
but
point.
that's not the way you want to
Dadah,
go.
Naoto masih aman. Battle masihnya panjang. Lu baru kalah satu. Abis itu lu bisa menang 10 kali lagi.
But now
Bisa.
it really is all cascading down against it.
Yeah, that
Buang
Icicle
sial dulu
Crash
di
from
awal,
the Shen
buang
Powers
sial
put in a
dulu.
lot of work for Arash, especially in this game too. Put in a lot of work game one, but like you said, that really being in that detrimental position after turn one in game two, coming back like he has in such fashion, really testament to the choices of Pokemon that he has picked here in the Urshifu and the Shen Power, how strong these two Pokemon together, especially with the item choices and the move choices both Pokemon
Protek, Chen Power protek lagi.
Arash playing this really
Sword dance terus, bro.
for another sword stance, knowing that there really isn't much that this Amoonguss can
Plus
do
5
to
Urshifu
the
sakit
opposing
amat tuh aku
Urshifu.
aja.
So just trying to make sure that it gets another sword stance up, able to get some big damage off. The Chiampao going for a protect once again. Amoonguss not able to get any damage on the board, targeting down that Chiampao instead.
Yeah, and I think
Oh, dia pakai crunch aja biar nggak miss. Keren, keren. Si itu, si Arash.
With the Urshifu, you will be taking Rocky
Belum
Helmet
tinggal aku
damage,
aja
so
crunch, Pak.
you will potentially be knocking yourself out. You've got to kind of play this a
Nggak
little
mati aja
bit
plus
safe
5.
in this position.
Ah,
Just go
Sword
for
Dance
an
lagi,
illusion.
goblok.
So it looks like this turn just to make sure you're maximizing the damage there. As the crunch comes out, not quite enough to take down the Amoonguss and shift with the Rocky Helmet damage onto that side of the field.
I think the
Takut.
Rocky Helmet damage you've said is really critical here because Chiampao now has its focus slash broken. It's also
Tapi
now
kalau nggak flash kan tuh bisa kena sport, terus bisa nggak masih
So
nge.
this is where the Urshifu really does
Ya,
have to,
gila, Pak.
have its partners
Mau
back
gigantuin.
and try and get that critical
Polon
KO. You
Polon
can't
Puff,
just really go for surging strikes
Polon
because, as you
Puff,
mentioned,
yeah.
you're going to take damage after each one of those. So you need to make sure that you're going to be able to get that solid KO with this Aqua Jet and just close up the game.
Yeah, making sure that it's plus 5 at the minute. So, I mean, it's probably going to be able to get this Water Terra type as well. Going to be able to get the
Aqua
knockout
Jet
onto
Pro.
him
Aqua Jet
from
plus
this
6
range here.
kacau.
The Shen Power's kind of worn it down to.
Tiada ampun.
And there we go.
2-0, 2-0.
Having a
Anjir,
big
flinches,
of an
mantap.
GG Arash.
dominating fashion here as well. Congratulations
Banyak.
to Arash. And what a great
Banyak di flinch.
way for us to kick off this World Championships
Gokil.
here in Yokohama.
Tadi mau
Yeah,
gitu
and
nggak
look at the
jadi.
camaraderie between these two world champions. They both know exactly what it takes to to be able to get to that #1 spot, and Arash carving out a very dominant start here at the
Dominant
World
start.
Championships in Yokohama, Japan.
Bebo main nggak jadi entai.
Main dong.
Said this going into this match, 2 world champions coming into this first round here, and what a show
udah kalah dia.
for our
Kalah
viewers
dia.
at home and for our spectators here. Really great performance from
Kalah
Arash
dia
in
sama
particular.
si itu, Aston
They
Sama
also
Aston
coming
Fox.
out in that game too really looked convincingly like
Wah,
he was going to
berat.
come back in that match, but again, Arash had that
Amrik lagi pada kuat-kuat banget jangan-jangan.
and really utilized these options effectively so well in that second game to kind of bring it back from a position of what looked like was unachievable at the start of that second game.
And I think, yeah, that game 2 so commanding from Naoto, getting those double KOs. But we talked earlier about the synergy of Chien Pao and Urshifu. And I think Arash has really just shown why it was kind of a hot pick that we had and something that was a discussion point, because it has such great synergy amongst those two Pokemon and the flexibility you can have as well with terrestrialization. You know, we saw the Terra Ghost on the Chien Pao previously to really kind of stop Iron Hands in its tracks a little bit.
Yeah.
And then seeing the Terra Water this time for that extra offensive pressure, again, showcase why terrestrialization is such a cool concept. You get offensive and defensive modes.
Yeah, and I just love the combination of that safety goggles item on it with the sword stance. I think we saw there the opportunity, and it'll probably arise in lots of games going forward for Arash as well, where he's going to have the chance to get that sword stance set up.
So commanding from
You don't
Naruto.
really need to worry about the Intimidate at that stage. He
Gua
really,
geli banget,
really
ya.
locked down those key moments where
Auto capture
he
dia.
knew he's got
Naruto,
to get the sword stance. Even in that game 1, he went for that second sword stance just to solidify his position with the Urshifu, and I think it's so massively played in that position where a lot of the time you think, I just need to get a quick knockout here, but really just taking a step back, almost relaxing into the game there, not panicking in those situations, not really needing the urgency to get rid of Pokemon, and looking at the overall picture, being able to get that sword stance up at the right time and just overwhelm the auto, and with such convincing fashion as well. Excited to see how the can go this weekend.
Exactly, and it's a shame. I kind of still really want to see the Flutter Mane on Naoto's side.
Udah gampang tadi kan, udah
Maybe
beres lah
having that
masalahnya.
back, something like a powerful dazzle,
Beres lah
two
masalahnya,
Pokemon
lagi kan.
that are generally weak to it. Obviously, we saw the Terra Water kind of making it not as weak, but still, with the low HP that the Urshifu had, I think Flutter Mane would have been able to get some really big KOs.
I think so as well, and like the Iron Hands in that first game, the second game did do a little bit more of a job than it did in the first game, but it still wasn't really getting the return that you needed. It obviously got the knockout on the Fluttermane, which was huge, but other than that, it really didn't do very much, whereas I think the opposing Fluttermane could have come in after that if Naoto had opted to bring it instead of the Amoonguss, and maybe would have had a bit more of an offensive presence and pulled that game back a little bit closer than it was.
Yes, we've got a little bit of a replay here.
Yeah,
In case you've only
delay
just tuned in and missed some of the action, a fantastic showdown between two previous world champions, Sword Stance Urshifu there being the key move for Arash, being able to get so much momentum, so much damage from these powerful water type moves, whether it was the Aqua Jet or the Surging Strikes.
Yeah, and you saw that key turn there where the Amoonguss opted not to go for the Spawn, the Pollen Puff instead, which was really pivotal later on that game 1, because we saw the Rocky Helmet damage that the Amoonguss did on that Surging Strikes later on. That was not the Urshifu out without that Pollen Puff, so masterfully played again from Arash in that game.
Yeah, and Naoto coming out in game 2,
Mantap.
that solid KO apiece in
Thank you, Al.
turn 1 was such great momentum for
Oh,
him, but
silakan nabung
unfortunately
dulu.
for Naoto.
Harganya tadi sih sekitar segituan ya, aman
All
jadi.
that wisdom and experience he's had over a decade of playing Pokemon to be able to clutch it out. The Urshifu surviving, that Terra flying I think was also critical. It now put him in a great position to target down the last Pokemon on Naoto's side and clutch victory.
Yeah, and the big survival there as well from the Urshifu, from that Terra flying Terra Blast, you know, like crazy like survival there, and allowing the Urshifu just the room that it needed. And it carried on the rest of that match with that 43 HP to close everything out. So yeah, incredibly played from Arash.
Yeah, fantastic. And let's keep the ball rolling. I believe we have our winners interview with Arash Amati and Aaron on the stage.
Thank you very much.
Bagaimana perasaan tadi pas hoki flinch?
By Arash Omadi, our winner of that first round, and of course the 2013 world champion, Arash.
Oh,
We were
dia
talking
jadi
before this interview, it's surreal that we're standing here
peserta.
10 years after Worlds and getting to witness you on the main stage again. How have you been, man?
Good. I was really excited to play against one of the very best in the world right now. After I took a long break, like I tried to get back this year, I think I still have to improve a bit. But yeah, it was really exciting games. I think all things considered, I played pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned taking a long break, and for those that don't know, of course you won Worlds in 2013, you got second at Nationals in 15, first in 16, and then top 8 at Worlds in 2018, but we haven't seen you really been playing too much in the last few years. So kind of walk us through what you were really up to.
I think after Worlds 2018, where I got 6th, I kind of like took a step back a little bit, and but I've been missing this. So I think right now I want to get back to like the top, like I used to, and then we'll see what's next.
Okay.
But yeah,
Go
I
to
think,
the back to the
we'll see
top.
how it goes today. Really, I think even though the prep was a bit rough, like 1 month to prepare, new format, metagame changes every day, but I think the team I ended up bringing, I think is pretty good. So maybe I can do a deep run with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about your team specifically because we saw you use a really interesting Urshifu set with the safety goggles and the sword stance. So super dominant, of course.
Interesting
in that very first
Urshifu.
game. And so, how did you come up with the team in general, and what was your approach for team building this tournament?
I played like a core of Urshifu, Chien-Pao, and Flutter since the beginning of the format, and I swapped the other 3 a lot because I thought they were really strong. And like Urshifu used to actually be protective heads, and then like my friend Lucas suggested me to use goggles, and I thought it was much better. So I stuck with it, and it was really useful in this match because, like, I think especially game 1, I wasn't in the base spot on turn 1, and then like because of his Among Us, but then like I could put myself in a board position where like he was kind of stuck, and like I remember like he kept this Chiu in while he was sleeping instead of switching it out, because like I could target that slot, but then like I just source danced, so it was awkward. But he adjusted really well.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about game 2 a little bit because I think we actually saw the same leads come out, but turn 1 was very different, super explosive. He went for the double KO immediately. So what were you thinking after that turn 1, and what did you think was your path to victory afterwards?
I think he got my play really well, and like, but I also thought I could do it even after that turn. Like turn 2, a lot of things could have gone on, and like basically I thought, like I tried to consider all the options, and I thought my play was good because like the Chiyu could stay in, but even if it stayed in, I had the flinch chance. Also, I felt like he wasn't gonna switch in Among Us on the hand slot, so I think I felt good about that play. Of course, he made the correct play as well, so I got a bit lucky. Could have potentially gone to a game 3, but overall, like I think I'm pretty happy with how I played.
One thing I want to talk to you about quickly is the decision to run Icicle Crash on the Chien-Pao. I think coming into this tournament, people have been debating, you know, do you go with the Ice Spinner or do you go for the Icicle Crash? Obviously, you can miss with Icicle Crash, but you can flinch, and of course, Rocky Helmet does not affect that. So, did you think about Ice Spinner, and what was the decision for Icicle Crash?
I mean, if you run Rillaboom, obviously Icicle Crash is better, but I also feel like Icicle Crash is just better in general because there's a lot of Rocky Helmet in this format because of Urshifu, and Chien-Pao is Sash, so if Sash is broken, that's really bad. So I just think it's better.
That makes a lot of sense. I know you mentioned earlier you're coming back from a long break, so what does it feel like to be competing at Worlds again? I'm not sure, did you play at Worlds in 2019 or 22?
2019 I went, but it was like more casual, still made day 2, but I didn't play that season. So like this is the first time I'm kind of trying to do well since 2018. Then, wait, what was the question again?
How does it feel, man, being back on the world stage and to start off the first round playing Naoto, you know, it's crazy.
This is actually the first time I win on stream this year.
That's amazing.
Naoto, it's so crazy. Like, what is going on?
That's amazing, man. Well, you know, the next round is about to start, but before we say goodbye, do you have any final words or thank yous you want to say for today?
No, not for now. Maybe like I go on stream later, I'll do some shoutouts. Right now, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, locked in for the rest of the tournament. We hope to see you tomorrow, man. That's going to be us from here in the interview, so thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you so much, Aaron, and to Arash for that great interview and some really good insights there from Arash on the choices, why he made them, and you know, outlining how little preparation all of our players have had coming into Regulation D since the announcement, and kind of preparation coming into the World Championships. Everyone's been on a really tight schedule, but you can see the choices there that he has made have really paid off, especially in that game 1. And he did mention he did get a bit lucky with those Icicle Crash flinches, especially in that game 1. But I think you've got to have a little bit of luck if you are going to go all the way in these tournaments. You know, you can't just run it out with just pure skill. You've got to have things fall in your favor at certain times when it's kind of crucial. And I think he definitely had that in a little abundance there.
Masih jadi sepatu ini mistis banget.
That carries on for Arash in the rest of this tournament. I'm sure he is. He feels like he's fired up like he was back back in 2013 when he did win the title for the first time. So I'm really rooting to see how he gets on for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's definitely expect the unexpected when it comes to team building so far, because like we said, regulation
Udah keluar hasil turnamen, ayo.
at the moment, and seeing a lot of familiar faces.
Keluar.
You know, Pokemon like the Fluttermane, for example, and Chiyu and Chiempao that we've seen.
Keluarlah kau. Udah mulai keluar nih hasil-hasil.
But then the new Pokemon of the Earth, particularly with its new choice.
Udah keluar bracket ini
I
ronde
think
2.
it's really nice to see that beautiful fusion of the old meets the new and that nice creativity coming forward. So definitely interesting matches ahead, I am sure.
Kalah aja deh. Seri apa kalah tuh?
When you look at the teams
Kalah.
on paper, you just look at
Wolfie
the
kalah, bro.
looking Pokemon. But again, I think it's a narrative that we see with successful teams in these big tournaments. It's the little changes and choices that they make to these solid standard cores that really
Emilio
make the
Forbes
difference. And I think the safety goggles there on the Ocean Field in particular with that sword stance.
Sulit nih, nanti ada yang where's Wolfie udah kalah, bro.
Tadi doang sih,
Aaron trailer menang.
Too often, and the icicle crash.
Kadang dia kalau kalah sekali,
Aaron outlined perfectly there on stage. It can miss, so it can be a bit temperamental at times. It can cost you in certain situations, but because it gives you a little bit more power and in those really key situations, I think it's a really good choice. And if you're confident in those choices when you're making a team, when you're putting it together and think, yeah, well, I'm probably going to miss maybe 1 out of 10 times, maybe say, then you're prepared for that and you're willing to take that just for the trade-off of that extra power, which can come in crucial at certain times.
Exactly. Well, Lee and I in our gathering of Gastrodon are all going to go take a little bit of a break. We'll switch out the casters and be back with round 2 very soon. So do not go anywhere, Pokemon trainers.
Langsung.
Oke, siap.
The biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had in any game, so that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Rekaman itu pas hari ini ya.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments. So just playing the game, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
It's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialise, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovovich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here.
Has to pass, and Remy just announces Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. And as well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship.
And then we see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your 2-time international champion.
Iya.
Matanya sih.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind. There we go. Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations. Well fought battle 2-0.
Go Kiki.
Junior pintar ya.
Iya anjir.
Sudah pakai Flutterman soalnya.
Ini apa junior yang punya masa depan yang sangat cerah.
Betul.
Buset, rambutnya keren banget.
overnight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your BGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited.
Like honestly, no words to describe it. Like this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time.
It feels really good. It means a lot. It's really big as I've never really won a large event before.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCRC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds will just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG. Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing BGC.
Paul Chua.
My name is Paul Chua and I'm from the United States.
Palafin in a very, very strong position to get another knockout here.
Palafin ya? Oh iya.
It's gonna still have to see if it can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017 and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati. That finals match was really close. I definitely think he had a really good chance at winning. I just got a little bit lucky near the end. But yeah, he is the main person.
Just got a little
that I
bit
would
lucky.
be worried about facing.
Semua orang Pokemon yang menang selalu gitu dia.
Sering gitu
Selalu
ya.
ada yang ngomong, ya gua ngakuin kok gua agak hoki gitu. Gua agak hoki.
So if I ever became world champion,
Gak ada yang ngomong skill gitu ya.
Gak ada.
Padahal skill sebenarnya.
Enggak, karena
My
pasti
name
dukung
is
sama
Owen and I am from Georgia in the United States. I am now the Seniors Division North American International Champion.
He is one step away, one moon blast away.
Spider-Man!
Under the roaring moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There was a lot of kind of fast-paced trading at the end of the game, but Owen managing to come out on top. What a performance in this one.
It feels really, really amazing to win a North American Internationals. It's the biggest event that I've been to, and I think it was really fun being on stream. This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships. Which
Kayak
is
Dito, Paul Chua kayak gua.
Super good.
Iya juga sih, rambutnya mirip ya.
Iya sih sebenarnya.
Recently, so
Gua ya?
it was definitely very
Panggil gua Dito Chua
to be able
sekarang.
to make it on this one.
Hampir 3 jam nih live.
Iya, ini live tuh seharian.
I had some doubt
Hampir
before
3
the
jam. Iya, bentar lagi
tournament.
3 jam.
I hadn't been getting
Nonton
the
satu match
results
lagi lah ya.
that I wanted.
Yes, match lagi.
So I was
Match lagi lah,
very
match lagi.
confident. Definitely helped to think about things one game at a time. It ended up working out, and I just had to stay focused on the games themselves and not the bigger picture. Really what I'm most excited about for Worlds is the competition itself, just the chance to be competing, to be the best in the world at something. That's really the
Karena reaction sambil Jumatan.
Welcome back to the lounge, or welcome to the lounge for the first time for us. I know some of
Dihapus aja chat.
having a great time.
Gak apa-apa
None of
sih.
us got joined by the ever knowledgeable
Kalau pada
Scott
nonton sih.
Glaser and a very special guest for the weekend, somebody we've not seen in a little
Tempat
while.
coy.
Ray Rizzo. Ray, how?
Ray Rizzo.
Buset, tamu kehormatan lagi Ray Rizzo.
VGC for the last 15 years, ever since the beginning, and this is the first year we're actually in Japan.
15 tahun dia,
It's just an incredible
2008 aja.
Even though I've been living here the past 4 years, I mean, it's just something special.
Oh, dia pamer dulu, meskipun gue tinggal sini 4 tahun ya. Flexing dulu dia.
Is this the shortest journey you've ever taken to a World Championships, Ray?
Yes, I think so.
You've just moved halfway around the world. Now you get a quick, what is
Just
it?
a quick train ride.
Yeah, exactly.
Tokyo to Yokohama. Super easy, super quick.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Of course, Scott, thank you for joining us once again. Have you been around as long as Ray?
Nanti reaction terus PC lu bawa ke masjid, nobar satu masjid. Sama ini ya, sama imamnya kita nonton Ultraman. Ini makin rame nih, ada 6 juta orang. Mantap. Kita tadi habis nonton pertandingan pertama dari video game Pokemon World Championship turnamen dunia. Sekarang lagi.
Buat yang nggak tahu Ray Rizzo itu dia juara dunia Pokemon 3 kali berturut-turut.
3 kali berturut-turut, bro.
we're all still here.
Lu juara 1 di kelas 3 kali berturut-turut aja susah. Apalagi dia juara dunia Pokemon.
Dunia Pokemon 3 kali berturut-turut.
Setelah 15 tahun masih ada di sini mereka.
First impressions, we've had one game, we've been around the event for a little while now. What are we feeling so far?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I think
dulu komentatornya sih ini
the main thing I was curious, like, all right, well, this is the first event on a format, but also it's Worlds, so like, is this going to feel like a first event? Is it going to feel like, a normal World Championship, somewhere in the middle? I think, the midpoint is kind of where it's feeling right now, where we're seeing a lot, like maybe a smaller group of Pokemon than we normally would for this sort of situation, but I think we see kind of a wide variety of teams, like some of them look like very developed, kind of like later metagame looking things. Some of them are definitely like, if you open the ladder up, you'd probably see basically the same thing right now. But I think everyone looks comfortable, right? I think, everyone's going to have the chance to get the best shot, even though it's unexplored territory.
Yeah, and seeing round 1 feature 2
living the dream.
I mean, as a world champion myself, like watching that match and seeing that pairing come up in round 1 is just, you just can't wait to kick off the day with such a high quality match like that.
It was a pretty easy choice for us, right? We looked down the players, it's like, Arash won in 2017, Nonton 2019. They seem to be on the same line. Let's pull that one. So, felt really good. What do you think of the match, though? I mean, we did come into this, we knew regulation
Apa pendapat lo
is
tentang
unexplored,
lagi
players
matchup
have
tadi?
been exploring it. Where did that match land on your expectations, and how do you think it sets the tone for the rest of today, the weekend, just in
That's the
general?
tone.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of nice to see Arash using another powerful Ice-type Pokemon. I remember casting him win his World Championship in 2013. It was very Mamoswine-focused team.
Arash dulu kan pakai
His
Mamoswine.
new Ice-type's a little bit thinner and more agile, but, it feels like the right vibe for him, right? But, no, I mean, I thought it was pretty cool where, I feel like, in this tournament, the way to win it is kind of like, all right, I need to respect the fact that there are a lot of really powerful Pokemon in this format, so I need to use Pokemon who are maybe too low on the stats, too many Pokemon that are really low on the stats.
Harusnya berasa lagi nobar TGA ya. Iya lagi nobar aja, ini lagi nobar acara game memang.
Pokemon that maybe everyone's expecting, maybe one or two
Kalau
Pokemon
match-nya
that sneaky,
sebenarnya
and then kind of maybe some training that gets me apart with all this Pokemon. Some tech moves.
Tapi yang seru nanti hari Minggu tuh Championship Sunday.
Iya, itu mah full ya semua ya top lap final.
8 semua tuh.
Sampai
final.
Oh, ini statistiknya juga udah.
I think we're going to see a lot of that sort of Pokemon do well this weekend.
Yeah, that was the one differentiating factor in that match too, because Naoto's Urshifu was pretty standard. It had the surging strikes on close combat, whereas Arash's actually dropped close combat to feature Swords Dance, which is not something we see all the time. But I think it makes a lot of sense, even though initially it seems kind of counterintuitive, because the opponent is very unlikely to protect against Urshifu just because of its ability. And so finding room to Swords Dance is often difficult, but Arash had that Amoonguss to kind of back it up, and his Urshifu also had safety goggles, which let it become just totally immune to anything the Amoonguss could do, and just take that opportunity to get a free Swords Dance and just get off to the races.
It kind of feels like we've already learned the lesson, right?
Oh, gara-gara saking banyaknya Amoonguss ya. Jadi Urshifu dia pakai safety goggles biar bisa ngapa-ngapain. Kocak ya emang.
I'm gonna make room for it, drop the assault vest and get it going, and I like that Arash has looked at that and
Nanti
said,
kayak
okay, well,
di USS
Urshifu a plus 2 attack. Oh, that would actually be crazy.
Nomor 2.
Nomor 2.
Nomor 1-nya kan Flutterman.
Oh iya.
Flutterman mah kayaknya sekarang udah kayak aduh top dari 5 Pokemon nih apa ya? Ya Flutterman deh.
What, looking at that usage, surprised you, or was that exactly where you gents were feeling it?
I mean, I certainly wasn't expecting to see Fluttermane at, somehow going up regulation over regulation. I mean, certainly it's fantastic, right? I mean, I think everybody kind of like had it penciled into their teams and like needed a really good reason not to include it, but I wasn't expecting.
Ya, kalau Flutterman nggak usah ditanya lah.
I think that is a really interesting thing to watch kind of moving forward, where the teams that have really good solutions to Fluttermane are going to feel pretty good, right? Like I think, again, thinking about kind of those tech moves. Your steel type is probably actually steel type.
Oh, Iron Bundle.
I think one thing that's harder to see in the graph, and I'm really curious about, but we did see a lot of Amoonguss, as we often do in seemingly every Pokemon Video Game Championships format. Always seems to be around somehow. But like Ray mentioned about the Urshifu, I think where safety goggles gets placed because of that, how many Pokemon have the grass terrestrial.
Saya share seperti biasa, new trailer mantap. DM lagi banyak nih sekarang. Tapi Mortal Kombat trailer mulu, Bang Rio. Tapi mohon maaf nih, soalnya kan Mortal Kombat juga gue nggak ngikutin gitu. Jadi kalau emang nanti nggak terlalu ngerti ya, maaf.
get around a bad matchup by using terrestrialization to shift
Kalau
the
Pokemon,
team some.
apal mati.
I think Urshifu in particular is another one where do you have that water terrestrialization to try to reset
bentar
damage?
lagi
You have
mau
Rocky
ada-
Helmet to try and
Nah,
punish it.
belum
So you can go
Gamescom
surging
sebenarnya,
strikes.
tapi
I think
udah
it'll be
bentar
pretty cool to
lagi.
see what people do because that
Evo,
attack group seems very solidified
Evo
for
udah
such
lewat.
an
Apa ada
early.
Evo?
bikin aja.
Not really early, but for the
Beli di PRUL bayarnya bisa lewat Briva. Briva tuh transfer bukan sih?
It's the first one.
Briva tuh.
Yeah, and you touched on this a bit earlier,
Kalau
Scott,
transfer
but
bisa.
a lot of those top Pokemon,
Kalau
like
transfer
the
bisa.
Fluttermane, like Urshifu, like Heatran, even.
Briva tuh apaan, Al?
on so many
BRI.
different sets, and that kind of makes it so even though it's the same Pokemon, you can
Oh,
use
BRI
different
Virtual
different ways of
Account.
using it.
Bisa.
Fluttermane can go
Transfer sih paling.
speed and then
Lu
even
pakai itu aja,
fake
pakai
tears or icy wind. It could go flat out offensive with choice specs. It could even go
transfer
focus
dari
action,
BRI aja dari BRI
BCA.
transfer ke
Likewise,
BCA.
there's so many
Dari
different
transfer ke
sets.
BCA.
I've seen Magma
Ya mau gimana lagi, Bang Rio aja pasrah ya dengan banyaknya trailer Mortal Kombat.
different things it can do. In that past match, we just saw how Urshifu
Nggak.
with the swords dance
Kalau
instead of
ngeluarin
close
banyak
combat,
trailer tuh berarti
just
mereka lagi
single-handedly
ngejar
helped
sales
Rush,
sih.
take that match. So
Ya kan ini kan lagi istilahnya lagi remake Mortal Kombat kan.
so
Iya.
high. There's so many different
Kayak
ways of
reboot
using them
kayak
that I
reboot
think
Mortal
really
Kombat.
sets them apart, and it's going to be so interesting.
Mereka
to
ngejar
follow this
kesananya sih pasti.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. I mean, I think I'm always the first to kind of make fun of that year, was it 2015, where it seemed like they're the same combination of 5 Pokemon in every team. Because that one, it didn't feel like to me the top Pokemon had that much differentiation, right? Even though usually especially that fire type slot was just a variety of different things, it was very samey, right? It was very tactical.
Sampai MK1 rilis baru nggak ada trailer lagi, dia trailer menunjukkan karakter-karakter kayak Tekken 8 aja.
I think this is going to be a little bit more fun, right? Where I think even if we have Pokemon with really high usage,
Kayak
using
Tekken ya,
terrestrialization,
Tekken 8
some of
satu
these
tiap
Pokemon
minggu.
having more options than they used to have, I think it's going to make the mirrors really fun because it's going to be very imperfect mirrors, and the differences between the team are really going to change the options.
Scott Blaze emang udah kebiasaan jadi komentator, dia ngomongnya panjang banget. Dari Rizzo bingung, nggak apaan.
Excited when you're watching this to see all.
Kan dia juga pernah jadi komentator.
You might be a little disappointed that there's fewer of those, perhaps at least in day one, than you might have expected. I think that it's worth looking at the details.
Katanya kalau di mirror juga nggak Pokemon yang dipakai sama pasti ada sedikit perbedaan. Karena adalah hari pertama aturan baru.
It might be my pick for the best Pokemon this format, even though its usage isn't so high. I think it's just really flexible. It's one of those Pokemon you can pick and feel good about it in almost every game. But yeah, there's just so many different ways you can run it. I think it's gonna be a really fun format.
Heatran feels unfair with terrestrialization. That to me is the big difference maker for it. Is you've always had these obvious weaknesses, and being able to skirt around them is pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Heatran in this format. I got a question for you, gents. What about the new Hisuian Pokemon? How are we feeling about which of those might stand above the pack?
I'm just going to be honest, and this is a long-running thing. In your absence, Ray, there seems to be a running, I don't want to say joke because it's not particularly funny, but any Pokemon that's able to slow down a game seems to end up on a game I'm casting, so I am a little bit nervous about Hisui and Gudra. I think it makes a lot of sense on paper with the steel typing, and as you were saying, you have to bring a steel attack now. It's not like you just take the steel type and you use it for that, but them being able to slow the game down in what can be a really fast-paced format feels interesting to me. I know I'm going to get saddled with it sometime this weekend. We can follow up on that later, but it's probably the one for me that it's so different to what we've been seeing for the past few months with everyone going, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and just dealing big damage.
Yeah, I really want to see it. I enjoy Gudra a lot. I think that sort of unconventional win condition is always really fun for me to watch, where when you're not just trading Pokemon back and forth, you're working towards something else. I think it's fun to just kind of see how the trainer's thinking. I mean, for me, certainly, yeah. I mean, I think the Basque Legion's the one that's probably going to wind up being the highest usage. We're talking at the North American International Championship about how big of a threat it seemed like Ursaluna was going to be. It seems like, especially in the West, players have backed off of that a little bit more. I think Japan still seems to be a little bit higher on it than the West does, but there's a lot of the Rain Basque Legion thing flying around in day one. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. The one I really wanted to see was Cleavor. I don't think it's good enough, but Stone Axe is just such a powerful tool that I feel like some format someday Cleaver is going to have its day. I don't know if it's going to be this weekend, but gosh, I just hope. Hopefully someone in day 2 just got that team sheet. They're hiding it, but it's in the back somewhere. They're going to find it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adam, on the Gudra. I think in a metagame with a lot of slow, bulky defensive Pokemon, if you get the opportunity to start stacking those defense boosts, you can just become absolutely unstoppable with that Gudra. So I think it's something we could see, but like Scott said, Basket Legion seems to be really popular, especially in some of the more Western metagames. In Japan, they definitely do like Ursaluna. I can confirm that living out here, there's a lot of Ursaluna. out here paired with Cresselia for that
Ursa
kind of
Lunas.
hybrid Trick Room mode. You don't have to go
Bears.
all in on Trick Room. You can just
Ada
have
kok Cresselia
Cresselia
kata.
and Ursa Luna
Wah.
with a bunch of kind of mid-speed tier Pokemon or
Kalau
faster
dia bakal
Pokemon
bawa
like
Cresselia
Fluttermane to back that up.
buat
But I also
semi
think
Trick
you
Room
might see
gitu.
a lot of Hisuian and Arcanine. That
Iya,
seems to be pretty
Cresselia tuh
popular across all
enak
regions
banget
for
sih
players that they don't want to go for Landorus for their Intimidator. They might go for that Hisuian Arcanine to add a fire type that can bring not only offense because it is, a very strong Pokemon with Flare Blitz, especially with that high base attack. But it also the Intimidate helping to support the team I think is beneficial too.
It feels like a pretty solid pick. Gents, I do want to say thank you very much for your insight. There's so much more we could cover, so I feel really bad cutting you off. I know that, Ray, you obviously have wealth of experience, and we're definitely going to have to get you back to dive into
I'll
that
be
a
here
bit
all
more.
weekend.
Yeah, that's fantastic news for us. Scott obviously bringing fantastic insight, but for now, it sounds like round 2 is getting pretty close. So I will get
Alright,
back to
let's
the
go.
actual stage.
Round 2.
Thank
Gas.
you in the lounge. Casters, take it away.
Round 2 gas.
Lounge.
Thank you so
Wah,
much,
berubah.
and welcome back
Arlan.
to our game coverage of the Pokemon World
Gimana tadi?
Championships 2023.
Tadi kulit
I'm
putih,
Rosemary
kulit
Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Cybertron
Asian
Zane, and we are here to talk
Kok
you through
duduknya
the next
begini
match.
sih?
I am so excited. I think
Oh, di
out of all the
kelompokan-kelompokan
worlds I have
gini
been a part of in
komentator.
terms of the commentator, this is the one I was most excited for, just because it's a brand new format, and I was like, I just want to see what teams people are bringing and what the best players in the world are bringing and what they think will give them the best chance to become world champion at the end of the day. And with each round, we just get to see more teams and more really interesting team building.
I mean, not only that, you talk about the format change-up, but what about the fact we're in Japan?
That's pretty cool too.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
you know,
awesome.
that comes second to Pokemon, but
No,
you know,
it
yeah.
does. It does. But it has
It does,
been
it does.
an incredible celebration of
Selebrasi
Pokemon
yang sangat
across
hebat.
the entire city and country. And the fact that it's for the players that have earned their invites to participate at this World Championships makes it even cooler.
Absolutely, yeah.
Bakal
It's
bacot
surreal
1 jam
to just
setengah lagi
be
nggak?
here. I was watching
Nggak,
that
kayaknya ini
opening
mah
ceremony
langsung
when we
kayaknya.
were kicking
Udah
things
siap
off.
soalnya kan, semoga
I
ya.
was emotional.
I always, it
Twitter
just
aku
gets
mulai
me the
Twitter
feels,
lagi.
honestly. And players have worked so hard to get here.
Trending aja
Seasons
di
worth
Jepang.
of work, and
Pokemon
it's
World.
not an easy tournament, right? Worlds is
Ada
the
emoji spesial
premier
kayaknya
tournament,
sekarang.
and
Oh,
you
benar.
think about round
Oh, iya,
one, right?
benar.
Dapat emoji Pikachu makan ramen.
After the second round, a quarter of the
Kayak
players
kemarin
lost
Luffy Gear 5 ada
right?
emoji
And it's like,
Luffy
these
kan.
are the best and the best, and so many people are gonna try to vie to get into day 2, of course, and then try to get into Top Cut and win Worlds.
Yang pada
But at the end of the
nonton-nonton
day,
juga pada
there
pakai
can only
hashtag
be
gitu
one world
semua.
champion, but it's just so fun to see all these different Pokemon and teams, and this format is really dynamic as well.
It has been. I mean, the fact that it is the first World Championships, it is the first official event of this format, really does bring some really exciting surprises, even seeing some of the tech choices that have already come out from some of the more standard Pokemon that we would have expected to see in Regulation D. I mean, we'll talk about that Swords Dance Urshifu, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I think
Ya,
so far
pertanyaan
we've
Aing
seen
lah kan tadi
a
dijawab,
lot
Cuk.
of pretty
Lo
exciting
transfer aja dari BRI ke BCA.
Pokemon that we had put in our predictions as counters as well. But to me, what's most interesting about a format like this is how
Briva tuh BRI
you
virtual
make those
account kan?
Pokemon
Kayaknya
stand
enggak.
out.
Pokoknya
We know
kita
Fluttermane
yang
is gonna
satu
be
sama satu ya BCA ya.
basically in this format. But how are you able to make your Fluttermane better than your opponent's Fluttermane? How are you able
Ayo, Al,
to
penglaris,
train
Al.
Pokemon in a way that might catch your opponents off guard? I think Arash is
Siapa pernah beli barang
in that first round. Very untraditional. A lot of people generally just expect, max speed, max attack investment on Urshifu, maybe an item like Missile
Transfer
Wand,
gimana?
Surging Strikes, Aqua Jet Close Combat. Arash is like, I'm gonna drop close
Nanti
combat, I'm gonna put Swords
lo
Dance
chat
on it,
ke,
I'm gonna give it a safety
lo kan
ball.
bilang nih, misalkan lo mau si barangnya kan, ya udah saya mau min gitu. Nanti dia mintain biodata lu, nama, alamat, dan segala macam. Nanti udah dikirim, nanti mereka bikinin tagihan, ada rekening gua dari situ. Udah. Langsung aja. Iya, bener sih rekening lo sih. Rekening gua, rekening itu ditransfer ke situ aja.
I think my favorite thing about Worlds
Udah,
is to look at
rekening
these pairings.
ditransfer.
I'm like, I could have see this being a
Barang diproses.
IC finals, a regional finals, a World's Top Cup match,
Yuya
even a
Tada
World
sama
finals,
Aston
right?
Fox
Like
sok ya.
that
Terus
first
saling
time we had
Bebo
literally
nih.
had 2 world champions. It doesn't get any better than that. And so that's what I love most about Worlds. Every match is sure to deliver, and the names on this list, we've seen so many have
Luka
so much success
Trejgut,
throughout this entire season.
Bas van der Heyen.
Many of them are starting, of
Bas
course,
van der Heyen.
as well, and have lost the first round. I think most of the players on this key match list have won the first round. But
Gimana Al, paham nggak caranya tadi?
So we had thought about going into this tournament. I believe Wolflick actually dropped the first round, for example. And so at the end of the day, it's a long day one. I believe it is 7 rounds for us today. So any players with 5 wins will move on to the next day. But if you get to 3 losses first, then you're eliminated. So the main thing is making sure that you just try to stay composed and keep going.
For sure. It's
Nah,
still
banget
a
ada satu
long
orang yang
day. You
bay
think
aja.
about it being 7 rounds of Swiss, but these
Ada
are
yang bay,
some
ada yang
of
bay.
the most intense matches you're going to play all season. So it takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to get through even 7 rounds of Swiss today. So every player, they still have an opportunity to be able to make it through to day number 2, but I think the road even gets harder from there.
Oh, jadi tinggal transfer ke rekening. Yes, betul. Dari BRI-nya ntar lo tinggal transfer ke rekening BC aja. Udah. Nanti kasih bukti transfernya.
Keluar tagihannya dulu, kalau udah keluar tagihannya jangan ditransfer duluan.
Jangan. Nanti duitnya nggak tahu kemana. Enggak, maksudnya ke gue cuman ntar ngitungnya susah.
Actual field so far, I think, has been one of the surprises on the radar. You know, you think about it and you're like, what a great counter. Storm Drain, excellent ability to be able to play into all
Abis gue minta duit.
that are going to be in the meta.
Dulu DP dulu aja lah kalau lagi belum pas duitnya.
Iya, DP dulu. DP 50.000.
Honestly, some sun. Like that's
DP dulu aja, Al. Buat lu mah.
Nggak apa-apa udah.
Kind of other teams that have been building up throughout the season. I was hoping to see more of that.
DP barang nyampe lunasin. Kalau lu nggak lunasin kita mainin.
Kita pakai review.
Kita review nanti kalau misalnya
Pokemon, of course, in this format, introduced in Regulation D. Tornadus can set up every single weather manually through its moves, and of course, it gets access to Prankster as well. So I definitely expect to see Sun. I think Sun was already established in previous formats before Regulation D, whereas I think Rain now gets some brand new tricks in this format, specifically Basculegion, which was going to be my answer as to a Pokemon that I've been really surprised by in terms of usage rates. A lot of North American players from various different team building groups have opted to use Basculegion, and it feels like every different team I look at has a different Basculegion set as well. So that's a Pokemon I have my eye out on, and I believe Lou actually put it in one of her 4 Pokemon as well for her predictions.
Exactly.
And so I think that is something like I expect a lot of people to try to build around. It's not easy, right? But at the end of the day, it's such a powerful Pokemon. You can either use Swiss Swim or Adaptability. Both are incredible abilities. And so I definitely agree with your weather call, and I hope we can get some Basculegions on stream as well.
What do you think about sand or snow even? Do you think those could have a chance of making an appearance?
Dia lagi nge-refill tungan nih kayaknya belum beres.
Mulai berarti.
Jadi penasaran lagi gue komentar manusia-manusia di internet.
And I was like, that's wild. And maybe it was 3 of the 4, maybe it was all 4. But point being, it was like, we actually are in a format where all of the weathers are relevant. I think Tyranitar is generally what makes Sand super good, and I think I just haven't seen as many Tyranitar. I think it can still be decent in this format, but with Urshifu being so prevalent, and Iron Hands being at number 2 usage, by the way.
Brendan Zeng 1-1, udah kalah sekali Brendan Zeng.
Lah udah itu.
Kan udah ada yang tadi.
In this format, but I didn't expect to be number 2. But point being, Tyranitar struggles a lot against Iron Hands.
DP itu gue bayar misalnya 100.000 dulu, nanti gue lunasin dulu apa dikirim dulu barangnya. Nanti dikirimnya setelah lunas barangnya. Cuman dari Jepangnya kan dibawa ke Indo dulu tuh. Nah itu diproses kalau dari DP. Nanti kalau misalkan dikirim ke lo-nya dari tempat kantor Jakarta setelah lunas.
As much as I'd like to see sand and snow, I think if I were to predict whether or not we would see it, I actually say no today. But I'm hoping to be proven wrong because it's always fun to watch weather.
I'm really glad you brought up Aurora Veil because I feel like screens have made kind of a reappearance in the meta. That's not something that we ended up seeing as a huge strategy, even in Regulation B and C. And I'm kind of hoping we see some more Grimmsnarl even just to see some screen setters.
Yeah, I think Grimmsnarl is one of the
Apa lo mau nge-screen udah ditembak duluan anjir over udah di Heatwave. Udah di Heatwave Dazzling Gleam. Udah di Icicle Crash.
Of course, Landorus there in form. In addition, parting shot from Grimmsnarl, just really consistent as well. The main thing about screens is that Urshifu's existence makes it tougher, right? Because you get those guaranteed critical hits from either Urshifu.
Iya, tadi offensif banget sih emang timnya. Nggak sedefensif yang gue kira.
A really big part of team building, but I believe we are ready to get into the second match.
Nah, let's go! Ayo, match kedua.
You got a sneak peek of what we're going to be jumping into on our stream pairings graphic. Just in case you missed it.
Oh, jika belum lunas barangnya ngendep dulu di situ ya?
Yoi.
Betul. Spesial buat lo kalau misalnya belum lunas kita mainin dulu.
Really decorated players, Ashton winning multiple regional championships and international championships, placed second at the Orlando regional championships earlier this season. And Yuya is
TV jangan mati TV.
He often competes outside the Japanese circuit. Has been at OCIC, for example, and placed very well there. And so, yeah, definitely going to be a really exciting matchup, and both players have had tremendous performances this season.
What's interesting about taking a look at the Japan meta meta is that they are really running some very standard Pokemon, especially when you look at some of the grassroots events that have happened leading up to this event. I'm really excited to see what that brings to the table versus a player that is known for being more creative when it comes to the team building.
Aston versus Tadayuya, tiba gimana bro?
Wow, Torkoal, Cresselia.
Anjir, Aston Fox keren banget. Itu Tadayuya, timnya sama persis kayak Arash.
Oke, Aston, come on Aston.
Aston keren sih. Keren, lu keren, ada Torkoal, Cresselia.
Torkoal, Ciu, Tornados, Iron Hands, dan Flutterman. Come on, let's go.
Yuk.
Flutterman takes advantage of Chiyu's
Ini
and
sih.
Yuya running very strong Pokemon like you mentioned. A lot of Japanese players for this
Jepang
tournament have opted to
emang
bring
timnya
Pokemon with the
kopas-kopas
highest base
itu
stats
mah.
and just the
Dia
best
tahu.
attacks in the game. And
Oh, just the best stat in the game.
On his side, don't really seem to be too surprising.
Let's freaking
Ashton,
go,
of course,
Aston.
really relying on a ton of damage coming out from these attackers like Fluttermane and Chiyu. And then you have
Gue takut sih batunya itu kan batu jam-jam kecil gitu ya. Gue takutnya korosi. Oh, baterainya. Harusnya aman-aman aja nggak sih kalau baterainya?
Would be able to do onto Yuya's team. You know, you have the
Udah berapa lama
Chiang
sih
and if
barang?
you're able to get Trick Room up, then that's going to be a great
Sebenarnya
way
aman
to be
sih
able to
harusnya.
just try to deal out.
Kan pada dilepas-lepasin ini kalau jual di sana.
Coba gue lihat dulu sih. Biasanya dibilang kondisi sih, iya.
So you have to pay attention a little bit to which one is faster, which one's going to be doing more damage, and these are both choice spec sets.
I'm really glad you called that out because I think the
Kalau yang ini bekas main anak-anaknya, dibilang.
such a key integral part of matchups.
Tapi udah dicek masih aman semua.
70% of the team.
Exactly, right? And
Iya.
the fact
Aman kok semua udah ada yang ini aman kok. Tapi emang mainan anaknya aja. Baterainya juga udah dicabut. Jadi nggak ada, jadi aman.
KO them, well that's a huge lead that you get. So really glad that you called that out because I think that's going to be a pivotal.
Di daerah gua adanya Berry sama Benny. Aman Al. Antar bank kan bisa transfer ya. Jadi lu nanti tinggal pilih aja transfernya ke BCA.
Kalau nggak salah kalau ada bank BCA tuh
Ke 007 kan?
Tornadoes setting up Sunny Day. And so can Yuya really
007 kayaknya.
all that damage? Are you able to
Oke, kita lanjut ke match kedua sambil ngurusin transaksinya Al.
Terra, you know, his team generally does take a lot of damage from fire type attacks. Urshifu is the one Pokemon that resists fire type attack before a Terra, but the thing is then you have Urshifu, and if the sun is up, your surging strikes aren't really doing as much damage, right? So Yuya actually has Water Terra on Iron Hands and Amoonguss, and I think both of those could be potential responses to deal with just the pure amount of fire type damage that Ashton has.
014.
Not only that,
014 kode banknya Al.
Ashton decides to
014
lean into the
masukin
Trick Room mode that's available on his side as well. So not only is it great responses from the
Gue tuh bikin voting sebenarnya di chat Pokemon terbullshit.
the ability to maybe withstand
Paling tinggi Flutterman. Tidak ada yang memilih Chiyu.
which that's also been kind
Tapi ini gua bikin pollingnya gara-gara mikirnya regulation C anjir. Kalau regulation D gua taruh Urshifu.
Two approaches here. One is just go really offensive, like
Come on, Aston.
maybe as a lead, and you can go like Torkoal Tornadoes in the back. The other is a Trick Room
Sangat
mode. Where you
mendukung
can
Aston.
Anjir, pakai begituan anjir udah kayak anggota ada orang GTA.
And I think for Yuya,
Anggota geng.
how do you respond to either
What
of
if
those?
gue salah transfer tangan?
Lihat dulu namanya.
Karena kan nanti muncul dulu
We're
sebelum
gonna get into
transfer.
the game and we're gonna
Pasti
see
itu namanya
Yatada lead off right away.
Flutterman dan Torkoal melawan Qianpao Urshifu. Oh, sekarang tuh Qianpao-nya lagi selingkuh ya dari sama Urshifu sekarang. Enggak sama Dragonite lagi.
ya.
Oh, iya. Kasihan ya.
Pantesan
So the
Dragonite
Fluttermane
ulang.
right now looking really powerful. Of course, threatening both of these Pokemon with a potential super effective fairy type attack. And so the question on
Keluarin
Yuya's end is
langsung
how
di
you
awal.
respond, right? You
Lucu
can
banget ya.
potentially
Ada legend Torkoal tanpa Trick Room, tanpa apa.
Iya kagak Trick Room loh.
Tapi defend dia gede loh.
And so
Jadi mungkin ngelihat
things look really good for Ashton right now. The other question is can
tuh
you make
things
sure
good
that
for
you
Ash right now katanya.
Pokemon immediately? The focus Ash on Chimpao.
Hah?
Ini nyerang water tapi gede juga.
Berubah bro.
Kan soalnya.
Oh, Flutterman jadi apa bro? Fairy, buset tidak ampun. Langsung Dazzling Gleam, Terra Fairy.
Mati lah kayaknya.
Enggak sih tahan kok. Oh, detect.
You called it, Aaron. It's gonna be a detect on the Urshifu just to try to keep it safe. And the Dazzling Gleam then gets a
Fokus
chance
Ash ya,
to
si
hit
Qianpao-nya
the
pasti.
and bring it down to its focus Ash.
So I think the Terra
Sash.
there helps if you're worried about
Okay.
something like a Sucker Punch.
Cerot.
Good play langsung.
Mantap.
Oke, fokus.
Oh, nggak apa-apa nyicil kan. Jadi si Flutterman bisa di aqua jet kayaknya. Miss.
Nice. Very good. Aston hebat, Aston.
Turn number 1.
Devastating turn number 1 orang Jepang. Anda tuan rumah, hokinya tidak ada. Icicle Crash miss.
example, and Yuya's like, well, I
Iya,
know I have
ini
4
dua
sets
kali
on
loh.
my
Satu yang
champ
tadi
Hal,
di
but
jelek.
my Urshifu
Sedih sekali. Gila, Stone Cox keren, lu keren. Iron Hands. Iya, kayaknya physical attacker semua soalnya. Terus kan ini kan jadi naik nih gara-gara Sun kan si Flutterman jadi itu. Jadi aktif. Fotosintesis.
Oh iya, gue
Fotosintesis.
lupa ada fotosintesis ya. Ya black.
Jadi bisa pakai item lain. Kayaknya emang gitu. Kayaknya sekarang tuh physical attacker lagi banyak kan. Jadi si Torqual juga lu nggak pakai itu juga aman-aman dia lumayan aman lah gitu loh.
With that Iron Hands out, you at least have some fake out pressure. I think the tough thing for you is
Gila,
both of these
pakai
Pokemon
Torqual
have so
kagak
much offense right now.
Flutterman kembali kabur.
Serve the Fluttermane.
Would have been nice though because Terra Fairy Fluttermane that can get faked out, so
Tornadus.
it's a nice target for that. But we'll have to see how
Terasta lama nih.
put into the second turn. But it's going to be that Terra right
Kayak
away,
Terasta
as it's going to be the Urshifu now detected last turn, ready to fight back.
Aduh,
Here is
Terasta
just to deal more damage as well as potentially survive that Dazzling Gleam. So that's
Fake out. Ya tahu gua. Anjir gede banget ya bang. Surging strikes. Oh jadi kecil rapi.
Jadi kecil, jadi
tuh kan kecil banget kan. Di kritikalnya segitu doang. Oh 3 kali ya.
Mantap Torqual, terbaik.
Iya.
Gokil.
Segitu doang anjir gila.
Being able to take advantage.
Siram, flamethrower.
Deciding to walk into the flamethrower for this turn, not going for
Tapi kita
something
bisa
like the
serang
eruption
ini
after
sekarang.
Black Windstorm.
Oh iya, serangan sekarang 2 ya.
Oh Black Windstorm tuh kalau matahari ya? Matahari akurasinya jadi gede 100% singkat gua. Black Windstorm. Kayaknya iya deh.
Coba kita cek dulu.
Apa hujan? Singkat gua tuh gara-gara hujan.
Black Windstorm is damage dealing flying type into this Pokemon.
Ya harus hujan.
When rain.
Oh enggak.
Oke, kalau rain.
Tailwind dulu kita.
Tailwind dulu bos.
Torqual jadi ngebut guys. Surging strike.
Siapa ya?
Anjir.
Gokil.
Gila Torqual lu keren.
Seneng banget gue ngeliat timnya.
Kenapa dia perlu Tailwind? Ada Pokemon
Karena di
lambat.
belakang ada yang lambat kali. Kita belum tahu nih paling belakang siapa.
Wild Charge. Ya ini mah goodbye.
Oh no, ya mati dulu.
Bisa
tapi dia udah setup Tailwind sih.
Apa mungkin cukup kali ya?
Cukup kali di belakang 2 ini.
Siapa ya?
Flutterman sama
siapa sih tadi? Cresselia.
Oh itu Ciu udah hajar aja udah berdua. Let's go.
Udah kita jadi orang, satu jadi orang goblok.
Iya udah.
Dazzling Glevitt Wave.
Gila, Stone Cox punya tim.
Apa? Apa Aquajet? Kan ada Sun.
Ada Sun.
Terus Chien Pau-nya udah nggak ada. Oh Sas, Ciu dia Sas. Tadi gue lihat.
Hajar aja dah.
Terbaik timnya.
Masih kosong, baru mulai.
Pakai Cresselia coy.
Iya. Torqual tadi masuk, cuma gitu doang. Oh ya, gue juga gak nge-switch out sih biar ada fake out sekali aja. Gue Amongus, aduh lambat tuh kan.
Nice call there. So Amongus is going to be able to stem the pressure just a
Kita
little bit.
jadi orang goblok dulu lah kita lah.
Let's get committed into from
Fotosintesis Dazzling Gleam.
Buset. Takes that really nicely, but it's about the dark
Ya salah.
going to be protected from.
Ya.
Tapi nggak apa-apa jadi nggak dapat itu,
Nggak dapat fake out ya. Udah, ya kita bego lagi kita sekarang. Dazzling Glevitt Wave.
I think it's just really the best option, and if you don't miss that Urshifu slot, really can just faint immediately. So from Yuya's end, you can consider
Kalau nggak miss ya hitwave-nya ya.
the idea right now is, hey,
Ini Asset Cox udah nggak berdoa doang gitu.
so the damage output gets
Berdoa
orang Amerika tadi lagi dibantu sama
berdoa kepada semua ini.
And you still have the
Tadi pertama kena apa miss icicle crash si Jepang. Iya, tapi dia bukan Jepang, ternyata Aussie.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Aussie
I think
lah.
this turn is going to be really pivotal because of that detention.
Nama doang Jepang ternyata.
Last turn that slot is left relatively exposed. One thing to note is that Yuya's Amoonguss actually does have protect, so yeah, it's going to go for a bit.
Udah protect dulu lah kita lah. Biar sana hilang. Ini protect double protect jangan-jangan. Enggak.
Aku jatuh.
Berharap crit nggak sih?
And that goes to 80 damage to Shio, about 2/3.
Yeah, it's still a lot of damage
parah
there,
kan
but
dia.
it's Dazzling Gleam
Ingat tapi
turn
dia, tapi
now
Dazzling
for
aman lah.
Fluttermane, and
Nggak tahu, tapi ini kan Sun fotosintesisnya mungkin dapat tag.
Kagak usah mikir emang udah gila dazzling gleam.
Kan fotosintesis matahari. Oh iya ada Ciu, bro, ada Ciu.
Merah pula lagi.
Tidak, matahari yang hilang, damage-nya turun.
Gila nih tim Aston Fox udah bersiap dari berapa lama?
Mati tadi cuma nge-setup tailwind doang, langsung diserodok sama Iron Hands. Ini udah gak peduli dia, bodo amat lo ngapain, yang penting gua dazzling gleam, heat wave.
But the question is, does your Iron Hands even survive this Dazzling Gleam? If you fake out into Chiyu, you then might just feint to Dazzling Gleam, and Amoonguss is just never going to win the game from offense.
Kalau nge-fake out sih itu, Amoonguss mati.
Kalau misalkan si Ciu-nya nggak miss.
Oh iya, gue nge-fake out si Flutterman sih pasti. Soalnya masih bisa miss. Nggak ada. Goodbye. Burn pula ini udah dikasih hex dari antara semua hex. Kasian, gua kasian. Udah nggak perlu tailwind lanjutin mah, ya bantai terus. Oh nggak, biar nggak miss. Kita ada Yuya ngamuk. Ah si anjir, tim apa ini? Tapi tadi strateginya emang bener banget sih, Gong.
Iya tuh keren banget strateginya sih. Setup Chan, pasang Ciu, Ultra jadiin Terra.
Pasang tailwind, sudah klik orang bego. Orang pemain GTA, orang GTA. The groove.
Tadi dia menang lawan siapa? Aston.
Really nice defensive pivot
Si
to
Gebeb.
at least give you a chance, and even just playing for the heat wave miss was the right call in that situation to buy him another turn. But there's a lot of information to be able to take away from that game number 1 as well. We saw a
Oh
little bit
katanya
of
info-info yang sangat banyak dapat. Iya juga ya kalau nggak timnya si Aston Fox yang nyerang tuh cuma Flutterman yang nggak banyak gitu penyerangnya.
information away.
Woi, corona udah nggak ada, masih pakai masker aja lu diomelin. Siapa pakai masker?
Iya.
Oh sih.
Di Jakarta mah pakai.
Jakarta lagi polusi, Al. Lu kalau nggak pakai masker lu sakit.
It's water Terra, right? So if you're up against Flutter plus Torkoal, you can
Plus
just go for
Purple.
water Terra, and it has Heavy Slam, and Ashton's Terra on the Flutter main is Fairy, so then you just get a Heavy Slam into that slot. I think
Heavy
the
Slam.
risk there obviously is that the Iron Hands is slow, right? And so there's a lot like can potentially take advantage of that. But to me, yeah, I think a defensive Terra from Amoonguss or Hands is what we were talking about going into this game. And I think if you're able
Kombinasi
to
Iron Hands dan Amoonguss sangat menarik katanya. Menarik sih emang gua ngelihat jamur sama ngelihat robot pesumo.
Kalau dia Terra penting emang Terranya ini bagus sih.
So-soan kayak gangster hati Hello Kitty. Kalau tahu sih Al, lu temenan sama dia.
So I'm thinking maybe a different Terra from Yuya's end. I think Flutter main could also be a very interesting adjustment as well. And you need to figure out how to basically deal more damage.
I think it would be nice to just have the option for the Urshifu to just get some impact, and that was something that Ashton's pressure made very, very difficult for Yuya to actually try to weave in. But it's time for game number 2, and it's going to be
Number
a little
two.
adjustment coming in from Yuya, as it is the Iron Hand.
Flutterman dan Torkoal.
Running it back.
Sama ya? Oh enggak. Tadi depannya kan langsung Urshifu Qianpao kan.
Sekarang Qianpao-nya nih yang bahaya nih.
Jadi emang Urshifu Qianpao, Iron Hand sama Amoonguss tuh standar gitu ya kayaknya.
Iya. Tapi betul apinya panas banget nih pakai itu ya.
You don't really do that much damage with any of
Charcoal.
the Iron Hands, especially if it goes to that water Terra. And
Oh,
so I
damage.
think turn 1 you could
Kayak tadi
consider
kayak lama
protecting
banget
the
kan.
Qianpao, for example,
Kagak.
and then going for a Heavy Slam. Ash's response then is to
Enggak tuh Charcoal naikin api.
Oh iya.
committed to
Oh
a
Charcoal yang
slow
ngulang
flow
apa
in the
naikin
back
api
with
ya.
Iron Hands
Naikin
for
api.
Celia, and I like this decision a lot because I think Yuya is probably feeling
Kabur. Aku udah mau di fake out.
You don't want to just let your
Saatnya kita
drop.
meng-fake out
It's
yang
gonna
lain.
be really critical in the very back.
Anjir langsung dong Tera.
But it is going to be a Terra from
Belly
Yuya
drum.
to Iron
Ya apa
Hands.
grass.
And so the water Terra.
Gue mau ngerjain tugas bareng cewek gue, Cela. Mantap Al. Nanti DM don't forget, siap. Lu juga don't forget ambil onjukennya itu udah paling murah Al.
Kabut takut.
Protect dia. Terra water.
Oh my god, keren. Eruption full.
Ya tapi jadi water sih.
Gak apa-apa lah nih.
Lumayan.
Apa gede pak? Lumayan. Buat ke Iron Hands lumayan.
Ini enak banget aja di wild card si Iron Hands juga.
Tapi hati-hati dia bisa ganti.
Ganti siapa sih?
Iya sih ganti siapa sih gede. Iya nggak ada ground ya.
Yeah, really smart play number one, and we're gonna see the ice.
Chill anjir defense gede.
Interflinch dia interflinch.
Despite the fact that it's a critical hit and
Bro. Mati dong. Chen Pao. Enggak Chen Pao mati dong eruption-nya full. Satu slot.
It's so weird to see Iron Hands getting one shot by anything because it's such a bulky Pokemon, but
ya!
That's honestly
Tanda Yuya keren loh, Tanda Yuya.
If you don't get the flinch there, then
Oh
you get
my
the
God.
eruption.
Aduh tapi kasihan banget aja tuh Iron Hands sudah mati dari awal.
That actually, I think.
Oh udah Landorus. Flinch-nya. Kayaknya.
Kayaknya 30% ya.
Udah Landorus selesai nih bahaya juga.
Right, the combination of the Champion Landorus means that you can just keep going for
Water.
really powerful.
World switch.
The main thing that's offered from the Landorus is this is a choice scarf. Are you actually going to click the Landorus? You can't find Terra Blast, that's only one of the strongest strengths. So I'm looking at that stomping tantrum now potentially to target.
Enggak pasti si Chen Pao ngapain terus nih stomping tantrum.
So I wonder if you wanted to play towards a Trick Room late game mode where you Dark Terra Cresselia, set up Trick Room, and then go from there.
I think that would be a really stellar play. It's gonna be a Terra though.
Oh sekarang si Asto jadi tim Trick Room ya?
Iya.
Gara-gara lambat gua.
I love that choice as well because
Emang
we're
metanya
talking
kayak
about
water ya?
the stomping tantrum being a bit of a threat into the Iron Hands or the Torkoal, and I think
Come on.
has done a really impressive job. It's the
Itu tadi
stomping
kasih lihat aja ya maksudnya.
Oh kesana.
get knocked out for all of its troubles.
Sayang banget Torkoal.
That does open the door for Ashton to bring in something else that may serve a little bit better into the offense that Yuya has on his
Oh jadi slow pivot ya. Jadi sempat nge-switch out.
Vertikal lagi anjir buset.
But no flinch, it is going to be that Volt Switch. So, yeah, the idea of that turn was, hey, let me just make sure that I can survive. Could have gone for
Like
something
and
like a
survive.
Dream, but I really
Like
like the
SR.
Volt Switch in the back. The idea is, hey,
Cresselia.
and Cresselia
Berani tapi ya?
each other.
Oh enggak kan Cresselia masuk terus akhirnya masuk lagi.
So you are unable to go for the potential fake out. Or sorry, you're locked in the stomping so you
Oh iya tinggal gini ya.
Tinggal spam itu.
which I think makes a lot of sense as well because
Dia udah Terra belum? Udah Terra tadi ya.
and you have that speed.
Udah Terra.
Oh speed naik.
Right now,
Speed yang
my
naikin.
question is how much does stopping tantrum from the Landers actually do to Flutter Mane? Because I think the obvious play from Yuya's end is to just go for a protect with that Champao right now.
And what's really nice about the Cresselia is it's
Charm.
a team, which is one of its attacks, and that's not really typical
Nice
of a
beam.
lot of the Cresselia sets we've seen so far heading into the World Championships. And it's the perfect choice of move to have against a Landers on the other side. Champao does not want to take any of these attacks, but the charm into the Champao. Now that's a tech move you don't see every day.
Yeah, you don't see it every day, but Charm here not really.
Oh no! Gede banget itu.
Charm actually into Landers
Yeah,
has been really cool, but instead the Ice Beam is going to come out. Does that get the knockout is my question. It is able to secure the KO, okay.
Big KO there. Trade for trade, and now we're going to end up seeing both Ashton and
lambat semua nih. Enggak bisa aja fake out Trick Room kalau mau.
Iya fake out Trick Room terus nge-sweep di situ.
Cuma enggak tahu Pokemon
Aduh,
siapa. Ya anjir.
Too much there, but okay, right now I feel like Cresselia is in such good shape. The main thing is how do you get to a point where you actually get the knockouts, right? Because the main problem is that the Cresselia can't actually really hit the
Anjir langsung bilang
Champao.
lu nggak fake out
And
dulu.
so if you want to beat the Champao, you're going to have to utilize that Iron Hands. And so yeah, the Drain Punch here, of course, is the best way to just heal up here. You could, of course, just go for something like Fake Out onto the Champao. Okay,
I think you have to.
I think
you have to. You definitely have to because you want to be able to, you want this Iron Hands to be able to survive in this turn so that you could end up seeing this Cresselia actually get some damage down.
Oh, Flash Shock ke defense ya? Turun masih.
Tanggung.
Tipis. Tada Yuya.
It still would have been tricky because then the Champao could just target down the Iron Hands. I think Ashton was just making a really hard read there.
Kalau Trick Room, tapi dia punya Aquajet tadi ya. Kalau di trans Aquajet mati ya.
Make out or Drain Punch, you have to protect there. And Champao's like, nah, I'm not going to. And so Yuya now actually in a really commanding position because you get this guaranteed crunch plus surge.
Gede banget parah.
Makanya si Cresselia juga kayaknya nggak bisa ngelawan
Cresselia. Get a chance for a bit of HP recovery as it does consume a Citrus Berry. And we're going to see the Q just follow that up. Close combat into the Iron Hands means that Iron Hands doesn't get a chance to actually get any damage down. And so while Cresselia is going to still be on the field, what does it really do at this point to be able to finish off both the Chiampao and the Urshifu? And going to be the Trick Room, just a try.
Yeah, the thing is, this came out a little too late, and this is one of the awkward things about Cresselia. Cresselia actually often carries Moonblast, and you called out, Rose, this set has the Ice Beam instead, so while helpful against the Landers, you're actually really walled by that Chiampao, and this Chiampao has Crunch, which is a move that really has been picking up in usage on it as well, so it felt like there was really good control in the early game from Ashton's, and especially after getting that knockdown onto Iron Hands, but the Landers with that stopping tantrum was just so strong, so that's why I was expecting Ashton to maybe bring out his Iron Hands and fake out onto the Chiampao, set up Trick Room, and then go from there. But I think that's the awkward thing in this game for Ashton. It's like if you set up Trick Room, well, then Flutter remains your last Pokemon. What's that going to do under Trick Room? So you could see how using two distinct modes sometimes can actually be really, really difficult because they don't necessarily synergize well with each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's still going to be a bit of a stall out as you are able to get a bit more HP recovery going
so much damage.
Yeah, you go for the Lunar Blessing here. You let's give yourself some to see some more calculations and how much damage you would end up taking, and that's a ton.
I think to me, this game had a couple critical turns. The was really cool, but imagine
satu sama nih, lanjut ke match 3, game 3.
That would have been super strong. I think in this game, Iron Hands had the ability to just go for a Drain Punch.
Udah main standar aja fake
But I think Ashton was also probably just worried about close combat from the Urshifu getting the knockout onto Iron Hands, and so we had seen Chiampao protect previously, right? So maybe he's like, okay, well, I just can't feint to a close combat because if close combat knocks me out, I just lose the game immediately. And the idea is if maybe you get the double knockout onto the Urshifu, then it's a 2v1. But the problem is that Cresselia is just never going to win against that Chiampao. And so Cresselia just ended up actually, I think, really working against Ashton in this game. And we saw the decision to drop Chiyu, and I think Chiyu would have been a lot stronger. So Ashton wanting to go for it, but never really fully committing to the Trick Room mode, and that made things really difficult for him after the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's tough when you're trying to get Trick Room set up in the late game.
Yeah.
Usually you do see it as a strategy where you bring it right away, you try to go for maybe a Protect or just go for the Trick Room right off the bat so you can set up some of your slower sweepers to be able to operate under that. But I still like the 3 core pieces that Ashton has brought to both games. I think if he can lean into that a little bit more, he will be able to find success, but you also made some fantastic adjustments, and I think leading with the Iron Hands and Chiampao, like you were saying he might want to try to do, really worked out for him.
Yeah, definitely. I think the main thing is Yuya fought back from a really big deficit, and I think you shouldn't expect to get away with that once again. So what's interesting to me then is, like, do you commit to the same mode once again, right? Because I do think the Water Terra Hands is just the best solution into Flutter Mane early, and I think if you look at Ashton's team, the only way to really hit the Iron Hands with Water Terra, specifically for a lot of damage, is Wild Charge from your own Iron Hands.
Tapi kenapa sih jadi water ya
sekarang? Goes for the same combo, then maybe adjust for one play. But I think the Pokemon we brought with
lawan Grass sama Alex itu, Grass jarang
that previous one. But it's going to be the Chiampao
kayak ini Annihilate.
again.
Oh, Annihilate.
All right, time for game number 3.
Oke, langsung tidak ampun aja tuh. Sudahlah. Urshifu Chiampao lagi lah.
And so the winner here is going to be able to keep an undefeated record heading into Swiss round 3. And you know what? I appreciate that Ashton is starting to think about the Terra right away, just as an option to be able to get through some of this. I honestly like juicy dark type Pokemon. You really like to see that if you got the Flutter Mane out.
Yeah, I think one of the things to think about here is there is that Ghost Terra on Chiampao, so
that is true.
Yeah, as you can see, Ashton's like, I don't really know about clicking Fake Out on that slot. That's a little bit risky. So here we go. Flutter is going to switch. Ashton recognizing, hey, in game 1 I got pretty lucky. There was that miss on me immediately. Let me just try to play around that and break this Focus Sash first. I really like what he's going for here because we also know how much that Dazzling Gleam did into the Urshifu.
Protect mulu dia.
Okay. Is it a double protect? It is.
Okay.
Oh, double protect.
Makes a lot of sense. Just scout out a little bit about what's going on. And if you're able to bait out the Terra, then it gives you a huge advantage to be able to move forward through the rest of the turns. But now you've got Torkoal on the field. At least you're going to be able to mitigate some of the damage coming out from that Rapid Strike Urshifu.
One of my questions now is, how much damage can you do into the Iron Hand slot? Can you close combat and go for example, an Ice Cold Crash and just double up into that slot and get a knockout? Iron Hands is really bulky here, but it's going to be the Crunch. So, okay, Crunch plus Surging Strikes and the Torkoal would make a lot of sense here. 105 down to 63.
Tahan. 3 kali kan?
I think it should get the knockout. Yep.
Ya, mati.
Was biggest threat in this matchup. So
Drain punch langsung drain punch lah.
in itself, but
Tapi kalau misalkan si itu datang, lalu Tera Desmond sama Ciu, sama Cresselia ya.
Fluttermane is in a fantastic position at the moment, and you know, you talk about the Torkoal maybe not being the most pivotal Pokemon in this match, but being able to set the Sun feels so good to be able to get the speed boost here, especially knowing that we did end up seeing Tornadus actually be left at home once again for this game number 3.
Yeah, it's interesting Ashton actually committed to the same 4. I thought Chi-Yu in the back would have made a lot of sense, but there is no Chi-Yu, so yeah, I think Cresselia now is able to put on some pressure with potential trick room, but Flutter is going to be in a really, really awkward spot because I think the main thing is like Flutter's just so essential in this matchup, right? So are you able to conserve it? Because in the previous game it went down to 1 stomping tantrum and that was it. Wasn't able to actually get any damage off. So you need to be able to conserve the Flutter a little bit better.
Well, you did see the Terra preserved as well, though, from Ashton's side. So you at least have the ability to go for something like that Terra Fairy if you want to be able to get that damage out there. And like Urshifu, Qianpao, still fantastic targets for this, but I don't think it's the right time yet.
Qianpao.
Survive that Fairy Terra doesn't leave this time around because there's no Chi-Yu on the field. And last time we just saw that one-hit knockout with Chi-Yu. If you're able to survive, that could be a pretty big deal. You can potentially go for something like Protect with the Qianpao, Surging Strikes into Flutter, and then Aqua Jet Sucker Punch that slot next turn. So let's see. This is going to be really big because that's why I wanted to see Chi-Yu maybe come back into the battle. That special defense shrub, I think, could have been pivotal. We'll see how bulky the Urshifu is here.
Okay, this is time. And this is definitely going to be a pivotal turn looking at game number 3.
Dia paling kenceng kan speednya.
The Terra Fairy Flood. This has been a staple in the meta for these past few seasons. And it's going to be a Terra on the opposing side as well. So looking to be able to preserve that Urshifu, going for the defensive Water Terra type. And make sure that you're not going to take super effective damage from those fairy type attacks.
I will say one thing about this position is Ashton might actually be able to be. Oh, okay, he's just.
Oh my god!
Wow, that's
so much.
No Aqua Jet though, okay.
Itu bukan Aqua Jet,
so
tapi
just
dia.
Trying to go for some big damage here as the Dazzling Gleam
mati
tuh. Much better now as the
Ya
Qianpao
mati
does
sih
slow
ininya.
down, leaving the Urshifu just a bit more vulnerable in these next few turns.
Soalnya nyerang Cresselia.
Might that the sun is up, but you're still going to be able to get the knockout here as Fluttermane a ton of damage there from that Sucker Punch.
Yeah, it was interesting to actually see Qianpao just get knocked out there. I was thinking maybe you could potentially consider switching it out, conserving it, for example. But we're going to take basically a trade here, right? But the thing is, this time around, Iron Hands plus Cresselia is looking a lot stronger this endgame. However, because of that Terra, Urshifu actually survives the double up, so that's really pivotal. Now you can bring out Iron Hands, you have fake out pressure, and you can go for a Trick Room endgame. And I think Trick Room in this endgame looks a lot stronger, so I think Ashton did a really good job of figuring out how to get Cresselia and Hands out next to each other. But the problem is there is Landorus, there is that guaranteed Intimidate onto the Iron Hands, and you already used your Terra on the Fluttermane as well. So you can go for fake out onto one of the 2 slots here, but whatever you don't fake out is going to get really strong guaranteed damage.
At least the sun is still up, but I think you just fake out the Landorus here because you're hoping that that Water Terra, like the sun is going to be able to help you just enough through the Water Terra, and maybe you're able to get the Trick Room up for Iron Hands to be able to show off.
Yeah, I think what makes this a little bit hard for Yuya is that the Landorus, we saw faint to that Ice Beam earlier, Ice Beam being such a powerful attack. And the main thing here is, I agree with you, yeah, fake out into Landorus, you don't take a ton of damage from Stomping Tantrum. The sun is still up, so Surging Strikes less, so maybe you go for close combat on Iron Hands, basically. But then the next turn, the Cresselia can just go for a Psyshock onto Urshifu and then Ice Beam into Landorus. We're actually going to see the Urshifu switch out.
So the 4th and final is going to be the Iron Hands for Yuya.
And I really like this play because the idea is now you can go for fake out onto the Cresselia and then just Stomping Tantrum onto the Iron Hands. I think that was a really smart way to say, okay, you know what, Iron Hands has fake out pressure, I position it well now. And the main thing about this matchup is that like the bulk of the damage really comes from, right now, Cresselia is actually really good into both, but like Hands already has been weakened pretty significantly. So the main thing is that Yuya now has this ability to go for fake out. Yep, you're gonna target the Cresselia, so now you do not have that Ice Beam. And it's a -1 Drain Punch with just such little damage on the Landorus is gonna be able to get such a powerful attack off. There is the Stomping Tantrum from the Landorus onto Iron Hands.
Anjir!
Knockout!
Oh, isbannya.
What a huge knockout to take here. Yuya is just 1 Pokemon away from being able to secure the victory in
No way.
3. And all that Cresselia can hope for is just to try to take out the Iron Hands and withstand an attack from the Landorus, because you are looking at stopping Tantrum right now, and that's going to be locked in for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it felt like Ashton basically had to play the game in this way, but Yuya just had to play like countered it perfectly, right? And so it's one of the upsides of using an attack like Stomping Tantrum, really being able to take advantage of that situation, and Ashton just does have a Cresselia, and actually Cresselia in this situation can do enough damage potentially to knock out all these Pokemon, because you do have the super effective Ice Beam and Psyshock, but you kind of have to get every turn correctly right now, and even then, I'm not sure it's enough to actually win the game, especially with Iron Hands being able to potentially cycle in and back out again. So I think it's not 100% over quite yet, but we are seeing damage start being
Dia diem dong si itunya.
the Iron Hands being faster here is also a
Dia walcas nawannya ngurang
You
Psycho.
take about a quarter chunk
Berapa
from
gede ya?
that,
Wes gede dong.
Shock now into the Iron Hands.
Kecil
It's super
banget
effective, but it's
Psyshocknya.
not enough this time around. Gonna take another hit from the Psyshock.
Kecil banget
Landorus
Psyshocknya.
is just kind of stuck using Stomping Tantrum at this point, and it's a nice bait, at least on the board.
Yeah, I guess that's what actually makes this really interesting, right? I think if the Urshifu just switched in last
Nah,
turn,
kalau
this would be
dicabut si
100% over,
itu,
but because
si
it
itu,
hasn't,
si Lando
now
beneran
Landorus
kunci
is in
itu
a really
doang.
awkward
Landonya
spot,
harus
right?
cabut.
Like, with Trick Room still being up,
Iya.
you actually maybe
Kalau
still
nggak kalah
are
ya.
able to find a comeback. But, like, the question is, like, Landorus doesn't want to switch out, right? Because it's, you're
Harus
looking to
switch
conserve this Urshifu for the end game, where then you just click Surging Strikes and go from there. The problem is if you switch Landorus out and Urshifu comes in and gets knocked out, that's one of your main damage
That's
dealers
bad.
eliminated immediately. Yeah, so pretty interesting. But I think now, if you're Yuya, there's 2 turns of Trick Room left, so you just go for Wild Charge, you stay in with Landorus, you protect with Urshifu on the final turn of Trick Room. Then the question is, does Wild Charge and Surging Strikes actually do enough to get the knockout? Because if you fall short even by 1 HP, the Landorus isn't a
switch out.
So Yuya's like, okay, I don't want to risk that. He is going to switch the Landorus out and bring out that Urshifu.
Urshifu Galar Champion!
Urshifu is just so low, though. Anything coming through from this Cresselia is going to be enough to knock it out. But the Drain Punch makes this really interesting, because maybe Iron Hands is now out of range from being able to get Psyshocked and just knocked out here.
Oh, ada berry.
Cresselia also gets taken down to a Citrus Berry, so now that's HP recovery that's just off the board, moving into the next few turns. But here comes the Psyshock. Iron Hands is going to be enough now, and he's going to get the knockout.
Yeah,
Trick Room masih panjang kan? Masih 3 tahun lagi ya?
Is able to come back in. That Intimidate really is
Tiga tahun lagi.
Trick Room still has
Dia kan nggak di
everything.
start di awal.
So, you can just Ice Beam the Landorus slot.
Lu SBM dia kan nggak bisa pakai protek kan?
Then that's just Surging Strikes. It's really close as to whether or not Surging Strikes will KO. So yeah, the debate here is, do you predict...
Mending bunuh Urshifu dulu.
Mending Urshifu dulu, Urshifu dulu, Urshifu dulu.
Urshifu dulu.
Dia bisa protek ya? Bisa ya? Tapi hati-hati
Gue
protek.
nggak tahu bawa atau nggak bawa ya tadi.
Bawa protek. Kalau protek bahaya banget sih. Oh, Cresselia! Comeback 1 lawan 3.
Nggak tahu jurusnya si Urshifu. Jurusnya Landorus apa?
Oh my goodness.
It's coming down to the
Terablas.
wire. It's going to be maybe 1 attack away.
Ya! Let's go! Ya!
Oh, normal, pas banget. Anjir, enggak ini. Bisa tahan tapi, Yutaro bisa tahan. Anjir. Nggak, tadi tuh masih bisa tahan. Si Landorus yang, anjir.
Two incredible players. But Yuya Tada making some smart adjustments in Game 2 and Game 3 to be able to get the victory.
Oh my goodness, Cresselia was...
Tapi well play sih. Si Yuya well play, gila keren banget sih. Lu well play, lu keren, lu mainnya di sini bagus banget. Wow.
Crazy, bro. So much going on. It was really interesting to see Ashton win with the fast vote in Game 1 and then just not commit in Game 2 and 3. I thought Chiyu could have been a really strong bring to come back out.
Tapi jadi ketahuan sih sebenarnya. Tadi ya sebenarnya fun fact ya. Si yang game pertama si Aras, timnya kan sama kayak dia, sama kayak si Jepang. Sama persis. Jadi kayaknya itu udah jadi capnya nih ya, jadi peta sekarang nih.
You must have been sweating a little bit in that end game. You just was like, okay, I got the knockout. It's 3v1.
2 kali game.
And you didn't play correctly as well, but that was definitely scary.
Well, especially when your Landorus is just stuck on the
sayang.
stomping tantrum. That doesn't feel super great, but to have the patience to wait for making that pivot at the right time was like so clean and really well done.
One of the things I was thinking about was that Drain Punch, because you called out you want to get that recovery, but in the end it gains the side shock anyway. So I'm like,
Oke, kalau gitu nih biarin aja lu, kalau yang mau nonton silakan di sini.
But you know, at the end of the day,
nonton silakan di sini. Kita meeting dulu.
Probably confident, hey, like you turn plus U-turn.
Meeting keren. Ntar gue headset dulu.
Knock out the Cresselia should be good here anyway.
We'll be right back.
A little bit scary. I was wondering what would have happened if the turn let the Landorus head just stayed in. If you just ice beam that slot immediately, you get that knockout. Then Urshifu comes out. Then there's still a couple turns of Trick Room left, right? So then it's the question of can Urshifu stall out the Trick Room basically quickly enough? Because it's obviously left exposed to Psyshock. And then the other thing is Cresselia in this matchup actually did have Lunar Blessing. So then I was curious, hey, if it's Cresselia versus Iron Hands 1v1, if you knocked out both Landers and Urshifu under Trick Room, I'd expect Cresselia to win that matchup at that point because you just keep healing up from Lunar Blessing.
Yep.
Yeah, so, man, I don't know. That was really nuts. Like, it was a really, really wild set overall, and we saw some really cool adjustments. And even though like the Pokemon choices were somewhat similar, the leads were different, and the turn ones were very different from game to game to game.
Yeah, it was so exciting because even in those like final few turns of game number 3, we're just back and forth. We're like, oh no, Ashton's in a great position. But wait, no, Yuya is now also in a good position.
Right.
And just every single turn, it felt like every move ended up changing the pace of the actual match itself. So what an exhilarating way to start off day 1 here.
Yeah, I still keep thinking about that one-hit knockout from Stomping Tantrum on Iron Hands with the fake out from the previous turn. Like, I thought that in particular was just so powerful. And Landorus was one of the Pokemon I expected to have a strong performance in this tournament. I think it feels like maybe I haven't seen as many North American players use it, but I know like the Japanese players just love it. I've seen Clear Amulet, I've seen Assault Vest, I've seen Choice Scarf, and here's actually the Choice Scarf set, right? So like part of the thing about Landorus is that can be a really effective sweeper. So it is kind of surreal to me to see Cresselia and Landorus out in a battle in 2023 instead of 2013. I'm like, oh
I was like, wait a minute, what decade is this?
Yep, still just really putting in a lot of work. But yeah, overall, I think that set was just nuts, like from beginning to end. I was just so curious how things would have played out from the Icicle Crash on turn 1 of game 1 and whether or not that would have been enough to just get a knockout, because it's pretty difficult to train Flutter Remain in a way to actually survive that attack. Like, Icicle Crash is just so powerful, and I also wonder how things would have played out if Ashton brought like Chiyu in the end of game 2 rather than the Cresselia, because he just wasn't able to really utilize the Cresselia mode as effectively. But oh my goodness, what a set.
I'm so happy we get to relive some of those moments because there were a ton. I mean, right away, like what a way to kick off the series. Yuya actually missing the Icicle Crash to be able to get the knockout into the Flutter Mane. And I have many more what ifs could have happened from this set, even just beyond that.
And then the Iron Hands war in game 2, that beautiful turn 1 switch in to take that heavy slam, and then man, Wild Charge getting a one-hit knockout on Iron Hands.
I never thought I'd see
such a wild concept to me, yeah, but is able to get that knockout. And even despite the knockout, Yuya found a really impressive comeback with the Landorus combination here. And then, of course, Urshifu surviving with the sliver of HP there. That being said, I think in that game, even if Urshifu had fainted, the problem is Chimpao was just always going to beat the Cresselia, and you can just sucker punch into the Iron Hand slot, get the knockout there. So this Cresselia set is so interesting. Like, if it had Moonblast and had like triple offense, could have been even stronger in this matchup. And then I wonder if Ashton would have been able to just like really clean up with it. But that's the tough thing about Cresselia, right? You have to find 4 moves on it, and it has like 8 to 10 moves that it really likes to use.
Reminds me of the Grimmsnarl problem from last season. Like, what is it going to run? There's so many different options that you can put on it. But I think that Ashton's move choices for the Cresselia make a lot of sense given what we have seen in the field of competition so far. I think Ice Beam is going to pay off dividends moving into the next few matches for him.
Yeah, and it's also really interesting just looking at Yuya's team. That's a point you were making, Rose, earlier, which I thought was really smart, which is that a lot of the Japanese players are really just opting for these kind of meta Pokemon, but how do you use them maybe just more effectively or better than everyone else, right? Like, I think the World Championships that people point out the most when looking at Japanese players is 2015, when 7 of the top 8 players were using the same core of Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, Kangaskhan, for example. And so that feels like an early trend. I've seen a lot of Japanese players opting for teams like this, right? I think Amoonguss is also often seen on these comps, or Amoonguss is one of the most pivotal members of these comps. Didn't really actually come out in that matchup, which I thought was interesting, but Yuya might have thought, hey, it's just a little bit too slow paced here, bringing Amoonguss into a matchup with Chiyu and Torkoal. That seems like kind of silly, right? The main reason I was interested in it was because of the Water Terror, and I think being able to survive an attack, Spore into Flutter Mane alone is a really big deal. But I think, yeah, Japan in particular, I feel like really loves Landorus Theory and really loves Amoonguss, and so not really shocked to see that in that previous game. And then the idea of just taking advantage of Chimpao's defense drops and doing all this damage is so huge as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what other changes that we end up seeing from teams like this, because I mean, you mentioned Chalk, you mentioned that core that has really kind of shaken up the meta in that year, but people were talking about that too for some of these other teams that we've seen come to the table. A lot of great Pokemon that you can put together in multiple different iterations, and I think this team that Yuya has brought is going to be staple at this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. I think just even looking at Yuya's team sheet, there's nothing that's really too surprising about it, quite frankly. It's all like, okay, all these 6 Pokemon, we expected them to be popular.
Yeah.
And in those games, there weren't any like really feel like crazy ways that Yuya maybe train the Pokemon either. It's just, hey, these are just really, really darn good Pokemon that work super well with each other. Chien-Pao's an interesting one. They've won the North American International Championships. Alex Gomez won with it, and it's just such an effective Pokemon. I think when I played Regulation D, I'm always like, man, like late game Chien-Pao with Focus Sash is just so strong. I think the most interesting thing about Chien-Pao is seeing how it's developed from meta to meta. In Regulation C, for example, people would run Ice Spinner and Sacred Sword, and Sucker Punch and Protect. That was kind of the standard set. Now it feels like Yuya's set is the more standard one. We've got Icicle Crash and Crunch, exactly. And one of the other things that has really shifted in the meta is before people were using Jolly Chien-Pao, but in this format, a lot of players I've seen are now running Admin Chien-Pao to get that little bit of extra damage. And that little bit of extra damage actually goes such a long way in the Chien-Pao versus Flutter Mane matchup, because a lot of people before were training to survive attacks from Jolly Chien-Pao, but not Admin Chien-Pao.
Exactly, exactly. And I was even thinking that too. Like, Ice Spinner still does a ton of damage. Icicle Crash, though, like the extra little boost of base power to that move is really nice to secure some
But
big
the misses are just so stressful. But it's, you know, it's relevant, right? Because we've seen Chien-Pao use Icicle Crash on stream already, round 1 and round 2. That's like, Chien-Pao, I think, is a very meta-defining Pokemon. It is very straightforward, generally, in how you use it. Almost everyone just trains max speed, max special attack, and then you run a combination of Ice Spinner, Sucker Punch, Icicle Crash, Protect, for example, Sacred Sword. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know what it's going to do, but it's still just that strong, right? Like, its ability is so good, its speed stat is so good, and it can be used so incredibly effectively, either in the early game to just get knockouts, or in the late game where you've, like, chipped away at everything, it comes out and just starts getting one-hit KOs onto everything. And I think with Chien-Pao being able to, like, bait out a defensive Terra just makes it so much easier to use in the end game as well, when you know you can just click your Ice-type moves with more confidence.
I think another thing about Chien-Pao that we've seen as well, I mean, you talk about Alex Gomez, like winning it with the Dragapult as one of its key partners, but like over the course of the season, it's really been Dragonite Chien-Pao as like kind of the dynamic duo to be able to pair, and now we're seeing a whole different door open up for different physical attackers that you can put next to it.
Totally, and if you look at Yuya's team, right, you've got the Landorus team and the Urshifu.
Physical attackers.
Right, and like how strong was that combo, right? The idea is it's like these are already really good attackers, and you just deal even more damage. A Flying Terra Blast, I think just one of the strongest flying type moves that you can have in this game, and you combine that with Chien-Pao dropping defense is so nice. And the, you know, Urshifu is just a wild Pokemon, right? Like, when we had previously seen this Pokemon, it was in a Dynamax format, where of course you could make your Pokemon extra big and get a little bit more health. But in this format, Urshifu is like, I'm just gonna attack through your Protect and deal 50% to you. Have fun.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Exactly,
you know? Good luck, have fun to all my competitors out there.
And I think like the thing I'm really getting from these first 2 rounds is, hey, Chien-Pao was huge, Urshifu was huge. Where do we go from here, basically? And how do people counter it? This is the more standard Urshifu set, but in the previous round, in round 1, Arashi Omadi, the 2013 World Champion, had a safety goggles sword stance set. So that's what I love about the innovation.
Wild.
A lot of people are using these Pokemon, but how differently are they using it?
Kind of like the Iron Hands conundrum that we saw as well. Some players actually dropping the Assault Vest to be able to play the sword stance set.
Yep, exactly.
And even just like I saw Citrus Berry one time or another. It's really cool to be able to see those unique choices, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, and I'm just glad we saw weather already. We were talking about it going into this round. We had the sun come out from Ashton's End, and we saw a lot of the different modes, right? He committed to the Tornadus Tailwind mode in Game 1, Game 2, like Cresselia came out, didn't really set up Trick Room super effectively, and then Game 3, Cresselia almost actually pulled off this crazy comeback, which was absolutely wild. So, yeah, I think like Cresselia looked really good in terms of offense in that matchup, but I think one of its fundamental problems is Chien-Pao can be, like, you can't hit Chien-Pao if you don't have Moonblast, and Chien-Pao can crunch you, and like that dynamic makes things really awkward. One of the interesting things about that last matchup was that we didn't actually see Cresselia click Lunar Blessing very much at all. Like, I think it maybe did it in the end of Game 2, but it wasn't really relevant. And I think Lunar Blessing is a really interesting move because it's so strong, right? It heals you, it heals your partner. But to me, one of the hardest things about using Cresselia is actually finding opportunities where Lunar Blessing like makes a big enough difference, because often it's like maybe your Pokemon are already at full HP, and then like you just take so much damage where the first Lunar Blessing after doesn't really help. And so that's one of my questions. Like, can anyone in this tournament really figure out how to use Lunar Blessing as effectively as possible? And I think it's not as easy as you may think it is.
No, I mean, when you looked at it right away, you said, oh my gosh, Cresselia with Lunar Blessing next to Ursaluna, like that's going to be absolutely wild. How do you take it down at this point? And yeah, like just seeing how top players are using it right now, it is much harder to weave in any sort of setup. Even Pollen Puffamoongus, I felt like was a Pokemon that ended up like having a lot of prominence. Maybe we get to see a little bit more of that heading into the rest of the weekend, but we do have our interview ready to go. So let's go ahead and hit over to the stage, talk to Yuya.
Thank you, Rosemary and Aaron. I am joined by the winner of that amazing round 2 set, Yuya Tada. Huge congratulations. That game 3 was very, very intense. Can you talk us through your thoughts towards the end of that game 3, how you were feeling in that match against Ashton?
Yeah, this was a very close game. Ashton. Yeah, so I must read Ashton's moves. So I'm very lucky to win this match.
Yes, it was very intense at the end of that game. Were you sure you were going to get the KO on Cresselia with the U-turn?
Yeah, is it Cresselia?
Oh, were you confident you were going to KO Cresselia?
Yeah. I thought I can beat Cresselia, but a little bit nervous for it. Yeah.
It's always that way. Yeah. Let's dial back to game 1. Yeah. You missed an icicle crash. Yeah. How important was that to losing game 1?
Yeah. After miss, my priority is to understand Ashton's Pokemon stats. Yeah. So I threw away game 1. Yeah.
And you came back very strong in game 2. I want to talk about some of your Pokemon choices. Yeah. Urshifu and Chien-Pao are very, very strong together. Yeah. Was that something that you thought about putting them into your team? Do you like the two of them together?
Yeah. And Chien-Pao's Icicle Crash is a very offensive move because, in Taiwan, I use French to Toko. Yeah. So, and Uzi is very powerful with Chien-Pao. So this combination is very good, I think. Yeah.
I think that's a great identification by you. They work so well together, and we saw you play them really well. My last question for you. Obviously, you're here at the World Championships. How does it feel? Are you ready to try and get that title?
Yeah, in World Championships, in all year when I participate in, always I move to day 2, so 100% I will move to day 2 4 times. Yeah.
I love that confidence, and I know your friends are out there as well rooting for you. There's people on the broadcast rooting for you. Best of luck in the competition. We'll be keeping an eye on you. Of course, Pokemon trainers, there's more Pokemon action coming, so we're going to throw it back to the casters. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Lou, and congratulations to Yuya once again for such a victory over a very strong North American player. Things are really heating up here at the World Championships, and it's honestly a surprise to see where some of our top players are falling at the moment.
I was looking at the rounds and how the players were doing after this last round, and Worlds is just so intense. Like, there's so many good players that are at 1-1 and 0-2, including 2 previous world champions. I believe Eduardo Cunha, the defending world champion, is 0-2 to start. Wolf Glick, 2016 world champion, also 0-2. But at the end of the day, it's about getting to those 5 wins. So even if you've lost your first 2 games, if you win your next 5, you're still good. When Naoto won Worlds in 2019, in day 2, I believe he started 0-2 or 1-2 and then literally won every single game afterwards from Swiss as well as
It was a
Top Cut.
hero run, for sure.
It was, right? So at the end of the day, it's like about just making sure that you have your mental composure, and a lot of the game's best players, those, especially if you want to be world champion, you have to be able to stay composed even with losses, right? And so that's what I think makes Worlds so interesting. But of course, for those players that are 2-0, this is a smaller day 1. We only have 7 rounds. So if you're 2-0, you're like, okay, I just need 3 more wins out of 5, you know? That feels really doable. You got to just take it a round at a time and just keep going.
But it's still intense at that point, too.
Every day, it's Worlds. It's like, I was like, oh my goodness. Every time we look at these pairings and even just that last round, it's once again, it's like, these are all matches that I'm like, oh, this could easily be a finals of a major tournament.
Right?
And now we get to see the culmination of it. And that's why I love being at this tournament.
Same. I mean, talk about your experience, though, Aaron. You not only ended up qualifying to compete at this World Championships, but you've been at those tables before. So what is that pressure really like for the trainers that are competing?
It's so stressful. I think especially each win obviously feels great, right? But you need to string together so many wins. So I feel like each win is more of a sigh of relief. Like, oh, okay, I'm still in it. But each loss, you're like, oh my goodness, like I'm just getting closer and closer to elimination. And once it gets to that second loss in this format, that's when things are so stressful, because you're like, if anything goes wrong, I'm out, and that's it. But I think that also, you know, is able to really build up players, right? And there are players that thrive under the pressure and are able to, like, really, I think, zone in and lock in on it. So at the end of the day, I think the main thing I always say about these tournaments is that it's a long tournament. Each round is its own. Even if you started 5-0, you can lose 3 games in a row. Or I guess in this tournament, since we only have 7 rounds, if you start 4-0, you could lose 3 in a row and you won't advance on. If you are 0-2, you could win 5 in a row and move on, right? So it's all about just making sure that you treat each round as its own and don't let it impact you. But of course, some players, I think, do a really good job of riding the wave, riding the momentum, and really saying, oh my gosh, I feel so confident right now. I'm playing lights out. I'm just going to keep it up. I think there are some players where the pressure really gets to you. And I know when I was competing at Worlds, especially when I was younger, especially when I came in expecting to do well and like the first few rounds didn't go my way, like my mental game just really blew up. And so I think that's one of the toughest things about playing in this game. It's a long day and you have to have so much mental endurance.
I really love that insight, so thank you so much for sharing
Yeah,
that.
yeah, of course. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's going to do it for Swiss round number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to the lounge, though, because we've got an exciting game show for you.
That's right. Exciting game show indeed. The games that everyone showed up to watch today, I'm sure. We are going to try to identify some Pokemon by looking at their Pokedex entries. Before we do, though, I think we should go down the line, introduce yourself again to the people at home, and tell them what your specialty is when it comes to knowing things about Pokemon in the Pokedex, right? Let's start over here.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm a 3-time world champion, so I am going to win this game because I have the world champ difference. That's all that needs to be said.
Okay, world champ.
How do I follow that? I don't have a world champ difference, but I'm Lou. I am Team Gastrodon, so if Gastrodon appears, I hope to get that one right. And yeah, I think definitely Gastrodon. That's my Pokedex skill.
I feel like usually when I see your name, I see Gastrodon like very soon.
We are one in the same, Anna.
Mhm.
One in the same.
I'm Lee. I don't also have the world champ difference, so that's at a disadvantage. Pokedex speciality. I was a student of Professor Orc, so I'm gonna have that. So Kanto Dex, I should be fine.
You're showing your age, Lee.
Outside of that,
All right.
yeah, very old. but-
Awesome. All right. Will you be rooting for Gastrodon, the world champ, or Professor Oak's student? Let's find out now. All right, let's get our first prompt. Let's find out. Who do we identify? It's one of the kinds of Pokemon with electric cheek pouches. It shoots charges from its tail.
I mean,
Looking at me? Okay, I'll go first. Well, as a world champion, the only Pokemon I can think of here is another world champion Pokemon. This time, shout out to Sajin. I think this is Pachirisu.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it looks like Pikachu, but I feel like that's
too obvious.
False, yeah,
Too
it's
easy.
a false sense of security, and it says one of the kinds of Pokemon, and Pikachu was the original.
That's true.
So,
but that could be misleading.
It could be. Anything can happen on this show. I think, yeah, it could be Pachirisu. Am I allowed to say the same, or do I have to pick different?
No, you can pick the same one.
I'm gonna go Pachirisu.
All right, all right.
I also think it's Pachirisu.
Okay, just in case, I will go for Pikachu, just so, you know, we don't get caught by the, like, gotcha there. All right, who is it? Is it Pachirisu? Is it Pikachu? Is it someone else?
It could be Deden. Ah, it's
Pachirisu!
Pachirisu!
Good job. Pikachu is on the graphic, though, so I feel like
Points
we
for
were
sure.
covered
Half
all
points,
around.
yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Good job. Especially world champ, obviously, since you said it with a world champion in your answer, so yeah. Let's get our next prompt. Let's find out. Who are we looking for next? It can fly in spite of its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours.
Let's start with Lee on this one.
Yeah.
I think it's Dragonite.
Dragonite. Okay, okay.
I think
That
it's
makes sense.
Dragonite.
I was thinking Dragonite. It's the messenger, isn't it?
Yeah, the messenger Pokemon.
It's either that. It's got to be a dragon, so it could be Salamence maybe, but I think Dragonite because it's bulky, and I'm going Dragonite.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Dragonite too. Just, it's an OG, so I think I've got to go with Dragonite. Salamence, I was thinking it could be Salamence. Like, it is a big Pokemon. It takes
True.
max damage from Heavy Slam and Low Kick, I think. So it's a good guess, but I think I'm going Dragonite here.
It is like the definition of bulky, right? Like what do we think bulky means? I feel like, yeah, Dragonite shows bulk. All right, let's
for
find
sure.
out. Is Dragonite the bulky boy? Yes, you guys are good. You guys are really killing it. Unanimously right answers so far. All right, let's keep moving on. Will we keep our perfect record? Will we become the world champions of who's that Pokedex? It stops eating only to sleep. It doesn't feel full unless it eats nearly 900 pounds a day.
I'm glad it's this one when we're starting with me, but I'm pretty sure it's Snorlax.
Yeah?
Gotta be Snorlax.
Seems reasonable. Anyone? Any
this
dissenters?
is my favorite Pokemon, so I'm also going Snorlax.
You kind of have like a Snorlax color scheme going today too. You have the blue and the white.
That's true.
Like a light tummy, you know? Yeah.
I hope I don't have the tummy of Snorlax.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
no.
Okay, good.
No, but just, you know, it's all about the Pokebound, right?
The aesthetic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Any dissent here?
No.
No?
Snorlax all the way.
All right,
Yeah.
Snorlax, our big sleepy boy. Is that the answer?
Oh, yeah.
Aw, that's a
Too
cute
good.
picture of
Three.
one. Look at him eating those fruits.
He's eating his 900 pounds
That's great.
of fruit.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right,
love Snorlax. He's so cute.
we're on a roll. This is easy peasy. What appears to be an iron helmet is actually hardened hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of battle. I saw this one on the Go stream earlier, so they already
really?
answered this one.
Oh, so you already know the answer.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with King Gambit here.
King
He's got a
Gambit?
helmet. He's got some hair. I think it's even a chair.
He does carry his own chair.
Yeah. So I'm going with King Gambit here.
All right.
I mean, I first thought of a Alolan Dugtrio, just because of the word hair, but it doesn't look like a helmet. It's more a beach look. Yeah, it could be King Gambit. I'm stealing that one. I'm going to be shameless about it.
That's
stealing
fine.
King Gambit.
That's fine.
Shamelessly stealing King Gambit. as
So
well.
far, your guys' unanimous guesses have been really good. So let's find out. Is it King Gambit?
Oh,
Berserker.
you shouldn't have copied me.
You're over there saying you're the world champ. I mean,
Well, that was over 10 years ago, so
I feel like this is on you, is what I'm saying.
I'll take the fall for
Okay.
that. It's okay.
It's the most terrifying cat Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
Also, it's like the hat is kind of over the eyes, the hair hat.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Good to know. Good to know that that's hair. I think we have a few more. Let's see if we can get some redemption after that last one. On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends into the clouds. It sings in a beautiful soprano. I mean, blending into the clouds feels like...
I think I know. I'm gonna take
Yeah?
it. I guess.
Okay, go for it.
Altaria.
Yeah, I think so.
I was going
Yeah.
to say Swablu.
Oh yeah.
And
it could
then-
be.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then Altaria is the evolution, so we'll go with that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now that you say it, I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go with Ho-Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that is a good
Oh,
one.
that's good.
Yeah.
Blending into the clouds, you think?
Yeah, in the very first episode, he was easy to miss.
Okay.
But Ash saw it.
And rainbows are in
All
the
right.
clouds.
Let's
so that
find
could
out.
work.
Who is it that's blending into the clouds and flying
think it sings,
freely and
though.
singing in a soprano?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's nice. You guys got it.
It was the cloud bit, the clouds.
Yeah. Mhm. Yes. Our cloudy bird. All right. Well, that is the last one. I feel like we did very well. There was only one that none of us got right.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that Ho-Oh guess?
I just
No.
didn't want to steal the same answer. I thought I'd do something a little different.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as you said Altaria, it sounded like the right answer. But it started out strong. We got what, 2 right, and then it just went downhill from there. Kind of like my VGC career. So
I feel like we got like a solid B+. I feel like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I will give that to us. Now, we had some fun here, but what's really fun is happening out there. Tell me about your Worlds experience so far. Lee, let's start with you. What's been fun so far?
Oh, just the matches so far have been amazing. You know, the first round, Arash and Naoto. It's just incredible game. 2 former world champions going up against each other.
Wow.
And the match, I feel, didn't disappoint as well. Sometimes it can be really a bit back and forth. No one wants to really kind of put themselves in a position where it could kind of compromise their kind of win position, but I think they just both went all out. And the way that Arash kind of dominated that match with the Urshifu, with that safety goggles item, I think, yeah, it was really nice to see. So far, that's probably been my favorite part of today.
That's awesome. What about you, Lou?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. That match was legendary. It was awesome. And I think being someone who grew up watching these Titans play, you know, watching yourself, watching Arash win Worlds, all these amazing players, being able to be in a position where you're casting over them with potential history, I think is a really, really privileged position to be in. So that's been a really amazing start, and it's only going to go up from there. So I'm having a great time.
Absolutely.
I have to say, with Worlds being in Japan for the first time in, 15 years? Ever. I mean, the atmosphere here is absolutely insane. The way the stage is set up, I mean, that is surreal. I mean, I think it comes across on the broadcast. Like, you can see just how epic it looks, but when you actually go up on stage, I was fortunate enough to actually go walk up on stage and see what that was like, but I can just imagine the players, you know, walking out from that dojo onto the stage with the whole setup there. It must be surreal being a player on stage. So I just love the whole setup here.
Surreal is the word for it. It's wild. It kind of feels like either you're in a theme park or you like walked into an anime or something. It's just larger than life and yet like real life size. It's so cool. And that big drum with the moving image of worlds on the front. Also, did you guys catch the drums at the beginning in the opening ceremony?
It was amazing.
I was dancing back here, backstage, getting ready to go on. It was so much fun. I've actually been mostly out on the floor meeting people. There are so many people from all over the world here, and I'm always impressed by the way that the community comes together around something they all have in common. What has it been like community-wise for you here? I mean, mostly you've maybe been interacting backstage with casters and things, but how has community at Worlds been so far?
It's been amazing. I mean, I had the opportunity just now to go out on the floor and kind of mix in with some of the VG players that are in the middle of matches and things. So that was really nice, seeing some familiar faces and meeting some new ones as well. So it's really great. And like you say, there's representation from so many different regions around the world. It is just one of a kind event, you know, and that's what is the pinnacle of the whole season. I think it's just amazing to be here, and you know, we're only at the start of the weekend, so very excited to see how the rest of the weekend plays out.
For me, it's the junior and seniors out there as well. Like, we were wandering around, and what they've got is a beautiful setup where they've got some screens, so some of the matches on the rows can be viewed by spectators.
Oh, cool.
So, you know, these young kids' families are able to actively watch their matches as well and cheer for them, and that kind of sense of community where you've got the younger generations being supported by older generations as well. You know, there's some masters out there who are coaches of some of these kids. Being able to actually root for them around is just, it's an amazing atmosphere and very wholesome.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I was going to say just the diversity that we have here from all kinds of different countries, all the different age range of players competing here, and just spectating. I mean, it's surreal, honestly, seeing just the diversity that we have here. Of everybody's a Pokemon fan, but everybody's coming from different walks of life, different backgrounds, and it's really nice to actually get to talk to some of the players just, you know, from all their different backgrounds. I talked to a few, you know, walking in here, took a few pictures. It's actually surprising because usually when I come to these events, I get stopped for pictures a lot, but I'm pretty anonymous this year. It feels pretty different, so I like that.
I love the age range we see, like you were saying too. It's so fun to see these young kids being supported by people who know what it was like to play as young kids and helping each other kind of grow up in this community way. It's so fun to watch. And they are here, of course, to watch more matches. And I think we do have that for you coming up very soon. Let's see. Let's go back to our casters right now.
Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic work on Who's That Pokedex. Scott, how would you rate Ray's attempts? He's just come back after a while, and honestly, I think he let himself down a little bit there.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to hear Ho singing the soprano up in the clouds, but you know, isn't it great to have Ray back? I guess I feel he's a little more quick-witted than I remember him being. He's pretty funny out there.
Yeah, he's done better. The boy done good. Obviously, taking that short trip to join us, we're very grateful for that. But we are going to start focusing back up on the tournament at hand. Round 3 coming up. We've obviously gone 1 and 2 pretty promptly. 2 fantastic games to start off our tournament. What are you expecting round 3? Are we going to get that variety, the something new that you were talking about earlier, or are we sticking with the something borrowed and maybe something blue?
Well, I mean, I have no idea what this next match could be, but you know, I guess if I just predict based on nothing, I think we might have a little fun next round.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely options, right? And Regulation D has so many varied teams that you can play. You really do have one of the widest pools we've had all year since we've been playing it in Scarlet and Violet, and it feels like one of those formats that is very genuine and very available for somebody at Worlds to come up with something a little bit different, something that maybe isn't top of the ladder, or take top of the ladder, adapt it, 1 or 2 Pokemon, 1 or 2 items. You know, you can't hide them anymore, but at least you can play around them a little bit differently. And then really bring something to the fore that could win you the tournament from maybe a rockier start, maybe an 0-2, you get to surprise your next 5 opponents, and you get to go to day 2, and then of course, just very briefly win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to remember too. We often talk about needing an X2 record to move on and forget to solve for X for you. It is only 7 rounds today, so trainers who get those 5 wins will move on. And yeah, I think it'll be funny to see how people get there. Where We are going to see a lot of those same Pokemon a little bit, but I've been kind of surprised looking at the players who have done well in the standings, where it does kind of seem like the trainers with a little bit of wonkier teams are the ones that are rising up early rather than rising up late. Which I always love to see, right? Where, especially deep in the tournament, we often kind of see similar cores showing up. So it's great that early on, not only is the trend not that maybe that sort of team is what's coming out on top, but that maybe throughout the rest of today on Friday and day one here, as players try to earn those final spots in Saturday play, that we're going to see some things that maybe we didn't expect to.
Yeah, you say wonky, I say creative. But of course, when you rise to the top like that, you do put a target on your back. And do you think, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, I don't want to jump forward, but do you think looking at day 2 already, do you think people are going to be changing their minds or maybe making those adaptations when they start seeing some of these creative, wonky, unique teams make it to the top? Because those players can sit down all day, hopefully they're sat behind us, taking in the event, having a grand old time. But would you be the kind of player, as somebody who has, of course, played at this level, to make that change just before they go into a tournament?
Yeah, I think it'd be a huge mistake for most players. I mean, unless you were radically off on the metagame, which I doubt anybody really is. For the most part, I think we're kind of getting what we expected to see. Maybe if there's something you see that does really well, I have no answer to this at all. Maybe change things up a little bit, but I think it's a big risk to kind of overreact at the last moment. But yeah, once again, maybe we'll be surprised, right? We still have 5 more rounds to play today, and perhaps you have the strangest teams kind of rise to the top. Then maybe you start thinking oh no, all those teams that looked a lot like my team weren't doing so well. Maybe at that point, yeah, you make a few tweaks.
Yeah, there's definitely time to be creative, but I think that time was probably a week ago. Maybe not tonight, with a very limited window to be able to get that team submission in as well. But it does create an interesting tournament, I think. Being able to see the difference between day 1 and 2 is always very fun. But day 1, let's stick with that. If you manage to go 0-2, right, it's not a great start. But how do you think, what makes a player who is going to be able to bring it around, turn it around, and need to just go essentially 100% win rate for the rest of the day? In this case, it's actually easier than previous years, where it is just going to be the 5 rounds. That is mathematically less than 6, so a little bit easier. But do you think, it takes a certain type of trainer or somebody, who has a little more about them than maybe somebody whose first year it is at Worlds?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to watch this out. There's actually a lot of really good players at 0 and 2. I was a little surprised. Wolf's one that really stands out in particular. It's a little shocking to see him down there, but I think we've seen a lot of these top trainers manage to pull this off the regional level since we got those, guaranteed, if you get the 2 loss record, you move on sort of deals. To me, a couple of things that kind of stood out with those players, it does tend to be the more experienced folks where they stay calm, they remember how they practice, what their game plan was, just take it one game at a time. I've been surprised. I have a few friends who I feel like they wind up 1 and 2 at every tournament, but still wind up in cut, where they kind of stuck to it really well. And I think it's just important to keep in mind in this particular situation that, as much as your season is on the line, it also doesn't matter as much in a normal tournament what record you started out at, because as long as you get to day 2, nothing else that happened today mattered, right? There's no advantage if you went 5-0 or 5-2. All it does is get you that ticket into tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think it's a good time not to freak out. If you're good enough to go deep tomorrow, you're good enough to win 5 in a row today, right? And hey, all these trainers are great players. That's why they got here to begin with. They qualified over the course of the season. So I hope no one's freaking out too much. And hey, the worst thing that happens is you get to have a great weekend in Japan. I think that if ever there was a good time maybe to mess it up a little bit, I don't think anyone's going to be too disappointed about the time they spent out here.
Yeah, what a horrible consolation prize is extra time to explore Yokohama, potentially explore somewhere like Tokyo as well. This has got to be the craziest Worlds venue we've ever been to, right? Not knocking some of the other cities, big fan of some of the places we've been, but this is a special one, and this one, I think, has brought a lot of trainers out who maybe, towards the end of the season, some other trainers may not have been feeling it, but when you see the prize at the end of the year is you get to go and compete in Japan, you all of a sudden start feeling it a whole lot more, and I think that's been a big factor this year. But to a point you made earlier, if you want to win the whole tournament, if you want to be that player who at the end of Sunday is standing on our stage being able to lift that trophy, you really do have to beat whoever's in front of you, right? And you can't get in your mind about, oh no, I'm worried about maybe running into this player at 4 and 2 and not being able to make it in. If you want to be, and if you are serious enough about potentially being the world champion, you really do need to be able to take down anyone in front of you. And I think a player who could do, you know, an 0-2 to 5-2, make it all the way through, that kind of run, that sets you up in great stead actually for day number 2, because like you say, we all go in at the same point. Everyone is on a clean record, nothing else to do. Being able to take that kind of mentality that you are able to bounce back is going to be huge.
Yeah, I think it might be, I mean, an advantage would be a big stretch, but I think coming from day 1 might help a little bit more in this year than past years. In the past, in the Video Game Championships, in the Masters Division, only one player has ever won from day 1, which was Wolf in 2016. But I do think it helps a little bit more this year to get those reps because this is the first tournament we're having in this format, right? And, you know, there's been lots of grassroots events where players have been practicing, you know, they've been playing on the ladder, they've been playing in their team building groups, but getting that real experience playing, you know, in an actual tournament hall against people who, you know, maybe you're friends, but, you know, your rivals more so in this case, and, you know, kind of just getting that confidence, I think could make a big difference where, you know, the day 2 players, you know, they've had great performances to get here, but I think it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking to, you know, be at day 2 of Worlds and then start playing immediately in a new format for the first time where, you know, building confidence here, you know, especially, you know, play those 7 rounds maybe, you know, grind it out, like really get familiar with their team. I doubt too many people who make it through day 1 to day 2 are going to choose to change their teams, even though they're allowed to. So, you know, I mean, I'll be curious. You know, I think it's always a really tough road coming from day 1, but I do think that players who pull it off this year might have a little bit better of a chance than normal just because of the unique situations around this particular World Championships.
So how do you feel about Regulation D being the Worlds format, right? Because being able to change it up just before Worlds, we've seen it in the trading card game. They've done it. This is not new. This is not some crazy idea that we had just to make this Worlds more fun. It's just time for that rotation, and it just so landed between, for us, obviously North America International Championships and Worlds. Now, being able to drop that big change is something that a lot of players are going to adapt to. But do you think there are going to be maybe some newer faces? You know, we've been in Regulation C back in the North America and Europe for, I'd say, a fair while. Do you think that the change of Regulation C, where a lot of players did punch that ticket, they were able to get the Worlds invite, do you think that there's maybe somebody who is going to be able to say, okay, well, I got my invite in A or B, I kind of chilled during Regulation C, and now D, this whole new format, they're going to be able to step up? I mean, it's a big change.
Yeah, I think it could be. And I think what's really exciting to me about it is it sort of rewards a little different skill set that we normally see in the Video Game Championships. I know some of the, well, actually, almost everyone I talked to about TCG doing this in the past to kind of get a feel for what we were in store for, we're pretty high on what happened in the trading card game. I think what's really cool about it, especially if you look back to last season, where, you know, the players who really innovated the best teams in the format, you know, maybe Edu excluded with his Worlds team, you know, like tended not to get to do that well at Worlds because they were playing against their own team so much, right? Where they had to kind of get punished by their own success. You know, Rinya playing against the Rinya Sun team so much really stood out as kind of a capstone of the way that the World Championships of last year worked. I think this year's pretty cool where, you know, the players who are really good at team building, maybe who figure out the right composition of Pokemon really get rewarded in a way that we don't normally see in the video game. I think it'll be cool, you know, where I think it's a skill set that experienced players really respect because it is so hard, especially at an unknown format, to figure out what the best team is and like what will suit you, what will suit the meta game. So I'd really like to see, you know, a player who's solved the puzzle the best get rewarded with the World Championships, and I think there's never been a higher likelihood that that will happen than this season.
I think, honestly, a wealth of experience in how to build teams, how to understand your own play style. I think that's a huge factor in team building that we don't or probably should talk about more. It really can be a big factor here, and talking to some of the guys backstage, you know, we've kind of all had our own theories on it. But I think players from previous years and previous eras sort of have the upper hand here in a very minor upper hand. I don't think it's a massive advantage. But I think back to some of our previous formats, maybe formats you and I would remember, where it feels a little bit similar, right? You've got this huge pool of Pokemon to be able to pull from, and it's not insignificant. I know there's more coming in future, but this is obviously one of the biggest pools we've ever had. And being able to dive into that and assess every single Pokemon, where it fits, build a core. Like, we know a lot of people coming into this tournament, all right, Fluttermane is an incredible Pokemon. Cool, that is a great starting point. Personally, I think Amoonguss fits nearly every team. But what do you fill those remaining 4 gaps with, for example? Yeah, Urshifu does a lot, but there's so much creativity, and being able to understand how that can impact your team and your tournament run is absolutely massive. So I think maybe a player from a slightly older era could do it. Honestly, our first game of the day kind of supports my theory, right? Maybe this is really bad science, and I threw a hypothesis out, ran 2 tests, and now I'm feeling like a king. But, you know, thinking about 2013 was a very unique format where we had a huge amount of Pokemon. That's obviously where Arash won his World Championships. And Naoto played things a little bit differently in 2019, where because of the rules, I think the metagame was a little more focused in, but we saw Arash able to come out on top in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially an advantage that sort of player can have too is it kind of just cut down the prep time a little bit where, you know, there's like a lot of stages of getting used to a new format. One of them is kind of just getting comfortable with the Pokemon. I do think that one of the challenges of this format is that, you know, the Heatran in this format doesn't play quite like the Heatran in some of the past years. You know, Cresselia with that, you know, the Lunar Blessing, very different Pokemon than it was before. Well, maybe not very different Pokemon, but some very different tricks than it had before. You know, the genies, as players often call them, you know, using a lot of different moves we haven't seen in the past. And I think that, you know, having to adjust to the new Pokemon, mixed with the old Pokemon, and having to try to solve the metagame all at once. You know, there's a lot of steps, right? So at least that experience of this old Pokemon, I think, kind of like cuts it down a little bit, lets you get to the end a little bit faster, to the point where you're testing team cores. Because yeah, I think we are going to see a lot of those older Pokemon, especially because I think last year's experience is sort of misleading in a way, right? Because the way Pokemon worked in a game that had Dynamax versus any other format was very different, right? So like Regieleki is a great example, right? Where right now it looks like it was a little bit of a bait, where Regieleki, one of the most important Pokemon last season, this year, probably not even the best Pokemon of its own, you know, legendary grouping, right? Where it's Regidrago, who we have also not seen yet, who's probably risen up in that group. And yeah, I think being able to identify that sort of thing is interesting, even with the Pokemon that, you know, were new in the last generation, right? You know, this year's Rillaboom, this year's Urshifu, both really strong but don't play quite like last year. So I think getting to cut corners a little bit with Pokemon players are familiar with, like Landorus, like Cresselia, you know, every little bit counts when it was just such a marathon to try to get ready for this tournament.
Landorus Cresselia, a bit of a classic really, and I'm not ashamed to say that I'm enjoying this already. The other one, as we saw at the top of the day, I am a Genie apologist. New is not always better, and I think the classic trio just provides so much that those players from previous formats know all about. Speaking of players, we are going to start heading towards round number 3. So we're going to be able to take a little look at what we have coming up in this one. We're going to reveal our stream match along with what will be going on out in the field. Our stream match, of course, is the one at the top. Barish Akos versus Yuto Mizoi. Pretty excited to see that one. Those are the wonky teams that you referred to earlier, but I think getting a showcase of them will be very important. Also out in the field, there's so many other great games. It's a little bit heartbreaking that we can't bring all of them to you, but we do our best to pick one that's going to be exciting every round. Marco Martinez versus Nick Navarre, player, particularly Nick, having a fantastic season, really consistent across the board. Giovanni Costa versus Jody Azzarelli. Jody, of course, a former Worlds runner-up, and Giovanni, a player I think is taking a little bit of time off, but coming back with an absolute vengeance, starting off 2-0. Abdullah Moyhaddin versus Luca Traegut. Very exciting to see a lot of North American players starting out strong, right? Being able to take that regionals experience. I mean, we had 10 regionals this year, and being able to learn all of that. Shiliang Tang versus Nora Bowman out in the field as well. And rounding out our key matches will be Liam Gilbert versus Yuta Takahashi. So a lot of names out there to be watching, a lot of names here. You know, half of them are going to be 3-0 at the end of this round. That is just how that one works. And that's putting yourself, you know, you only need a 50% win rate from that point on to be able to qualify for day 2.
Yeah, I think it's a huge deal in this particular tournament too. You know, often we show you the standings at the end of round 2 or whatever, and you know, there's like approximately 8,000 2-0 players. Like, oh yes, they're doing it. These are the players to watch, trainers. But this time I think it really does matter, right? A 3-0 record means you can go 2-2 the rest of the way and still make it to the next day. That is great buffer. You know, that is basically 5-0 at a regional championship, especially given the stakes here where, you know, it is all binary, right? You know, it doesn't, you know, 9-0 doesn't exist in this tournament, right? 7-0 doesn't either, even though there's 7 rounds. You know, you just need the 5th win and you're done. So, yeah, I think these players are all in a great position to move on, and these matches matter a ton. You know, each win matters so much when you only need 5, but also where, you know, 3 losses end your season.
A mere 50% win rate of Worlds. Easy. Just crank it out in a few rounds, you'll be absolutely fine. But being able to see a lot of trainers from around the world, right? I mean, I think there's been a little bit of discussion already on which region do we think is going to take it. And it looks here, you know, North America putting up a pretty good showing, which I think we had a lot of events this year back in our home region, and maybe that is standing the players in good stead. But of course, day 2 completely throws that out the window. I think these results can be a little bit misleading. It is interesting to, of course, see who makes it through to day 2, but excited to get to day 2 where the best of the best just get dropped in the tournament. We open it up and say, okay, you guys skip day 1, you're in. The day 1 players have a lot more to answer for at that point.
Yeah, I think the way I might look at day 1, if you're a fan, is that I think day 1 really shows off which region is the deepest, right? Where, you know, the top players in each region, there's a kind of a similar number of players, kind of no matter where you're from. I mean, it's slightly different based on what region it is, but you know, today is the day where you know, the regions can try to get, you know, sneak in a few more players, right? Kind of stack the deck a little bit for tomorrow. Don't do that in the tournament across the stage, but you know, it's fun where, you know, hey, you know, if you get another 15 North American players in, that really changes the odds of North America getting some representation in the top cut. I think it's actually another region that's probably going to be the one that gets the most players through day 1, and it normally is in Japan, where it just seems like, especially early in formats, the Japanese players have such clever solutions to team building and kind of just the way that they train certain Pokemon. Always seem to catch everyone else off guard. You know, normally it's just like, oh, well, you run into this sort of thing early in the season on when you're playing your ranked battles, and you know, roll your eyes, you know, maybe take your Switch out of a dock and lob it across your living room, and then by the time tournaments roll around, you know, you've solved it a little bit, but you don't get that time to kind of adjust to what other trainers are doing here. Instead, you know, the players who have those really clever early format sort of teams might not be so early format this time, might just be in early world championships instead.
Full disclosure, I do not condone the lobbing and or throwing of switches once removed from the docks. I highly recommend gently placing it down and or just logging off and leaving it in the dock and coming back another day to do some reps. So just bear that one in mind. But I think you're right. I don't think I can deny that I'm also on the Japan will do well train here. I think being obviously in their home region gives a little bit more, I would say pressure, but reason to do well, right? And I do agree with you, and we've seen it in many years. Being able to innovate early is something that Japan are very, very good at. They understand what is the basic team as we have known it in previous years, not an official term, but the big 6. What is going to be the option that a lot of trainers gravitate to, kind of that entry-level team that you try and play around to get a feel for the format, see what's on the ladder. But once they start to figure that out, they go, oh, okay, well, I can beat it with this, I can beat this variety with this, and all those changes start falling in line. So I feel like Japan is definitely getting to a point where seeing what they come up with puts us in great stead for them to be able to surprise players, maybe those players from the West who haven't got as many reps, be able to do that, and as you say, skew the numbers in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the whole like Big 6 concept is always funny to me too, where I think the year that originated maybe it was truer, but you know, I feel like I hear some variant of the Big 6 every season now. If I start counting the Big 6 Pokemon, I've got to use all my fingers, take my shoes off, start using all my toes. I need to grow an extra limb, because you know, there's like 20-ish Pokemon, maybe a little bit more in the Big 6 most years. It's like the Big 16 maybe, but...
It's a loose term. It's the Big 6 sort of pick from these buckets and have a good time, right? Like,
yeah, it's like, you know, yeah, you start playing, I always see the same Pokemon, you start listing them, and you hit the message limit, right? But yeah, I do think that, you know, it's crucial to be able to use that group of Pokemon well, but also in a creative way, right? Where, again, you know, we are seeing and kind of feel like, you know, between 12 and 20 Pokemon that are a pretty high percentage of the total usage. You know, Fluttermane sitting at its approximately 130% appearance on every team. You know, so there's like a half a Fluttermane hanging out somewhere maybe. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the players are able to use those but the extra slots in their team, maybe they aren't using those, and then who can use the most common Pokemon the best?
Well, we've been talking about teams quite a lot, and we want to see 2 new teams getting ready to show off what they can do here in round number 3. So we're going to head on down to the stage and get ready. We've introduced our players a little bit already, but I want to really start diving in on these teams and being able to understand exactly where they are, what they're going to be doing, and what we can look forward to here in round number 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun here. I know we were talking a lot about the Big 6, and you know, even if it's the Big 16, there's definitely going to be a few Pokemon in this matchup that I don't think would have been included on that grouping of Pokemon.
No, I definitely think there's a couple of fun, wonky, or creative choices. I'm going to keep adding to that list of adjectives as we go. It's going to really slow us down at the end of the round. But here are our players. It is going to be Barish versus Yuto. I'm really excited to see where they end up with both of these teams, because there are pieces of the puzzle that do not fit the big 6, 16, or 60 that we're talking, or maybe 60. Maybe they'll sneak in at 60. But I know that starting off with Barish, I know that his team comes from obviously some of the more creative team builders in Europe. That is going to be the Breloom, the Hisuian Arcanine, Qianpao, Golden Go, a Basque Legion, and a Roaring Moon. So already plenty of variety in there. And then heading over to Yuto's side, that's going to be the Urshifu, the Heatran, Rillaboom, Fluttermane, Glastrier, and Cresselia.
Yeah, I think Barish's team, I believe I heard it was one of the Jamie Boyd specials, identified here by a bunch of Pokemon that I guess I wouldn't say I wasn't expecting to see most of them. The Breloom definitely really stands out as the shocking pick. I think whenever you see a Pokemon like that, you kind of have to look forward to the other side of the field and how many Pokemon that his opponent has that can help deal with the Spore from Breloom. There is that Grass-type Pokemon who'll be naturally immune. There is a single Pokemon with the Grass Terrestrialization in that Heatran, but notably no safety goggles on the other side of the field. I think one other thing to point out with Barish there is that Basque Legion. We haven't seen it yet on stream. There are quite a lot of them in the field today, and almost all of them are doing really well. I think that may be the standout MVP of this tournament, so keep an eye on it here. It is a fantastic Pokemon.
My favorite grass-type, Heatran. Something I've been excited to see so far this tournament. Obviously, we're both Heatran apologists, and I think being able to see that in full flow is going to be exciting here. But it definitely has a lot to work through, and I think Heatran here might just be forced into that grass terrestrialization because it's not looking particularly friendly on the other side of things from Barish. But I think both these teams match up nicely. There is, of course, that Trick Room option for kind of closing out a game from Yuto, being able to say, okay, you know what? We've played the fast mode, we've gone through the Fluttermane and the Urshifu. Now we're going to slow things down, we're going to flip the dimensions and be able to play around it. And I think if that gets set up, that could actually be quite a big problem for Barish because it doesn't really have anything that operates in that slower mode, particularly when you're throwing around Choice Scarfs.
Yeah, looks like we're about to get right into the battle here, and we see a bunch of stylish Pokemon on one side of the field, and perhaps even more stylish Pokemon on the other side, where both the Breloom and the Roaring Moon, two Pokemon that I did not expect to see even once this weekend, appearing together, trying to show us that perhaps the metagame is not so simple as we believed.
Yeah, it's metagame on one side, anti-meta on the other, maybe throwing that one around a little bit early, but plenty to try and figure out in this opening turn. I think you know, there is just an immediate pressure being applied by the Fluttermane, which is going to have to be something the Roaring Moon thinks very carefully about how it wants to navigate this turn, being able to try and get around that. The Breloom as well can provide an interesting amount of pressure, but of course if that Heatran goes Terra Grass, there could be problems immediately. So let's see how this anti-meta pairing decides to try and wiggle out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, anti-meta to an extent, right? So two Pokemon that look like they don't want to face down a Fluttermane, the most common Pokemon by far in the format. There's got to be a solution to this as he's up to 2-0, so I'm kind of curious what the game plan is here.
Yeah, let's see what he's going for. The typing, a big change needed as that Roaring Moon becomes the flying type. So shedding some of the problem immediately with the use of Terrestrialization. Breloom with the Protect, that'll keep it safe for a turn. No problems there. Let's see what's coming out from the side of Yuto. It will be the Icy Wind from the side of the Fluttermane, so trying to catch both of these with super effective hits. The Roaring Moon takes it pretty well. Will lose some of its speed as Roaring Moon makes up for that pretty promptly. One drop isn't going to be very much when you consider that a Tailwind is going in response. Heatran tries to wrap up the turn with a Heat Wave, so Breloom under a ton of pressure if it hasn't been able to protect. Roaring Moon takes it pretty well, coming down just below half, but able to stick around for a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep in mind the items of these Pokemon on the field right now. You know, Pokemon don't usually beat each other with their items, but that move, I think, on both sides kind of explained by the items the Pokemon are holding. Love seeing the Life Orb on Heatran. It seems like it can hold about 45 different items while in this format. And then Breloom, as almost all Breloom, holding that Focus Sash item. So you know, with the two spread moves on the other side, you know, a knockout was being threatened on Breloom with double hit, but now a little bit scarier. As we've mentioned, the Heatran is the option of the Grass Terrestrialization to try to get around a Spore here, but Breloom is able to at least attempt to Spore one of these two targets.
Yeah, will be able to try and do something in this turn. There is not going to be any Terrestrialization, though, as it is the Fluttermane taking the Roaring Moon Acrobatics and going to sleep right after. So while it was the most threatening Pokemon on the field to both of them to begin the game, it's now being locked out a little bit. There is, of course, going to be time for the Heatran to do something. In this turn, it's Heat Wave. That is going to be a knockout onto the Roaring Moon, and Breloom brought down to that all-important Focus Sash you were just telling us about.
Yeah, that's a big trade, but I think that's probably what Barish is expecting here. Not ideal to use lose your terrestrialization with only a single attack, but did get that tailwind up crucially. Breloom is still out here, potentially threatening a Spore, and now we'll see what Barish can do. Not the worst thing in the world sometimes to lose a Pokemon quickly after getting tailwind up, because it allows you to get a little momentum, start getting things rolling here, and perhaps Shinpao and Breloom can work together to try to pick up a knockout.
One thing I did notice, though, as Barish went to select his 3rd and 4th Pokemon, potentially, not very Heatran favored with the Golden Go and the Chien-Pao, so does have to be careful that these Heat Waves aren't just being thrown around willy-nilly, being able to catch knockouts or at least huge damage.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a cool spot here, right, where there's some incentive now to go for the grass terrestrialization. So do you Spore it, expecting it will not terrestrialize, or do you try to use a super effective attack? Instead of the Heatran just protecting, neither call going to work on this one.
Yeah, trying to figure out what to do, maybe get a little bit of information as the Chien-Pao's Ice Spinner heads into the Heatran. So maybe that grass terrestrialization could be a little bit too much. It is, of course, going to be a cover of both sides of the Heatran. So if it terrestrializes, it gets caught by the Ice Spinner. If it doesn't, it gets caught by the Spore. Not able to land either of those thanks to a fantastic protect from the side of Yuto. And Fluttermane just still asleep.
Yeah, it's really scary though, right? Where that was the first Timmer could have waken up already. We already saw it move or fail to move the previous turn because Breloom's just so quick under that tailwind. So if it is able to wake up and get an attack off for free, things are pretty devastating now. I think in this turn, unlike the previous turn, Barish really needs to make the call right? You've got to pick one or the other. Are you going to Spore or are you going to Icicle Crash? You kind of have to hit it.
Well, it's Ice Spinner into the Fluttermane, not leaving that one alone anymore. Scared of that one waking up and picking up a potential double knockout with something that could cause a lot of problems like Dazzling Gleam. Breloom calls it right too. No terrestrialization on the side of the Heatran. Yuto holding on to that one, trying to save that for later, and Heatran will be heading to sleep for now.
Yeah, so excellent play by Barish there. I feel like if he gets that read wrong, he's kind of just out of game one. Excellent move by him. But we do see Heatran getting that turn of sleep there. It's relatively healthy still. So now we're kind of in a similar situation to what we were before. And we see that Cresselia coming out in the field, which is particularly critical in this situation. One of the things that's great about Cresselia now that we hadn't seen any past years is that Lunar Blessing move that it never had before. With it, it can potentially remove that Heatran's sleep status condition. However, unlike many of the Cresselia we've seen, this is holding Rocky Helmet rather than Safety Goggles, so it could be put to sleep itself.
Well, there's the Sacred Sword. That is going right into the Heatran, but it doesn't get the knockout, and Heatran will respond in kind with a Heat Wave. Breloom getting knocked out, no more Tailwind, so Heatran moving before it and being able to, of course, cause those problems. But the Life Orb will come back to haunt Heatran as he trades itself for that Breloom. There is, of course, going to be the Cresselia not able to get anything done this turn.
Yeah, critical turn there with the Heatran waking up. That mattered a ton. The Icy Wind mitts, they're probably not such a big deal there as Spectrier, or not Spectrier, but Glastrier, not known for being the speediest horse in the stable. But man, wow, that Heatran wake up is such a big deal. Perhaps without that, you see a Spore getting on the Cresselia, and things just start looking very, very, very bad. Instead, now we still get a very interesting game. These two Pokemon, I'm embarrassed I could definitely pull this off, but the momentum probably a little bit on the other side of the field.
The the Glastrier, you caught me off guard there. Not the fastest one. Not going to be winning the Grand National, but if only there was a move, Scott, that could change things around and maybe cheat the system a little bit, give that Glastrier a little bit more that it could do. There is finally going to be terrestrialization on the side of Yuto, being able to turn that into the Water type. So Glastrier not sticking with its traditional type, being able to mix that up and try and keep itself a little bit safer from some of the options on that side, including this Sacred Sword, which is not going to do that much. Golden Go knows it's got a lot of work to do. It's going to have to put down a lot of pressure, so being able to get that nasty plot up is big. As there's the Icy Wind once again from Cresselia, so controlling speed, not in the way that maybe we were expecting, but seeing exactly what it can do, both the speeds going down, as it is just going to be a body press. Chien-Pao knocked out, and now everything on this Golden Go to try and win the game for Barish.
Yeah, kind of an interesting spot where this Cresselia's only attack is the Icy Wind, so it's never really going to do meaningful damage to this Golden Go. But the Glastrier is not going to have the same problem. We see the Chilling Neigh boosting it up. But this is not the world's greatest type matchup. Its only attacks are Body Press, which will do nothing to this Golden Go, and Icicle Crash, which is resisted. It can boost its own defense with Iron Defense, but that's not going to do anything either. So maybe Golden Go has a tight matchup to pull this one off.
Yeah, might be able to get it done. Golden Go's speed going down once again, and after that nasty block, will be firing off the Shadow Ball. That is going into Cresselia, and that is getting a knockout. So if the Trick Room was coming through, something that he was basically preparing for, seeing how much he can take from the side of this Glastrier, I'd say it took a pretty while, a not very effective Icicle Crash, even after the Chilling Knee boost, putting down very little pressure on this Golden Go, and Golden Go still has the speed advantage. I can imagine it's just going to start throwing Shadow Balls here and being able to tidy up this game. So Barish has been in a couple of sticky situations, but at the end of the game, doesn't matter. Game 1's looking like it's his.
Yeah, we saw that Terastallization getting held to try to set up the end game, but it's actually Barish that seems like he has the advantage at the end. But that was 56 damage from the last Icicle Crash, so at least 2 more are going to be required, and there's no way this Glastrier is going to get the chance to do that.
No, it's getting 1 Icicle Crash now. 50 left, would need another one. I don't think this is a super tough decision for Barish. Just needs to be able to press Shadow Ball one more time, and then of course get the knockout on this Glastrier. So really great game, honestly, back and forth throughout the whole of game 1. I'm hoping we get a little bit more of that in games 2 and 3.
Absolutely, it seemed like it could go either way the whole way through, but Barish pulling it off there in that first game, and I really like this game plan. Kind of like I mentioned when we were looking at that first turn, it looks an awkward looking matchup, right? I mean, it kind of always is when you have so many Pokemon in your team that can potentially be knocked out easily, but the reason why he's 2-0 is because he's not just going to cough up those knockouts so easily. Played that one really well, even though he was giving up a lot. It was never too much, right? There was always that solution at the end of the game. I think he likely anticipated correctly what the final Pokemon his opponent had were going to be, and neither of them could really do that much. You know, even with the Chilling Knee boost, pretty whelming Icicle Crash onto the Golden Go, and that's something to think about if we go into a second and a third game here and we see that matchup again. You know, without that boost, that would have been a 4-hit knockout on the Golden Go, which is sad.
I really don't think Glastrier was the end game win condition that maybe Yuto was expecting it to be. It usually would be, right? You set it up next to the Cresselia and you put it in a Trick Room and you're able to do really, really well with that one. But it just didn't feel like it had a great time, not really being able to do much. It did get the knockout, of course, on that Chiampao. It was nice, got the Chilling Knee boost. But at no point did he have an answer to the Golden Go, and the Golden Go was really, really big here. So while I think, you know, looking across the board, it's okay. The Heatran was able to apply a lot of pressure to the Breloom, was able to apply a lot of pressure to Golden Go and Chiampao. Once that Heatran went down, it definitely felt like it was a really tough game. And yes, it did get that early wake up too. It was able to try and stay in the game, but even that wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to point out, right? I think without that wake-up, we might not even be talking about Golden Go because it would have seemed like it didn't matter at all. I'm kind of wondering if perhaps he was expecting that Barish's last Pokemon instead was that Bascu Legion, which I think would have made a lot more sense. You've got the Water Terastallization, you have the ability to boost your own defense. You know, maybe that would have worked out a little bit better. So it'll be interesting to see in this game now, you know, does Barish try to do the same thing, or does he mix it up a little bit, anticipating that his opponent will make some switch-ups? I think it should be interesting to see how this plays out. I think Barish has a lot of options. You know, that Breloom is such a dangerous thing to show in the first game because it kind of requires specific solutions. So now that makes Team Preview that much harder. You know, he's shown he can win with it, and having to adjust really hard for it can make these future games even more challenging.
It's a tough adaptation to make, though, if you're Yuto, because my gut says, let's see a little more Trick Room. Let's get that Trick Room going earlier. But, you know, there's always that threat of the Spore that's going to be able to shut that down and cause those problems. But Game 2 is upon us, and maybe we are getting the Trick Room earlier, as it's Fluttermane and Cresselia on the side of Yuto, and then a definite change-up from Barish as well. Just going with the Chiampao and the Roaring Moon paired off together, the booster energy going off there on the Roaring Moon after we've been able to see the booster energy on the Fluttermane as well.
Yeah. So something critical to keep in mind here, we've seen the Focus Sashes on Breloom. It's really the only item we normally see in Chiampao. Trainers, you have to forgive me, I'm not super up to date on my Assault Vest Chiampao calcs, so we'll have to see how much damage is coming in here. But it is a very interesting setup where you've got to imagine it's not really the sort of thing that anyone was planning and having to deal with.
I would also admit, pretty publicly, that I haven't run those numbers myself. I can tell you that it will do less than it normally would without the Assault Vest. So that's something that we can bank on, being able to see maybe there's some calculation, and you and Ray touched on it at the beginning of the day, that can completely shock people and take them entirely off guard. But right off the bat, it's going to be Roaring Moon, straight away with the flying type terrestrialization. Has to pay that respect, I think, to the Flutter main. Doesn't want to get easily knocked out by it. And maybe, of course, power up its acrobatics. Cresselia getting involved with the classic. That's going to be helping hand.
The calcs are changing again.
Yeah, but Qianpao tries to stop that with the sucker punch. That's not going to be enough, even with the critical hit. And this dazzling gleam, I think it's not enough. That is definitely an interesting amount. We'll talk about that in a minute, as it does get caught in response with the acrobatics. Honestly, I'm impressed, Qianpao.
I'm going to be honest, I would have basically believed any amount of damage that it did, but I guess I thought it would be bigger than that. You know, I think maybe without the helping hand, that's closer to what I was expecting. I really thought that was going to be at least getting close to threatening a knockout, but hey, apparently defensive Qianpao's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, the bar was moving real quick, and it stopped pretty suddenly, and I thought, okay, all right, this Assault Vest is putting in work. But the Qianpao Roaring Moon sitting on the field after taking a lot of damage. But one of the biggest threats to the two of them has been removed pretty quickly. Obviously, we've now got the Cresselia next to the Heatran. This could be where Yuto has to change things up. Because I think if you stay in this mode, you are just going to get caught with a lot of damage very, very quickly, and you need to potentially get out of that, get the Trick Room set up, and try and play the game that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dangerous spot to be in, too, right? I mean, the Cresselia can't really do any damage. It's one of those classic Icy Wind only for attack moves Cresselia is, so you really don't want to get caught with that as your last Pokemon.
It's going to be a tough one as Roaring Moon does throw the acrobatics over towards the Heatran, maybe seeing what kind of mix-up it's going with, potential terrestrialization. Qianpao covering that off with the Sacred Sword. So this is the second game in a row where Barish has tried to cover for a grass terrestrialization over on the Heatran, but in this case, he's been punished a little bit more, as it is a Trick Room set up by that Cresselia.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. You know, we're seeing some classic Pokemon in the field. Barish handling this the way you often do against support Cresselia, just ignoring it. But a Trick Room could matter a lot here. Barish just selected a very quick group of Pokemon. You know, we've kind of seen him hovering the Pokemon in the back. It includes that Choice Scarf Basque Legion. So Trick Room is incredibly bad here, and an incredibly high value Protect on the other side, where Hadrian covered everything, and things are looking pretty sketchy.
In good news, it didn't tell in this game, so it could be worse. It could be worse. Let's see how it's going to turn out, though, as it is going to be the helping hand onto that Heatran. Sucker Punch, of course, to avoid some of the problems. And the Assault Vest not able to save the Qianpao this time. That is going to go down. Roaring Moon, though, is holding on, is going to be losing a little bit of HP, so even with the Life Orb, not enough. As Roaring Moon fires back with the acrobatics, that is going to be into the Heatran, but no terrestrialization means it's not very effective, and it's got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough spot, right? Where you see Barish sending Golden go out against the Heatran. Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping there'd be something positive I could add there. But no, this really just isn't ideal.
No, it's not. That is not going to be able to terrestrialize and get away with it. Even if it did terrestrialize, it was going to be still a Steel type. So this could be another turn, honestly, where it's just going to be Cresselia helps out Heatran, and he fires off a Heat Wave. Of course, does need to hit both of those, and should be able to start tidying up. Then it's going to be the Basque Legion, just facing down against Cresselia, Heatran, and potentially whatever's in the back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess nothing else here. Heat Wave can miss. There's no way to increase the accuracy here. So perhaps Barish is going to have to go for it, hope that Heatran isn't able to incinerate that poor Golden Go.
Well, it's not going for it this turn, as it does fire off the Protect. So maybe trying to see what's in the back, trying to get that little bit of information by knocking out the Roaring Moon with an extra move. He's not going to get that information this turn, though, as it is going to be a Protect over on the side of the Roaring Moon. The Shadow Ball goes into the protecting Heatran, so that is, of course, the concern, as it's a Trick Room again from Yuto, being able to return those dimensions to normal.
So that's a pretty cool play there, right? Perhaps assuming that the speeds between the two Steel-type Pokemon might not be to his advantage. Perhaps a hint toward how these Pokemon are trained, since we haven't seen them attack one another yet. And now all of a sudden it's looking like that Roaring Moon needs to pump out some damage.
Yeah, the Roaring Moon is being invited to take the game and really try and control it at this point. But the Heatran is pretty low. There's definitely options. I know that it wasn't a huge acrobatics, but it was a good chunk.
Yeah, it could put it in Life Orb recoil range, right? I think there's nothing that forces out, right? If you go the acrobatics in a switch, if you're Barish, I think you would have gotten Heatran. So instead, we see sort of an unconventional adjustment by Yuto here.
Well, there is the change up on the speeds entirely. We got the Trick Room in the last turn, then it was, of course, reversed. So now the Tailwind just comfortably puts Barish as, I will be moving first. That's exactly what he wanted to do with that Golden Go, being able to tidy it up. The speeds are going to be slowed down. No, it's not, because it's Roaring Moon getting knocked out, and then, of course, Golden Go just being able to chill out a little bit. Just not too worried. See what it can do.
Yeah, this Trick Room shuffling's a little bit unconventional, let's say. You know, you now have the two Pokemon out who want Trick Room to be up, facing down the Golden Go, and this very speedy Basculegion, who is just ecstatic not to be out under Trick Room against these Pokemon.
Do we think Basculegion is fast enough at this point? I think that's...
I think it's so quick it may actually be moving first in both the Pokemon Go stage and the Pokemon TCG stage, as well as this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a rapid Basculegion, as you may have seen in the selection. Is, of course, carrying that Choice Scarf and should be able to start causing a lot of problems for the side of Yuto. Let's see if he's able to really close this one up, or if Yuto has something to maybe try and sneak back into this set. I mean, I liked the Trick Room. He gave it up for obvious reasons, but Barish capitalized so well, being able to say either way, my Golden Go's going first.
Yeah. The plus side for Yuto is these Pokemon are so sturdy that it's not like it's actually that easy for Barish just to clean this up. You know, as much as like perhaps the speed control has been a little bit fumbled here, the game is still complicated, and you know, one misstep is still going to cost Barish the game.
Well, there's the Terastallization from Yuto, holding it pretty late on, and it is going over to that Cresselia. So being able to really show what defensive Terastallization is, using it on one of the most defensive Pokemon on his team. It is the Steel type, as Basculegion fires off with the last respects, does bring it down to about half, and this Make It Rain, not enough to threaten the Cresselia, but it does get an easy knockout on that Glastrier. The special attack will fall, but I really don't think Golden Go minds at this point. You've got two Pokemon just ready to try and cause as many problems as possible. And while that Tailwind's up, well, we're able to get a Trick Room up, but now a lot of pressure on this low health Heatran to try and win this game.
Yeah, I have a good idea who's going to move first here, and it's not the Basculegion, but man, that was so much damage. If the Cresselia had not Terastallized, it would have been knocked out. I just can't handle. This Pokemon looks ridiculous with the Steel Terastallization hat on. I love it. So now Barish is kind of a cool spot, right? I think you're kind of assuming, based on the way that you don't play this speed control, that if Trick Room were to expire, Golden Go would probably be slower than Heatran. So if Tailwind were to expire, the odds of getting there low would require a double protect, but I'm not so certain that there's really an option to knock out even this frail Basculegion one hit, just a bunch of moves that it resists, that the Heatran is available. We see the helping hand. Is Heatran able to pick up some knockouts here?
Let's see what Heatran can do after it's got all of the assistance from the side of this Cresselia, this Steel-type Cresselia as well. That is going to be a Flash Cannon, not going into protect of the Golden Go. Basculegion not even bought below half, so the Heatran getting a little bit of recoil from that Life Orb, as there's the last respects, an easy tidy up on the Cresselia. And honestly, I think the Basculegion feels like at some point it's going to be able to deal with this Heatran, or Heatran's going to deal with itself if this Life Orb keeps on adding up.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation here where I can't imagine any way that, you know, the Heatran's going to pick this up because we need, like, I think even a double crit Heat Wave wouldn't have been enough. We see the forfeit locked in there, and yeah, this exciting team with Breloom and Basculegion and Roaring Moon is able to pick up the win and show us that, hey, you know, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can win games here at this year's World Championships.
That was a really insightful game, being able to see the depth of the team that Barish has brought. I really enjoyed both modes. I enjoyed how the speed control was played around. I think Yuto put on a really good show as well, but Barish, who I got a little tip off before the game, his recent run on streams has not been so good, being able to break that curse at one of the most vital points of your season. That is going to be the World Championships, and congratulations to him showing why this team was getting talked about. I heard more than whispers about it before this weekend.
Yeah, I thought it was a ton of fun to watch, too, where, yeah, as much as, like, you can kind of see in the way his opponent played the match, too, that, like, he was not prepared for that matchup. The Icy Wind Trick Room shuffling there was just, like, it felt like a little bit off, where it's one of those matches afterward where I think you'd all think about that a little bit and kind of realize, like, all right, well, if I face something like that again, I know how I can adjust it and maybe play that a little bit more steadily, where he was working against himself a little bit. But that's what teams like that do, right? That's some of the advantage of not just bringing the 6 Pokemon at the top of the usage chart, where you might get all of the stats in the world if you're doing it that way, but sometimes instead of winning through stats, you could win through strategy, right? I think especially that first game, Barish is like a very risky looking strategy where I just felt like there were so many terms where it could all have gone wrong, but I think he played it in a way where he was much more likely to win than to lose. Very impressive victory using some really fun Pokemon.
I think honestly the game 1 play from Barish was really impressive. I think the lead looked treacherous at best, and being able to fire back and find those windows, use the protects really, really well was really, really impressive and showed the depth of understanding of this team, knowing what the Breloom could do. The amount of respect given to that Heatran in multiple turns, I thought was really cool, because you and I both picked at the beginning of this tournament, Heatran is scary and it can do a lot. So covering for that terrestrialization, covering for it not terrestrializing and being able to be put to sleep, just made a lot of sense. And even though Heatran had that short sleep game 1, even though it was double targeted in game number 2, it just wasn't able to do enough when it was given the opportunity. Even though in game 2, it was given a lot of help with that Trick Room.
Yeah, I think it was like very clearly the critical Pokemon in this matchup, right? And hey, you're in a matchup where you've got the best Pokemon perhaps in the format out there as your key Pokemon, and it still couldn't get it done. I've got to say, as someone who tended to play a little bit of a, let's say, more conventional teams when I was a player, to give myself a little bit too much credit for lazy team building. I think that teams like the one Barish issues are just the worst to play against. It's just so complicated. You're really on the back foot the whole game, and the aggression Barish had this whole set was really impressive.
Didn't you literally run Cresselia Heatran?
Oh, I'm sure I did.
Yeah, I believe you did. Anyway, we can take a look at the replay. This is the turn where that Heatran wakes up, and it does manage to fire off a Heat Wave, but just not able to get the knockout on the Chiempao there. There was that big body press at the end, being able to tidy up the Chiempao again. But this endgame was really tough. The Golden Go got the Nasty Plot set up and was able to fire off Shadow Balls and know that it wasn't able to get knocked out easily by the side of the Glastrier. Moving into game 2, a lot is going right for Yuto early doors, but it's just not enough in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I thought it was, it seemed like for a while there, he's going to be able to pull that one back, but, it's just the kind of thing he could do. These matchups are just so difficult. I think when you have those strong, more defensively oriented teams, we didn't get to see a whole lot of the poor Glastrier there, but, it is a slower setup Pokemon, right? It takes advantage of being difficult to knock out to really check physically attacking Pokemon in a way that makes it very difficult to stop. It just doesn't work against a team that's flying as quick as what Barish's was. And yeah, I loved everything about that set. We didn't get to talk a whole lot about that Golden Go. I think another Pokemon that's going to be really critical in this format. We talked so much about that Flutter Mane and its 230% usage. It's just going to keep getting bigger every time. But I think Golden Go has a real chance of being the most powerful Pokemon that was discovered in the Paldea region, right? Where Good as Gold is just such an incredible ability. We a little bit saw it helping out in that game, but between that, it's typing, it's stats. I think stat boosting in general is just going to be really strong this weekend with all these defensive Pokemon. I just love to see it. What a great team.
Yeah, we talk about how much we love Sword Stance on some of these Pokemon, but Nasty Plot is essentially the same thing, just for special attacks. That said, we were not the ones piloting Golden Go. We can talk about it all we want, but what we really need to do is find out from Barish himself what it feels like to get his third win of the day on stage. So we're going to have an interview with him right now.
Thank you very much, casters. I am joined by the winner of that amazing thriller match, Barish Akjosh. It has been 6 years since we've seen you competing at the Pokemon World Championships. How's it feel to be back?
Oh my god, and what a game to come back on stage. My previous record on stream, especially this season, was like 0-5. So I've been featured a few times, but I was never lucky to actually make it through to the interview. And then to be interviewed by you, it's a very special honor.
Oh, thank you very much. It was definitely an honor for us to watch that incredible game with a very interesting team as well. We've talked a lot about Fire, Water, Grass cores, but you've got a really interesting choice of Pokemon for that core. Can you talk to us about it a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar quote on Worlds before. I was like, guys, credit for the team goes somewhere else. I'm just responsible for all the plays. So at this point, Jamie Boyd, if you're watching this, you're an absolute legend. Thank you so, so, so much. Without your help, I wouldn't be here right now. I'm currently 3-0, 2 more wins to make it to tomorrow. I had never played day 1, right? So I was very privileged to be qualified for day 2. Coming into day 1, seeing the competition, it's just great. Yeah, doing really well at the moment. Yeah, you want to talk about the team. Yeah, credit goes to Jamie. The core is actually quite interesting. We saw how, especially in this matchup, he had Cresselia and the Glastrier, and the Glastrier was like body press, iron defense, and it only had Icicle Crash, so I had 2 ghosts on my team, which was like super convenient to have, and we saw that even the Heatran with Life Orb didn't have any effective moves. It had Heat Wave and Flash Cannon, which doesn't do a lot of damage against Basculegion, to name it, and yeah, it just came in clutch. It was interesting to see how it played out with the Ice Event and Trick Room interactions. So it's interesting, like he reversed twice, he icy winded.
On that note, were you maybe worried about the Trick Room, particularly with the Heatran sweep potentially incoming?
Yeah, so in game 1, I was a little bit worried when I saw that his Heatran outsped my Breloom. Like it had a 1-turn sleep, woke up and KO'd it. So I expected to either be faster or maybe get a 2-turn sleep at least. So in game 2, I knew that if he sets up that Trick Room, then my Goldengo will underspeed it in Trick Room. So I had a little bit of like a sandwich around the Heatran, and getting so much damage early on was very crucial because with Life Orb it's on a timer anyway. So I could play around that, and I feel like the typing of Basculegion and Double Ghost, everything really played into my hands here.
I mean, Basculegion was one of my caster hot picks for what we think is going to take the World Championships. But a Pokemon I really want to talk about in your team is Breloom, because you've got a history with that Pokemon. Can you tell the trainers at home about it?
Absolutely. So, in probably one of my most dominant seasons in 2015, I was playing a team around Mega Kangaskhan, and Breloom was one on the picks. So the core was very popular with like Kangaskhan, Aegislash, Rotom, and Landorus, Furion. And I added like Breloom and Suicune, and they were like a little bit, yeah, like off meta, I want to say, and they really did well for me the whole season. I top 4 2 nationals, didn't do too hot at Worlds that year, but overall, like I have a special connection to Mega Kangaskhan, but also the special pick in Breloom. So when I was considering which team to use here for Worlds, and I saw the option through Jamie Boyd, once again, thank you so much, to potentially use Breloom, I was like, no, this is calling for me. I have to use Breloom.
I mean, it looks like the partnership is as strong as ever, you know, piloting it to great success here today. We want to make sure you get a little bit of time to prep before the next round, but just before we go, are there any shout-outs, anything you would like to say to people who have helped you on this journey back to the world stage?
Wow, it's actually, it's hard. Like I'm going into this tournament as my maybe like 7th, 8th, 10th world, so I remember coming on stage and the translator was like, oh, is this your first time on stream as well? And I was like, not quite. I've done this a few times to help my opponent during the setup as well. It's great to have a support system in amazing friends, Marcus, Wolf, Aaron, Dylan, and yeah, I actually didn't opt to play their team, but still, like just exchanging ideas, talking through matchups, talking through the meta game, really helps me coming back, and I'm really grateful for all the friends I have, all the support in the crowd. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next rounds. Of course, also thank you like to the whole team setting up this tournament, this venue, right? First time in Japan, it was a big dream. Now we're here on stage, winning games, taking names. Yeah, we're doing well for ourselves here.
Don't forget to thank Gastrodon.
Of course.
Okay.
Gastrodon, I don't think I could have done it without you. You joined me last minute on stage, and I knew that you were watching me, and yeah, your free eyes helped me win this game.
You're going to download your Gastrodon giveaway?
I already did.
I'm so proud of you. That's what we want to hear. Well, Pokemon trainers, that wraps up the interview with Barish Akjos, the winner of that last round. But of course, the Pokemon action will continue, so please do not go anywhere.
I'm going to be honest, Heatran Sandwich is a visual that I was not expecting to have to unpack this weekend, but thanks to Barish, now I am.
Yeah, I did think he played that so well, though, right? Because yeah, I was like furiously checking the team sheets to try to figure out the stats. Like, oh, I see what he's doing here. Yeah, like the Golden Go and Trick Room's got him. How great is it to see Barish back on stage, by the way? I feel like it wasn't that long ago that he was, you know, by far one of the scariest players in Europe and probably the world. So good to see him showing his stuff up there. He's a really smart guy. Been a great member of the community for a really long time. So you know, I'm really glad we got that moment. Also, yeah, how fun is it to have him get interviewed by Lou? You know, that's a moment I think those they'll remember for a long time, and what will be, I think, a World Championships full of great memories for us all.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, but that does start adding more weight to my hypothesis earlier that players who played in older formats are very, very good this year. So thank you, Barish, for proving me right on that one. Honestly, it's been a fantastic day so far, and I think being able to see the Basculegion team, and of course the Basculegion get some time as well, has been really, really cool. I've been impressed with it right from the get-go. I think just testing with it a little bit, it's been able to be very obvious why that Pokemon is good. And yes, you slap a Choice Scarf on it, and you don't have to worry about speed unless you're in a Trick Room. So feels like a really solid pick for the course of this tournament. And honestly, I think hearing that it came from Jamie Boyd makes me even more excited about the team, because I know how he builds teams. They are a little off the wall, but knowing that you can give it to somebody, they can pilot it, means every decision is justified, and it's not just a Jamie Boyd decision. So I'll be interested to see how that one goes over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch it. I always love watching his teams. He's one of those players where I just kind of realize that I can't net deck him because it's not going to go right if I do it without explanation.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's one of those things, you see but don't touch, you know. It's it's great to see.
Admire from a distance.
Yeah, it's, I'm more of a, you know, if I can win about 4 times as many turns as he wants to, that would be great for me. I'm more of a student of the Ray Rizzo school of Pokemon where, you know, let's just use the stat Pokemon. But as a spectator, I'd always prefer something a little more like this.
Yeah, I was always, I think, the antithesis to you, right? It's like, I wanted to complete my games in about 3 to 4 turns. If we go to turn 5, I'm panicking, I'm not loving this. But I think that team has the option to do that, but it also has the option to play your game, right? Which is really interesting. And it's not often that we find a team that lands that perfect balance. That's something that we've been talking about a lot this year, being able to be a balanced team. And even though it looks on paper like the craziest, most offensive team in the format, you're like, oh, Breloom is going to put everything to sleep, and then it's going to cause problems with its technician abilities. It was actually such an interesting pivot. It absorbs a little bit of pressure. It gives a little bit of pressure with the Spore. And honestly, to justify to me that Breloom is a better user of Spore for a certain team, you got a lot of work to do. But that game kind of did it for me.
Yeah, because I think Mungus of this team would kind of just be a momentum sink, right? Where it's great individually with no context, but it doesn't really fit what the team is doing. I've got to say, too, as like a player who's more used to being on the other side of that matchup, it's just so difficult to deal with, especially in team preview, just because there are so many different Pokemon that could potentially be a problem. And I think it's really a good way of using the open team sheet format. You know, these Pokemon would have been scary in team preview anyway, don't get me wrong, but in a way, it's like almost worse when you know what they can do, because you have to check all these different things. It's really easy in team preview to get inside your own head and be like, okay, well, I have to handle this and I have to handle this, and oh no, you know, I don't have a lead combination that handles all these things, so I've just got to guess. I think there's so much pressure on that side of the field. I think some of the trade-off of that is normally it's much harder to play an offensive team than a defensive one because the margin for error is so much smaller. But when it works like that, you know, as it does, you know, seemingly every time we see Jamie Boyd play the game and Barish using it there, it's just so impressive and it's so difficult to handle.
It's been an interesting year. We got to the open team sheet format. That was something very, very new. And I think it's really helped out a lot of trainers make some of those decisions a little bit easier, right? Okay, you know your opponent's going to see the move. You're not going to get the surprise factor. So you actually have to justify that choice way, way harder. You really have to say, is this a worthwhile move? Or is this something that I thought was cheeky, was fun, and I might be able to steal a win or two off of it? That's where I sort of think, okay, well, we're in a good spot now. We've been able to pivot things around. And I think the first World Championships in open team sheet already delivering. I think everything this year, the ICs, even the regionals that we've been seeing, has shown that that was a great decision for the game and has put us in such good stead.
Yeah, I think this is a good match kind of too, just to kind of show off what can be good about that too, because I know a lot of people were kind of concerned like, oh, you know, it's going to stifle creativity a little bit if your opponent sees you what it is, but you know, at some point of it, tournament, your opponent's eventually going to know what you have before you use it, right? Like, stuff still has to work while it's face up. I think if anything, it just kind of challenged players to make, you know, more complete teams, right? Where, like, all right, well, my opponent has to be able to handle this, so I can't just have one threat, you know. I have to have multiple options to keep them off guard, and even though you can't bring every Pokemon every game, in a way, even the Pokemon that aren't selected contribute more in this format, because the threat of them, as long as you have a Pokemon unrevealed, is a big deal. And I think, you know, that's another thing to kind of keep in mind as you watch games, right? You know, it might not seem like it's a big deal when there's still, you know, that Pokeball icon on the team tracker, right? But the opponent doesn't know what that is, right? Even if you do, because we've hovered the switch on the camera, you know, it's something they both have to keep in mind. Like, potentially that's 3 Pokemon the whole way through, and you get context clues like, oh, well, you know, based on these 3 Pokemon, it's probably not that final one. But I thought one of the main stories of the game one is that I thought, you know, Yudo probably guessed wrong on that last Pokemon. It may have been, you know, the decisive factor in that match.
I think I'd have guessed wrong both games for Barish's 4th Pokemon, right? I would not have gone with leaving the Basque Legion at home game 1, but then when he wins without the Basque Legion, he's like, haha, well, I'm going to bring it this time, have fun. And honestly, that the Glastrier really struggled with both of Barish's final Pokemon, right? He set up this endgame where it's like, what are you going to do? Not much? Cool. Like, I am then just going to win the game with this Pokemon. So I think that was really, really exciting to see. I'm not disappointed in Yuto's team, though. I think there's still a lot more that we can see from it, and I think Glastrier is one of those that could maybe show a little bit more, and in a different matchup would probably be really, really good, especially with that water terror. That seemed to be the really big focus. I mean, you know, we've got a lot to unpack over the course of today and tomorrow. How big is terrestrialization at this elite level? We've seen it at regionals, we've seen it at ICs. What about if it goes one step further? How big is that at Worlds?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, too, to keep in mind. I mean, first of all, I mean, he's only 2-1, right? It's not like he's out of the tournament. He only has to go. Yeah, he needs to go 3-1 from the rest of the way in order to make it in, right? I think that's a very achievable task. I think maybe if I were to give some criticism of that match, it seemed like he was less flexible than Barish was, right? Where Barish is radically changing his strategy, the Pokemon he brought, the way he played the games in both games. It seemed like, you know, there was a core Pokemon that you don't want to use, and it was kind of just more a matter of how he was supporting them and what order he sent them out in. I think he looked a little lost in the one game, right? Where Trick Room coming up at the wrong time, Icy Wind not really doing anything. Barish, as he noticed in the interview, like really identified well how he could take advantage of the Heatran being a little too critical in that matchup. But yeah, you know, in games where the Glastrier is a little more effective, and instead of kind of just being that Pokemon who shows up to get knocked out at the end, instead is a more pivotal member of the team, it's easy to imagine how it can be strong. There are a lot of teams in this tournament that are built around the more conventional, physically attacking Pokemon. I think the Glastrier still has a place where it could do really well. And, you know, it's a match you can learn from, right? You know, all these players don't have the amount of reps that they normally would at the World Championships in this format, right? So I think the best players are going to be the ones who can keep learning.
Okay, so we're talking about best players. We all know that out in the hall, there's a little bit of a lunch break, right? So why don't we see what some of the best players could do? Now, how would you determine the best player?
I think it'd be the players who haven't had achievements in the most years.
Okay, so if you had maybe somebody who had won Worlds, would you say that's one of the best players?
I guess.
What if they had done it twice?
I mean, we're starting to narrow down the pool here, Adam.
Okay. What if I just said we're going to have Ray and Aaron sit down and do a little lunch break caster match? Would that be acceptable?
I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think we should probably do that.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. So let's head on down to the stage and introduce the players, I guess. You may know a little bit about them, but we'll be able to dive in and see what these guys come up with. I usually propose to other casters, you know, what would you do if given the chance? And now we get to see if Aaron was to play or Ray was to play, both of whom could have done it this year, definitely got close to that opportunity. What would they have done at Worlds? It's been a while since I have seen either of these guys on stage. I think the difference in stage size since they last played is significant.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, something to keep in mind, too. I mean, Aaron did qualify to the Pokemon World Championships this year. He didn't play a whole lot of events, but he was actually very effective at the events he played at. I really got to say, I think it's much more difficult to bounce between casting and playing than you might think, because like the type of knowledge you need is a little bit different. You know, up here, we need a breadth of knowledge, right? I don't need to know any player's team as well as the players do, but I need to know enough about all of the teams and all of the Pokemon to kind of guide you through games. You really need to know your calcs, the way you need to select Pokemon. I mean, kind of like, you know, the intricacies of team preview we saw in the last game. So Aaron's really impressed me this year when we've seen him out in the field.
Well, let's start with a rundown of the teams. That is going to be the Grimmsnarl, the Galarian Moltres, the Spectrier this time, Hisuian Arcanine, the Gastrodon, so Lou and Lee will be excited about that one, and the Golden Go as well. Then, of course, we're going to have a bit of a mix-up from the side of Ray. That's going to be the Tornadus, the Chi-Yu, the Amoonguss, the Indeedee, another Basculegion, and a Sneasler as well.
Now we'll have to see if Spectrier, this time for real, can avenge Glastrier against that nasty Basculegion. And yeah, I think these teams are both super fun. Aaron had been talking a lot about this team and how he thought it was really strong and underplayed. I'm really glad it's what he chose to bring. It sounded really strong when he was talking about it. I'm probably less excited than some of our friends backstage at seeing Gastrodon there, who is a Pokemon I would desperately like not to win the World Championships.
Yeah, we may be able to listen to the players as well, get a little insight from these gentlemen. So see exactly what they're discussing at Team Preview.
Have we actually ever played against each other?
You know, I don't know. I don't think we have. We
probably.
I don't think we have. Not in an official tournament. I don't think we have.
But hey,
all right. I'm about to be 1-0 against you then. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Waiting for you.
All right, let's go.
Hey, cool team. Wow.
Hey, you too.
That's I've seen that one before.
I think I've seen this one on YouTube before.
Yeah, I may have too. Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
what are you bringing, Aaron?
Do you know what the bottom two Pokemon do, by the way? Have you seen them before?
On my team?
Yeah.
Just check in.
Oh my. Okay, tell me what you're bringing. I'm gonna counter team it.
Okay, I'm thinking of leading Grimmsnarl. Yep. And Hisuian Arcanine.
Okay.
Yep. That's my lead. I'm gonna have Gastrodon in the back. Because I want to absorb.
That's a mistake.
Why? Why is that a mistake?
I'm not bringing Basket Legion.
Really?
Yep.
I think it's a mistake to not bring Basket Legion.
I'm not bringing it. I'm bringing Chi-Yu instead. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm telling you exactly what I'm bringing right now. I'm going Grimmsnarl. Arcanine. Gastrodon.
Okay, hold on. Let me change up my lead real quick to counter that. Wait.
What do you think my fourth's gonna be? Galarian,
Okay, I
Ultra
can beat
Spectre,
that.
or Golden Go? What should I bring as my fourth?
It's up to you. I can beat all of them.
All three? Oh, okay. Interesting. That's a lot of confidence you have.
All right, I'm ready.
You're ready already?
Yep.
Ah,
Are you
okay.
ready?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
I'm still debating.
Okay. You need me to help?
Oh, hey, I locked in. It still says standing
okay,
by.
I'm locking in too then.
Look, I know it's your first time playing on the Nintendo Switch, right?
Aaron, good luck. You'll need it.
Have fun. I'm not wishing you any luck, Ray.
Okay. I don't need luck to beat you.
Just wait till you see my lead. You'll never see it
You're
coming.
never gonna see my lead
You're
coming
never,
either.
You're never gonna see it coming.
No way.
You brought it.
No way.
I told you, Grimmsnarl and Hisuian Arcanine. I wouldn't lie to you, right?
I know, I believed it. That's why I double checked, make sure I have close combat on Sneasler.
Do you have it?
But I got something else.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you got.
You know what I got.
I know what you got.
Let's get into the game. I think that's plenty from Ray and Aaron. Some fighting talk, maybe the folly of youth from Aaron in that one, and pretty much being nice and honest when it comes to the lead. It is going to be the Hisuian Arcanine and the Grimmsnarl up against the Sneasler and the Indeedee as well.
Yeah, I mean, the music here kind of makes me think. There's a time where Rizzo basically had his own theme song, and yeah, I might be a little bit more intimidated by Aaron. But I'm excited for to like and subscribe to this battle as the two of them show off what they've learned through all the battles that they've had on the ranked battles.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Being able to see if Aaron and his road to ranked is going to be stopped by the side of Ray Rizzo, who quietly confident in the pre-game chat, I think it's fair to say, being able to get the job done with the counter lead. There's going to be the switch up from the Arcanine, leaving the field immediately. The Hisuian Arcanine, something that's a little bit different as Spectria comes to the fore. It is the follow-up helping hand on to the Sneasler. Let's see how that targeting goes as Reflect goes up for the Grimmsnarl, so trying to keep things safe. And is Ray going to take the bait? No, it's going to be Dire Claw. It does some damage, but it's still not very effective.
But he does put it to sleep. Aaron's only been battling for one turn, but apparently he's already bored of it.
Yeah, he's not excited by the prospect of playing a 3-time world champion in Ray. Does keep himself safe, though, with that Reflect, trying to capitalize on that. But the Spectre just falling asleep, not able to get more done for the next turn or two. So let's see how he decides to pivot out of this. I did have a feeling Ray was going to lock into that close combat. He did say he was going to do it, but a little bit cheeky there, not following through, not a man of his word.
Yeah, we're learning a lot about both trainers. Aaron, honest, the folly of youth, perhaps, as you mentioned, right? He was a poker player, right? He's playing a little bit sneakier out there, doing whatever it takes to become the 3-time world champion, 1-time caster battle champion.
Yeah, I mean, this is their one chance, right? They're being able to see what they can add to both of their trophy cabinets, which already look impressive. There is the switch, the Grimmsnarl leaving the field. Another Dire Claw coming out from the side of the Sneasler, and it's going to be the Rocky Helmet doing a little bit of damage back, but Gastrodon is asleep. Spectre remains asleep as the Indeedee does get to fire off that Psychic. Good chunk of damage there, and of course get that special defense down, so another Psychic might be able to get there, or it would if it wasn't for the access to this berry, the citrus berry, bringing it back up nice and healthy. What do we think of this Indeedee Sneasler combo so far?
Yeah, I think once again, perhaps Ray being a little deceptive there, said he didn't need luck to beat Aaron, then put the Pokemon to sleep and lowered its special defense. On a totally serious note, everyone, I actually think this Indeedee Sneasler thing is pretty cool. It's not something it seems like we're going to see a lot of in the World Championships, but is it genuinely really strong and really fun thing to play in this format? So, consider trying this one out.
Yeah, this is definitely something that you could take a look at maybe for the future events, but it's being piloted by one of the best, one of the greatest of all time in Ray. Still a lot of gameplay to go, though, as these trainers are trying to suss it out. They did say it was their first time playing together on stream. One fun thing to note, that's probably because they were in different age divisions. When Ray was winning World Championships, Aaron was just migrating into Masters, so definitely something that they had to overcome in that one. There's another Dire Claw that's going into the Gastrodon, getting that little bit of Rocky Helmet damage back. Of course, not being able to be the biggest threat. But then there's the Psychic, which isn't going to be able to do anything against the side of that Grimmsnarl. Sneasler takes a good chunk of damage there, being hit by the Earth power of the Gastrodon.
Yeah, I think so far that Gastrodon's Rocky Helmet is racing with Ray Rizzo's entire team to do the most damage. Things were a little bit more defensive back in Ray's day, so perhaps he's trying his best to play to the timer. Unfortunately for Ray, not really so much of a thing anymore. But it looks like both of our trainers are struggling here. Perhaps a good time to maybe play a little Zelda in the middle of this caster battle.
Honestly, Aaron was saying he was so much more experienced, but this is the error that we get from Aaron.
Can't even operate his Switch. Come on, kids.
And he had the gumption to challenge Ray on that one. A little bit audacious, but you know what? It's Aaron. I'll forgive him. The Sneasler does decide that it's time to protect. Definitely a little bit worried about what may be coming in this following turn. As now it's time to get the light screen set up from the side of this Grimmsnarl, so special attacks not able to do as much, including this Psychic. That Psychic is not going to anywhere near threaten a knockout onto this Gastrodon, as there's the Earth power, being able to apply that pressure and mean that that protect was vital for the Sneasler.
Yeah, I mean, I think on Ray's side, maybe consider giving the Zanidi some choice specs, because wow, it's you don't see too many games where it's just poor Ndidi there just slugging away while it helplessly licks over at Sneasler, doing whatever it is that Sneasler is doing.
Yeah, Sneasler maybe needing to get a little bit lucky again, as it was on turn 1 of the game. But Aaron seeming pretty confident, both trainers having a good laugh in the middle of this one. We're able to see who can prevail. This is a longer game. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to jam in the full set in this one if Ray keeps playing at this decidedly 2010 pace.
Yeah, it's things were a little bit slower back then. It's okay. Maybe he'll ramp up. He's just waiting for the free switch, and we see the close combat finally. He really does have it.
He definitely does, but it's not able to threaten the knockout that Reflect from earlier helping out. The defenses are dropped. Sneasler definitely not minding that, because any attack is going to get it knocked out with the Rocky Helmet damage as well. There is the follow-up Psychic, still not enough. Special defense is down. Aaron seemed to be pretty jovial about the fact that Ray is really targeting down that Gastrodon and is not able to get the job done. It is finally taken out by the side of the Grimmsnarl. And there's Earth Power into the Ndidi. Not so worried about that as the weirdness disappears from the battlefield, so no more Psychic terrain in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is Ray left those Pokemon out in the field for 5 turns, so excited to see what else he has. Maybe pick up the tempo a little bit here. We're hoping to show you a best of 3 during this lunch break, but maybe Ray's looking for one of those more like TCG-style best of 2s.
Yes, the classics. That can be a bit of a problem. I'd be shocked to see the Basculegion here. He did say he wasn't bringing it. Now we get to test Ray's honesty in this one. Is he going to be true to his word? He is smiling a little bit, so maybe realizing that the Gastrodon needs to go, which may give me a clue as to what is stuck in the back. There is confirmation.
I'm beginning to think he may have brought it after all.
Yeah, I think it may have been something he selected. I think Aaron knew that based on the fact that he double targeted the Gastrodon every single time.
Yeah, it's you're not the most subtle approach I've ever seen, but it is in a situation now where it can eventually probably use some water type attacks. I love Ray spamming the Dire Claw. He was once a swagger gamer, no longer such a viable move, but still trying to get the RNG on his side in any way that he can.
The term swagger gamer has sent a small shudder down my spine, but we'll move on with this game as I try and forget that you brought back one of those eras. Horrible terms. He did play a little more respectively than some, just not swaggering for fun. The Ndidi leaves the field, so Ray does know where the menu option is to switch in and out on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And he switches it in for the Tornadus, a Pokemon definitely from Ray's era. Gastrodon decides to keep safe, wants to redirect one of those big water-type attacks later as Arcanine comes to the fore. The Hisuian Arcanine, my apologies, definitely from the distant past in this case. There's the Intimidate drop. That's going to help out a little bit, as it's going to be the old switcheroo right off the bat, parting shot into the Basculegion. So that's attack way down on the side of Basculegion.
Yeah, a lot of things that Ray may not recognize here. Parting shot. Arcanine looks a little different than it used to, and perhaps that Gastrodon going to wind up right back on the field. I keep threatening that Storm Drain. Seems likely that Ray was looking to pick up a knockout out of it, then try to switch out. But if there is the option of that incredibly valuable Sleeping Horse, you could maybe send that out. Hopefully get it knocked out to get another free switch. I don't know.
Let's see if Ray has taken the bait here, or if he's going to be able to cause problems. It is last respects, but it's going in towards the Arcanine, so not able to get the targeting down onto the Gastrodon with all of those pivots being done. The Reflect and Light Screen are still in play as well, so that Grimmsnarl been great value for Aaron. He told Ray he was going to bring it, and Ray just seemed to neglect the option to stop that.
Yeah, we do see it as the Life Orb Basculegion rather than the Choice Scarf we saw in the last game. Could be critical here. You know, perhaps the Tornadus could move first, knock out the Gastrodon, open up a knockout in the Arcanine. You know, as much as we're making fun of Ray for not doing anything, Zhang has also approached this game with, shall we say, a measured pace. So if you start losing to Pokemon here, he's actually in a pretty tough spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Spectre usually wants to go fast, you know, really take the game at a gallop, but we're barely at a canter, potentially a trot in this one, being able to slow things down a little bit. The Basculegion, not its time. It has been intimidated, it has been parting shotted, so it is back to the Indeedee for the side of Ray. Maybe could finally get it done with the Psychic that he was trying to get those knockouts with earlier. Psychic Terrain comes back into play as Gastrodon knows it is the target of this game.
We're going fast.
Yeah, we're finally going fast. Tailwind is getting set up, being able to make sure things are going well. And a move that Ray is very, very well aware of. Rock Slide, but not being able to get the knockout on the Tornadus does activate its Citrus Berry, so that's going to be back up nice and healthy. And let's see if Indeedee can finally get the job done when it comes to dealing with this Gastrodon. And it does want to make sure that it can try and cause those problems, but outside of that, you know, realistically, what could the Tornadus do? Tornadus, you know, well known for setting up Tailwind, and in a lot of cases, it does try and leave the field pretty promptly after that. But I think in this case, it needs to put in a little more work.
Yeah, I mean, the Arcanine here is certainly going to try to help it out in its prompt exit from the field. But I agree, you know, you really don't want to get stuck in a situation where the Basculegion actually has to fight the Gastrodon for any length of time, and perhaps even worse, to fight something else with the Gastrodon in the back because they have to keep playing the mind games. So, you know, Ray, still looking for his first knockout on stream since 2014. Maybe one of these turns.
It's not going to be the Gastrodon, as it does leave the field in place of the Grimmsnarl, which is nice and healthy, so really not going to be an easy one. There's the Rain Dance being set up by the Tornadus, so getting control of the weather as the Psychic, once again, the second time, Ray. When will you learn? Can't get the Grimmsnarl with that one. There's the follow-up Rock Slide. Indeedee bought very, very low, and Tornadus taken to a knockout as well, so that is gone. It's now just Basculegion and Indeedee on the field. The Reflect has worn off, could easily go back up in the next turn, but it's all about the Basculegion, which can't use any of its water-type attacks right now, even in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, the crit mattered, but, I mean, did it? Ray not so much looking like the final boss of the Players' Cup any longer.
No, Aaron looking to take him down in a 4-0 fashion as well that could be forthcoming. Of course, there is room for some extra antics to be done if maybe this Basculegion could gamble, right, and just say, no, you're not going to bring the Gastrodon in. I'm sure Ray is going to ask Aaron if he's doing it or not. It's really up to Ray to call that bluff, as they have been pretty communicative over the course of this game, but we'll see if Ray can get that knockout done. Arcanine leads the field. What do you think it is, Scott?
I think it's like, I don't know. It's impossible to tell. It's Gastrodon. I found it.
Yeah,
I remember that one.
Let's see if he's taken the bait here, as it's helping hand into the Basculegion. That is going to be last respect, so he's done it, Scott. He got the knockout on the stream. Ray back in the game.
You know, it's looking a little bit better for Ray here. At least he has removed a single Pokemon. Another one going down on his side. So, you know, I think it's just right where he wants him with this Basculegion, his key Pokemon, facing down an entire team.
I may have been hasty when I used the term back in the game. I may have jumped the gun on that one a little bit. but I'm going to stand by it, right? Ray just needs to knock out a Pokemon every single turn without taking much damage in response, and he's got the Rain set up and the Gastrodon removed.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps he could, like, I don't know, like, maybe it's like his 2012 team in the back, he could start sending that out, because I don't think these first 6 Pokemon are going to be enough.
No, I do not think he's quite got it in the tank. Don't forget that the Spectre is asleep, so that could help. But we'll see how much this Basculegion can get done. I spent so
Feels
many
like it should still be out here, right?
Right, it didn't deserve to go down like that. Lou and Lee in shambles somewhere backstage, upset with Ray. We invite him on as a guest, and this is what he does. But the last respects into the switch-in from the Spectrier. That is a beautiful call by Ray. 2v1, it's Basculegion. Yes, there's a Reflect, but there's also Rain set up on the other side. Is Ray going to be able to swing this one as Basculegion is trying to take down all 4 of Aaron's Pokemon? It is an Arcanine, does get to Intimidate, so Aaron, all right, playing it by the book, making sure that the Intimidate lands. Really, really important there. But let's see what the last couple of turns of this game hold. They did definitely fill our lunch break. We'll give credit to both of our fantastic players as, yeah, terrestrialization becomes a factor right at the end of the game.
Unfortunately for Ray, he perhaps forgot about this feature up until this turn, but you know, the water terrestrialization theoretically looking good, going to increase the potential damage that this Basculegion can put out. However, Aaron also familiar with this feature, as you may have seen when he appeared on stream at several Pokemon Regional Championships.
Yeah, I'd imagine Aaron is switching to a type that doesn't care about this water terrestrialization. That's a good one. The grass type Hisuian Arcanine, one of my favorite grass types, being able to potentially take this a little bit better, but he's not banking on one of those water type attacks. He does follow up with the last respects. There's going to be a drop in HP, but Arcanine gets access to Terra Blast. So this comeback, Ray Rizzo, he says he stops at nothing, but it appears he's been stopped pretty comfortably by Aaron Zeng in this one.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like every time he stops at nothing, something stops him.
In this case, it was Gastrodon and Terra Grass Hisuian Arcanine. So, our undisputed champion so far in the combination caster battle is Aaron Zeng. We'll see if we're able to continue this set. I don't know what that answer is going to be, but the players look ready.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you'll be ready to dish out a little bit more damage this time. Pretty defensively oriented game 1 of, you know, in a question mark game set here. But yeah, it's great to see these guys out there doing their best, I might say. Yeah, you know, it's great. You know, Aaron, you know, I think we all wonder, you know, we're so fortunate to have him on the stream casting, but, you know, one of America's best players. Would have been interesting to see how he did out here. And you know, Ray somehow, through all the trials and tribulations, has found himself battling at the Pokemon World Championships as well.
Yeah, not what I expected about 2 weeks ago, to be honest. This has been a fun one. Being able to see Ray and Aaron duke it out, though, definitely something that I think a lot of fans of Pokemon old and new would really, really appreciate. It seems to me like we are heading back in for potential game 2, so giving Ray an opportunity to try and level things up here, at least get that far and leave the question mark over what is going to happen for the outcome of this caster battle.
You know, I'm feeling in my heart, it's not going to matter if we get a 3rd game, because I think our boy Zhang is going to show us the power of youth here and take game number 2.
That is a bold claim. But he is, of course, telling Ray exactly what he's bringing. I see that there's some discussion. We can see where they are in Team Select, and we'll see if the honesty is the best policy once again.
Yeah, I do think the way that game played out is pretty interesting. We spent so much time making fun of our players here that we neglected to analyze it too much. But one thing to keep in mind, Aaron's really big on the power of that Spectrier. We didn't really get to see do anything in that matchup because it was asleep and then knocked out the whole time. I do think that makes this slightly more disconcerting for Mr. Rizzo here because Aaron really couldn't use the crux of his team at all and still won very decisively. But I do think it's a very cool thing. I hope he gets the chance to show off here. You know, it's kind of, as far as those strategies, you know, we're maybe hoping players would come up with something a little bit clever. He was so high on this, so I'm excited to see what it does if we're able to see the second game.
Yeah, he definitely was talking about this about 8 o'clock this morning, telling me what a great team it was. I believe he was also going over it yesterday as well. So we'll see if Aaron can wrap this setup and make it decisive or leave a question mark as to who will be our caster battle champion here at the World Championships.
Yeah.
And it's only fitting that world caliber players in Ray and Aaron are here to do it. Oh look, it's Sneasler and Indeedee again.
Yeah, I'm feeling I've seen some of this before.
Yeah, let's see if the Sneasler is able to provide a little bit of extra than it did last game. I was certainly interested by it, but Ray seems to be a big fan of it.
Yeah, he did get the the turn 1 sleep last time, so it's hard to imagine things going too much better for him from this point. And we all remember how that last game ended. So perhaps Ray can switch this up a little bit more. Maybe not use Ndidi as his primary attacker this time. That seemed a little sus.
I think maybe a little more from the Sneasler could be important. That is something I would like to see, but I don't know if it's going to be as impactful as maybe Ray would like in this game. We do, of course, have a little bit of an update. Round 4 is upon us, so game 2 is going to be the last game in our set. It's either going to be, as you mentioned, the TCG best of 2, or it's going to be a comprehensive win for Aaron Zhang. It's helping hand off the Ndidi into the Sneasler. Let's see how this one goes, as Aaron is going to slow it down. He is going to throw up the Reflect once again as Direclaw heads into that Grimmsnarl. Sorry, it took me up by surprise how much to do with a helping hand. And it was able to get a good amount of damage done, but being able to keep itself safe.
And the Spectre is going in the offense this time. I'm excited. As much as that's a bunch of damage to the Grimmsnarl, now is the opportunity to get that second screen up, maybe be conveniently knocked out and allow Aaron to shuffle his Pokemon. And maybe this time we'll get to see this Pokemon do what it does best.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Spectria just start causing problems. I've not seen that for maybe a couple of years now, and I'd really be excited to see how that one goes. He did get the Nasty Plot set up. He's not asleep, so he's in a pretty solid position. There's the light screen. Aaron is taking this one seriously. He can taste that Caster Battle non-existent trophy that we do not have in the back, as Rock Slide is not going to be connecting. Aaron pumping the fist right there. This is greedy. This is the folly of youth, if ever I have seen it. This is audacious.
Bold choice. That offensive Ndidi once again going on the offense there. I feel like this is the Regulation D version of watching the Amoongus slug it out. But, I got to say, I feel like the defensively trained Ndidi swinging away on Psychic Terrain versus this Spectre with what feels like a totally ridiculous amount of Nasty Plots. I believe one of these Pokemon is about to dish out a great deal more damage than the other.
Let's see how much damage it is. Hopefully Aaron has decided to lock in for that attack.
Also, I believe this Pokemon normally uses Draining Kiss, which is really going to limit the effectiveness of this chip damage.
Yes, that is going to cause a lot of problems, and it is being able to do a lot. I do think 2 Nasty Plots is too many. I think thou shalt count to 1. 2 is absolutely ridiculous. That is going to be the Grimmsnarl. It's done its job. It's set up Reflect and Light Screen. So it's time to leave, and Gastrodon is back. There's the Direclaw. Not very much damage. Let's see. It's poisoned! That is probably the best effect for the side of Aaron, at least when he saw it. But Draining Kiss will get there. Ndidi able to take that one. But it's a lot of health being given back to the Spectria. That feels really good, and it's going to be able to take those poisons pretty well. Does get caught by the Rocky Helmet too, but this Psychic is going to need to do a lot right now. Does bring it back to where it was, and there's the berry.
Health bar goes up, health bar goes down. Health bar goes up, health bar goes down. It's going back and forth here. I think we're going to pretty much end up the turn right where we started, but Gastrodon's out in the field now, going to threaten some damage, potentially on, I'd assume on this Sneasler, although I'm not sure how much Aaron really cares. Sneasler's kind of just hanging out here. The damage on the Ndidi perhaps more relevant. And Aaron's sort of in an awkward spot. Like, the point of this is you get the fairy-type terrestrialization, you start draining kiss things, you do a ton of damage, you heal a ton. Can't really do that in front of a poison-type Pokemon, so a Gastrodon here actually has a very critical role on this team to eliminate that Sneasler. Perhaps we'll be able to do that and allow Aaron to, oh no, not again.
Yes, he has gone for the Rock Slide. It will connect with the Gastrodon. That's not the premium target. There's the Draining Kiss. There's the Ndidi being knocked out. Of course, the Gastrodon does have the opportunity for the secondary effect. That would be a flinch. But if it is not flinched, I imagine Aaron is going to start really applying pressure to Ray here, taking out this lead or bringing it to a pretty despicably low state. Grimnay now means that it is a monstrous special attack. But it's okay, Gastrodon flinched.
I do remember from Ray's era of playing that Rock Slide is the best move in the game. It seemed mostly so far for the best move in the game for the opponent, as Sneasler's just throwing rocks everywhere but at Aaron's Pokemon, but does get that crucial flinch to keep itself on the field for better or for worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuck around, but it's still not really threatened, and it can still fire out the Earth power, so I think it's still in a pretty good position.
It looks like Zhang's messing around here. We got a yawn locked in, we got a kiss locked in. Maybe not taking this caster battle seriously enough, making love not war.
We have definitely taken this seriously, and I think we should be respected over Aaron and Ray, who are quite clearly goofing around, to use a technical term. There is the rain dance being set up, so for a little bit of analysis, he's probably setting up the Basque Legion in the back. And then, of course, Draining Kiss brings the Spectrier back to full health. It is going to get caught with the poison damage, but that's just a lot of damage. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, hopefully Ray remembers from his day as the player that things have changed a little bit. No longer see that Scald from Gastrodon, so a little bit safer to set up that rain dance than before. But man, that's a lot of damage going the other way. The poison on the Spectrier are going to at least cause it to not finish this turn at full health. But while both players may be goofing around, Aaron is certainly horsing around, and this Spectrier is once again looking healthy with its 5 levels of boosted special attack.
Not getting those knockouts, though. I want to see some knockouts. I want to see a little bit more.
Not again!
I don't want to see this, as it's Rock Slide once again, missing one of its targets. This time it does get the Spectrier. It doesn't flinch, and Draining Kiss will polish off the Tornadus. So that is now being taken out. Once again, Spectrier is back to full health. No shock there. And let's see what this Gastrodon is able to do. It was, I think, targeting down the Tornadus. By the way, that's full special attack on the Spectrier. That is a little bit preposterous. As there's the Yawn onto the Sneasler, being able to buy time to put it to sleep and Earth power it safely.
Yeah, I have bad news for this Sneasler. I'm not sure how it's going to get off the field to shut this Yawn.
The answer is it's not. That is a big problem. And another problem for Ray has arisen. He is now forced into a Basque Legion, which can't use its water type attacks.
Yeah, this all seems bad. Certainly a Protect here would put Spectre in a good case. Though perhaps Zhang will confidently just work through this one anyway. And, I think I see the problem. It was Roshan who sent this Pokemon out. Ray borrowing his game card here as he's left his own Switch back in Tokyo. And I think it's probably the trainer if it's the problem.
That is. He did not need to take that stray. That is absolutely unacceptable. We'll see if Aaron is going to play this one by the book or show off a little bit more of his skill set, that deep wealth of knowledge that he's kept clearly much more up to date than Ray Rizzo in this one. 3 World Championships, and he's been resting on his laurels. Once again, we've gone through the bulk of this game, and we're just waiting to get down to the end. The end, of course, being when we decide to terrestrialize and realize that, yes, you're boosting your water type attacks, but you can't use them right now, because Gastrodon is sat on the field. There's going to be the Protect from the Spectre, maybe waiting for some sleep to come through, making sure he keeps himself safe from the Sneasler, as the Rock Slide, once again, trying to shut Aaron out of the game. We know what Aaron's like when it comes to secondary effects on moves, and he's not getting hit. This has been audacious. The last respects into the protecting side of the Spectre, and it's going to be a Yawn. Aaron could switch out the Spectre to keep it safe, but you'd lose all the boosts.
Yeah, he probably doesn't need to now, right? You just go for the, just go for the fairy-type terrestrialization, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just absolutely obliterate this poor Basque Legion, and it might not just be Gastrodon that's yawning. I'd say this game has been a bit of a yawn, not looking so good for Ray here. Perhaps, just taking it easy on Aaron, knowing that, not being able to compete in the World Championships, this is a big moment for Aaron. Perhaps being cursed by Roshan's game card, unwilling to knock out the Gastrodon. You mentioned before, you didn't want to see all these misses, but it seems like the Sneasler hasn't been able to see much at all.
Well, that is going to be the last respect. So all of those boosts given up onto the side of the Spectre as it's easily knocked out by this Basque Legion. That said, it is going to be a Earth Power into the Sneasler, not enough to threaten that knockout, only doing about half of its health. But it is going to be Basque Legion falling asleep. Reflect is gone, so that could be big. But let's see what this Arcanine can get done. We saw what it did in the last game, so maybe Aaron realizing that, you know what, Spectre is not the focus. We've seen that Pokemon before. It was relevant in previous formats. It's time to show off Hisuian Arcanine, and I can imagine that he's just checking that Ray knows what it does.
Yeah. You see Arcanine get that Intimidate down here on these 2 physical Pokemon. Pretty whelming Earth Power, though, if I say. We'll have to ask Lou what she sees in this Pokemon. You'd almost think that there's a Light Screen up on both sides of the field with the pitiful damage that this Gastrodon just did.
It's been an interesting year for the caster pairings. They put Lee and Lou together, known Gastrodon lovers, and then you and I together, the known Gastrodon doubters. Certainly a discussion we can have backstage a little bit later. There is going to be a switch. The Grimsnarl coming back to the fore, maybe trying to get one of those tasty knockouts for itself and wrap this one up. Of course, there is still going to be plenty of sleep. The Earth Power comes through. Not enough for the knockout. The rain stops. Aaron trying to get this one done. There's the light screen gone, so we're back to a fair game. Fair-ish, as both the Pokemon on Ray's side is still asleep.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have different definitions of the general concept of fair. Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems a little mean. His poor Pokemon just trying to take a snooze, checking out Pokemon Sleep, perhaps.
Sneasel is done. It's trying to explore it. It does get the Rock Slide done. Not even enough for a knockout on the Grimmsnarl. Aaron looking a little bit distraught at that one. So we're waiting to see if the Sneasel will go down. A third Earth Power, as many as 3 needed to be able to get that one done. There is going to be the Basculegion. That is the only option for Ray. And once again, he's being asked, can you sweep the game with Basculegion? Now, against a couple of these options, I'd like to see how it can do. It is locked into the last respect for now.
Oh,
and a critical hit!
It's a crit! Oh, wow.
Takes down the Gastrodon. Okay, all right, let's see what you can do.
There may be a world where this happens all of a sudden. Now, we've been making fun of poor Ray, but maybe he's about to show us that he still got a little bit in the tank. Grimmsnarl's going to have to go on the offense to give him a chance there. Arcanine going back out in the field, and hey, this suddenly got interesting.
Yep, there's the Intimidate to try and shore it up. But Ray feels like he's got a chance in this one. That is, of course, going to be a couple of Intimidates on the Basculegion. But, of course, doesn't matter when you just start firing off critical hits. Ray fishing for another one of those. I think asking for one at this point, getting Aaron's permission to see if he can get it. But Aaron wants to take the unofficial, non-existent Caster Battle Worlds trophy home with him. He has got a little bit further to take it. Hopefully he's got room in the luggage for it. As Arcanine fires off the extreme speed, it's not enough. He's giving it over to Grimmsnarl to do the work. Aqua Jet into the side of this Hisuian Arcanine. Not enough for the knockout. Needed to go a little bit more, but the Basculegion starting to hurt itself with the Life Orb. Is it Grimmsnarl to close this one up? It most certainly is. Ray Rizzo extends the hand, and years of experience, not enough to take down the youthful, more recently practiced Aaron Zhang.
Yeah, not quite the water type move I was expecting to see there. Maybe we'll have to teach Ray about the priority tiers in the back, but an excellent game there. Thanks to both of our caster battlers for putting on that match for us there. The lunch break has concluded, so we'll be getting into round 4 pretty soon, and that was a lot of fun, right?
I feel bad for some of the decisions that were made. I think Ray maybe expecting a little bit more out of Aaron, and Aaron just giving him exactly what he needed. Maybe Aaron expecting a little bit more out of Ray, right? I think maybe he was expecting Aaron to bluff, but Aaron just followed the game plan, and Ray fell for it both times. So certainly plenty to unpack on that one, but I'm not super worried about either of these trainers. I think they're still both fantastic guys. I'm excited to talk to them more. Maybe we'll get a little opportunity to chat with them later and see how things went. We do have the replay as they lock eyes before this one. There's the Diaclaw. Got off to a great start for Ray, right? Being able to land that sleep onto the Spectre. Was he able to capitalize on it? Aaron enjoyed that one, surprisingly.
Aaron's just happy to be here, he's a man who loves the spotlight. He's got his moment on the stage, and he's going to make the most of it.
Yeah, he's having a good time. Aaron feeling confident, just laughing along with Ray, a player who he's played with for over a decade now. There was that monstrous Terra Blast to seal up game number 1 as Arcanine, definitely showing why it's a grass type and what it can do in response. This was the story of game number 2, though. Maybe things would have gone differently if Ray was actually able to hit Rock Slides.
Yeah.
With this Sneasler, he missed neither Rock Slide hit both targets.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing game by that Sneasler. Certainly, Ray kind of giving you the vibe of, like a 50-year-old quarterback coming back in the game. You're just balls going everywhere. In this case, Rock Slides. I think I think unfortunately one of the Pokemon on the Pokemon Go stage actually missed a charged attack because it was hit by one of the rocks. Just really tragic to see that.
So wayward from that side of things for Ray. But honestly, a very exciting game. I was really excited to see both of them up there, and of course, thank you to both Ray and Aaron for helping us navigate our way through the lunch break, which can be a tricky time at some of these tournaments.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun, right? Certainly, I'm sure you all would have preferred to watch us sit up here talking about, who knows what. But, we thought the match might be a little bit more fun.
Yeah, we managed to get some great gameplay from both of our trainers, and we'll have to knock up a bit of a trophy for Aaron. So he's at least got something to remember this moment by. That said, Lunch break is over. Round 4 is about to be on us. We're going to take a really quick break and then dive right back in for the Pokemon World Championships here in Yokohama.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion.
Alex Gomez Berna with a fantastic weekend in Columbus. The number 8 seed in top 8 is the only one trainer remaining. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I can't believe it. It's been so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore, and right now I'm the North American International Champion. And I'm gonna try to win at Worlds. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but as I said before, I didn't believe I could do it. So yeah, it feels great to win a tournament again. I have no fears. I think when you're competing, you shouldn't have any fear. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. My advice to all the trainers is keep trying, never give up. I keep playing because I love the competition. I also love the community. I've made a lot of friends thanks to this game, so I'm really thankful to Pokemon. I don't know where I would be with this game.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your VGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited, still like confused more than anything else. This win means that I can still hack it, and I might be better now than I was when I was considered like one of the best players out there. It's like, hey, who knows what the new era holds.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC. I've had the regional results, I've had the national results, and the international result now. Worlds, it would be the one thing left.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States.
Palafin in a very, very strong position to get another knockout here.
It's gonna still have to see if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati. That finals match was really close. I definitely think he had a really good chance at winning. I just got a little bit lucky near the end. But yeah, he is the main person that I would be afraid about facing in the future. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's the dream I've been having since I've ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Lee Provost. I'm joined on the desk again with the Bwiser Actos Chromie, and we are getting ready to go into round 4 here at the Pokemon 2023 World Championships in Yokohama.
Yeah, everybody's a little bit rested after that lunch break. I think very well needed for us and the players out there as well. It's a big, intense day of Pokemon action, but things are only really starting to warm up. Like you said, we're heading into round 4. We'll be crossing over that halfway point for day 1.
Yeah, it's good. It's really getting into the kind of the crunch point of the tournament now for a lot of players. You know, we're getting into that. A lot of players 3-0 now. Only need a couple more wins to guarantee their place in day 2. So everything on the line, and those players that aren't quite out of the tournament yet still got it all to play for.
That they certainly do. You want to try and get that X&2 record, don't you, in order to try and get into tomorrow's elusive Day 2, where those Day 2 players who are able to get those top brackets of championship points are waiting in the wings. And no doubt they are, you know, surveying the field at the moment, checking out what teams are doing really, really well, maybe seeing if any of our top picks, any Gastrodons potentially, are rocking the field. And, you know, Aaron, we just saw a fantastic caster battle between Aaron and Ray.
Yes.
And I just want to say Gastrodon won. So to those doubters, doubt no more.
Gastrodon did. Aaron put on a great show and beating 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo.
What a treat to
What
watch,
a great
though.
match, though, between Aaron and Ray. You know, it's not often we get to see, you know, the legends of the VGC scene kind of have a little bit of a fun playoff and like an exhibition match like that. It was really fun to see.
Exactly. It's not every day you get to be able to witness Ray Rizzo and his marvelous Pokemon, you know, skills. We did get to have a little bit of a chat with him when we were on the couch with Anna, having a little bit of competition about Pokedex entries. And, you know, he's not rusty at all, is he, on his Pokemon knowledge? He sees a Pokedex entry and has that world champ difference, as he liked to say, and was able to just clutch out those little victories. So well
like
done to Ray.
A walking Pokedex.
I know,
isn't it?
right?
The
It's just the wisdom.
Yeah, the
wisdom beyond wisdom.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we see Ray come back again next season and have a go again. It would be great. We're seeing a lot of older players as well this season kind of come back and have some phenomenal results. You know, earlier in the season we've had Marcus Statter have incredible regional win. You know, we've had Arash on today, former world champion. He's had a great start to the tournament as well. So it's great to see these old players that had great achievements in the past coming back and still keeping up with the current format.
But that's the thing, that's what I think, particularly the 2023 season has brought to us. I mean, if I think back to December when we weren't in the tournament mode quite yet, we had to wait till January for the VG things to kick off. The anticipation was building then about which veterans were wanting to come out of retirement and which new faces were going to be there. And a player like Justin Tang really stands out, coming to his first ever regional championships over in the United States and was able to win. And then I believe out of his first 3, was able to get another regional win there. Fantastic achievement, definitely one to watch, and there'll be lots of names out there today who are competing in their first couple of seasons.
Yeah, and I think that's the nice thing about the World Championships as well. You know, you can come into this big, prestigious event, and you might not be as well known as some of the characters that we've already mentioned today, but you can really make your name for yourself at this event in particular because you have a standout run or a really unique team. You know, people will remember that, and that's what I think really immortalizes you in these events and makes you really known within the community for certain things. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the new players that we do have to feature this weekend.
Exactly, lots of history to be made, and history already, you know, being carved out. Let's take a closer look at what the round 4 matches are going to take a look like. Our amazing feature match on the screen there. Simone Sanvito, a previous European international champion, versus Camilo Liberona.
Yeah, very exciting match. You know, Italy versus Chile. Very strong regions, both of them respectively. It's going to be a really good match for us to go into. And then you've got some other matches just to keep an eye on for this next round. In particular, I've got Nick Navarre versus Amelia Forbes, a really good match as well. It'll be, you know, one of those players is going to take a loss, unfortunately, but both having a great start to this tournament. Another one there, Tola Webb versus Marcus Statter as well. Another really hot match, really heating up this tournament coming into round 4.
Oh, definitely. I think Marcus is X&1 at this point as well, so he's taken just that one loss. But what a fantastic match to be up against Tola. So one to be watching out. If you're in the crowd, possibly it's going to be on one of those little side streams that are being set up. And I think that's one of my favorite things about this event at the moment. If you're here in person, not only have you got the amazing broadcast on the main stage, but around the venue as well, at the end of each row, you've got these screens where you can watch even more Pokemon action. Maybe, you know, a friend or a relative's in there, and you're able to be able to support them directly from the sidelines.
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's not only just the main stage, the main screens that we've got here with our feature matches. You can go and see some of the other matches that are ongoing each and every round, which is very exciting, you know, when you can see them. And you mentioned before that the juniors and seniors are being kind of shown as well in their respected areas. So really nice mixture of all ages being showcased at the event this weekend.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see the kind of the innocent approach that juniors and seniors can sometimes have to Pokemon, because sometimes it's like, hey, let me bring my favorite Pokemon, let's build around this, but then actually the amount of skill and nuance that these trainers are able to bring, because they see the game differently to the way masters do necessarily, and their meta is not always the same. So particularly on Championship Sunday, when you see all of those 3 divisions, it's really interesting what the different team compositions are that make that grand final.
Yeah, and you know, I think sometimes it's nice to look at those divisions and they don't overcomplicate it. You know, they've got like really kind of straightforward game plans and they stick to it really well. And like you say, it's nice to see when those players are using their favorite Pokemon and they're having success with it. You know, at this event as well, it's where else are you going to use your favorite Pokemon but at Worlds? So, and having success with it is just an added bonus on the side of that.
I mean, mine, to be honest, a favorite of ours is, of course, that Gastrodon. And I'm always here for all the Gastrodon support. There are actually 19 Gastrodon in Masters Day 1. We haven't, I believe, seen one on the stream yet, other than, of course, Aaron piloting a Gastrodon. It was West Sea Gastrodon, so we'll, you know, reserve a bit of judgment on there, but at least it was one here on the world stage.
Yeah, we'll overlook that one.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just,
Aaron
just
gets a
because
pass.
it's Aaron, yeah.
Yeah. We'll forgive him, I'm sure.
But yeah, 19 in the field. Hopefully we will see some on the broadcast at some point today. But we, for our next match, we haven't got a Gastrodon, unfortunately, but we've got some very, very interesting picks and some Pokemon I'm very excited to see in this next match with Simone and Camilo.
And I think one Pokemon that's really stood out for me so far has been the Urshifu. You know,
Yeah.
Urshifu, particularly the Rapid Strike variant, we've seen quite dominant so far, particularly with Terra Water, giving extra damage to something like those Surging Strikes or Aqua Jet. But the one that hasn't been showcased as much is that single strike variant of Urshifu, the one that's running that dark and fighting type. It has such great coverage with something like Wicked Blow and Close Combat, but for me it's all about that Sucker Punch, particularly if it's paired up with something like the Chi and Pao.
Yeah.
It can deal so much damage with Swords of Ruin activated on the field.
It's so strong, and yeah, I think that's the big thing. We've seen its counterpart, the Rapid Strike version, have really good success here today. It's overwhelmingly good, and the players that are piloting it, choosing different options on it. You know, we've seen item choices, different movesets, and they've all performed very well. But we haven't seen the single strike yet. But we have got it featured on Simone's team coming into this next match. So I'm very excited. Like you said, it's very overwhelming when it is paired up with that Shen Pao, because that is the combination that Simone is going to be kind of piloting in this next match. So we hopefully will get to see that combination and see how well it kind of can go up against Camilleo's team.
Well, let's take it over to the stage to get a closer look at our players so we can discuss the team in a bit more detail as well ahead of this match. I mean, one of the things I'm so looking forward to, you can see Simone on your left-hand side there and Camilo on your right-hand side. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the unique Pokemon here. Let's focus on Simone's team first of all. There's some really interesting choices here. The Tornadus, a Pokemon we saw very high up in the usage stats, being able to provide that Prankster ability Tailwind, immediate speed boost on the field. But it also has access to a brand new move that is brought with us from the Hisui region in that Bleak Windstorm.
Yeah, it's a very strong attack. It does have a bit of an issue with accuracy. It's not the most accurate of moves, so it can miss, but it is a very strong attack, though, and something that Tornadus really thrives upon, that it's got access to now rather than having to rely on something like Hurricane that really does have a lot of reliance on the rain being on the field. It has that Bleak Windstorm, hit both opponents, and it can do a lot of work when it does connect, of course. The other options on Simone's side of the field I really love is that Hisuian Arcanine. You know, we touched on it at the start of the show today, but he is piling it. It has got access to that choice band item, so it is going to be hitting extremely hard if it's put in the right position, which it can be with that support from the Tornadus, like you say, with the Tailwind. It's going to make it, you know, a big threat for Camilo to kind of have to recognize and deal with if it is in that position, also supported by that Shen Pao as well.
Exactly, and it's going to be Battle of the Urshifu as well. Rapid Strike variant on Simone's side, but Camilo opting for the single strike variant, having that Sucker Punch, Wicked Blow. The Wicked Blow, it has, you know, taken a little bit of a nerf in terms of it's not dealing as much damage, but it's still very powerful with that critical hit, particularly if you do have that Terra-type Dark, which Camilo does have, that can give you that extra power behind the punch.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here. It's a different Pokemon completely, although they're the same Pokemon, the different forms of them, they interact completely differently from one another. The nice thing about the Urshifu single strike is it doesn't have the weaknesses like the Rapid Strike, and that's probably the one that a lot of players have been kind of preparing for a little bit more coming into this tournament. You obviously have to be worried about Flutter Mane. That is something that is going to cause you a lot of issues. It does outspeed you naturally and does threaten you with its big fairy type attacks. So Urshifu has to be careful around that, although equipped with the Focus Sash, it does give you a little bit of stability, I guess, and a little bit of reassurance when you're using it. You're not going to just get knocked out without getting a hit off, and normally one hit sometimes all you need with that Wicked Blow because of how powerful it is.
Well, let's jump into this match. We're going to see the Arcanine and the Flutter Mane jumping out of the blocks for Simone, Cresselia and Iron Hands, the formidable opponents on Camille's side of the field.
Yeah, the Iron Hands there has that fake out support. Going to be able to kind of utilize that going into this first turn to stop the Arcanine getting any attacks off here. The Fluttermane pretty free here to fire off a potential Shadow Ball into the Cresselia. But you got to worry about the Cresselia maybe going for a Terastallization to guarantee getting off the Trick Room that it probably wants to set up. We didn't really touch upon it too much before the game, but Camellia is running the Ursaluna as well, which is another Hisuian Pokemon. So it can potentially take advantage of that Trick Room if Camellia is able to get that Trick Room set up.
We're going to see an adjustment straight out the blocks for Simone. We got that Arcanine switching out as switching onto the field in its replacement is that Urshifu. So going to be able to apply some good pressure going forward. It does have to take that fake out from the Iron Hands, however, as the Fluttermane can follow up with a Dazzling Gleam. Not dealing too much damage. Cresselia very safe here to go for that Trick Room, an environment the Iron Hands really likes to be in and something Fluttermane does not.
Yeah, and I think a pretty nice switch there for Simone, kind of just knowing that the Trick Room's coming out, knowing that he's got nothing to stop it. Doesn't want the Arcanine to take the fake out. Unfortunately, does switch in the Urshifu there, which, you know, it hasn't got that focus dash, so it's a nice Pokemon to bring in just to take a little bit of chip and put him in a nice position going into this next turn to potentially put some pressure onto the field, although has to watch out from the big electric type attacks from the Iron Hands and, of course, the Psychics that could potentially come out from the Cresselia.
And we're going to see a Terastallization here, just changing up the type on that Iron Hands, drops the Fighting and Electric, and will become a Water type here. Fantastic defensive typing, particularly in the face of this Water type Urshifu. Going to be able to take those Surging Strikes much better going forward. Wild Charge going to be going into that opposing Urshifu. Does a significant chunk of damage, a little bit of recoil, of course, but, you know, there's plenty of HP on that opposing Iron Hands, and the Cresselia is going to help out as well. That new move, Lunar Blessing, not only going to regain HP on the Cresselia, but Iron Hands as well will get some recovery, which I think is needed considering Surging Strikes is coming out this way. Cresselia able to take 1, 2, and 3 of these despite the critical hits.
Yeah, the Lunar Blessing is a great move to kind of support your partner in Pokemon as well as you recovering a core of health every time you use it. We are going to see a Dazzling Game followed up from that Fluttermane, and the Cresselia in a position now where it can just go for the Lunar Blessing again, heal off the damage done to the Iron Hands, and another Wild Charge coming out. The Urshifu on Simone's side of the field in a little bit of a precarious position now where the Wild Charge is going to be able to pick up the knockout. The Cresselia, interestingly enough, doesn't have a really good offensive way to hit the Urshifu, only having access to Ice Beam here. So the Urshifu not in the worst of positions against just the Cresselia, but against that Iron Hands as well, and now it Terastallizes into the Water type, not really giving you too many options.
The Intimidate coming through, going to apply some pressure to that opposing Iron Hands. I mean, both Iron Hands and Cresselia are two Pokemon who I think I've not seen less bothered about an opposing Fluttermane here than taking all of these attacks really, really well. Iron Hands trying to go for that Heavy Slam to get the knockout onto Fluttermane, a Wise Protect, and the Intimidate obviously going to be helping out as well. So a lot of bulk happening across both our trainers here. Obviously, Cresselia very, very bulky. It's had its defenses dropped a little bit coming into Regulation D, but it still has a sizable amount of weight behind it.
Yeah, and you can see from the damage that it took from that Surging Strikes, it's only doing just about 50%. So the Fluttermane not choice specs on Simone's side of the field, so not really got the kind of impetus to do the damage that you need to remove it from the field, and as long as this Trick Room's in place, then it's going to be able to just continually go for that Lunar Blessing, kind of keep the Iron Hands in a really healthy position as well as keep itself on the field, potentially able to get another Trick Room up. The only problem is here, Camellia's not really getting any momentum from this Trick Room. He's getting damage off, little bits of damage, but not really the momentum that he wants under this Trick Room, and Simone kind of managing this quite well.
Well, you said about momentum under Trick Room. This is the Pokemon you want in those Trick Room turns. Ursaluna joins the field. Ice Beam doing minimal damage to that opposing Fluttermane. The Rock Slide's going to come out, chip away at that Cresselia, but Ursaluna, the key thing it wanted to get on the field here is to be able to activate that Flame Orb. Cresselia goes down to the Shadow Ball, doubling up here, and this does give Camellia the opportunity to bring in possibly the Iron Hands from the back, apply the fake out pressure to something like that Arcanine here. Obviously, you're not going to be able to hit the Fluttermane with fake out as it is a ghost.
Yeah, and the Arcanine now not in a great position because obviously having that choice band attached to it doesn't have access to protect, and you kind of want to protect out maybe this last room of Trick Room here that we're going into, so you're in a better position going to that next turn to apply a bit more pressure. So whether or not we see Simone switch out that Arcanine just to preserve it, maybe bring in the Urshifu here to let it go down. It's already taken a bunch of damage, and then you can get into a better position. But we are going to see the Arcanine stay on the field, though.
Yeah, protect from that Flutter Mane as well. Facade not going to be able to get the knockout on the Arcanine here as Iron Hands tries to go for that heavy slam, try and get the KO against that Flutter Mane and remove it from the field as these Trick Room turns are ending. Arcanine able to go for that Rock Slide. Both Pokemon able to take that really well on Camille's side of the field. Of course, Ursaluna's Flame Orb going to be boosting up its attack thanks to Guts, and that Facade's going to be able to hit hard too. But Trick Room is now over and Cresselia is down and out.
Yeah, and no more Trick Room here for Camille, and Simone now ready to go on the offensive. I like the play there where he kept in the Arcanine, really. Quite brave, really, because if the double up had come into that slot, predicting maybe the Protect on the Flutter Mane, it could have worked out a little bit differently, but it does get through the turn with the Arcanine and now has access to that Choice Banded Rock Slide, which also has that flinch chance to it. So something to worry about if you are Camille, and this Flutter Mane in a great position, doing big damage with that Moonblast.
Oh, that's a lot of damage into Ursaluna, and the Rock Slide following up and connecting will be able to get the KO. Iron Hand suffering as well from the onslaught of all of these attacks adding up against it. And it even flinches with that Rock Slide. You spoke into existence there, Lee.
Caster's Curse.
Always the curse.
But yeah, unfortunate there for Camille. But again, Simone probably would have taken the heavy slam there, I think. So losing the Flutter Mane, which is pretty big, especially because what's coming onto the field now in the Urshifu, it is going to really not enjoy being in front of this Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane, this Simone still has access to his Terastallization, so could potentially go for that Fairy Terra type now, just to get around the potential Sucker Punch that could come out from that single strike Urshifu. But we are going to see the forfeit and Simone taking game 1.
Yeah, taking game 1 in commanding fashion there. Really nice to see him pivoting around that Trick Room as well, because when you look at a team like Camille's, you know that there's a hard Trick Room mode in there in terms of the Cresselia and getting that Ursaluna on the field. But I think the issue was Camille wasn't able to bring the Ursaluna in until it was too late. You want to capitalize on those Trick Room turns. You want to be able to go for some powerful facades. And Arcanine was able to take it really well on Simone's side as well. So just unfortunately not a lot of momentum. I think going into game 2, I would like to see Trick Room still be set up, because I think it gives a lot of difficulty and issues to Simone's team, but I want to see Ursaluna in there quicker.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there with the Ursaluna needs to get in a lot quicker. The Iron Hands was pressuring the Flutter Mane, but the fact that Simone has Protect on that Flutter Mane, which you don't generally see too often, it gives him a lot of kind of room to get through that Trick Room, like we saw there, like timing these Protects pretty perfectly, wasting turns for Camille on his side of the field, not really utilizing the Trick Room, and I think that was the problem. Simone quite relaxed in that game with how he approached it, knew exactly what he needed to do, and once that Trick Room was over and he'd taken down the Cresselia at the precise time he kind of had the chance to, where the Iron Hand switched out. You know, I think if Camille had stayed in and got some return there, I know the Iron Hands had taken Intimidate, so you probably want to reset that going forward, but you really want to utilize those Trick Room turns where you can. I think just getting the damage at least onto that Flutter Mane that turn, because it was in such a good position, it was probably the better thing to do, but unfortunately that's not how it played out. And you always had a different game mind and plan, but I think, like you say, if you are going to go for that this turn around, I think you have to get that Ursaluna in as soon as possible. Get it under Trick Room. We saw how much that Facade did to the Arcanine, and then that is a resisted hit, and it's doing big, big damage. So you want to get that Ursaluna onto the field and get that damage onto your opponent as soon as possible to really overwhelm them, so they're not in a position to make a comeback when that Trick Room expires, and you're in a better position to maybe even set it up again, lock out the game from there.
100%. It would be good to see that Ursaluna come in earlier. I think as well, you really have to credit the Flutter Mane on Simone's side. I mean, Camille brought out the Cresselia and the Iron Hands in the lead, and I really like that. There wasn't a lot that Flutter Mane could really do, but Simone preserving it in the back to come back in and deal that big damage later on, I think did allow him that momentum towards the end. The issue you've got when you lead on Camille's side with the Iron Hands and the Cresselia is, yes, you're really bulky, there's not a lot that your opponent can do to you, but then there's not a lot of oomph behind your attacks as soon as Trick Room is set up. That's where you want to bring that Ursaluna in. And sometimes with the Iron Hands, going for that one turn of Fake Out, yes, it can be critical, but you're not dealing a lot of damage.
No, you're not, and I think then you're stuck with it on the field, and you have to switch. I think I almost like the idea of kind of pressuring the Fake Out from your side, but doing it like just auto switching it out, into the Ursaluna to get out on the field. But we're going to see a completely different change up here from Camille's end, with the Flutter Mane and the Dragonite coming out on his side of the field, with that Hisuian Arcanine and Flutter Mane on Simone's side.
Yeah, really nice to see the Dragonite as a shake-up here for Camille. The Dragonite running in that Choice Band as well, so going to be hitting really, really hard. Able to apply some good pressure with something like a Stomping Tantrum into that opposing Arcanine, 4 times super effective damage against it. it, so Arcanine's definitely in a bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, he has to be careful going into this turn because you don't want to lose it too freely without getting much return off there. You can already tell that it is in a focus, so it hasn't got that multi-scale ability, which makes it a lot easier to get the damage that you need onto it. Obviously, the Fluttermane doesn't worry about the extreme speed either, so you're in a good position where you can potentially get some big damage off with your Fluttermane and then follow it up with a Rock Slide from that Arcanine and maybe even remove it because it is that flying Terra type, which we are seeing come out the trap straight away from Camilio.
Really nice, reducing that weakness you're obviously going to get from any fairy-type moves on Simone's side. Icy Wind from the faster Fluttermane on Camille's side, doing a little bit of chip, but critically lowering the speed by 1 stage on both of Simone's Pokemon here. The Dragonite's able to follow up with that Stomping Tantrum down into that opposing Arcanine. That is a KO, completely removes it from the field.
That's a huge turn here for Camilio, pulling out the Icy Wind, dropping the speed and allowing the Dragonite to get an attack off before that Arcanine can even move, and losing it. Not going to be effective at all, and a huge survive there from the opposing Fluttermane, taking that big Shadow Ball from Simone's.
That's good to see the training that Camillo has put into that Fluttermane. Normally a Shadow Ball from one Fluttermane into another can end in disaster, but a fantastic turn in this game too. Simone now having to adjust, and Urshifu has joined the field.
Yeah, and what a great comeback, first turn from Camilio here, just putting himself in a really dominant position. Dragonite in a great spot right now to just start, continually firing out those Stomping Tantrums into either side of the field. Aqua Jet going to come out, pick up the knockout, but so the speed control gone from Camilio's side of the field, but that Dragonite's still in a great position here.
Yeah, it's having a tantrum all over the place, connecting down onto the Fluttermane, not able to get the KO, and Fluttermane can retaliate with a Moonblast, huge chunk of damage. Like you said, it's in a focus, not multi-scale, but Dragonite is still hanging on here, and even something like an Aqua Jet the next turn isn't going to get the KO into that Dragonite, I don't think.
No, I think it's probably just outside of range of being knocked out, but you do have, if you are Camilio, you have access to that Fake Out, where you can kind of stop that Urshifu from moving this next turn, which is really nice, allowing you to pick that knock-up out onto the Fluttermane. The big question is, does Simone have a switch in for that Fluttermane if he wants to preserve it? He does have Protect on it, so maybe that's an option here where you just double Protect this turn, burn that Fake Out. The choice, the Dragonite's locked into its move option with the Choice Band. But then it gives Camilio the option where maybe switch out the Dragonite, so you can bring something else in, keep it for later on in this match.
And you can always reset what it's locked into as well. Urshifu going for Protect, Fluttermane going for a Protect, a very defensive turn, but I think it was key here to not only burn that Fake Out into the Urshifu, but also just protect that Fluttermane because the Stomping Tantrum was just free for that Dragonite at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. You are slower than that Dragonite. We've seen it come out, and it will just be a free knockout. So you kind of want to just delay that as much as possible here and give yourself the best chance if you are trying to knock out this Dragonite with your Urshifu. The Urshifu probably does outspeed the Dragonite, to be fair, so you can go for the Surgeon Strike into that, and that will probably be enough. You don't really need to rely on the Aqua Jet.
There we go, able to get 1 Surging Strike, 2 Surging Strike, able to get the KO on that Dragonite thanks to the speed of that Urshifu. I think now this is where you're in an interesting position with something like the Iron Hands, because we know it can deal underwhelming damage, but something like a powerful Wild Charge will still do a significant chunk to the Urshifu.
Yeah, it definitely will, and it was intimidated the last time it fired one into that Urshifu here, so will it be enough to take it down? It's not quite enough, hanging on with 21 HP here. Simone is still in a very strong position, still got a Pokemon remaining in the back, and Camilio now down to his last 2 Pokemon, with that Iron Hands taking one big Moonblast there, surviving but in a precarious position going into this next turn.
Now this is where things get interesting. The Urshifu on Camillo's side is that single strike variant. Running something like the Sucker Punch is going to deal some big damage. Fluttermane in a difficult spot, though. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see it switch out, avoid something like the Sucker Punch, and then you reset any speed drops you've got previously. Yeah,
it would be a nice play, but we're going to see that, and we're just going to see that Wicked Blow come out. Just pick up the knockout onto that Fluttermane, and Fluttermane doing a good job, though. I think Simone has to be happy with the return that he's got from it. Surgeon Strike going to come out and be enough to pick up the Iron Hand, so it is Urshifu Single Strike versus Urshifu Rapid Strike, but Simone still has 1 Pokemon remaining that we haven't seen yet in this battle. All to do, though, for Camilio's Urshifu on his side of the field. Still the Focus Sash intact as well.
That's so true. And again, Iron Hand's just being too slow to move there. Unfortunately, Urshifu was able to get the better of it. And who's the best partner for the Urshifu? It is indeed that Chi and Powell that's out here on the field, going to be making sure that Urshifu and Simone's side's going to try and hit as hard as possible. An interesting Terra type to note there as well.
Yeah, the Grass Terra type, very interesting. Not something that you see too often there in the Chien-Pao, and does have access to Terra Blast as well, so can really take advantage of that terrestrialization type. you've got to feel for Camilo here. He's just not in the best of positions. The single strike Urshifu has a weakness to fighting, which the rapid strike doesn't, giving you an instant advantage. And with the Shen Power as well, it is faster naturally than the Urshifu. Doesn't really get affected too much by the Sucker Punch, and also has access to the Focus Sash. So it feels like a very uphill battle here for Camilo, and Simone feels very in control of what he's doing.
Well, there's the Aquajet chipping away at the opposing Urshifu. Chien-Pao able to follow up with that Terra Blast. Didn't have to worry about Sucker Punch now. It dropped its Ghost typing. Powerful Terra Blast into Urshifu. Will get the KO with a cheeky critical hit, closing up game 2 and the set for Simone Sanvito.
Incredible game there from Simone. You know, very well played. Didn't take too many risks when he didn't need to. Very patient with his gameplay. I think that's the one thing you can always notice about Simone, is very patient with how he plays the match, very concise with his plays, and doesn't take too many risks either. And I think that's what we saw in that game. An amazing show from Simone, and he is going to be moving on 4-0 in this day 1.
What a fantastic way to start day 1 here at the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. He just needs one more win now to be able to get through into that day 2.
Yeah, and I love the surprise translation on the Shen Power right at the end there. Didn't need to go for it, but just showing this is what I'm bringing, and kind of just getting the last blow there.
It's shaking things up, because we always see Ghost Terror on that Chien-Pao for things like Fake Out and things like that. So actually really nice to be able to get rid of it. I think at one point I was saying, getting confused with that and saying, oh, it doesn't have its Ghost type anymore, it's got its Grass, doesn't have to worry about Sucker Punch. But in a way it's still correct, because if you want to go for that Terra Ghost, you're then really vulnerable to something like a Sucker Punch. But going for the Terra Grass means you are less vulnerable. So it's a really nice adjustment, and Terra Grass really strong for all those water types and Terra Waters running around.
I was just about to say that, pick up on what you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, where you were talking about the kind of the increase in Terra Water as a choice for trainers and a lot of Pokemon. Whereas if you've got that Shen Power with the Terra Blast and the Terra Grass typing, you know, I think it's a really good option. It gives you just a different outlet to deal with these terrestrialized water Pokemon, and what better Pokemon to have it on than something like Shen Power, which, you know, it doesn't necessarily need. It's more of a defensive Terra typing, the Ghost on there, but if you don't necessarily need to do it, you've got Protect on there, you've got the Focus Sash, so putting the Grass on there is a really unique Terra typing. I really like to see it, and it was nice to see Simone kind of end the battle with it there.
And I love that combination that, you know, we've seen throughout today of Chien-Pao and Urshifu combined together. The synergy between them is just phenomenal. And I think, you know, having seen it so much on the broadcast, we're seeing it out there as well on the side streams. It's a really formidable threat to have to contend with.
Yeah.
And whether it's Rapid Strike or Single Strike Urshifu, the deal is still the same. You're able to have that great synergy with the defense drop and lots of power behind the punch.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for myself, the Rapid Strike came out on top of that, in that match. So
unfortunate for you, fortunate for me.
Yes, very. But I also really like the Fluttermane, how his choice of, you know, we see so many Fluttermane throughout the tournament in past formats where it's relying on that choice specs, and it never really has the option to have Protect. And we see it as a more of an offensive tool where it comes in at the end of games or comes out at the start of games and just kind of does its little job, picks up knockouts where it can, or gets damage onto the field, and then it goes down, and that's it, you know, setting it up for the player to kind of go into the rest of the game. But the fact that Simone had access to that Protect really allowed him to kind of keep it on the field for as long as he needed to, and play it to the maximum potential that it has got.
And there was the Ursaluna we saw in Game 1, just unfortunately coming in too late, not able to really capitalize on the Trick Room that Cresselia had set up earlier. Arcanine, you know, it wasn't just the plushie on the desk for Simone, it was also in the action, going for those rock slides and getting that critical flinch at the end.
Yeah, really critical flinch. Probably didn't matter in the end overall, but it just made it a little bit easier for Simone to kind of close the matchup. But like you said, the Hisuian Arcanine put in a lot of work in that game, and it was hitting pretty hard. You can see, you know, the Ursaluna resisted that hit, but because of that choice bind item on there, it was still doing a lot of damage, and enough when combined with that Fluttermane to really have an impact in this game.
Exactly, Fluttermane going down there as Chien-Pao's able to get that Terra Blast right at the end to close up the set with, again, a really nice, unique Terra type on Chien-Pao. You can see how happy Simone is. We actually saw him towards the end of the season in Europe coming runner-up at one of the last regionals that was being hosted. And, you know, he's a previous European international champion, coming second at a regional. He's going to want to try and take it all the way.
Yeah, he had a great run in the Turin special event, and he was in the finals there, so he was a finalist. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win the event, but like you say, a previous international champion, incredible player, and has had really good runs at previous World Championships as well. So having a good start like this today is just incredible to see from a viewer's perspective, and I'm sure he's delighted with how he started. He just needs one more win now in day one to guarantee he will be moving on to day two, which is very exciting, especially with this team as well, which we've, you know, one of the things that we haven't mentioned as well with that Chen Pao is it got that terrestrialization, the grass terra typing, but he's also running Rillaboom alongside that, so you've got that increased damage with the grassy terrain for that Shen Pao. So it can be really, really like interesting, some of the combinations there. So hopefully we do get to see him on stream again over the weekend. It would be great to have another look at that team.
That's a great point, actually, the synergy between Chen Pao and Rillaboom. Not only can Rillaboom set the terrain to boost up the grass time moves, get a little bit of recovery as well, is always very nice. But then again, Chen Pao using that sort of ruin ability to drop the defenses by 25%, Rillaboom can capitalize on that as well.
Yeah, Rillaboom will appreciate that to
Sure.
no end. And it's got fake out support as well, which really, you know, really does support the Chen Pao as well a little bit more because of that focus sash on it. So I think a really nice partner, and the kind of pairings within his team are really nice. But I think we've got Simone ready on stage, so we're going to throw it over for an interview with Simone to get more insights on his team and that last match.
Thank you so much, Lou and Lee. I am here with Simone, the winner of your Swiss round match. Simone, congratulations. How does it feel being in Japan for the World Championships?
Thank you. It honestly feels good. I mean, I don't see it having to win one more match. I see it at having 3 more chances to fail.
That's an interesting perspective to look at it. After getting second place at the Turin special event, were you feeling confident coming into the World Championships?
Not really. I picked my team basically on this upcoming week and made some adjustments when I flew into Japan like this week. I think this team is good. On that hand, I feel confident. I don't feel as confident in my skills, which may come a bit hypocritical, seeing as I'm up for now. So.
Well, you are 1 win away, so hopefully the next time will be the last time you'll get that 5th win, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
So let's talk about that match a little bit versus Camilo. You had to play against the Trick Room mode of his team in game number 1. How did you get through the Trick Room and stop that Ursaluna?
My team has a good matchup into Ursaluna because we are between Rillaboom, which didn't come to the game, but it's an option, Urshifu, Flutter Main, and Arcanine for the Intimidate, which also this regional variant of Arcanine resists Facade, which comes in handy. I mean, you're also weak 4 times to Earthquakes, so give and take. Cantonian Arcanine wouldn't survive that either, so... my team has a great matchup into that. I think at least that my team has a great matchup into that mode, that Trick Room mode, the Ursaluna mode.
You looked like you had a very strong handle of things in that game number 1. Talk to me a little bit more about the Hisuian Arcanine choice that you just mentioned. Why that one versus the Kanto one?
So, because Rock Slide, of course. Also because I think Arcanine Izu is a weird mon because it's worse than regular Arcanine if you think about it as a defensive Pokemon, given like how Arcanine was treated during all the years, like Cantonian Arcanine. The Hisuian Arcanine also has some neat defensive applications. For example, can resist flying, which comes in handy against tornadoes. It's a 4 times resistant to fire, and that also comes in handy given that fire moves in this format are Chiyu and Torkoal somewhat, and those moves do half to Arcanine, to regular Arcanine. Hisuian Arcanine takes them slightly better. Also, Rock Slide is really good into Chiyu, Flutter Main, and Dragonite Chempao, and also Rock Slide is a good move in general.
Oh, it definitely is. We've seen great Rock Slides all across the competition this season. But what about Chempao? Yours is very unique, and you had Terra Grass Terra Blast. So what was behind that choice?
Yeah, and the choice was basically one time I tried it on the. I wanted to try this stat because it sounded really fun. And by the time I was trying it, it felt really good because with Urshifu you force a lot of Terra Waters. Given that every defensive Pokemon in the format is Terra Water because that's the best defensive format, the best defensive type in the format. And Terra Blast on Chien-Pao punishes that. Also Terra Blast one-hit KOs Urshifu, the water one, which normally is a bad matchup. And in case there's Scarf, you can Terra Grass to survive the Surging Strikes. So I think that's good. It didn't come much in handy in this match. I honestly used it as just as a Sacred Sword knockoff, just because I didn't want to click Icicle Crash. It felt unnecessary in the situation to risk that 10%.
We've definitely seen some Icicle Crash misses throughout the tournament already, so glad you didn't fall for that one. But what about the Urshifu? Just kind of last question here. You were playing against the Dark-type Urshifu with your own Water-type Urshifu. Were you nervous about having to play against that?
Somewhat, yeah, because Dark-type Urshifu can snowball really easily. For example, my opponent had Icy Wind Flutter Mane, and Urshifu plus that is a very deadly combination because one drawback of that Urshifu is somewhat the speed, and with Icy Wind you make up for it. So yeah, I was a bit nervous. I was bringing my Urshifu only because I wanted to have something to switch into Wicked Blow. My Urshifu not having close combat made things pretty easy. Not easy, the opposite. Pretty difficult, yeah. But luckily it didn't come into play because when his Urshifu came into the field, I was so much ahead that it didn't really matter. Like Surging Strikes was good enough.
Oh, it definitely was. Simone, I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk to not only the people here supporting you, but also the people watching you at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, thank you for all the support I've gotten throughout my whole preparation, really. It has been amazing. I play for the people and the people that support me.
Well, Simone, congratulations once again. Hope you're able to get that final win in your next round, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We have more exciting VGC action ahead of us, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Rosemary, and thank you, Simone. I always love Simone's interviews. They're always a cracker.
Oh, always brilliant. He's great to interview and getting some really good insights there on his decisions as well and why he chose them. And it's really good to kind of get the perspective of how he's put that team together and how he's feeling coming into this tournament and how it's been going so far. And so far, so good. So hopefully it continues on for him.
I think that's been a very strong start from the whole Italian VGC community, actually taking a look, obviously, Arash kicking things off in round one.
Yeah.
Simone now here in round 4, and we're past the halfway point. There's only 3 more rounds of broadcast for today's day 1 action.
Yeah, not long to go now. For a lot of players, it'll be a relief when they can hit that 5-0 record or, you know, get to that 5 wins mark without having to get to the end of the day, because it gives you a little bit of a break. You can take a bit of the foot off the gas, so to speak, at that point, which is always nice, because then, you know, on the other hand of that, you've got the players that are going right to the wire, those players that are X and 2 that have to go to that last round to get that winning in for tomorrow with everything to play for. So both sides of it, lots of action still left in the tournament, which is great for us and the viewers and the players as well. You know, the more games that we can get to feature, the better, I think.
Exactly. Well, myself, Lee, and of course, all the Gastrodon that are in the venue, we're going to find them all, we're going to round them up, and we're going to get ready for the very next match. But we're going to have a little bit of a break right now, so take it away.
I'm Jisung Lee, and I'm originally from Korea, and I'm currently living in Canada.
A nice start here would do it. Coming out for the Baxcalibur, so that priority move going into the Tatsugiri. And that final knockout crowns Jisung Lee your 2023 San Diego Regional Champion.
Honestly, I feel like just dreaming because like I've been saying to my friends that like if I go hop and hop like 5 wins, 5 losses on the Swiss rounds, I would be like fine. But I kind of overdid my goal, so yeah, it just feels amazing. Yeah, it was really good because I got to see a lot of people whom I only talked via online, and I got to meet them in person and like talk and play games. So yeah, that's amazing. Winning Worlds would be some of my like final stage as a player because I started playing this game watching Sejun Park, another Korean world champion, winning it. So getting on this stage might mean some kind of ending for, you know, like animations or movies where it's like the change of generation.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C.
Your super effective damage? It's so much. It's not quite enough in this case, but when the move that you have is that wild charge, that recoil is not enough, so the match is canceled. Wolf Glick taking the series, your Orlando Pokemon Regional Champion. Look at that.
Feels great to win a regional, especially this early on into a game's lifespan. I was able to win the regional with a lot of my favorite Pokemon as well, which feels really nice. I think what's cool about competitive Pokemon is that every year it grows. Like, it's really cool seeing how far competitive Pokemon has come, and, you know, in Sword and Shield we saw huge advancements in competitive Pokemon despite the fact that we only had 1 World Championship, and so now that we're kind of back to full force, I'm really excited to see where the game goes over this next, you know, life cycle. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So I don't know, I don't think that my odds are amazing by any means, but I think that I have a shot. And I think every year I have a shot. So I think that no matter what happens, I think that I'll be there and I'll do my best to win.
Welcome back to the lounge. I'm joined once again by Scott and Ray. I'm going to start with the elephant in the room. I'm really sorry. Ray, how do we feel about that performance on stage?
Adam, it's not feeling too good. You know, it was a clean 2-0 at the hands of Aaron Cybertron Zing. And I wish I could have put up more of a fight. But, you know, that's why I'm here on the desk casting and not out there competing. At least one of the reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I came up with some excuses for you. Just to try and help you out, because I had a feeling you'd take this a little bit too well.
I appreciate that.
Number one, the stage is much bigger than when you played.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Much bigger. But secondly, back when you were playing in Winning Worlds, Aaron was still a division below you.
Also true.
So maybe you two can't coexist in the same division. And three, I think you approached it with a potential questionable car. It wasn't your own, and a slight change in the comfort area there.
Yeah, it was kind of tough. I was going up against Aaron using a road to rank team, but you can't beat the master at his own game, right?
Yeah, it's weird because you've been the master for so long, and now you've tried to steal from him and been punished for that one.
But I'll get him next year. Maybe we'll meet in the finals next year at Worlds. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes based on both of your history. I have a vague idea on where we'll be going with that. But let's zoom out and look at the real tournament. Obviously, we've had a bunch of fantastic games. I think the last game we had was our quickest of the day. So I don't want to linger on that one too much. How are we feeling about some of what we talked about earlier and where we loop back to on, did we call it right?
Yeah, I think we did, but both, in terms of the things that are and aren't surprising me, we're seeing a lot of the Pokemon we expect to see a lot of for the most part, where you don't think anything like totally crazy as far as like new archetypes has been showing up. But I do feel like, as we also expected, all the teams that are doing the best have some surprises in them, right? It's not just like, oh, I'm going to use the 6 Pokemon on the top of the chart with their most expected movesets or most expected items and expect that that's going to work out. Everyone has their own twist on the game. Everyone kind of has their own feelings where, I think we all know that like the top 6 Pokemon are not going to be the most effective, right? So like, where is the hive mind right? Where's the hive mind wrong? And everyone's takes a little different. But I think that, it's been expected in a fun way. I think this has been a really strong format so far.
Yeah, and it was also a good chance to get to see the Cresselia Ursaluna that we talked about previously. Even though it wasn't successful in this round, it did show the potential that duo has for any players that are able to kind of figure out how to pilot that team and build that team successfully to take them into Day 2 of Worlds.
Trick Rooms was an interesting one, and I think historically over the last 10 years, it's safe to say that Trick Room is an archetype that grows really well towards the end of the season. Now, we've seen it come to the fore a little bit. This year we've not had great Trick Room setters, and then we got given back Cresselia, which historically, as I think both of you can attest to, is a really good Trick Room setter. So being able to get that back, being able to stay safe from the land of Asterion feels really good. But I know for those of you who watch at home, like, go and watch Worlds from a previous year, and you'll see there's always Trick Room teams in the top 8. Do you feel that this is the time for Trick Room to shine? Like in the game we cast together, it wasn't the winning strategy, but it was still really important.
I mean, I think it's strong as it's been in a long time, right? I think Cresselia kind of took a game off during Sword and Shield where it like never really got to like Cresselia level, but it's looking a lot better again. You know, certainly Pokemon near and dear to all of our hearts. You know, Ray won a couple World Championships with Cresselia. I participated in the World Championships with Cresselia. Some would say that's good. Not as good, perhaps, as winning the tournament. But yeah, I mean, no, I think it's looking pretty good. You know, it's I think we saw how powerful Amoonguss has been with Pollen Puff, you know, giving the option of healing its teammates. Now, Cresselia can kind of do the same thing. You know, it's less effective healing, but it does heal itself. Also, it's like the one viable Pokemon in the video game championships that can heal status effects from its partners, which I think is pretty cool. And then, yeah, I think I like the Trick Room thing. I think we'll see a lot more of like the Trick Room Icy Wind combination, which gives you some flexibility. To me, the thing to keep in mind that kind of we saw kind of go awry in the matches we saw that could go well also is that I think that the Trick Room strategy is going to take a little bit more aptitude maybe this year, right? Where I think what makes it tricky to use Trick Room is that, you know, it's not like we're seeing teams that have like 5 slow Pokemon, one of which knows Fake Out, one of which knows Rage Powder, and then the Trick Room setter, right? I just don't think that's going to work anymore, and like frankly may never work again. Instead, you know, you've got these teams where you've got some fast Pokemon, some slow Pokemon, you've got to use Trick Room when it's appropriate. And I think the trouble with that is we've seen a lot of teams that can sandwich that really well, right? Where they've got largely a team full of fast Pokemon and some slow Pokemon to make it difficult. I think kind of like that hybrid Trick Room thing is really strong, but it's very positioning based. And players are kind of going to have to figure that out as the weekend goes along because, you know, you're not just going to get a freebie where you win the game because you can have Trick Room and suddenly be faster than everything against this type of field.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Adam, too, that at the end of a format, those kind of hybrid-style Trick Room teams really start to take off and have success. But even though this Worlds is the culmination of the year-long play, this is a brand new format, and so it's maybe not the same as being, you know, the end of a format. This is actually the beginning of a brand new format because we haven't had any official tournaments yet with this rule set. So it's going to be interesting, like Scott, you mentioned, if anybody is able to figure out how best to utilize those kind of hybrid style of Trick Room teams, because if you can, they're incredibly powerful and incredibly tough to deal with. It gives you so much flexibility just from team preview with how you can approach each given matchup.
It's definitely like a World special. Like it's always something people focus on when it comes to Worlds, and I've seen it successful for a long time. Obviously, Ray, you've taken a couple World Championships with it, so you know all about it.
Si Al nungguin kita beres Jumatan.
Scott playing Trick Room late in the game, so you also know a lot about
Nungguin
it.
beres kita beres Jumatan.
I'd argue is the newest, more exciting.
Nah itu Fahmi muncul langsung. Masih live. Yoi. Kita masih lanjut live lagi sampai beres di day one ya. Cuma kalau kitanya mah nggak muncul. Kita kadang-kadang diganti sama Pokemon. Jadi gimana Ams tadi pertandingan sebelumnya Ams?
Beberapa notable battle set tadi gue lihat yang
tim-timnya unik.
Tapi sekarang walaupun emang gini ya, ini kan turnamen dengan format regulasi D yang terbaru gitu.
Betul.
Pertama, betul. Umumnya kan kalau misalkan itu penutupan dari sebuah era.
Oh iya.
Tapi sekarang nih ternyata malah menjadi sebuah start era VGC baru gitu.
Karena kita menggunakan regulasi baru ya, di mana banyak Pokemon yang dulunya nggak biasa dipakai, nggak boleh, bukan nggak biasa malah nggak boleh dipakai, tiba-tiba boleh. Seperti Pokemon dari Legend Arceus, kemudian legendary lama ya kayak geng-gengnya Landorus, Heatran dan lain-lain seperti itu.
Dan mereka ternyata sekarang jadi orang tuh punya sebuah pemikiran yang gue mau main aman pakai tim yang kemarin bagus di rule set kemarin, atau gue mau start something new dengan para Pokemon yang baru seperti sekarang gitu.
Tapi memang sebetulnya kalau kita ngomong baru dipakai itu kan secara di dalam game ya. Cuma kan ya udah pada tahu lah ya, kita ada yang namanya showdown simulator game gitu. Di situ sih sebenarnya sudah cukup matang juga gitu. Makanya kenapa kenapa banyak yang akhirnya template juga timnya kan pakai Urshifu lah, pakai apa. Cuma tadi tuh yang battle keberapa? Keempat ya. Yang ada aneh banget tiba-tiba ada yang bawa Brelom, Roaring Moon masih dipakai gitu.
Termasuk juga tadi timnya Aston Cox juga.
Iya.
Unik banget kan.
Iya, keren banget itu.
Juga tadi ada siapa lagi tuh yang unik ya? Glastrier.
Ya ada Glastrier.
Jadi kayak emang cukup ini sih apa namanya. Kalau di showdown kan itu simulasi aja kan.
Iya.
Sementara kalau misalkan turnamen asli kan lo emang bener-bener lo compete buat lo, ya kan banyak
Iya, lo
bisa
harus menang.
emang cari uangnya juga kan.
Betul.
Segala macam. Jadi emang beneran serius gitu mainnya, bukan yang cuma sekedar asal battle aja. Jadi beda pasti si pressure-nya. Dan BO3 kan?
BO3?
Iya, kalau misalkan di showdown tuh BO1 aja kan.
Biasanya ada yang BO3, tapi paling sering BO1 dan memang sih vibes-nya beda itu, vibes dan suasana sangat berbeda. Gak nonton yang versi Indo, Dit. Mohon maaf Bang Fahmi, tapi yang versi Indonesia kan tidak membahas video game ya. Sayang sekali, jadi karena tidak ada, kita aja lah gitu kan. 20%
buat yang mau nonton yang United bisa nonton di sana.
Iya betul.
Cuman kalau kita memang fokusnya
video game.
Karena kita dari dulu mengerti VGC.
20% main, 80% caster banyak omong. Karena memang ini ya, kan satu game itu kan panjang. Dan banyak orangnya. Jadi nunggu mereka semua beres dulu. Habis itu nanti catat dulu yang menang siapa, ngerekap lagi datanya jangan sampai salah gitu. Kan kasihan juga kalau ada yang menang, nanti tiba-tiba di datanya kalah kan sedih. Iya, drama nanti. Wah, bagaimana ini?
Dan itu nggak bisa dibalikin lagi.
Nggak bisa.
Jadi emang harus sebegitu.
Kalau ya kayak udah dicatat menang kalah siapa, masuk semua datanya, nanti keluar tuh siapa lawan siapa berikutnya kan. Nah itu udah nggak bisa diganggu-gugat lagi.
Bahkan juga harus ini kan misalkan menangnya berapa kosong gitu. Jadi kayak menangnya 4-0 kah, 3-0 kah, 2-0 atau 1-0 gitu. Itu membuat lo jadi level apa ya?
Ya yang menang terus akan ketemunya dengan yang menang terus juga.
Nah kalau dulu kan jadinya win rate tuh tinggi banget tuh. Apa? Jadi kalau misalkan lo menangnya 4-0 terus lo 2-0 rondenya.
Oh ya ranking lo akan lebih tinggi.
Kalau apa mungkin bubble tuh kayak
diadu sama yang ranknya sama lo akan lebih tinggi.
Ya misalkan sama-sama gue sama Dito sama-sama kalah 3, menang 3 gitu.
Cuma kalau di sini mah kayaknya nggak terlalu itu, soalnya yang penting asal lu kalah minimal 2.
Kalau yang Dewan udah fix ya. Jadi
iya, kalahnya minimal 2 aja.
2 pasti masuk. Gitu, jadi aman.
Dan kita karena kita sambil mengerjakan hal lain juga Ams ya. Kita sambil nunggu lah, ini kan juga belum mulai lagi.
PRUL main kan kayaknya main di
Unite dia
main deh kayaknya. Gak tau di Unite sekarang udah ronde berapa guys? Mungkin kalau Fahmi tahu udah berapa? Kita aja ya. Kalau Pokemon TCG juga kayaknya tadi udah sama sih, kayak ronde-rondenya udah mirip-mirip ya, ronde-ronde. Mungkin
nggak beda jauh sih rondenya emang.
Cuman nggak taunya kalau Unite itu apakah dia Swiss juga apa enggak, nggak tahu.
Enggak, kalau Unite itu liga kayak bola.
Oh grup ya?
Kayak ya grup liga grup.
Kalau battlenya kalau grup tuh langsung ketemu grup yang isinya gokil-gokil gitu ya. Yang isinya menyeramkan semua. Tadi nggak lihat RRQ Rise main. Mungkin belum kali ya. Mungkin belum.
Karena kayaknya kalau lagi kayak gini tuh nggak semua ditandingin. Karena kan waktunya terbatas dan yang tanding juga banyak kan gitu.
Yang ditayangin juga nggak semua. Bagian doang.
Ini aja yang Pokemon video game kayaknya ada hampir 600 orang. Mendekati 500 plus. Itu termasuk junior sama senior.
Berarti 600 orang bertarungan bersamaan kan?
Iya, 600, lu bayangin aja 600 orang bertarung bersamaan, seheboh apa gitu.
Kita bisa aja nge-stream 600 match.
Tapi perlu 600 kali 1.200 caster. Dan 600 plus kamera. Capek kayaknya.
Ya, jadi kita harus memilih-milih ya, mereka memilih-milih mana yang kira-kira match-nya paling seru gitu. Makanya tadi di match pertama tadi itu keren banget sih. World Championship tahun 2013 melawan World Championship tahun 2017 kalau nggak salah. Itu keren banget. Jadi kita ngeliat langsung match dari ronde 1 aja langsung gokil. Terus tadi beberapa ronde selanjutnya juga tadi pemain-pemainnya udah pemain-pemain yang di lama ya, cukup lama di dunia Pokemon VGC. Dan menariknya juga mereka tuh memberikan di streamnya, mereka juga menyebutkan juga bahwa banyak sekali karakter orang-orang yang memang perlu dipantau pada saat permainan.
Itu menarik banget sih, kayak soalnya kan mungkin banyak juga yang expect kayak ini kan pertama kali di Jepang ya, jadi banyak orang-orang baru di Jepang nggak tahu apa-apa justru tentang dunia turnamen Pokemon e-sports Pokemon seperti apa. Jadi biar dikenalin lah kayak ini loh orang-orangnya yang jago-jago nih gitu loh.
Setelah selesai Day One main Unite gak dit?
Setelah selesai Day One main Unite gak dit? Karena kita
sampai Day 3.
Jadi abis Day One itu ada Day 2.
Day 1
abis Day 2 ada Day
3. Doakan aja semoga tim Indo menang sampai ke final gitu ya. Day 3.
Which is easier? Because Scott made a good point earlier, right? If you play Day 1 in a format like this, you get a little bit of time to practice, get the reps in, get the feels. Is that a burden or a boon to these players? Which way would you rather go about it?
You're asking somebody who's too old that we didn't even have Day 1 and Day 2. Back then it was just...
Oh iya bener ya, zaman dulu zamannya Rezo kalau turnamen VGC nggak ada Day 1 Day 2, langsung Day 1 doang udah. Zaman dulu dia. Jadi ditanya, baik lo Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, enakan mana? Dia bilang, ya gue nggak tahu rasanya gimana nungguin Day 1.
Iya makanya dulu kan juga orangnya juga belum banyak kan yang main. Dulu tuh belum segede ini sekarang tuh gede pakai banget. Gede pakai banget anjir.
Bahkan di Amerika aja mereka menambahkan harga registrasi untuk ikut turnamen
masih membludak ya.
Masih membludak. Jadi gila sih memang. Babak eliminasi kapan? Jadi setelah hari ini kan ini Day 1 nih. Nah nanti setelah hari pertama mereka akan dieliminasi beberapa orang yang kalahnya lebih dari 2. Gitu. Dia akan masuk ke hari kedua. Nah di hari kedua juga nanti sama, mereka masih main Swiss dulu, Swiss ronde robin ya. Mereka main. Nanti udah dari situ mereka dipilih tuh top 16 harusnya, top 16 kalau salah. Top 16 baru di situ nanti dia masuk ke eliminasi, babak eliminasi. Jadi langsung tuh bracket ke siapa lawan siapa, menang lanjut, kalah out. Nah nanti besok hari terakhir minggu hari terakhir, nah mereka nanti akan langsung aja tuh bracket terakhir. Jadi top 8 quarter final, semifinal, final. Finalnya juga junior, senior, master. Jadi masih panjang guys, masih panjang. Kami juga sebenarnya bisa loh ikut turnamen Pokemon dan berangkatin langsung ke sana. Tapi harus berlatih Pokemon Unite-nya dengan baik dan benar. Sistemnya poinnya banyak lanjut besok gitu. Ya, jadi kalau untuk yang hari ini mainnya 8 kali tanding. Selama 8 kali tanding itu ketika menang 2, kalahnya cuma maksimal 2 doang.
Betul.
Pasti masuk deh.
Dari si Leonhard. Kapan?
Ini Leonhard.
Iya si Leonhard. Keren. Masih. Berarti lagi di sana juga ya, lagi semangat bikin konten kartu kayaknya.
Yeah, I watched that. That was incredible. Absolutely.
Bisa aja.
Ya, jadi pokoknya selama kalah cuma 2, berarti lo menang 6 ya, pasti masuk D2. Nah D2-nya nanti langsung masuk ke eliminasi setelah Swiss round. Seru deh, beneran deh, seru deh. Ikut turnamen tuh seru.
It's always just kind of like fun. It feels magical, you know. It's kind of like the Disney sort of experience of Pokemon, just to kind of kind of be engulfed in everything. It feels like you're in a different world for a few days. But this year more than ever, it's just never been like this, right? Worlds in Japan, I think, has really lived up to the hype.
Tapi belum cukup umur buat main dream masuk ke
tapi
belum cukup umur.
Gitu ya? United itu nggak ada ini ya, nggak ada junior senior master ya?
Cuma langsung tim doang ya kayaknya.
Sayang banget ya. Soalnya kalau di yang game lain, game Pokemon lain, TCG, video game sama Pokemon Go, itu semua ada kategori berdasarkan umur. Junior itu maksimal SD, senior itu SMP sampai SMA awal ya.
Benar.
Terus master itu yang udah SMA akhir sama yang gede-gede. Jadi kalau mau lu masih muda juga bakal bisa berkompetisi gitu dan iya.
Dan enaknya itu ya ketemunya seumuran. Pokemon Go bisa.
Pokemon Go bisa junior harusnya.
Jadi
junior atau
mungkin
senior.
kalau misalkan mau dicoba bisa ke situ tuh. Dan emang beneran diberangkatin loh. Wah ini
Emilio Forbes.
Parah dia jago banget.
Keren deh.
Sekarang disebutin lagi The GOAT sekarang.
The GOAT?
The current GOAT lah dia sekarang. Lalu dia emang berapa turnamen terakhir bener-bener sweep. 9-0. Tapi sering kalah di ini.
Kalah di turnamen.
Enggak, di top cut-nya.
Iya di top cut.
Di Swiss saya selalu gokil.
The last time we played was back in 2015 when I had just graduated from the years and it was my first Masters regional.
Sebenarnya emang
best of
apa ya,
one.
emang
He's an
solid
incredible player,
solid
so
aja sih
I'd love
permainan
to play him again.
timnya juga pilihan-pilihan emang solid aja.
I've been
Gavin
playing Pokemon
Michaels.
competitively for about 10 years now, since 2015.
Udah main lama dia.
I love the community. I have so many lifelong friends.
2013.
Mungkin baru bisa fokus sekarang kali ya.
After getting second,
Angel bukan?
Angel Miranda.
Angel Miranda.
the most devastating I've ever felt playing this game.
Padahal terakhir masih main tuh.
I wish I could say I was super confident, but the competition's so steep. But winning Worlds and me.
Gila masih live baru bangun habis tidur.
Siapa tuh?
Rio. Halo Rio.
Masih dong.
Masih dong.
Dari tadi kita nggak di sini.
Oh wow.
Di mana nih?
That video
Emang lagi kayak
featuring
gini sekarang
Emilio
enggak kan?
Forbes is so fitting because Emilio Forbes is sitting at an undefeated record right now heading
Oh, berarti sekarang dia nih kayaknya ya yang di stream.
Wah, asik dong.
5-0 bro. Gile lo. Emilio Forbes.
Jadi Emilio Forbes nih ya, pemain Pokemon dari tahun 2013, sekarang lagi jago-jagonya. Berapa turnamen, sweep, clean, gak pernah kalah sama sekali. Tapi lucunya dia dari D1 ya.
Dari D1?
Maksudnya kayak
It really is, and I mean across the board as
nggak
well.
berhasil dapat
We got a chance to
invitation
talk
D2
to
gitu.
Simone after his.
Apa jangan-jangan dia kayak, udah gue D1 aja lah.
Also a very interesting take on that.
Kalau bisa D2 gitu.
Gak tahu.
Tapi ada perasaan ini juga nggak sih kalau misalkan lo misalkan nunggu di D2 nih. Kayak ada perasaan yang belum panas gitu.
Oh iya benar-benar.
Walaupun ya lebih susah.
Betul 6 udah. Oh benar ya? Emilio Forbes dan Kentaro. Oh tuh yang di atas-atas tuh yang masih belum kalah. Si Judy belum kalah loh.
Oh Judy ya? Oh. Dia pakai tim apa ya? Nih guys, jadi ini pemain-pemain yang sekarang posisinya lagi teratas ya, Emilio Forbes dan Kentaro Matsumoto. Justin Burns,
Neil Patel,
mau. Ini Jepang banyak ya? Hikaru, Kayazawa, mau.
Banyak.
Takashi.
Ya lumayan lah tuh 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lumayan.
7 dari 12 aja, setengah lebih. Yang rank atas. Oh Kentaro tuh Japanese National Champion tahun lalu. Oh ini jago banget nih dua-duanya berarti.
Waduh. Menangkan ya. Japan Cup berarti ya?
Japan National. Ya Japan Cup.
Tahun lalu ya. Dia katanya udah main dari tahun 2013. Udah lama sebenarnya. Cuman mungkin sekarang baru lagi panas-panas gitu.
Perhaps the most stacked top 8 of any regionals history, and Emilio won that whole tournament undefeated.
Jadi
He
GOAT.
won the
GOAT.
championship earlier.
Price-nya 1 juta USD katanya. Kalau nggak salah total segitu ya.
In day one and maybe in like or between day 1 and day 2 combined, it was something ridiculous.
Games, not matches, but the individual games of each
Dan
set, and that's absolutely.
tapi itu kan nggak, ini mah Pokemon semua yang ngurusin. Jadi bayangin aja istilahnya dari Pokemon sendiri nggak ada kontribusi apa, maksudnya nggak ada sponsor lain, nggak ada apa-apa gitu. Nggak ada. Kan kalau yang turnamen e-sport lain itu timnya kan patungan.
Benar.
Jadi timnya itu tuh bikin, makanya sebutannya prize pool. Kenapa? Karena tim dan sponsor tuh saling rumbukan duit buat jadi hadiah di turnamen itu gitu. Sedangkan kayak gitu Pokemon kan sendiri dia doang.
Kayak ini kan apa namanya itu misalkan kemarin Evo itu kan sponsor semua.
Iya.
Kemarin juga pas yang kayak game fighting misalkan Dragon Ball. Sponsor juga Red Bull.
Iya. Ya lu bayangin kita nonton ginian dari tadi nggak ada iklan kan?
Iya. Iklannya iklan dia sendiri.
Iya iklan dia sendiri. Makanya kan nonton di YouTube ads-nya dimatiin. Iya kan gitu loh.
Ini sebenarnya salah satu tanda apa ya, tanda mungkin Pokemon membuktikan bahwa gue gak butuh.
Enggak lah anjir udah kelas mereka.
Gue cuma pengen komunitas gue makin ramai aja. Gitu. Tapi pilih-pilih.
Yeah, he's actually bringing Tornadus to this tournament as well. So even though we're playing completely different formats, clearly really loves the priority Tailwind in particular. And I think one thing that's always interesting is looking at the performances of the Japanese national champions in particular. There's this kind of joke that every world champion
itu ya apa baju perang baju perangnya dia.
The Japanese national champions are just so strong.
Plot armor.
Exactly, yeah. In 2013, for example, Ryosuke Kosuge finished second at the World Championships. In 2015, Shoma Honami won the World Championships after winning Japanese Nats. 2017, Ryoto Otsubo won Japanese Nats, then won the World Championships.
Jadi beberapa pemain-pemain yang World Champions-nya
Hirofumi Kimura
sepertinya
finished second at the World Championships in 2019. He won 2 Japanese national championships, and I believe is actually still competing in day 1.
Dia dua-dua sekarang, agak susah. Bisa, tapi susah.
Tapi trial tuh dia pas yang di Worlds yang itu, Worlds yang dia menang. Kalau nggak salah dia juga sama. Kalah 2-2 langsung udah menang.
Oh ini udah ada yang beres-beres lagi. Oh ini junior, master. Belum. Ketemu sama James Beck sama-sama 2-2. Wolfie ketemu James Beck.
Lagi bagus
jagonya.
Ayo PRUL kapan nih masuk Liga Internasional? Terus masuk internasional. Makanya mohon doanya ya.
Mohon doanya.
Support selalu. Nanti kita banyak bikin acara-acara menarik juga ke depannya.
Kita yang bikin Liga Internasional terus pesertanya lo nanti.
Ya, Fahmi yang menang nanti.
Rio
kita
kan.
menjadi
turnamen MK lah, bro ikutan.
I'm so excited for this matchup because they both actually have fairly similar team compositions. I think one of the big debates going into regulation is
Kenapa gitu?
we think things will slow down a little bit because a lot of people were prioritizing Tornadus Tailwind teams as soon as Tornadus came into the format. The thing is, Talonflame of course has been
tapi Tornadus
memang
ada kenaikan usage.
Obviously can set up Tailwind, which in itself is really good.
Karena itu jurus baru dia,
oh iya,
sejago itu, si Black Queen itu sebagus itu. Gue juga kalau nanti main kayaknya tertarik juga pakai dia kan dulu zaman-zaman
dulu kan udah pakai Tornadus
di saat itu gue udah pakai Doradus di saat Z-move.
Belum ada Whimsy Code soalnya sekarang. Cuman katanya buat masuk turnya harus bayar dulu ya buat slot.
Oh ini buat ikutan.
Buat apa nih? Seleksi yang paling jago masuk timnya. Buat seleksi tim. Kurang tahu ya kalau seleksi tim ya. Tergantung timnya sih. Misalkan tim apa mau bikin registrasi orang. Mungkin disuruh bayar, mungkin disuruh enggak.
Kalau yang United jujur kita nggak terlalu tahu sih, maksudnya sistemnya gimana gitu. Soalnya emang kan setahu gua, United sama Go itu kalau di seleksi regionalnya itu yang ngurusin bukan Pokemon langsung. Jadi kayak menggunakan bala bantuan gitu loh. Kayak misalnya Go siapa, United siapa. Nah gua nggak terlalu hafal di situ gitu. Soalnya kalau yang kartu dan video game itu kan memang dihandle langsung sama perusahaan Pokemon yang ada Pokemon Company.
But it still has some disadvantages that it kind of suffers from in the meta itself. It doesn't have like a super high base stat total, and you also just have a couple of weaknesses to just some of the other moves in the meta. So I think it's really tough, but Emilio's that type of person that he was one of the first Glamora users in Scarlet and Violet, has always looked at some of these more interesting Pokemon picks to make
Belakang udah siap.
Honestly, if
Oh iya itu udah kelihatan bayangan-bayangannya.
It just makes me so excited that he's 4-0 and he's rocking this Pokemon because I think we've looked through a lot of the top players and favorites to make it out of day 1 throughout the course of the day, and I think most players are just really using very conventional Pokemon. But this Bramble guess, I need to see it. I need to see it.
Well, let's go ahead and see it then. As we head over to the
Bramble?
stage, introduce our
Serius?
players once again.
Ada yang pakai
Oh kan dia tuh Tailwind tuh naikin damage apa naikin apa gitu dia.
Not just a match win on
Kalau lagi ada angin.
Wow.
Wow.
ticket.
Kita akan melihat sekarang
we have to see
the current good Emilio Forbes melawan sang jawara Jepang tahun lalu. Kita lihat permainan seperti apa yang akan kita tonton. Karena timnya kayaknya akan unik ya. Iya, Emilio Forbes.
Hah? Oh iya. Di mejanya udah ada boneka Pokemon Fit Tornadus. Jangan dia lagi yang pakai Bramble Gas. Keren banget kalau gitu.
Oh iya juga ya. Kadang dari senior soalnya kalau emang benar dari senior kadang suka ide-ide.
Iya, soalnya final senior tuh biasa suka aneh-aneh juga Pokemonnya. Ini berarti terakhir masih SMA, Fami orangnya.
Ya.
Wow.
Tuh anak SMA loh.
Anak SMA loh. Keren banget, Bro.
Tapi emang kata masih kecil sih. Oke, ini dia. Wow.
I agree with that.
Mana? Oh, si Emilio Forbes.
Emilio Forbes timnya.
Wow.
Flutterman, Tornadus, Ciu, Bramble Gas.
Tornadus, Flutterman, Ciu, Bramble Gas, Golden Go, Urshifu.
Dan Urshifu. Urshifu, Among Us, Flutterman, Ciu, Tornadus, dan Iron Hand.
Wow, nggak bawa Among Us loh. Jadi penasaran Bramble Gasnya ngapain?
Bramble Gasnya ngapain?
Karena
timnya keren banget sih.
Karena jujur kalau ditanya Adit, Bramble Gas bisa apa kalau di VGC? Saya juga lupa, harus ngecek lagi status dan move-nya. Mungkin saat yang tepat untuk mengecek sebenarnya.
Dan ini bukan apa ya? Bukan main-main, emang beneran dia menang terus. Emilio Forbes menang terus sampai sekarang ini udah ronde 4-0.
Dia berani juga pakai 2 Ghost ya, 3 malah. Di era dimana Dark dan Ghost lagi banyak banget.
Ghost lagi banyak ya.
Wow. Ini tim gak ada imbang-imbangnya jujur. Wow. Aneh aja. Iya. Oh dia Win Rider. Attack-nya naik. Kalau lagi ada win. Oh attack physical ya?
Attack ya?
Dia attack. Attack kan physical.
Dia tipe apa sih Grass?
Grass Ghost sama kayak Trevenant.
Serpentom Force. Metanya yang kanan tuh.
Ya Urshifu enggak juga.
Ya
Urshifu, Among Us, Flutterman, Ciu, Iron Hands udah 5 dari ini.
Iron Hands selalu sekarang muncul lagi ya.
Kayaknya buat nggak tahu fake out yang paling bagus aja kali ya.
Iya kali fake out. Oh fake out ya.
Iya kayaknya sih fake out yang paling bagus aja ya.
Yeah, they can definitely be tough.
Oh, Annihilate.
Oh, Annihilate.
Sebenarnya terakhir di C lumayan
ya,
kan?
lumayan.
Di C lumayan. Di sini kayaknya saingan fighting agak berat, Bro. Ada Urshifu. Serang siapa?
Golden Go ya? Golden Go bisa sih.
Siapa? Ini si Zoroark. Isu Zoroark. Ya lawan tim lo makanya dibully-bully aja kan.
LQ main di grup B ya. Udah menang 1 ya. Mantap. Semoga menang terus makanya itu.
Honestly, that's not a move I think I've seen that frequently on Tornadus. It's not shocking. It's obviously incredible.
Oke, ini dia jadi VGC ronde ke-5.
In the beginning of regulation D where you're opting for icy win because
dari
it
8.
does actual damage and you're able to break through focus ashes as well. But of course, the thing about Scary Face is you get that priority. So one thing I'm also looking at in this matchup is whose Tornadus is faster. Maybe they speed tie. Another thing to pay attention to is that Emilio's Tornadus has taunt, and obviously that can be really nice. You get that taunt immediately. I actually remember when I was playing VGC 2011, that was one of the biggest dynamics. People were using max speed Tornadus on both ends, and if you manage to get the taunt denying Tailwind, then the next turn you Tailwind, and you're just in such a good position.
Yeah.
So
Max
Emilio
speed Tornadus jadi kayak bulu-buluan tahun. Tahun mana yang lebih cepat ya? Tahun. Oh iya, dia tahun dia.
Rebutan. Aku dulu.
Kind of stuck having to go for Bleak Windstorm, try to get any damage off as possible, and try to set yourself up in the back to try to bring in an actual sweeper. And that can definitely set an opponent back many turns if you have to take a few to get set back up. So that's a really interesting component here. I would say the taunt is also nice.
Kayaknya orang Jepang aja nggak sih? Atau emang kan orang Jepang dari zaman sebelum COVID juga memang sudah senang menggunakan masker kan?
Yeah, Mungus is
Lagi di
such an interesting
event-event
one, right?
gitu.
Because like you know there's Golden Goal on the other side, you know.
Tapi itu juga pakai masker si Forbes.
I mean, just more, you know there's Shiyu as well. So the thing is, I think Amungus is just fundamentally.
Oh.
Like even when your opponent has like 3 or 4 Pokemon that can counter
Mungkin,
it, like you might still feel like you can actually bring it out. But
Tadi berarti di awal-awal kan belum pakai tuh. Mungkin ada yang terlalu excited kali.
right? So what I could maybe see Amungus coming out.
Jadi kan di awal-awal kayaknya nggak apa-apa.
Hey, I'm not going to win this Tailwind
Kan ada yang pernah ini kan.
So what I am going to do is your team is generally pretty frail. I do have a defensive Terra and a Citrus Berry. So I can see a world in which he's like, okay, you know what? I am going to bring Amungus. I'm going to lead it. I'm going to water Terra it. I'm going to spore you immediately because so much of this dynamic is just both sides hitting for a really hard damage. But if Kentaro feels like he's just going to get outsped and overwhelmed and not going to win this Tornadus War, that's where I think Amungus makes sense. But the main thing is I feel like if Amungus is coming out of this matchup, you feel forced to Terra in so many situations because otherwise you're up against, I mean, Chiyu in itself is just so scary, but the Tornadus with Bleak Wind Storm as well.
Absolutely agree with you. Water Terra is so nice in that situation. And like speaking of Terra, that's why my eyes also get drawn to the Iron Hands on Kentaro's side. You've got the Terra Grass as a great defensive Terra type for that Pokemon, but also even just the Assault Vest that it's carrying might be really nice to have against some of the other Pokemon on Emilio's side.
Totally. I think Hands is actually really interesting here because it doesn't normally fit super well with Tailwind. It's just not exactly the naturally fastest Pokemon, but it's super bulky, right? And I think in a matchup like this where it feels like things can be super, super explosive, having something that can tank a couple of hits is really big. One thing, however, that I find is interesting is the matchup between Iron Hands and Fluttermane plus Chiyu. Fluttermane often forces Iron Hands to go for that Terra, but because it's Grass Terra, Chiyu is like, hey, you go for that Terra, I'm ready to just hit you with a fire type attack. But it's also interesting because the Iron Hands, for example, can potentially wall the Urshifu on Emilio's end, so you're able to get like Wild Charge off. So yeah, I think both players now are ready to get into this battle. And to me, the first thing I'm looking at is, do we see Tornadus being led on both ends? I think Emilio having Taunt, to me, it just feels really safe leading it, right? I think one thing that both players are going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out throughout the course of this matchup is just who has the faster Tornadus, who has the faster Chiyu, who has the fastest Fluttermane.
Speed is definitely going to be important here, and so we're looking at that. We're looking at Tailwind, who gets it up first or even later on in the match. I do wonder, do you think there's a world where Tornadus just comes to the back? Someone?
You could, yeah, but
risky.
It's really risky, yeah, exactly. Because like if you bring it in the back and your opponent just leads it, you're basically just saying I'm gonna get outsped, right? Now, I think there's a world in which maybe you just allow that to happen, but the question is you really have to feel comfortable with that. So I think it's a really good question because I think Kentaro might feel hesitant leading Tornadus saying, oh, I know you have Taunt on the opposing side, and I know you have Bramble Gas, and I'm just completely walled by Bramble Gas.
Ronde pertama pertandingan antara Emilio Forbes melawan juara Jepang tahun lalu.
So I think, yeah, it's a really good question. And so that's one of my questions as well. Does Emilio feel comfortable leading Bramble Gas? Because like we were talking about earlier, I think there are a lot of ways Kentaro can get around that. Potentially maybe leave Tornadus in the back and try to deal with Bramble Gas in the early game. So that would answer your question. But yeah, I'm really curious. I think it's a lot of pressure on Kentaro to respond to Emilio because of this taunt specifically, and Bramblegast.
I agree. So let's find out the answers to our questions as we get into this best-of-3 match between Emilio Forbes and Kentaro. We're going to end up seeing...
Cakep. Tornadus Chiyu. Oh bener nih, ngadu.
Terjadi.
Well, we did get one question answered, Rose, and that's were the Tornadus both gonna get led, and the answer is yes. So let's while we get.
Kalau kayak gini aturannya kalau nggak salah ini ya apa? Disuruh battle lagi tapi dengan pilihan yang sama ya.
Now his Fluttermane is a choice spec set, and obviously can put on a lot of pressure with damage immediately. It's Fairy Terra, so you can just immediately go for Fairy Terra and start clicking dash with Moonblast. And
kenapa nggak ditunjukin ya sebenarnya sim setnya ya di layar? Apa mereka nggak? Oh biar nggak di snipe. Oh iya benar.
Walaupun emang timnya sebenarnya available aja kan, cuman biar musuhnya aja yang tahu.
In those scenarios, it's awkward, right? Because you just expect the Fluttermane to outspeed you. So one thing you could do if you are Emilio on turn 1 is, for example, go for a taunt onto the opposing Tornadus and like protect you. But then things can get scary if like Tornadus like either is faster or wins the speed tie. And even if not, like if the Flutter main then knocks out the Tornadus, then the Tornadus on the opposing side can just set up Tailwind the subsequent turn. So I think Flutter main being out puts Kentaro in a slightly better position immediately, just because you know you're faster than Chiyu. But one of the things I'm curious about is how is the Chiyu trained, and do you feel like you can survive a potential fairy type attack from Flutter?
And I think what's really interesting too is the dynamic of Beats of Ruin on Chiyu. It's already out in the field. Flutter main is very.
Jadi pahlawan ini ya, pahlawan tanpa tanda jasa ya. Teknisi-teknisi yang mengatur koneksi switch ketika Pokemon World. Bayangin coba Ams lu betapa pressure-nya dia.
Pressure-nya berasa banget sih. Aduh, berasa banget sih. Kadang juga kan soal koneksi gitu kita nggak tahu apa yang sebenarnya terjadi gitu kan.
Oh itu main di grup B RRQ.
One of the things
di
you
grup
notice
B ya.
that Tornadus just does not have protect on either end, right? So I think like you have to be so careful, because if you try to get fancy and like go for something that's not Tailwind on turn 1, and your opponent just knocks out the Tornadus, but their Tornadus is still around for the second turn, then they can Tailwind, and that can put you in a really awkward position. So I'm really excited to see this turn 1, right? Like Chiyu here has overheat, so you can just overheat either slot. And the Flutter main has Moonblast and Fairy Terra, so you can just go for Fairy Terra and Moonblast into things and get a knockout, right? So there's going to be so much going on just on turn 1. And the question is like, who gets the better end of the trade? I think one other thing I'm thinking about is, let's say Kentaro just goes for Tailwind and then Fairy Terra, like Moonblast Chiyu on turn 1. What do you do if you're Emilio then, right? How do you respond to that? It could be going, if you go for Taunt, for example, well, Flutter main's still faster than your Chiyu anyway, so that's really awkward. I think one of the other things that makes Emilio's team actually quite difficult to pilot is the lack of ability to switch out very easily, because things are just generally pretty frail. So it's like, well, what can Chiyu switch out into that can take a Fairy Terra Moonblast? The only answer really is Golden Go, but do we think Golden Go is going to come out in this matchup? That's what you and I were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's risky either way. I feel like it's a really nice answer to have defensively against something like the Flutter main. And that's really kind of the Pokemon that you want to target down as like the main source of the special type damage on Kentaro's side. But this is why I think Kentaro's team is a little bit more balanced in that dynamic. You talk about Emilio's team having a lot of pressure offensively, but Kentaro has the way to slow it down with the Iron Hands and the Lucas we were talking about before.
Yeah, I think just seeing the leads immediately, I can see why Kentaro feels really good with this Flutter main. One of the main things that I'm still wondering about is really just how the Flutter mains match up against each other in terms of speed, right? Because I think if Emilio, for example, had a faster Flutter main, that can apply so much pressure immediately. But if not, then the Flutter main Kentaro side can maybe just outspeed and KO everything.
Yeah.
And that's a really big deal, because in a matchup where you're both using Tailwind, whoever just has what is the fastest Pokemon with the fastest base speed set generally has that advantage, because it means you're moving before your opponent.
This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one.
I'm playing through all the scenarios where it's like, oh man, if Bramble gets led, you know, it's like game 1 hasn't even happened. I'm already thinking about like, okay, what if we see another lead, like following game 1, what's going on? But
I feel like the woman that
katanya nanti RRQ first non habis ini stream B.
Staring off into space, trying to figure everything out. It's definitely going to be. I think there's going to be surprises though, right? There's so many scenarios.
Nggak ada casternya
I feel like there's like an oddball strategy that both
jadi
these players have cooked up.
main aja gitu, nggak ada yang komentator.
Hah? Serius?
Katanya nanti RRQ versus non abis ini di stream B. No caster.
Gimana nggak ada caster?
Ada stream B-nya. Oh kita casterin tapi kita nggak ngerti. Kita mau ini aja, PGT aja Emilio Forbes seru pak.
Kentaro goes Tailwind with Tornadus, Fairy Terra with Flutter, and then Moonblast into Tornadus to get that KO.
Ya menang lah
That's really awkward. However, let's say like Emilio decides to
Tailwind
and then you just go for overheat onto the Flutter main. And
Oh emang sengaja dibikin nggak ada komentar ya? Mungkin yang biar komentarnya ya penonton-penonton di sana.
I really think if it ends up just being the same leads, it's just going to be so explosive right on turn 1. And
Abis to
both players
komentator.
are in honestly a kind of weird spot. I think it's easy for Kentaro.
Komentatornya beneran ini kan apa kayak meja panjang, stage panjang gitu isinya komentator semua gitu. Lucu banget.
Oh nggak dapat kali ya? Ya nggak dapat ya udah deh. Iya.
Oh ini masih terus dicek dong. Apa ini Nintendo Switch-nya? Udah tuh udah.
Okay, but what if? Here's another
What
scenario.
if?
Ini mainnya sampai poin main berapa? Sampai 8 kali battle. Sekarang udah ronde kelima. Sisanya berarti sisa berapa? 3 lagi.
I see. I think what's interesting is from Kentaro's side, what move are you going to click on turn 1? And I feel like it's just Tailwind. You like, it's just so risky.
Katanya buat jadwal tuh harus ke Twitter. Memang kalau informasi jadwal lebih banyak di Twitter.
That's actually interesting, right? Like,
Di
if
X.
you really thought on turn 1 Emilio's not going to click Taunt and he's only going to click Tailwind, yeah, I think one thing you could do is like Sunny Day, activate Photosynthesis. I'm curious also if Fairy, Terra, Choice Specs, Photosynthesis special attack boost, Dazzling Gleam can KO Tornadus. Because if that gets the knockout, that becomes really interesting, where it's like you don't necessarily have to commit to Moonblast, right? So I think one of the big questions we have really is how is this Fluttermane trained in special attack, and then how much bulk do the Tornadus and the Chiyu on Emilio's side have?
Yeah, where would that Proto Boost go?
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure.
Yeah. So that's what makes Pokemon so interesting, right? It's like we can see the same Pokemon over and over again, but just based on how you allocate your training, it can play out in very different ways.
Very dynamic.
Yes.
That's for sure.
But I'm just thinking about like this turn 1, right? And I think immediately I realized, hey, for Emilio, Tornadus Fluttermane is an incredibly impressive speed duel that you have to respond to. So what are your responses? And I think I generally think in this way because I think
kita meeting dulu.
identify how do I beat like my opponent's lead.
Gue udah baca nih Bramble Gas.
Ngapain deh?
Dia bisa Phantom Force. Dia bisa Pain Split.
Tag nambah bisa Phantom
Shadow Sneak.
Best tag-nya?
And honestly, yeah, it's like the Tornadus Bramble Gas is really
Best
intriguing to me.
attack-nya 110, 15, lumayan.
Lumayan dong ya.
HPD yang kecil itu 55 kayak Rotom berarti. Rotom kan HP kecil.
You think?
Yeah, I really think so. Like just looking at the matchup again and revisiting the idea of
Itu mainnya di HP, real kok kayak gitu. Nggak, ini mainnya di Nintendo Switch ya.
Because of the fact there were so many Tornadus, Thundurus was also running around.
Cuma Nintendo Switch emang diumpetin di bawah meja yang gitu.
One of Bramble Gas main
Jadi
abilities.
Dia megang controller doang kan?
Mereka cuma megang sticknya
doang. Baru ngambil controller.
Oke, sudah siap.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is the Bramble Gas is Terra Blast Ghost with Focus Sash. So basically, I was kind of theorying it. I was like, okay, let's say you go Tornadus Bramble Gas, right? Well, against Tornadus Fluttermane, because of the Focus Sash, you'll survive at a hit, and the Tornadus on the opposing side can't hit you. So you have a really safe Ghost Terra Blast into the Fluttermane slot. You could also just go for the tail play like Butter, get that attack boost. Then my question is, if you get that knockout immediately onto the opposing Fluttermane.
Cuman emang ada beberapa isu konektivitas gitu kalau Nintendo Switch itu karena karena suka lama ini kayak sekarang.
Bramble Gas here does have Power Whip, but of course Shadow Sneak isn't really going to do that much into the Urshifu, so I would be very surprised if that weren't in the back of this matchup.
Yeah.
Yo, sudah siap.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you.
And I believe both players now are locked into the game, so we are finally going to get underway with this very first game. Oh boy.
Okay.
Sip.
I'm crossing my fingers. That's all I can say.
Tidak ada problem
What
lagi.
can happen on turn 1? So let's see. So many things to play out.
There is only one way to find out.
siap.
Let's see the turn 1 play out here as we get the run back of the lead. It's going to be the Tornadus
Chiyu dan Tornado sama seperti tadi ya. Kita lihat ronde pertama antara Emotional Base melawan Kentaro Matsumoto.
To activate and actually get us into this game 1 of this best of 3 of Swiss round number 5.
All right, this is still really
Tornados
scary.
melawan Tornados mau ngapain nih mereka nih?
It's a tough spot.
Tailwind,
Yeah,
okay.
like so we see Emilio opting for that Tailwind option, right? And once again, it's like you could go for Taunt, but something like Taunt plus
bukan
Protect, for
specs
example,
ya.
can put you into a really awkward spot if the opposing side. Yes, okay, Emilio's like, I'm just gonna get this Tailwind up and then go from there. And here it is. I think this is probably gonna be that Fairy Terra coming out.
Terastalize.
I would assume so, just to be able to help Fluttermane
Terastalize.
deal with any also dark type attacks that could potentially come out from this Chiyu.
Langsung, bro.
Langsung.
Make sure that you still are resistant to all
Ini
of those
menyeramkan sih
attacks as
kalau dia
well.
Tailwind terus
So
langsung
we're gonna
itu.
see a lot of
Masuk ya.
damage coming out of this Fluttermane.
Protek, Chiyu protek. Apa taruh dosa fokusas?
Enggak.
Tailwind duluan bro.
Duluan.
Tapi sama aja kan yang itu
Iya,
juga.
sama-sama priority.
Apa dia tahun lagi? Telat. Oke.
Yang bottom cuma Emilio doang. Dia nggak
Yeah,
bottom.
I'm really curious if it's Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam here. Let's see. Okay, it is gonna be
Dazzling Gleam.
Gleam, so kind of covering for
Tahan.
generally safe
Tahu.
options.
Chiyu
And
soalnya.
Tornadus now survives.
Oh iya, Chiyunya ya.
It is.
Iya.
Choice Specs boosted and
Tahan.
the Rune is lowering the special defense here.
Oh,
Jangan-jangan udah dihitung, bro.
Scary face.
Jangan-jangan udah dihitung.
Wow.
free
Tornadoes
switch,
dengan
but
scary
you also
face
have the
dengan
ability
speed 2 kali.
now
Scary
just to be
face
able to
overheat
meet it.
is a very potential possible play, and your Chi
Enggak,
cannot
bukan
get
speed.
scary face on the
Nurunin speed ya?
opposing side. So,
Speed 2.
yeah, just locking that in immediately. What is Kentaro's response here? What can you switch into?
Scary face dengan speed 2
Overheat,
kan?
you've got
Nurunin
the
speed kan. Oh, kabur.
Okay, so let's see. Is it Chiyu coming out? Could be
Jago lu Kentaro.
That's gonna be Iron Hands.
Yep. Iron Hands
Wah, sudah lambat menjadi semakin lambat. Iron Hands.
special defense prop from the Chiyu that is going to
Oh, dulu. Oke.
Imbang nih skillnya imbang nih.
Oke. Public Winston. Nyicil. Ciunya dicicil. Enak nih di fake out abis ini kan. Gede tuh.
Come on, overheat.
Kalau air, rain ya. Kalau rain akurasinya 100%. Nggak mungkin miss.
Oh, live. Oh,
doing a
okay.
really good job of not just letting his and there is the Bramble Gas in the back.
Kita semua menunggu apa yang akan dilakukan oleh Bramble Gas. Kayak Fatman datang nggak bisa di fake out, posisinya udah cukup enak nih.
Bagus sih. Di belakang kan ada Bramble Gas kan, lu tinggal switch out aja si Ciu juga aman.
Oke, Desing Gleam cukup buat bisa.
Nah kan, keren, Bramble Gas keren.
Bramble Gas.
Di angin. Oh, di Black Queen. Oh, jadi nggak bisa kena anginnya Tornadus. Oh, bener juga ya kan di mana-mana sekarang ya. Tornadus tundurus landurus. Oh, gitu. Bener. Iya. Oh, gitu.
Here we are. Ini dia Bramble Gas. Hantu dengan Wind Rider attack loss.
Biar ini mirror Flutterman kayaknya jadinya kita duluan. Nah ini kan agak susah nih. Si siapa? Flutterman-nya udah lebih lambat. Bener.
Big knockout there onto the Iron Hands, and now all of a sudden this Bramble Gas.
Oke, ini imbang, masih imbang.
It is, and one thing to notice that the tornado.
Tapi gila nih, bener-bener ofensif banget ya mereka ya.
Ofensif banget kedua timnya, keduanya.
Terus sekarang Bramble Gas nih kita lihat dia bisa apa. Soalnya di Shadow Ball juga kan kayaknya nggak tahan pasti gitu.
Iya, dia itemnya juga apa gitu ya. Kayaknya dia frail banget soalnya takutnya.
This road is so oke.
Kita posisinya Flutterman. Iya gimana matiin?
Matiin apa? Oh, bisa di situ. Soalnya timingnya nggak
Tornadus
sama.
itu paling lemah daripada dua temannya ya. Sebenarnya dibilang lemah relatif juga, cuman dia sekarang lagi bagus. Soalnya dia bisa nge-setup namanya serangan tailwind, naikin speed game kita 2 kali, jadi dan dia paling cepat buat bisa ngelakuin itu sekarang.
Jadi nggak cuma dia, temennya juga jadi cepet. Jadi bisa nyerang duluan.
Jadi ngebut
gitu.
Dikasih
Dulu memang paling lemah, tapi sekarang jadi jago gara-gara
ada move baru juga.
Iya, dapat move baru dari Legend Arceus.
Iya,
seperti
serangan
itu.
baru Al. Jadi dia bikin menjadi kuat sekarang.
Urshifu lagi di sini. Environment as well. So you have to consider that as an option of whether or not you feel like you should preserve the Flutter main for the end game. Does Emilio feel like he has enough
Dark.
information to take a 1v1 like
Kayaknya
that?
enggak, tangannya gimana? Oh, Dark.
Oke, come on, kita lihat.
Terra apa nih?
Flutterman ya? Oke,
Terra Fairy lagi nggak sih? Biar gede banget.
Oke. Kalau dia Dazzling-nya
Nggak tahu. Oh, detect. Biar Flutterman bisa masuk kali. Nggak tahu. Ya, attack naik bro.
Thank you, Mr.
Yang penting cicil dulu apa Flutterman-nya. Biar bisa di Aqua Jet.
kan itu yang dark kan?
Oh, ditahan. Iya juga ya. Oh ya benar yang dark. Wah, sulit. Tapi
mati nggak?
Mati.
Cuman bahaya justru sekarang masuk Flutterman sebelah.
Iya.
Kalian sama-sama habis. Oke.
Anjir, sama-sama udah gak ada speed ya. Sebenarnya di belakang ada Ciu, cuma
and of course puts on a lot of pressure. Now the main thing is that Bramblegas can get a one-hit knockout onto the Flutter
Flutter
right
harus
now.
ditarik dulu kali ya supaya
But Shadow Sneak isn't going to KO. So
balik lagi.
now it's a question of who do you target? You double up on the Bramblegas because one play that you can.
Oh gitu, berarti sekarang paling bawah Tundurus ya. Sejauh ini sih paling banyak emang Tornadus sama Landurus ya. Tundurus agak jarang.
Tundurus rada jarang sekarang ya.
Sekarang.
Tapi dulu banyak banget justru.
Dulu paling tinggi malah Tundurus.
Paling tinggi malah Tundurus. Jadi emang saling membalance gitu kayaknya ya. Ganti-gantian per setiap meta, per setiap seri-seriesnya gitu.
Lu tuh nonton Pokemon Red apa Pokemon Scarlet Violet? Kita menonton Pokemon Scarlet Violet.
Scarlet Violet.
So yeah, that's Gary
Scarlet
Bates earlier.
Violet.
Really.
Karena kita ngertinya di Scarlet Violet gitu.
Gitu.
Oh my god.
Duluan pasti dong.
Teks masalahnya.
Oh sas
ya.
Sas.
Wow, tahan tapi Flutterman
tapi kan kayak
tapi dia kena sekali face. Ya, kencengan itu.
Aduh.
Oke, tapi kita lihat seberapa kuat Bramblegas.
Enggak, tapi kan belakang Ciu sama si Urshifu gimana, Bro?
Enggak, dia kan ini power whip.
Oh, ya emang power whip mati kan? Udah damage. Iya, cuma kan si Urshifu lawan Ciu sama Urshifu gimana? Gua nggak tahu.
Ciu sama Urshifu ya. Iya, Ciu sama Urshifu-nya rada susah.
Ah, power whip bukan yang nge-damage?
Enggak, power whip enggak.
Oh, lah aman dong. Lah jago dong, bisa dong nih. Gak tau gua itemnya.
Tapi Ciu-nya juga kalau nyerang itu harus bisa shadow sneak, bisa shadow sneak.
Gak akan gede.
Oh, ada strength set. Strength set tuh
nyedot itu, nge-heal, ngurangin attack terus nge-heal dia.
Oh iya.
So yeah, opting to potentially consider
Wow.
the shadow sneak option here. Okay, so probably saying I am just going to be faster than you right
Break
now.
the focus sash.
Yep, break
Get it
sash
out
and
of
just
the way.
KO. Yep. But what if
But
Urshifu goes for sucker punch on
Kalau dia
Urshifu,
bawa earthquake ketawa gua.
But if it goes for sucker punch on Urshifu and gets a critical hit and gets that knockout, that could also be a disaster. But it's
Dicek dulu dia.
start. Okay.
Lihat dulu ngapain.
Cek dulu mau ngapain dulu dia.
You gotta make sure that you
Shadow
have
Sneak
your
Bramblegas.
wits about you moving into this next turn.
Soalnya nggak yakin juga kan si siapa?
After this one.
Yeah, I think the
Si itu yang mati.
Oh ini bukan yang mater ya, lupa. Berarti ini yang dark ya.
This play basically works if
Heatwave
one,
atau overhit
get crit by
sebenarnya?
sucker punch and two heatwave connect. So I think it's
Bukan
really
overhit akurasi juga 100%.
Overhit 100 ya?
curious if sucker punch even gets the
Hitwave malah lebih kecil. Overhit juga lebih kecil akurasi.
Overhit 90-an.
Tapi Hitwave sama aja sih, jadi
Oh my goodness.
I am on the edge of my seat right now.
mukanya marah banget ya Urshifu-nya.
Tinggal sendiri dong lawan dua Pokemon terakhir.
Anjir, lawan ikan. Sucker!
Sucker punch kena.
Tapi enggak.
Tapi
Oh, makanya di Hitwave.
Yes, exactly.
Ya!
Ya!
Oh my god, Heatwave-nya miss.
Aduh, sulit.
Dia mau dark close supaya flinch itu dong pilihannya. Itu dong pilihan dia sekarang. Please. Apakah terjadi flinch? Life orb lah. Oh no. Oh wow.
Sayang banget.
Here, Bramblegas came out and it got to attack boost, but the Flutter going for that Terra in the early game made it so that it wasn't just vulnerable to that Shadow Sneak. What an intense.
Itulah Pokemon ya, jadi selalu ada kehokian di antara skill juga gitu.
Shocking this matchup, but of course you
Wow.
never know until you actually see it confirmed. But what a first game there.
Al, coba chat lagi aja adminnya Al, nanti dicariin ya. Kita lanjut dulu. Nih, tapi bentar, meeting gimana?
But how does
Ya udah.
Amelia respond to
Di sini,
this?
enggak.
I feel like that was
Apa
the forward
mute-nya
to
aja.
bring in
Mute
that
mic aja.
situation.
This is where your Golden Go question earlier, Rose, I think is really interesting because if you lead Golden Go and Tornadus,
Oh my, wow.
you are not
Kentaro.
going to face the opposing Flutter.
Nggak,
right? So you can actually pressure
emang
with
gitu
the
sih.
turn one,
Jadi
Terra.
tadi juga kita udah berapa kali ngeliat di game-game sebelumnya memang banyak sekali game-game yang memang ada faktor-faktor unsur luck ya, atau hoki. Dan memang itu game Pokemon begitu. Meminimalisir kehokian itu juga emang ada sulit juga sih. Karena kadang kalau misalkan kita nggak main pakai kehokian, musuh juga pakai kehokian.
Makanya gue kadang-kadang suka meminimalisir hoki. Kayak jurus-jurus tuh nggak usah lah ada yang akurasi rendah gitu. Cuma kadang-kadang kan kalau kayak gitu nanti jurus gue tuh nggak ada yang flinch, nggak ada yang paralyze. Jadi kalah sama orang lain yang pakai itu udah ada hoki.
Bener-bener.
can't get faked out.
Makanya kadang susah banget buat orang bisa main game ini secara konsisten menang terus-menerus. Karena itu ada faktor luck-nya juga.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yang sulit.
I think what's really interesting though is a lot of
Kalau
times
misalnya kayak main catur kan emang gak ada luck kan, emang beneran jago aja gitu.
down on turn 1 because if it does, then you get a free switch in.
I was wondering about that for game 1 for Emilio.
Yeah, it was really true. I think it could have gone either way. The reality is he actually didn't have a super good response into the opposing Flutter main in general. So, what I'm thinking is, okay, if you knock out Tornadus, Iron Hand switches in on turn 1, then what switches in for Tornadus? Because like Bramblegas is still just so frail, but it's Torn Flutter once again as we go into this game 2, and there's Golden Go. It is.
Oke, ini dia Golden Go. Game kedua dari Emilio Vargas melawan Kentaro Matsumoto sang jawara. Ayo kita lihat. Ada sedikit perubahan ya Tornado sama Golden Go sekarang di depan. Tentunya cukup berbahaya juga sebenarnya Golden Go dikeluarkan dari depan.
Langsung terastalize flash itu anjir. Apa? Yang apa? Goddess Gold. Apa jurusnya gitu? Make it rain. Tiada ampun.
And so just go for the damage now though, because even though the Golden Go is now in front of the Iron Hand,
ini
you're still
make it rain
getting a ton of damage regardless.
Cuma atau tahun, siapa tahu tiba-tiba duluan nggak tahu.
Whether or not the Tornadus is going to also be in a good position on either side.
Tapi banyak juga yang pakai Terra damage ya tetap ya.
Ya, karena memang lebih membuat ofensifnya makin kuat.
Betul. Tailwind dulu nggak sih? Karena kedua saling pakai Tailwind jadi nggak ngaruh sebenarnya. Jadi wajib aja.
Berapa gede nih gitu ya? Mati langsung. Wow, knockout langsung ke Tornadus ya, langsung gila.
Ngeri ya Tornadus. Dari tadi tuh sebenarnya agak ngelihat Tornadus tuh jadi mesin Tailwind doang gitu. Jadi setelah Tailwind, ya tugas saya sudah selesai. Sampai jumpa.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kara just went with the same 4. I think like he prioritized those 4. I'm assuming because he just like really wanted as much anti-bramble gas.
Kita mau ada meeting dulu, jadi kita mute dulu mic-nya ya. Tapi live-nya masih nyala. Kita berapa setengah jam lagi lah ya.
There's Urshifu coming out. So now Hands can go for Bagon onto Tornadus. You can just close combat Golden Ghost, and now of course you could switch out into Bramble Gas. Okay.
All right, we're
Emilio
right
knows
now.
exactly what's happening right now. So yeah, I think this is where things become really interesting, right? It feels so obvious to close combat. You ever just Wicked Blow, because a Wicked Blow here would be so huge right now.
That'd be so big brain.
Oh
it
my
would
God.
be such a good read if that happens, but the Bramble Gas switch in feels really nice right now. You got the Tailwind active. Let's get the Wind Rider.
It's gonna miss! It's gonna miss! It's Urshifu!
That's a huge miss right there. Iron Hands is gonna take that like a champ. But now you have to look at how the Urshifu is going to respond.
And it's Wicked Blow!
Right into the Bramble Gas. It gets brought down to its focus sash.
Oh my goodness, Kentaro is playing lights out right now, but obviously a huge miss. Urshifu did have focus sash, so would have survived the turn. Here's Wild Charge as well. The damage is just ridiculous. And Tornadus face, we're just trading Pokemon for Pokemon right now.
Yeah, we're throwing some hands right now between both of these Pokemon on Kentaro's side. Well, Tornadus is down. We're going to see the Flutter Mane get a chance to switch in. And Flutter Mane's also looking pretty happy with the other Pokemon that are on the other side.
Yeah, that was honestly a huge miss on the Urshifu though, right? If you get that down to 1 HP, any move will KO it, including a potential Shadow Sneak. What's awkward right now is you have to worry about Sucker Punch, obviously, from the opposing side. And the other thing to think about is the Terra on Kantaro's side. So, Iron Hands has taken a lot of damage, but it is going to be the Grass Terra. So I'm curious, with Grass Terra, can you survive something like a Moonblast, right? I think if you are Urshifu here, you could just go pretty safely for Sucker Punch onto Bramblegas, but you could also Wicked Blow into it. The thing is, if you Wicked Blow, you give Bramblegas the potential to go for a Shadow Sneak, and I think Strength Type is a really interesting option to consider as well, but there's a lot really going on at this current moment.
Yeah. You know, it's like, do we end up seeing like a Detect coming out from the Urshifu? I don't know. Maybe also see
There's
like
a
Dark
Detect.
Type.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. Just play it safe a little bit here in case you do see kind of a giant read. But it's a Flutter Mane going in for the Moonblast. And so Iron Hands does go down in this scenario, opening up a little bit of a door here for Emilio to start to weave in some of these bigger attacks. Maybe even get a chance for Bramblegas to stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah, so now the idea is you can bring out your Flutter Mane, and you can go for a Terra with that, go into Terra Fairy, for example. Emilio's obviously committed his Terra already, and it is going to be the choice specs on Kantaro's side, right? So one of the questions we had earlier was just, hey, whose Flutter Mane is faster, right? So if you go for that Fairy Terra, then you can pressure with Shadow Ball. I think the interesting thing is then, do you go for Sucker Punch onto Bramblegas expecting the Shadow Sneak? or do you go for Wicked Blow onto it out of fear of Strength Sap?
I think another really interesting component of the choice specs is there's still that Terra Steel Golden Go in the back for Emilio.
Yep.
So you have to think about that when locking into this move, because these are the final two for Kentaro. He has nothing else.
Absolutely. I think it has to be a lock into Shadow Ball right now. The question is the targeting, right? And so Flutter main here, of course, can opt for a Shadow Ball of its own onto the opposing Flutter. And this is what makes the Flutter main versus Flutter main matchup so funky, because whoever is faster and gets that knockout immediately just has such a huge advantage. So, of course, right now you can try to protect the Flutter main maybe, and then it looks like, okay, just going for an attack here. Okay. So,
this is risky.
The speed interaction between the Flutter mains is going to be absolutely huge here, and then it's a debate, I think, of Strength Sap versus Shadow Sneak. It's going to be the Strength Sap lock, so it's going to be Fairy Terror here. We expect Shadow Ball from the opposing side. From Urshifu's end, do you go for Wicked Flow or Sucker Punch right now? That's my main question as we play into this turn.
Well, the Terra animation is to leave us in suspense right now. As we gotta wait just a few more seconds to see exactly what's gonna happen. The very first move of this turn is gonna be the Sucker Punch into the Flutter main.
It's Sucker Dazzle probably
wow,
then, right?
That's a lot of damage, but the Dazzling Gleam goes first. To be able to bring the Urshifu down to its Focus Dash. But what's the response here from this Flutter main on Kentaro's side? It's gonna be a Dazzling Gleam as well.
Oh my goodness, okay, so the Dazzling Gleam here, able to get the double knockout, and now the last one is Golden Go. So we're talking about the speed interactions there. It ends up being the Sucker Punch onto the Flutter main slot, and so now you can just close combat right into the Golden Go, and that should just be game over. But if we saw a Shadow Sneak into the Urshifu slot, that would have just gotten the knockout after the Sucker Punch, and then it'd be Golden Go in this end game against Flutter.
Yeah.
So that was a really tricky turn to call, I think. But now we are going to see just the close combat finish off the Golden Go.
Yeah, both Tailwinds have expired at this point, and it needs to be the Golden Go to try to clean things up. But when you think about the speed interactions here, it's going to be the Flutter main to move first with the Dazzling Gleam, and Urshifu is also considered just a touch faster naturally. So the close combat into the Golden Go just to be able to clean it up. And that is going to be the match going to Kentaro Matsumoto.
Yeah, that was really intense. Like, I thought you kind of had to lock into Shadow Ball there, but in the end, the Flutter on the opposing side was slower, but it was still enough to get the win because of the Sucker Punch plus Dazzling Gleam ball. I think, like, the main risky thing in Dazzling Gleaming there is you are just not going to beat the Golden Go in the end, but I think what Kentaro is thinking is, hey, like, Shadow Ball is probably a two-hit knockout on a Golden Go anyway, since you steal Terra it anyway. So in order to win, I need to get my Urshifu down to the end game. And so that it came down to really that one turn specifically. And oh my goodness, that was quite the set.
It's hard when you're put in those positions because you do have to make some really critical reads where it's kind of a toss-up. What are you expecting out of here? And even you kind of called out like 4 different scenarios of how that turn could really play out.
Yeah, and I think Emilio certainly did not have a lot of good fortune. He missed a bunch of critical moves in this game.
Yeah, that's so true.
For example, in game 1, he missed that Heat Wave, and then in this game 2, he missed Bleak Wind Storm. That is the nature of running a hyper offense team like this. You are using moves that are slightly inaccurate. Tornadus, Bleak Wind Storm is just so strong, right? So, like, the other options you can use are, like, Air Slash and Hurricane. By the way, both of those can miss as well. So it's like, even though it's so stressful to click Bleak Wind, it's still just such a good move that you want to run it. Makes sense. You can miss on with Power Whip on Bramble Gas. You can miss with Heat Wave on the Chiyu as well as Overheat. And so, when you lock in a team like this, that's just something that you understand is part
You accept it.
Exactly,
yeah. You accept that there are sometimes just sad circumstances that can really happen with that. We've even seen, like, so many Icicle Crash misses, but some of the best moves in the game that are that strong really do have that chance to miss. But reliving some of these moments once again from this match, I mean, just take a look at how much damage the Fluttermane was able to do from Kentaro's side, constantly leaning into more of those offensive Terra types to really be able to secure the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And Urshifu Dark is just so powerful as a late game sweeper, and I think the way that Tara was able to weave it in and out was really effective. I do wonder how differently this game would have played out if that Bleak Wind Storm from Tornadus connected onto it immediately, because it would have brought it down to 1 HP, and that would have just put the Tornadus in a much tougher position, and I think Emilio would have been really well positioned to sweep with his Flutter. So I really think, like, Emilio had a very good chance to win both of those games, and he just had some pretty unfortunate misses. And if either of those moves connect, I think it's actually very likely we see Emilio end up winning those games. But that's the dynamic of a matchup like this. It's just so fast-paced and intense, and, like, there's very little room for error. If one turn just doesn't go your way, you might just lose immediately because there's not that much bulk to work with in general.
And both of these players are so good. Like, they're so good. And even though that misfortune did happen to Emilio, you could see the gears turning. Like, he knew how to think.
He knew Golden
like,
Go. He's like, that's the adjustment. And it was the right adjustment, right?
Yeah.
Like, got an immediate lead, did a lot of damage onto Iron Hands and really got the ball rolling from there. And so, yeah, I think Emilio recognizing how to adjust is obviously a testament to his skill, and he's an incredibly, incredibly good player. And I'd be shocked if we didn't see him tomorrow. Like, yeah,
yes,
he was so close to winning both of those games, and sometimes accuracy is just going to be a pain, and that's just part of Pokemon. And one of the biggest things when team building and picking teams to use is, hey, like the trade-off between power and accuracy. For Emilio's team, he's just using the strongest moves. Like, you could run Flamethrower and Chiyu, but like Overheat is just so much stronger, for example. Heat Wave being able to hit both, there's no other really consistent spread fire type attack, for example. And with Bramble Gas, it's like Power Whip is just by far the best grass type attack for it. You could use Bullet Seed, but then it's like, you know.
You're also rolling the dice there, too.
Yeah, it's like, what's the expected value, right? It's like, if you're only getting 2 hits or 3 hits, for example, then is that really worth it? So that's just the nature of a team like this. But I thought both players played really well, and you could see, like you said, the kind of gears turning in their brain, which I thought was awesome from the adjustments. And for example, Kentaro did not get caught out by that Scary Face Overheat on turn 1. Emilio adjusts and goes with the Golden Go in game 2. And
Iron Hand switching.
Yep, exactly, expecting to make it rain. And so, yeah, both players clearly having a strong understanding of really how to play things out.
Yeah, and congratulations once again to Kentaro. That win gives him 5 wins total, an undefeated record, and a ticket to day 2.
And Emilio, of course, is now 4-1, but he still has 2 chances to move on to tomorrow. And for Kentaro, this is a big deal. The Japanese national champion from last year looking to improve on his performance after probably doing a little below his expectations, I would imagine, after such a strong, dominant nationals performance last year. And I'm sure he's going to be ecstatic to be playing in his home country here in Japan for tomorrow.
Of course. So many fans in the arena right now to be able to cheer him on. And that makes it even more exciting as well. Like, once again, kind of taking a look at a very, I would say, stock standard 6 on this team, but like the Scary Face tech there onto the Tornadus, even seeing like Sunny Day, that was not a move that we ended up seeing come out of that Tornadus, but that's also been picking up in popularity. And just to see all of the different choices here, even Dark Urshifu. Okay, I guess that one might be a little bit more off the cuff, but still Pokemon that we expected to see.
It is funny because I feel like I spent so much time talking about Taunt as we got into this. I was like, bro, it's like Taunt's going to be a really big deal. And then I was like, nah, I'm just going to Tailwind. But I get it, right? I was thinking about how things play out if you go for that Taunt on turn 1. For example, in that second game, yeah, maybe you get the Taunt up, but then Hands just comes out and it has Fake Out pressure, right? And it can deny you the Tailwind there. So I thought it was one interesting tool, and I'm sure it's been valuable for Emilio, but he just wanted to guarantee the speed boost immediately. I do think it's something that maybe could be weaved in if these players fight against each other again, maybe tomorrow, for example. But overall, yeah, like these teams, as you can see, just really aim to win the game in like 4 to 5 turns, right? It's like you just like deal damage, and just go from there. It's very different from some of the slower paced teams that spend a lot of time switching out. These teams can switch. The Iron Hands being really critical, actually, right? It's like, otherwise, what's your answer to make it rain? But you're not going for nearly as many switches on average per game relative to some other bulky teams.
Yes, definitely. I mean, this is why this archetype, especially from Emilio, was instantly popular going into Regulation D. Some type of Tailwind with a lot of offense. And Golden Go is just kind of one of the best Pokemon for that right now.
My other question, I was thinking about the end game in game 1 when it was Chiyu plus Bramble Gas into that Urshifu. We saw, instead of like a Wicked Blow onto the Bramble Gas slot or a Sucker Punch, we ended up seeing the Sucker Punch, I believe, into the Bramble Gas slot to get the knockout rather than like a close combat or a Sucker Punch on a Chiyu. So I was wondering if after the Life Orb damage that Chiyu took, whether or not a Sucker Punch from Urshifu would be enough to finish it off. But I'm going to guess that Chiyu would have hung out with just a sliver of HP, but I'm not sure.
I think that's a good assessment of that situation for sure. But we'll never find out because that didn't happen. But one thing is for sure that we do have an interview with the winner of this Swiss round number 5 match. So let's kick it over to the stage, talk to Kentaro.
Thank you so much, Rosemary and Darren, and I am here with Kentaro. A massive congratulations on that last round win. It was incredible to witness. And how are you feeling going into that match, especially seeing the Bramble Gas?
素晴らしい試合でした。どのような考えで、試合に挑みましたか？
トルネロスミラーで結構似たような構築だったんですけど、素早さに負けないように追い風と怖い顔を利用して戦うことを考えてました。
I knew it was going to be a Tornadus mirror match, but I knew that I would be able to do some things to help make my team faster.
Yeah, and obviously both of you having access to Scary Face as well as another form of speed control, that obviously played a big part in the games as well. How was your thinking about approaching that and making sure that you were kind of staying ahead of Emilio's side of the field, so you were able to kind of overcome the obstacles on his end?
怖い顔を2人ともポケモンに覚えさせていたと思うんですけれども、それはスピード勝負で活躍できると思って入れたんですか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah. The one thing I'd like to ask you about from your team was the Urshifu. You're running the single strike variant. A lot of players here are running the rapid strike variant. What was your thinking behind using this Pokemon over the more commonly used Urshifu?
あとウーラオスについてなんですけれども、一撃の方のウーラオス、通常なら他の方たちは、もう一つのウーラオスを使っていると思うんですけれども、それはなぜ選んだんでしょうか？
なんか一撃ウーラオス使ってて自分の考えで使いやすいと思ったからです。
Single strike Urshifu was easiest for me to use, and that's why I decided to choose it.
That's brilliant to hear, a bit of an insight, and obviously thank you so much for coming on to do an interview with us today. Is there anyone at home or here in the venue that you'd like to give a shout out to before you move on to your next match?
勝者インタビューありがとうございました。一番最後に、応援してくれている方たちへのメッセージなどございますか？
楽しみましょう。
Let's all enjoy ourselves.
Thank you so much, Kentaro. Good luck in your next rounds. Congratulations on your win, and we'll throw it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Lee. It's always great to hear from Kentaro and all of our players, and just the fact that you got a chance to make day 2 already, like it's the weight's off your shoulders now. Go relax.
You got a few hours, you know. Couple extra hours in the day to just decompress. I think one of the interesting things I'm always curious about is for those players that move on from day 1 to day 2, do you just lock the same team or do you decide to make any adjustments? I think day 1 also is kind of a good litmus test to find what weaknesses exist on your team. So either way though, just making it a day 2 is great. I think so many players like make it from day 1 to day 2 though are looking then to be like, oh wow, I did so well today. I'm looking to really make a deep run and try to win the whole thing. So most important thing, like you mentioned, really just get some rest, decompress, especially after an intense stream game. I mean, that end game of game 2 in particular was woof.
Yeah, I think we all need a little bit of a break from that one too, because that was a super intense battle. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we've got Swiss round number 6.
It's been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And, well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health stun. This for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Nonton Bareng and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V,
no.
and that is
wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down goes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Good afternoon from Yokohama, where the Video Game Championships is rumbling along. We've already got a number of players securing their ticket into day number 2, and we've got a few more rounds with a few more players trying to do exactly the same. It's been a fantastic day so far, and I can assure you, ladies and gents, that the rest of the day will not disappoint. Speaking of not disappointing, he wasn't satisfied by joining us in the lounge. He wasn't satisfied by getting his opportunity on the stage to play against Aaron. Ray Rizzo is joining me on the desk. Ray, it's been 5 years since we worked together, and it is an absolute privilege to have you back with me.
Yeah, I'm super excited. In Japan, I'm back on the desk in, you said it, 5 years.
Form gue juga sudah jadi nih.
I'm super hyped. We've got phenomenal players here in day 1 of the World Championships. I'm excited to see who's just going to qualify for day 2.
Yeah, we are going to start looking down every single round.
Iya langsung kalah, kasian. Sebenarnya nggak kasian juga karena sebenarnya seru aja nontonnya. Seru aja. Nggak yang soalnya kadang-kadang tuh ada yang matchnya 2-0 tapi cepet banget gitu. Betul.
More win secures that day 2 invite for tomorrow. So these players are going to be feeling the pressure. I know as a player myself, when you're at that point where
terlihat dari gameplaynya soalnya kalau orang emosi itu langsung jadi serang.
I mean, all the pressure is on. It can actually kind of get to you, so you have to remain cool, remain calm, collected, and just play your best. So that's going to be up to the players in
Ya
these
pergi
upcoming
lagi.
two final
Sudah
rounds.
kembali
And
sekarang.
Sudah kembali.
Aku
Aku pergi.
Yeah, I mean, we've got you
Aku
here.
kembali.
Let's just ask the question, how do you stay cool? Do you look back at the wins and kind of celebrate those, or do you just go into each game completely blank slate? Whatever happened before is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, that's key. You really can't focus too hard on any of your previous rounds. They're over and done with. You can't do anything about the losses, and even the wins. You know, you can feel good about those
Saking
wins, know
enaknya
that you
nonton
played your
lupa
best
unmute.
or whatever. But if you won a game and you maybe
Kan
got
tadi
lucky, because you don't really
kita
want to
pas
draw on
lagi
that,
di sini
thinking,
emang
oh man, I only won because I got lucky. You want to stay positive. You want to think about this upcoming game, this upcoming match.
lagi mengobrol hal-hal yang rahasia yang tidak boleh didengar oleh orang lain.
Dan salah
sekalian
satu
kita.
hal-hal rahasia sudah beres.
Dan salah satu dari hal-hal rahasia kita juga sudah kita bereskan. Karena kalau didengar sama orang lain itu bisa bahaya banget.
Match up to that, but I think honestly, I've been really excited to see the players making it through, and honestly, some of the players, as I think Scott mentioned, you know, from North America in particular, were not names that we were expecting, and I think being those players with a little less pressure, it's always tougher to be the big name potentially. I mean, some people are able to shake that pressure off really easily. But it is cool, it's exciting to see a brand new name making day 2. You know, this could be a breakout performance for them where they think, all right, now I've made day 2. I've already exceeded my goal. All bets are off. Let's go. Let's just absolutely try and take this one down.
Yeah, we kind of see that every year. There's always multiple breakout stars, not only at the regional championships and international championships, all leading up to Worlds, but even at the World Championships. A lot of players have made their mark here.
Kita tuh terlalu dimanjakan dengan remote baru yang cuma segini aja. Ini cuma berapa tombol, bisa dihitung jari. Yang ini begini.
Starting point for these players who are already qualified for day 2, with this being possibly their first World Championship ever. And so it's really exciting.
Sekarang kita dapat Ray Rizzo sekarang menjadi komentator.
Sang jawara Pokemon World Championship 3 kali.
3 kali berturut-turut, bayangin anjir. Bagaimana sejago apa orang ini? Sehebat apa? Wow.
Tapi dia tadi jujur ya, bahwa sebetulnya di tahun itu perbandingan pemainnya sama sekarang jauh banget.
Karena dulu mungkin pesertanya 100 aja udah rame banget nih.
Iya.
Sekarang berapa? 600.000. Kemarin 4.000.
4.000 ya.
Wow.
Di kanan tuh kayak Max Stranger Things.
Max Stranger Things. Gue nggak nonton Stranger Things, boleh gue lihat?
Yeah, and even though it's it's always Pokemon, right? Between
Max
generations.
cewek.
But just
Gimana,
the
bro?
way that the game is played, the strategies that go into building teams,
Siapa?
actually
Siapa?
playing in the battles themselves, can differ drastically
Okay.
between generations. Like the way you would play a Dynamax game.
Berarti
back in
sekarang
the first
udah
World era would be completely different than how you
battle
would play a
ke-6, ronde ke-6
Terastallization
ya.
mechanic or build a team
Gua dapet
with
telepon.
Terastallization
Sebentar ya.
Ya, kita sekarang masuk ke ronde ke-6.
Like you mentioned, there's so many different things you can do with
Sisanya
Terastallization. You have every
6,
type at
7,
your
8.
fingertips.
Berarti 3 ronde
And then,
lagi
you know,
terakhir.
within the battle, you can just
Untuk
choose
hari
which
ini.
type you want to change into. You know, do you
Jadi
go for an
selebihnya
offensive
dari 3
Terastallization
ronde
to get more
tersebut
damage? Do you go for a
akan
defensive one?
dilihat
There's so many different
siapa
options
yang
that are always worth considering.
hanya
Just the
kalahnya
thing
maksimal
is
2 kali.
absolutely
Nah, orang
different,
itulah
right?
yang
Dynamax,
akan
you could
berangkat
count on
ke
getting
hari esoknya.
double HP. I mean, that was
Oh ya, sekarang kita
massive.
lihat juga standing
And then
Indonesia
the
belum
amount of damage you
kita
can
lihat lagi.
put out with Dynamax, just
Standing
ridiculous
sekarang.
levels of damage. And so with Terastallization, it's just so much different. You can play a lot more defensively, which can lead to longer drawn-out matches, which for some players who like that kind of more control-oriented gameplay can be big for them.
Let's take your advice though. Let's stop looking backwards.
Buset, gue udah gak pernah ngeliat loginnya Twitter begitu sekarang gayanya.
Kind of start looking current as well, as we can take a look at some of the pairings that we have.
Oke, teleponnya sudah beres guys, ternyata cepat sekali. Sekarang paling atas adalah Patrick Donegan, Giovanni Costa.
Giovanni Costa nih jago.
Tadi dia kayak kalah sekali. Oh mungkin baru kalah sekali ya?
Nanti biasanya di biasanya
ya
mereka justru nge-stream yang kalahnya udah 2 kali.
Oh yang mepet yang
Mepet.
iya
Jadi
yang
mereka ada rasa yang gua nggak bisa kalah sekarang.
yang udah tinggal mempertaruhkan hidup dan nyawa, hidup dan mati ya. Nih.
Oh udah ada standingnya.
Ams mau tahu fun fact nggak?
Apa?
Di junior nggak ada yang nggak pernah kalah. Semuanya udah kalah 2 minimal.
Oh iya.
Maksimal iya.
Bisa gitu ya?
Ya kan mereka jumlah pesertanya nggak sebanyak master, tapi main terus kan gitu.
Main terus ya.
Jadi mereka gue kayak paling atas lah. Udah pada kalah 2. Kita lihat. Oh ini nggak ada juga, udah pada kalah semua anjir.
Oh,
yang master.
Baris. Bila VGC.
Mana? Baris Akcos kalah 1. Udah nggak ada yang nggak pernah kalah. Berarti tadi itu pas match tadi yang 4-0 tuh semua pada kalah. Tuh. Jadi mau yang 4-0 pada kalah, yang 3-1 menang naik.
3-1 menang.
Anjir tegang banget sih ini.
Keren banget ini.
Giovanni Costa, Patrick Donegan, Baris Akcos 41, Okada Taro, Jisiokli 41. Nah kita lihat ini.
Jisiokli.
The YouTubers Wolfie 32 bro, masih bisa dia.
Masih bisa. Masih bisa.
Tapi ketemu sama siapa coba? Kristen Kok.
Ya, 32 juga sama.
32 juga sama. Aduh, gila tegang. Anjir, tegang banget.
Sekarang kita lihat Giovanni Costa ya.
Oh, Giovanni Costa.
Giovanni Costa.
Sama Patrick Donegan.
Itu bawa siapa itu?
Iya, Arti Kuno. Arti Kuno yang mana?
Arti Kuno nggak bisa, belum bisa kan sekarang?
Belum.
Arti Kunonya kayaknya bukan Pokemon.
Ban Presto. Matanya lucu banget sih. Beda banget. Bukan Max. Siapa berarti Anda Max Stranger? Ini pada pakai baju brand Pokemon.
Pada pakai baju branded.
Pada pakai baju branded.
Beneran bawa Arti Kuno bro. Wow.
Oh bisa berarti. Bro, itu tim apaan nih Patrick Donegan? 4-1 dia. Farigir, Trick Room
sih, cuman kayak wow.
Oh, Hail ya, ini ya tim Snow ya.
Defense naik ya.
Iya, Arti Kuno biasa bro. Itu Abu Mas Snow juga. Asik, keren banget aja.
Jadi ini timnya kita lihat di sini ada Iron Hands.
Itu musuh juga bawa juga si siapa Farigir
juga ya.
Musuhnya juga bawa Farigir.
Arti Kuno nih, ini unik banget sih Arti Kuno ya. Ada Abu Mas Snow, ada Tinglu sama ada Hitran, dan musuhnya di sini Giovanni Costa, orang dari US kuat dia dengan Flutterman, Dragonite, Meta, Landorus, Farigiraf juga sama, ada Urshifu dan Iron Hand.
Jadi tiba-tiba timnya sangat berbeda dengan 5 match sebelumnya.
Dan yang lucunya
masih mirip.
Kok bisa pengguna Farigiraf ketemunya Farigiraf lagi gitu ya.
Tapi yang sama tuh cuma Farigiraf sama Iron Hands itu. Seakan-akan kan core buat Trick Room tapi sisanya beda semua.
Dan Farigiraf ini juga bagus banget di sini karena siapa namanya si Iron Hands itu nggak bisa fake out gitu.
Betul.
Nggak bisa fake out, nggak bisa sucker punch.
Jadi dia Farigiraf itu bisa menahan serangan-serangan prioritas ya. Jadi nggak bisa disalip sama serangan prioritas. Kemudian dia juga bisa Trick Room. Statusnya juga lumayan kok. Jadi ya yang kanan mirip Stephen Hawking. Mirip memang, sangat mirip.
Extreme speed set, but Giovanni's running Terra Flying with Terra Blast, and so extreme speed, while it's still on the set and still an extremely strong move, especially when it's powered up by a choice band, it's not as essential on this possibility. And so it'll be interesting to see the choreograph come out from Patrick. On Geo, I wouldn't really expect it too much.
Bisa sih aman.
Because this is a I definitely think we could see the Articuno above.
Tapi sekarang enak nih, jadinya udah nggak mulai lama nih. Cepat sekarang ya.
Jadi
bagus.
Mulai terbiasa kayaknya.
Gue lagi masih ngeliat pairing-pairing yang lain. Oh gila sih yang 41 banyak banget sih. 41 sampai 32 ini bener-bener yang wow. Nah tapi gue salut nih sama ada orang Filipina namanya Christian De Vista.
Kenapa dia?
Dia udah kalah 5 masih main sampai sekarang. Respect bro, lu nggak quit di tengah-tengah. Karena tadi kan table sampai 250. Ini sekarang table udah cuma 180. Berarti sudah berkurang 70 kali 140 pemain. Yang ya udahlah.
Ya mungkin dia bisa menikmati banyak acara-acara lain di sini kan. Kayak SSN tuh baru hari ini kapalnya baru bisa didatengin.
Oh hari ini banget. Berarti lagi pada bisa ada lagi bisa.
Kayaknya mungkin
So exciting to see how this one is going to shake out. Sounds like things are getting exciting in Unite, and things are going to be getting exciting here in the video game championships. There's the Obama Snow with its snow warning ability.
Oke, ini dia kita lihat.
Snow Warning dan Abu Mas Snow bersama Farigiraf, Urshifu dan Iron Hands tidak bisa fake out dan juga nggak berani ya. Mau Farigiraf switch out atau bagaimanapun. Abu Mas Snow di sini defense-nya naik gede banget, cuma di depan 2 tipe fighting yang tampaknya cukup sulit.
Tapi mungkin bisa juga Terastalles ya.
Oh iya, Terastalles water bro.
Item apa itu?
Ini naikin damage S ya.
Oh.
Never Meltize ya. Never Meltize atau ini.
Oke.
Tadi dia bosir.
Oh water.
Terra water.
Bukan.
Enggak ini Terra water. Enggak tadi si Abu Masno juga Terra water tuh. Terra water juga.
Itu Abu Masno ini pakai tas. Barang
tas apa?
Tadi gambar tas nggak tahu tuh item apa.
Banyak item. Wow. 41 nih itemnya ajaib. Iron Hands. Langsung aja sodok wicked blow.
Dia yang
Tahan.
dark ya. Dia.
Kritikal.
Oke.
Selalu kritikal memang. Blizzard.
Langsung. Gede.
Please dong.
Drain punch. Oh my god, gede banget.
Penuh lagi di nyawanya buat si Arden pasti. Gak apa. Bisa nyicil sedikit aman. Ini kan bisa fake out nih, enak nih.
Ya, ini bisa fake out.
Atau langsung.
Ini bisa fake out. Tapi Abu Masno bisa dihajar Iron Hands atau si
Ursifu sama-sama lambat soalnya. Agak-agak susah. Kalau dia Listom, buset.
And needs to maybe protect itself this turn,
Berarti
avoid another
dibiarin,
and cause that
dibiarin aja si Abu Masno-nya.
Kalau mati ya udah gitu.
Iya.
It's caught by the fake out.
Oh duluan ya? Benar, duluan.
Gonna
Nggak terlalu gede ya.
stick around.
Segede Blizzard tadi
Coming out onto the Iron Hands. Maybe
Oh,
Nah ini apa?
itu.
Oh ejek, oh kabur. Ejek kabur. Dia panggil si
chance to pivot around.
Articuno.
Ini sangat amazing. Ini sangat amazing. Ini
Gitu
sangat amazing. Ini
taktiknya.
sangat pintar.
Pokemon do.
Ini sangat smart.
Will Patrick be able to get out?
Dipukul nggak keluar. Nggak, eject pack tuh yang kalau statusnya turun.
Kalau status dia turun.
Brings it below half.
Jadi kayak oh my, ini keren banget sih. Ini keren banget sih.
Urshifu wasn't punished. It got
Nah itu sekarang cepet banget ya, harusnya ya.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was nice going for that Leaf Storm because it enabled the free switch in.
Ya sebenarnya dengan Hail yang baru, jadi bagus banget.
Detect.
Ini tadi nyala apa? Asli.
Enggak, Blizzard.
Oh Blizzard.
Udah pasti gede sih.
Gede.
Namanya Pokemon Legend.
Dia emang kalau nggak salah nggak terlalu gede kan special attack-nya. Tapi nggak masalah. Ya semoga RRQ menang ya, semoga RRQ menang. Kita sih nonton.
Ya itu kan dark fighting kan si itu, si yang dark punya. Jadi biasa aja di Blizzard. Jadi Iron Hand cuma tukeran nyawa aja. Aku ambil, saya ambil lagi. Tapi ini posisinya lagi aneh sih sebenarnya. Ursifu agak keancam sama Articuno.
Articuno lebih kencang kan?
Kayaknya Ursifu lebih cepat.
Ursifu lebih kencang benar.
Kenapa dia protect tadi agak-agak lucu juga.
Blizzard lagi.
Oh,
Oh my
tapi kan tahan pasti.
Tahan.
Karena defense-nya naik.
Oh iya. Oke Blizzard lagi. Oke Ursifunya dead. Sekarang mungkin di Drain Punch apakah kencengan dia ya? Drain Punch ya?
Oke, oh tahan bro.
Oh tahan.
Ini mah kalah nggak sih di Drain Punch abis itu? Kan nyonya ngurang.
Wow.
Patrick
Donegan. Very smart.
Wow.
Very smart.
Sumpah kalau lu menang pakai tim Abu Masnawi ini. Wow.
Wow. Kita beneran apa ya kayak lihat masa-masa lalu tahun 2013 gitu Abu Masnawi banyak.
Iya.
Keren banget sih.
Nah ini yang agak sulit, kan timnya pada lambat nih. Cuma mungkin Varigraph masuk terus Trick Room nih fix.
Kita nontonnya VGC ya, teman-teman. Kita nontonnya VGC. Jadi VGC itu yang di sini kita tonton sekarang gitu. Jadi Flamindo semoga menang di Unite ya. Bisa ditonton juga di sana. Flutterman dan Dragonite nih sekarang nih combo. Bukan combo sih mereka. Tapi ini posisinya udah enak banget sih.
Enggak 4-0, terus kalau nanti salah satu disengaja di KO, terus Varigraph masuk Trick Room enak.
Iya.
Kan normal saja kan di Ghost juga nggak terlalu kan, aman lah, Varigraph tahan lah. Oh, switch.
Like those moves could miss Articuno, and that could be over because we already know Dragonite. I mean, it's super vulnerable here.
But if there's somebody who can make
Iya bawa, mungkin final.
Mungkin move lain nggak terlalu penting, udah bawa itu aja gitu.
Kayak Lapras kemarin kan banyak pakai circle ya di masa-masa.
Varigraph keluar. Wah, Extreme Speed juga jadi nggak bisa ya.
Extreme Speed nggak bisa ya.
Siapa? Tera. Enggak ada guna. Tera normal paling di mah.
Tera normal Extreme Speed.
Oh nggak flying bro.
Oh flying ya sekarang jadi banyak flying sekarang.
Tera Blast berarti ya. Tera Blast kali 2 ya stepnya. Wow. Moon Blast. Oh ability-nya kan. Naikin evasion kalau lagi Blizzard. Wow.
Patrick Donegan selalu ada saja hal-hal yang sedikit kita.
Patrick Donegan Blizzard tan. Aduh tipis banget. Patrick Donegan.
Wow, Patrick Donegan. nggak salah membawa boneka Articuno di situ karena memang Articunonya MVP di sini.
Wow, Patrick Donegan.
Wow.
Dragonite sudah capek-capek Terra dibekukan.
Ya masih ada Flutterman yang bahaya dan tim dia nyawanya tinggal dikit-dikit semua.
Enggak, tapi kan area ini masih Flutterman juga tinggal Dazzling Gleam.
Icy Wind.
Miss lagi Articuno. Tahan Varigirafnya bro. Trick Room aktif.
Dia isi nyawa, Articunonya rus dulu.
Trick Room aktif.
Dan Trick Room dibawa oleh Varigiraf sebagai terakhir. Wah.
Kenapa dia Icy Wind ya, bukan Dazzling Gleam aja?
Iya, apa dia nggak punya?
Masa nggak bawa Dazzling Gleam? Apa support Flutterman ya jadi nggak bawa?
Iya, rada aneh kenapa nggak bawa Dazzling Gleam?
Kan Icy Wind emang 95. 5%. Articuno hebat sekali memang. Blizzard dulu. Wih, goodbye Dragonite. Aduh, sulitnya gila. Ini bisa 4-0 sih, keren banget sih.
Keren banget bisa 4. Wow. Patrick Donegan. Pilihan tim itu bisa pikiran gitu ya. Wah, coba ada main snow gitu sekarang.
Nips lagi nih kayaknya. Oh, jangan-jangan ini yang naikin evasion itemnya tadi.
Itemnya.
Bukan itu. Apa sih tadi tuh? Dia tuh
Iya, coba kita lihat ya.
Unlucky at times throughout the World Championship, and so
Musuhnya,
you just have to.
iya, Snowcloak benar. Bikin evasionnya 20%, kan sama aja segede itu, 20%. 20%. Nambahin evasion 20%.
Oh benar, Bright Powder dia pakai. Itemnya ngurangin akurasi lawan. Wow, Patrick Donegan Anda jahat sekali ya. Nggak cukup, jadi ngapain saya minimize? Articuno saja lah.
Itu udah otomatis minimas tuh 30% kan langsung. Iya, minimas
sekali.
Iya.
Sekali langsung. Wah, tetap aja kan musuh pada move-nya pada akurasinya pada jelek-jelek semua.
Dan sekarang udah nggak ada yang main weather. Jadi
jarang bener-bener snow-nya.
Nggak, iya, weathernya nggak keganti.
Amazing bros, amazing. Ini tim sangat amazing nih Patrick Donegan.
Terinspirasi langsung, pasti banyak orang melihat ini. Wow.
Articuno langsung naik nih. Langsung naik ratingnya.
Langsung naik.
Rankingnya langsung naik. Harus sih lah tuh mukanya langsung. Langsung chat banget.
Aduh, gue harus ngapain nih lawan Articuno ini ya.
Oh bener juga ya.
Fluttermane could have gone out of hand because a lot of those Pokemon were getting kind of low. The Iron Hands was kind of low and, you know, very vulnerable.
Sebenarnya ya, counter Articuno-nya cukup susah sih ya.
Fluttermane could have pulled through in that end game, especially backed by Dragonite.
Bisa sih pakai Iron Hands.
Patrick, even though I won game 1, it was maybe not the way you want to win game 1, and so I might look for a little bit of a switch up. I know Iron Hands in this matchup does look really appealing. You have to.
Menurut gua feeling banget kayaknya dia akan berhasil masuk D2 sih kalau ngeliat dari permainan barusan.
Like that end game we saw with Fluttermane, Dragonite, have something a little bit more for that end game.
The Frigoraph was interesting. It took off the extreme speed play, but that was really about it. It did get the Trick Room up too.
It got the Trick Room up, which is big.
But it definitely, it kind of felt like, you know, if you weren't hitting the Articuno, it doesn't matter if you're going first or second. As long as you can't hit it, that's all that matters. It really did pivot around this pairing. Giovanni mixing it up in the lead right away as he's starting off with the Urshifu and the Fluttermane together. There is going to be a change up from Patrick as well.
Fluttermane datang, speednya dinaikin dengan booster energy.
Iron Hands. That was the Iron Hands he switched in the
Sementara
last time, if you remember. So maybe not
Urshifu.
being given that safe switch for the Frigoraph that he had the last time.
Yeah, but this is
Oke,
really
Urshifunya bisa
interesting
di-fake.
because there is a potential Frigoraph switch
Bisa.
into Fluttermane. I don't think it's
Dan
super
sininya
likely
bisa dengan
because again,
aman
Patrick doesn't really have too
Trick
much
Room.
priority on
Langsung
his
Terra
team.
bro.
But this
Biar
is
tahan.
exactly the situation where Iron Hands threatens to fake out onto Urshifu to guarantee Frigoraph a
langsung.
return.
Dan langsung heavy slam.
Enggak, fake out. Oh, lagi mikir deh.
Langsung heavy slam, oke sih.
Iya sih, kan pasti tahan ya sih itu.
Iya.
Kan assault fast.
This is going to be the
Cuma tahu.
classic for Patrick, right? Being able to just
Walcher
try
tadi.
and apply that pressure with something
Oh,
like
takut switch out apa?
And then of
Siapa tahu dia bakal terus ke siapa?
there is going to be the
Oh, si
exchange
Iron Hands.
of
Ya,
the
Hands juga kena di.
Iya.
There's an immediate translation onto the Frigoraph. So we talked about the beginning of game 1. It does go over
Kita lihat
to
nih,
the
let him
War
cook, let him cook.
And neither the Pokemon
Hah?
over on Giovanni's side are going to
Patrick Donegan?
appreciate that.
Paragraf ya?
Is going to have to throw a
Eh,
little
Trick Room tadi langsung.
to try and get the job done.
Buset, tidak ampun.
Into the Iron Hands doesn't
Assault fast lah, pasti tahan.
Oh,
attack,
iya.
not super relevant.
Wicked blow langsung. Oke, jadi tahan ya karena jadi water. Wall charge!
There is the wild
Sas.
charge into the
Mau tahan ya?
Iya,
Iya, enggak tapi mikirnya switch kali. Tapi still siapa ya?
Dia consider siapa gitu.
Yeah, that's
Oke,
really
tapi
bad
so
for
far
Mana-mana.
so good
He
ya.
was able to get a lot of damage done, which is
Hyper
nice.
voice aja nggak sih?
Ursifu jadi nggak bisa nyerang.
Ah, Fatalman nggak kena ya?
Big because Frigoraph
Ursifu nggak kena juga. Kalau Psychic nggak bisa ke Ursifu.
not like Urshifu can go for a sucker punch here to try and
Paling Drain Punch aja lah.
Nggak kan dia itu kan, Paragraph kan nggak bisa kena.
really want to switch in.
Nggak bisa.
Iron Hands can do a ton of damage. It's not like Giovanni has a ton of super bulky Pokemon to
Hyper
switch
Voice
in, but
aman
he
lah.
does have some options, potentially a Landorus.
Kalau gue sih mending Psychic ke situ terus Drain Punch aja nggak sih? Ursifu biarin dulu.
Against this kind of snow
Tapi habis itu Paragraph mati sih.
I don't know if he's really going to have a super safe switch in here. He might have to sacrifice something.
Sebenarnya Drain Punch ke Ursifu.
Iya, Drain Punch Ursifu seger pasti. Oh, anjir Wild Charge lagi bro. Kenapa ya?
Kenapa ya Ursifunya didiemin?
Nggak terlalu takut kali dia di belakang ada si itu kali. Apa?
Karena bahaya banget loh Ursifu.
Nggak tahu juga. Apa ya?
Dengan serangan-serangannya dia.
Oh, protect. Takut di protect. Benar. Oh, mantau dulu, ngulur Trick Room. Ini badannya mirip ya Abu Mas sama
Keduanya mulai postur badannya mirip. Power
Blizzard aja aman udah Drain Punch. Nah, udah enak banget tuh posisinya. Blizzard Drain Punch, dia udah double protect kan? Nggak bisa ini, nggak bisa.
Seger isinya.
Gila Patrick Donegan bro.
Before Urshifu even gets a chance to move.
Seger.
Patrick still threatening a double KO here.
Ada Q-win 1-0, wes mantap. GG. Satu ronde berarti kan ya?
Satu ronde nggak 3 ronde.
Nah, maksudnya mungkin ronde pertama menang.
Ursifu kabur, dipanggil si Iron Hand.
Drain Punch.
Heal dulu nggak sih? Segar.
Oke,
Blizzard deh. Beku lagi deh Iron Hands kayaknya nih.
Artikunannya belum keluar nih masih. 2 ronde ya, oke best of 3 berarti ya. Kayak banyak deh.
Miss-nya juga banyak kayaknya.
Miss-nya juga pasti dapat banyak. Makanya tadi dia sebegitu yakin kan.
Oh,
gue saja.
Gue harus aja, pasti nggak kena. Nggak kena. Itu Dragonite masih di bawah loh. Berani banget ya lawan tim. Gue mah kalau udah lawan tim salju mah nggak akan bawa Dragonite anjir. Males banget.
Blizzard plus the combination of Drain Punch did just over half the last.
I
mean, if Articuno is still waiting in the wings, which it is here, you're just trying to chip everything down low.
Keren banget deh, Paragraph ya.
Was one of those big problem Pokemon last time, so.
Sangat berguna tanpa adanya
di antara Ruin dan legend-legend baru dia Paragraph apa mas dong. Wow. Tahan, tahu dia.
Result.
Trot, tahan gak sih tapi? Tahan pasti.
No, but the fact that Iron Hands was able to fire off that
Setan
Drain
lagi.
Punch there, get Abomasnow low. I mean,
lagi ya.
this is
Snownya
still,
2.
Giovanni's doing his best to stall out these turns of Trick Room. Eventually, Urshifu is going to come.
Mereka sama-sama bawa Paragraph pada. Tapi Giovanni Costa tidak memilih untuk percaya dengan Paragraph.
Sebenarnya bisa buat reverse Trick Room ya.
Dia malah pengen main cepet.
Pengen langsung hajar dari
Fatal
awal.
tapi.
Di
sini agak.
Iron Hands the one spell train.
Kabur Dragonite kabur. Oh choice band ya? Pasti kabur.
Oh choice band.
Ursifu.
Gede
nih. Setengah nyawa Ursifu.
Iron Hands.
it's going to be able to heal up a little bit, but I think I know what's coming in response from the side of this.
Oh, bener.
Ini enak banget sih posisinya ya.
Tapi nggak tahu, Sparigraph kayaknya udah mati deh dipukul sekali lagi. Kan emang fake out satu doang. doang.
Iya sih.
Fake out mah fake out aja nggak apa-apa, cuma Sparigraphnya iya.
Oh iya, sama-sama.
Kebetulan banget. Bisa begitu.
Fake out cuman.
Fake out, protect.
I really think this is all going to come down to Articuno because look, we've seen Iron Hands chipped a little bit. Urshifu has also been chipped to a little bit below half. I mean, Dragonite took a huge hit.
Wow, oh berharap double protect nggak?
Well, he goes for the trick room, but Frigoraph not given that opportunity. Immediately taken out by the wicked blow. That is a nice move to take off, but like you say,
kayaknya Giovanni Costa.
Patrick
Tuh kan?
opposing Iron Hands.
Sulit. Tapi ya habis. Ya. Nggak pas nggak? Masuk dulu atau habis dulu snow-nya?
Habis dulu ya.
Oh, keren. Tahu dari mana di carry Articuno? Itu yang buat kabur. Jadi kalau status satu turun kabur. Ini mau udah menang. Giovanni Costa udah menang. Tinggal pencet Blizzard 5 kali. Miss semua itu serangan. Udah menang.
Oke, ini dia duo S Abu Mas Snow dengan sang legenda.
From Blizzard and wild charges
Sang legenda Articuno.
But this Articuno has the option to eventually start sheer colding.
Sebenarnya tahan aja sih. Iron Hands-nya agak berat sih. Iron Hands lawan tuh tahan.
Iron Hands is healthy enough where Blizzard doesn't do too much. You can just go for the Hail Mary sheer cold. So I think that's a possible play that we see, but it's really all going to come down to Articuno. Can it survive some of these strong physical threats that are coming here with the Wicked Blow and the Wild Charge? Both threatening it pretty hard here.
At least satu miss dah. Game close.
Nggak masalah sih Iron Hands-nya. Itu yang masih agak sulit. Articuno kan nggak gede-gede amat. Kecuali circle kena ya. Oke, Blizzard. Apakah freeze?
Kalau frozen lagi sih.
Wild charge. Nah.
Tapi kan defense nambah.
Oh, nyawa yang ngurang.
Dan dia bisa ngelus.
Oh. Itu tujuannya. Enggak, masih tahan lah.
Masih tahan sih. Nah, sekarang enggak kalau di
belum ya? Dia belum. Enggak, di sini kalau Rus satu serangan miss. Kalau Dragonite miss, berhasil ngerus kelar.
Kalau dia Rus, Iron Hands nyerang listrik. Jadi enggak
efektif, jadi tahan.
Tapi dia enggak Blizzard. Oh my god, please. Kita lihat nih. Ini paling penting dalam match kedua.
Kagak, dia kan jadi water apa grass? Lah. Oh, fire.
Oh, jadi fire.
Biar nggak bisa di-burn kali ya?
Kita lihat apakah
miss.
Articuno avoided attack. Blizzardnya kena.
Kelar sih kayaknya, kelar. Kecuali
Iron Hands tahan tapi.
Nah sekarang nih penentuan.
Apakah kena atau tidak?
Giovanni Costa. Tegang banget dia langsung.
Oke. Great game. Wow.
Lanjut, game ketiga lanjut.
But also,
itu great game banget sih.
That took massive advantage of Trick Room, which Patrick set up for Giovanni. Like, it was looking pretty bad, where Patrick had a lot of pressure exerted onto the Flutter main, onto the Urshifu, but Iron Hands being in the back, it was able to come in safely, and a big key there was it undersped Patrick's Pokemon, so it was able to take advantage of that Trick Room, fire off those Drain Punches, heal back up. It just became an unstoppable threat that could just heal back all of the little bits of damage it took. Because the one thing about
ternyata memang diperlihatkan bahwa sebetulnya kedua pemain melihatkan kelasnya, kelas pemain dunia. Karena banyak perhitungan yang keren banget. Tadi kalau dia ngerus, kalau ngerus Dragonite-nya nggak mati.
Enggak, tapi kan Dragonite outrage kan.
can take advantage
Oh
of
iya,
it.
tapi outlet.
Iya, jadi tadi kan miss. Kalau tadi ngerus bisa tahan karena wild charge-nya itu nggak super efektif. Makanya gue tadi kalau gue jadi dia pilihannya harus cuma mungkin kan beda ya penonton dan kompetitor gitu.
Pressure-nya dengan jadi beda. Kalau dia ngerus mungkin ada chance
lebih baik.
Just blizzard every turn would be enough, but now we've got more defensive tools. We can do a little bit more. Maybe thinking of how
Kind of pin, like if you don't set up Trick Room, Urshifu is threatening it, forcing the Terastallization. If you do Trick Room and Terastallize, I mean Iron Hands is threatening that super effective Wild Charge on that Farigiraf, and so it's just not a great spot to be in if you're Farigiraf, and I don't know if Extreme Speed is a big enough threat. Yeah, I want to see a change away from Farigiraf. I call that, between games 1 and 2. I don't know if Farigiraf is necessarily needed in this matchup, and so now after losing game 2 and winning game 1 on the back of that Articuno, I'm pretty on board with, swapping out Farigiraf for something new to deal with
Nggak ada one time.
a little bit better.
Yeah, something needs to change there. And yes, the Trick Room helps, but at the end of the day,
Oke,
if
tadi
you're not getting hit,
internet
it
kita
doesn't matter about speed
error, guys.
control.
Sorry.
It's not going to cause you any problems. Geo reverting back
Selama ini nonton
to the
VGC
combination
bukan
of,
Pokemon Unite. Iya, kita nontonnya VGC. Nontonnya
Patrick
VGC.
going all in with
Seperti
the
yang tadi bilang tadi di awal ya, kita nontonnya
Di judul juga kita taruh video games.
Video game championship karena kita pahamnya VGC.
Kita main dari kapan, Om? 2012?
2013.
2012 Pak. Jadi hampir 11 tahun nih ya.
VGC 2012.
is a concern for the Abomasnow right now.
Sudah tua.
Oke, kita mulai
lanjut ya, game ketiga guys.
Ini seru banget. Apalagi buat yang ngerti ini seru banget.
Mepet nih soalnya menentukan nih semakin dekat ke tiket menuju Day2. Karena lu kalau mau masuk Day2 lu nggak boleh kalah lebih dari 2 kali. Dan masing-masing ini kalahnya baru sekali. Kalah sekali jadi 2. Makin tegang dong, makin susah.
Ini kita lihat sekarang langsung dari awal dikeluarkan Abomasnow dan
Artikelnya langsung di depan, Bro.
14 dikeluarkan.
Sakit banget.
Anjir, tapi apakah
ke slot situ kan, ke slot si Iron Hands, Abomasnow-nya kena.
Sementara sekarang
Gede. Oh, voting lu sekarang.
Yeah, no freeze, which
Tinglunya apa nih? Poison,
we
oke,
saw
poison type aman sih.
Poison type aman sih. Like I mentioned, you want to ignore the Articuno, pin that
Si musuhnya tadi yang bisa nyerang Tinglu nggak terlalu banyak soalnya.
Dia nggak peduli sama Articuno daripada serangan Gobis. Oh, langsung ini mah nyerang terus kayaknya sekarang dia udah nggak peduli.
Kayaknya udahlah hajar semua.
Iya, Blizzard.
Dragonite kalaupun datang Blizzard.
Tinglu juga kan naikin ini ya, SPDF ya, ngurangin SPTek ya.
Ngurangin special attack.
Ngurangin SPTek bener ya?
Jadi lebih kecil sih Blizzard. Cuman kan walaupun Dragonite di itu dulu kan, multi-scale dulu.
Protek. Urshifu mukul dulu sekali nggak sih pasti?
Ya mukul dulu sekali.
Oh enggak, ngulur Blizzard.
From the side of Patrick, it's going to be once again an Articuno Blizzard.
Siapa Pokemon yang bisa tahan Earthquake? Oh, berarti si Dragonite. Karena kalaupun mau ganti mungkin Dragonite akan keluar. Tapi mau di Blizzard.
Paling Urshifunya.
Tapi sebenarnya kedua ini di Earthquake sama Tinglu kecil.
Tinglu kan nggak terlalu ini.
Tapi Articuno-nya Blizzard-nya cukup besar. Terutama ke Urshifunya.
Now Iron Hands is forced to Wild Charge, which isn't going to do a ton. Like, it'll do a decent chunk, but it's also going to mean Iron Hands can't heal up with Drain Punch, and it's actually going to be taking recoil from that Wild Charge. So this is a great adaptation to be able to deal with Iron Hands, and we can see right here how it's
posisinya lebih bagus si Patrick.
Tergantung belakangnya siapa sebenarnya.
Iya.
Kalau belakangnya ada Iron Hands dan
sebenarnya mereka lebih cepat kalau mereka sengaja mengorbanin aja. Kayak nyicil dulu gitu si Tinglu atau si Urshifu. Si Articuno. Tapi kalau nyerang Articuno double kan agak ada resiko miss lagi gitu. Sedangkan Tinglu tahan lah anjir itu pasti. Nggak mungkin mati. Nggak mungkin KO. Shadow Ball. Ke slotnya Tinglu kayaknya. Boom.
Oke, kecil banget ya.
The best. Bro. Udah goodbye ini mas. Paterman satu ini ya, single target ya berarti.
Single target. Quick.
Tahan gak tapi? Kayaknya kan. Paterman udah kerupuk banget.
Ayo, Tinglu. Keluarkan kekuatanmu
Tinglu.
Ya, jadi Giovanni Costa sudah down to its last 2 Pokemon.
3 lawan 2 dan posisinya Patrick sebenarnya nggak sebagus yang kita kira karena kalah speed. Di belakang Abu Masno yang agak susah nih mau nge-revenge pasti. Aduh, Iron Hands
datang bisa fake out, berbahaya sekali dan
sangat berbahaya. Oh, bisa berlawanan ini gayanya ternyata. Ternyata nggak kalah.
Jadi Farigir karena dia tahu Dragonite dari tadi susah gitu ya. Diganti dengan Farigir.
Ini kalau ada satu
Farigir bisa di Ruination.
Bisa, dua-duanya bisa. Justru mending Iron Hands yang gue Ruination aja. Biar setengah nyawa.
Oh, Ruination setengah nyawa.
Setengah nyawa kayak Super Fang. Bocah tebel-tebel. Protect, lihat dulu.
Kalau dia protect dulu.
Enggak, tapi kan ini belum pada Terra juga ya. Paling Iron kan bisa fire lagi cuy. Fire pasti Terra Fire.
Fire
enak
dari Giovanni Costa yang
bisa
Iron Hands. Lihat di sini bagaimana Iron Hands dapat melawan 3 Pokemon dari Patrick Donegan.
Protect.
Tinglu.
Oh, nggak fake out. Kecil banget.
Fiber Voice, special attack dari Tinglu lebih kecil. Terus special defense. Avoid wall charge.
Avoid, oh nggak protect situ. Tapi mereka berdua nggak terlalu terancam sama Articuno. Damage-nya tadi nggak gede-gede banget. Articuno. Seinget gua attack deh, bukan SP attack. Soalnya dia bisa snarl, jadi bisa paket komplit. Snarl tuh ngurangin SP attack, dia ngurangin attack.
Apakah ini? Kita akan melihat sejarah terjadinya Circle di Pokemon World Championships.
Apakah Iron Hands turn pertama bertemu di Circle langsung kalah?
Circle itu adalah serangan yang one hit KO ya, jadi sekali serang pasti mati. Berapapun nyawanya.
Tapi dia sedang galau. Apakah sayangnya di cancel? Ayo.
Ini serangan Kyogre nih.
Oh, kita lihat Circle dari bisa.
Avoid.
Psyshock, aduh super efektif ya.
Ya, super efektif.
Aduh, sakit. Aduh, ya.
Oh my god, no.
Aduh, bisa kalah nih Patrick Donegan.
Snow abis. Dan
pas ya?
Abu Basno datang lagi.
Keren banget sih ini dari tadi.
Stop.
The best.
Dan Abu Basno kembali lagi.
Power power ya si Abu Basno ya?
Oke.
Earth power.
Oh iya ada Earth power bener.
Berarti masih bisa protect dulu gak sih? Kan Trick Room. Mending protect dulu gak sih terus Circle? Ngulur dulu Trick Room. Anjir udah gak pakai otak aja Blizzard. Kenapa bro?
Double Blizzard ya?
Berharap freeze.
Yes.
Oh udah hilang Trick Room udah habis.
Udah hilang special attack ya?
Trick Room udah habis. Miss lagi Articuno.
Dari tadi. Please.
Ini mau drain punch gak sih?
Aku nggak duluan. lagi, oke. Mari
Oke. Oh, sekarang buy one nih.
Sekarang tinggal Iron Hands melawan.
Buy one Iron Hands lawan Articuno bisa. Oh enggak. Ya, oh tahan. Ya, bisa menang. Patrick bisa menang.
Oke, ini makin seru, bro.
Tinggal power. Kenapa protect? Kenapa? Oh, ngulur waktu dulu biar aman. Nggak, tapi gue nggak ngerti kenapa dia nggak ngedrain punch Abu Masno aja. Soalnya kan
seger soalnya nyawanya.
Aduh. Enggak kan kalau kayak gitu lu bisa ngincer timing dia pas ngerus lu drain punch. Makanya tuh kan wah gila keren.
Terkunci.
Tadi kayaknya harusnya mending lu ngedrain punch si Abu Masno.
Iya, nyawanya isi.
Iya. Cuma circle kan. Makanya gue tadi feelingnya kayak yang gue kira bakal gitu endingnya.
There's a Blizzard,
Oke.
not very effective. Does get
Double Blizzard dan Earth Power. Masih tahan. Wow. Grand Punch. No way.
Tahan bro.
No way.
Enggak, ini berarti
Ini bisa bahaya.
Hilang lebih gede nggak?
The boost from the snow in clutch. That
Oh my
said,
god, ini bisa bahaya loh.
last turn I think, last couple turns.
Enggak kelar. Cukup. Tadi kan nyawanya segitu kan. Harusnya kelar.
Blizzard. Oke. Dan Abu Masnau menggunakan Earth Power terakhir.
Patrick Donegan
melanjutkan ke ronde ke-7.
memenangkan ronde ke-6 dengan skor 5-1.
5-1 Patrick Donegan.
Yeah, we saw in game 1.
Sang MVP Articuno berhasil memenangkan pertandingan kali ini melawan so far ronde ini
best
one of the best
habis sih.
karena saling perlawanan yang sangat keras juga di antara satu sama lain ya.
They're super excited we got to cast that, Adam.
Yeah, not being able to get that knockout on a Bomber Snow was huge
Iya, tadi nggak
for
kena tuh.
Patrick. Being able to keep that around,
Wow,
that is
wow,
how
wow,
good
wow, wow,
Snow
wow.
can be right now.
Yeah, so we
Menang
saw
2-0
the
RRQ,
defense
mantap.
come into play. They're not only
Selamat.
boosting up
Semoga
Articuno,
menang
allowing
selalu
him
ya,
to take those
menang
hits
lagi.
really well. We saw Wild Charge do a pretty sizable chunk, but even Wicked Blow doing less than half. But more
Ya,
importantly,
Patrick
on that
Donegan,
bottom turn,
gue di sini ngedukung Patrick Donegan lah. Karena segini, kalau lu suruh gue kayak Dit, pilih 6 Pokemon favorit lu buat bikin tim. Salah satunya pasti ada Abu Masnau. Jadi gila deh, Patrick Donegan keren banget. Gue follow lah Twitter lu, gue follow dulu lah.
Yeah, but I think we have to talk
Abu Babros.
Patrick's adjustment there.
Oh,
between
X.
2 and 3. I
So
think
dari kemarin mereka banyak apa ya, Snow itu kan di buff. Sebenarnya bukan di buff juga sih. Dikasih apa dampak yang berbeda sama sebelumnya. Cuman belum banyak yang bisa maksimalin kegunaan dari Snow yang baru. Tapi ternyata Patrick Donegan sudah menemu celahnya. Bersama dengan Articuno. Wah, Articuno nih.
Patrick, wah orang Ireland ternyata dia. Manajernya VGC Ireland, keren lu. Keren lu. Follow dulu lah.
Manajernya VGC Irlandia guys.
Amazing bros.
Just it took so many turns to take down the Ting Lu, whereas Frigoraph wasn't really doing too much. If anything, it was more of a negative in game 2 because that Trick Room just enabled Giovanni's Iron Hands even more. So I really think dropping the Frigoraph for the Ting Lu was big, but I mean, that match, if anything, showed off the power of Articuno in snow.
Yeah, let's take a look back at
Snow.
that previous game. Articuno was just sticking around for a long
Namanya juga udah bukan hail ya kan, apa Snowstorm.
would get knocked out.
Makin sini makin ini ya makin
Same
gokil
combination
ya.
in the back once again in
Gila sih.
game number 2.
Keren
But
banget
Wild
sih.
Charge hit in there, making sure that Giovanni sent us through to a game.
Coba lihat tuh.
So far
Starts off with the Articuno, the Ting
ini ronde ke-6 berarti kan? Ya,
Ronde ke-6.
Sisa 2 ronde terakhir ya hari ini.
Gue lihat dulu.
Oke, kita lihat nih standingnya nih, siapa aja yang sudah menang dan yang kalah.
Miyamoto Yuma 5-1.
Ya, bila VGC kalah ya.
Bila VGC kalah. Nicholas Hansen taruh kada taruh. Banyak sih Kyle Livinghouse. Yuma Suzuki. Ada yang namanya keren banget aja Okamoto Ryoma. Gak saudara jauhnya Sakamoto Ryoma kan. Emilio Forbes 5-1 sih. Keren loh.
Menang dia.
Menang dia.
Not one I'd considered coming into World.
Emilio Forbes.
I've seen it around a
Rizzo.
Like there are players who've been experimenting
Wolfie.
with the snow archetype.
Belum beres.
Masih berusaha semaksimal mungkin lawan Aston Cox.
Masih belum beres. Tegang, Wolfie tegang. Rafael Martinez, Kembata Kenji. Oh, 4-2-0 banyak banget, bro. Bro, 4-2 banyak banget. Yang skor 4-2. Berat banget ini. Wow. Ya, GBBO 24 kasihan.
Ya.
Ya. Anything can happen ya. Kalau di sini memang Miss Articuno itu juga sangat ajaib. Enos Sacar 3-2 masih belum beres. Marcus Tatter belum beres. Anjir banyak ya yang jago-jago 3-2. Wow. Ya, yang namanya Indo si Aditya 3-3.
Ya, 3-3.
Ya, kalah sama Japanese.
So far paling banyak apa Jepang?
Kalau di atas JP, DK tuh Denmark ya? JP, US, Eropa. Eropa lumayan. Eropa, US, Jepang sih, 3 itu. Tapi Eropa banyak nih, Italia banyak banget kayaknya 3 orang, 4 orang lah.
Itu gimana Aras mati?
Aras tadi belum beres kayaknya. Belum.
Berapa dia?
3-2 masih.
Oh 3-2 juga.
Orang yang jago lagi pada 3-2 terus kayaknya lagi pada
Itu serius juga.
Lagi pada serius semua nih.
Harus mati pasti ayo.
Targeting the Articuno to just repeatedly heal
Fokus.
well, you're just gonna get sheer colded and eventually it's
3-2 tuh karena udah momen gimana ya, udah momen yang nggak ada pilihan lain untuk menang gitu. Selain menang, udah kalah keluar dari game. Ya, RRQ menang ya, selamat. 2-0 lawan Nons ya. Itu di Pokemon Unite ya. Digo gimana Digo? Pemain Indonesia gimana Digo nih?
Really well done by Patrick.
Sama di TCG gimana di TCG?
Yeah, I was really excited to see it, and that match definitely came down to the wire at the end. It could have gone so many ways, and what I want to find out is how was Patrick feeling throughout the course of that game. So we're going to throw it on down to the stage for an interview.
Nah, gimana perasaan Patrick sekarang nih, kita lihat interviewnya.
Welcome back, everybody.
Aku memang sudah percaya dengan
now has advanced the day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. First of all, Patrick, that set was crazy. How are you feeling, man?
Oh. Honestly, running a team like that, there's definitely a lot of stress involved. Basically, the team inherently has some RNG stuff that you have to deal with. So basically, being able to position and see the win con, it's definitely stressful to do it, but it looks like I pulled it off.
Let's talk a little bit about those games.
RNG itu kehokian.
The adjustment to bring that Ting Lu, you went for the Poison Terra. That end game was so close. Obama still survived with 2 HP. You missed the sheer cold, of course, as well earlier in the game. And so, what was your mind thinking in that end of game 2, especially when you saw or game 3 when you saw Obama Snow survive?
When Obama Snow survived, I honestly felt I probably had it, and it basically took out an end game of Wild Charge in the snow versus Sheer Cold, which I'm glad I didn't have to play that.
Definitely. You mentioned that your team has some kind of RNG components. I want to ask you how you really came together and built this team, because I think it's easily one of the most unique teams that we've seen on stream today. So many cool picks. Even Ting Lu itself has really fallen off in Reg D, but obviously Obama Snow as well as the Articuno and Farigiraf. So how did it come together, and why did you choose it for this event?
Well, basically, anyone who knows me in the community probably knows Articuno has been my favorite Pokemon for the past for my entire time in.
Dari dulu ya, selalu ya.
Favorit dia ya, keren banget loh. Win with your favorites ya. Menang dengan Pokemon yang memang favorit, bukan karena kuat. Ya kuat juga.
Tapi emang enggak. Kalau kayak gitu emang gue nggak masalah sih. Kan gue emang favorit gue Urshifu, Mongoose, Landorus. Itu favorit Pokemon favorit gue itu.
I also need to give a shout out to the Irish national team. They really helped me refine it, and yeah, like even Ting Lu, that slot was a Lando until like a few days before the tournament. I found I needed something to reduce Goldango's like special attack. Size spam and Torkoal I thought might have been a problem, so Ting Lu actually helps with that as well, and yeah, even though it's fallen off a bit, it is still an incredibly bulky Pokemon. Like you put that thing in front of a team, and it can sit there, and it definitely helped against you in that game 3.
Digo siapa?
And yeah, it got the job done.
Digo.
Definitely got the job done. Patrick, I want to ask you something. You know, you
Dimana
mentioned that
Digo?
this might be your last
Digo
event
siapa?
ever.
Dito.
You and I played against each other at a regional championship over a decade ago. You've been playing this game for a long time. You just made day 2 in what might be your final tournament ever.
Itu
What does that mean to you, man?
Siapa Digo? Di mana tahu Digo?
Honestly, Aaron, it means the world. Like, I would assume the viewers may not be that familiar, but my first top cut was way back in 2012 in the black and white era, and you actually knocked me out of it. We definitely go way.
Nggak, jadi turnamen pertamanya ini Patrick ini di tahun 2012 di zamannya black and white. Terus dia tuh waktu itu dikalahin dari turnamen tuh, dikalahin sama Aronseng. Ini wawancara dia sekarang Aronseng.
Absolutely.
Sekarang Aronseng jadi interview sekarang.
had tremendous success today. Any final thank yous and shout outs you want to give out?
Pre-order t-shirt.
I mentioned the Irish national team. I honestly, I definitely want to thank the New York crew, and I definitely want to thank all my Snowbell Blizzards. You guys know who you are.
Amazing. Well, Patrick, congratulations. What a way to make it to day 2 tomorrow. So excited to see how you perform. And thank you to everyone for joining us for this interview. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Patrick. Good insight, actually, knowing that he's been able to take his favorite Pokemon to day number 2. That's undeniably cool.
I mean, I've known Patrick for a while. He mentioned in that interview that he's been around a long time, over a decade. And so to see him finally make it to day 2 of Worlds, which I know he's been striving for so long, it must be a really emotional moment for him. And like he mentioned, the fact that Articuno is his favorite Pokemon, not only was it freshly introduced in Regulation D, but he made it work so well with that Snow team. And so to qualify for day 2 with your favorite in your potentially last tournament ever, qualifying for Worlds day 2 in the process, I mean, that is such an incredible moment, and that must be so emotional for him. I can only imagine.
Yeah, he's got to be over the moon being able to get that one done. You know, how far do you think the Articuno can go? How far, like, how much room do you think this has to show off over the course of the next day, I guess?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some room there. I mean, like Patrick mentioned, with Articuno, there's a way, right? If the RNG goes in your favor, I mean, anything can happen. But it was a very solidly built team. We saw there, he mentioned the reasoning behind adding Ting Lu to the team in the first place. I think is really smart because those Pokemon that he mentioned that could give his team problems, you know, things like Torkoal being a Fire-type, Armarouge and Didi, not only dealing massive special damage, but that's a Fire-type on its own. Golden Go as well, being a Steel type, resisting Blizzard, but also firing off super effective damage there. I think Ting Lu is a fantastic answer to all of those threats, and so I think that's a great adaptation that he realized just a few days before the event. So very well built team. I'm excited to see how it's going to perform tomorrow.
I really enjoyed his insight actually on how the team came to be. I think that's something that we talked about earlier, you, myself, and Scott, just being able to say, okay, can you turn years of experience into a fantastic team? And this kind of shows, yeah, right? Like being able to get to that point and use that wealth of experience. Like Landorus sounds like a great answer. Like it's a ground type, but there's now another ground type that you do have to seriously consider in Ting Lu. So making that small adaptation, the justification makes a whole lot of sense to me in this team building process. And I'm really happy for Patrick that he's able to make day 2. Of course, the other side of the coin, we have 2 players in every match. Giovanni Costa, he's now got one more chance to be able to make it there. This is a player who's come back after a little bit of a break. I know he sort of came back towards the end of last season, but before that, particularly over a couple of years where he was a little bit quieter, he just wasn't able to put up some of those same kind of numbers. And I'm excited to see him back. Really excited to see how he does in the last round, because that'll be another player I would like to see in day number 2.
Yeah, and speaking of comebacks, I mean, if anybody's known for a comeback, it's Giovanni. So let's see if he can come back after the loss this round to qualify for day 2 at the World Championships after, you know, coming back into the scene in the first place. So very excited to see how he can do in this final round, because him as well, I mean, he's been a player in this community for a long time. I know he's craving for that day 2 qualification, and it's going to be exciting to see if he can pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, going into the last round of the day as well, we are going to be looking at a number of players on 4 and 2. It is going to be a nightmare to choose which one we want to feature. Honestly, there's so many great games out there in the field. We've got a few more games still going in our penultimate round of the day. But I just can't imagine the pressure some of these players are under to make that final step. It just adds a little bit of something to the game, and like you said, you've got to wash away everything you've thought of beforehand and see exactly what you can do.
Yeah, and any pressure they might have felt throughout the year pales into comparison of what they're about to feel heading into this final round, where if you win, you head into day 2 tomorrow. If you lose, you're out of the tournament. And with this being the World Championship, this is the final event of the circuit this year. I mean, the pressure is as high as it gets until tomorrow. If they qualify for tomorrow's day 2, then the pressure just gets even higher. But up to this point, this is going to be the most pressure they are feeling at a Pokemon tournament. And it's going to come down to, like I mentioned before that match even started, you just got to stay cool, stay calm, stay collected. Don't focus, you know, too much on some of the bad beats that you suffered earlier in the day. Just focus solely on what's in front of you. Try and play your game, pilot your team to the best of its ability, and, you know, do your best.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Honestly, every game we've had on has brought something a little bit different, and I'm excited to see how that translates into day number 2. That's where I think We're going to get a little bit more variety, I'd argue, maybe something a little bit different. Maybe trainers sitting and watching today going, okay, I can actually add something different to my team. I don't know if there's an easy answer to Articuno, or if you just want to maybe accept that that's going to be a tough matchup, but there's certainly things to consider based on what we've been able to see so far.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because a lot of the day 2 competitors will get to watch day 1 here and get a feel for what their competition is going to look like tomorrow, because there are going to be a lot of players qualifying for day 2 from today. They get to watch all of these matches, see what the field is like, see what the metagame is like, while I don't think anybody's really going to be changing their team to the extent of, you know, archetype or anything like that. I mean, I think players have
Iya, day 2 sama day 1
testing their
timnya bisa
teams,
berubah
getting
nggak?
comfortable with
Oh,
it.
nggak tahu
You don't want to make any last minute, you know,
Mungkin
changes
bisa.
to your entire team. But just watching the matches unfold, seeing the play style of the players that are qualifying for day 2 tomorrow, I think is beneficial enough. And you get the whole rest day today.
Yeah.
So you don't have to suffer, you know, all the pressure that you're feeling playing through all these rounds. You get to come in fresh
Kita mulai
tomorrow with a fresh
mempromosikan
mind,
kalau gitu ya.
hopefully lots of
Bismillah.
sleep, and, you know, put on a good show tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you get to look at other angles, right? Maybe things you hadn't explored in your team building or even practice process as well. I think a lot of people do practice, you know, maybe across between Europe and North America, but I doubt that many people have the same number of reps against like Japanese teams, for example, which they are able to certainly try things a little bit differently with. So we'll see exactly how those reps pay off. And I do think, you know, coming in after day number 1, it does help you out. You are feeling a little bit better on just knowing what your team can do. But that's really, really an interesting one to approach. You don't want to say, oh, you're a better player if you make it through day 1. No, if you're a day 2 player, you've had all year, all season to show you're consistently the best. I do think it's an interesting wrinkle that we've gone from regulation A to B to C and now D at the final point of the season. It's been a crazy year, and honestly, ending that year with you turning up at the World Championships has been a highlight. Ray, I want to say thank you so much for joining me on the desk.
It's a pleasure to be back, Adam.
It's been an absolute delight to have you. We may have a little bit more from you later. I'm sure you'll be back around tomorrow unless you've got something important to take care of. But in the meantime, we're going to throw it on over to our friends in the lounge to get us ready for our final round of the day.
Oh, udah final round. Oh, tinggal terakhir.
Wah, ini menang kalah 1 mah udah tenang aja.
Iya, berarti makanya tadi udah fix ya si itu.
Are you all ready to play a little game where
Patrick udah aman ya.
Aman.
and
Wah,
you'll
udah
notice
enak
that
banget
the
ini
rest
sih.
of us can guess what that Pokemon is quickly. How confident are you all in
Cepet
your
juga ya.
Pokemon
Oh,
drawing?
terakhir tuh jam 6 ya, bener ya? Berarti jam 4, bentar lagi beres.
Tamat ternyata dari 1.
Wow.
Berarti sekarang, wah, seru banget. Mungkin bisa 2 match nih ya, ronde terakhir.
Oh, bisa. Oh, makanya dia bilang ya, bisa 2 match, benar.
Section that we did at the European International Championships, it can't get any worse than that.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes.
Good.
You said that, Lou. You said it can't get any worse than that. You put me into this confidence thing. I don't really have. I'll go with that. I'll run with it. I'll go with the confidence.
You know Ditto's a Pokemon, right? You can draw that one.
And Electrode, Voltorb.
True.
So.
See, I'm the word nerd. I would much rather do pronunciation than drawing, so I have very little confidence myself either. But who wants to go first?
I'll
we
go
all
first.
looked that direction.
I'll
so.
go first.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Should we pass the board?
I'm gonna pop this down.
Game-game apa ini?
Mini games.
Do you want me to just, is that good there?
There we go. Okay, perfect.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Perfect.
Let's see if we can get it before it's even obvious. Like, where does someone start with a Pokemon, you know? Okay, we have an oval. It's it's Rayquaza. Nope. It's
Tatsugiri. Oh no, there's Formies.
Look at those little eyes.
That's great.
Which Tatsugiri, she says.
Oh, I never learned the forms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Very well done. I think that was excellent. There you go. Perfect. All right.
My turn.
Do we have, oh, here's an eraser. It's a shame to erase that though. Very well done. Yeah. We can't hear you guys unless you have the mic.
You've
but
got this.
We're saying following this up is going to be tough. All right. Snorlax.
Tebak-tebakan gambar.
That's really bad.
Beware.
It's Hitler.
Nggak tahu gua. Kehalang masalah.
It's Psyduck.
Kehalang sama mukanya juga nggak merhatiin.
We are stumped.
Oh itu yang
Okay.
motif kan bukan motif.
We see some. Oh, it's a happy face. There is a nose. There's whiskers.
I'm completely lost.
Shawot.
Is it some sort of marine?
Oh,
It's
Shawot.
the water type starter with the little shell in its back. Oshawott. Yes,
Oshawott.
Oh, nice.
Oshawott.
Now that you say that.
I saw it was a little shell. The shell gave it away.
It's really close, I feel.
I think that
Very
was
well
on
done,
us.
actually.
I think the drawing was strong.
Yeah, very, very strong. It was just,
nice
it's a throwback of a Pokemon.
Yeah. The quicker I remove this, probably the better. Good
Oh,
guess, you
Shawot.
guys.
You're up now,
Good
Scott.
team.
You couldn't get away with this.
No, we're gonna
I apologize in advance.
Here, I can hold the other side of the board here. All right, ready?
So we've had 2 water types. I wonder,
Oh.
Scott, you're going to break the tradition.
Let's find out. I believe. It's a large Pokemon. It's a little ghost.
Little ghosty?
It is.
Mimikyu. No.
Oh, it has whiskers.
Gulpin?
It has.
Or
Whisk? No.
The
True,
Gulpin.
true.
Was that?
Wishcash?
Was that it? Oh, he's
Gulpin is close.
close.
So I'm
Hold
going
on.
though. Yes.
I appreciated the hint a lot.
Yes, that was very good.
I think, Anna, you're up next.
All right, we need the eraser. Who was I going to draw? I can't remember.
I'm sorry, Swalot. Mostly for not being able to draw you. I did warn everyone.
Okay, I have an idea.
A nice diverse mix of Pokemon so far, though.
Yeah.
Applin? Oh, what's the pig?
It's Oinkalon? Or
The
Spoink?
baby of... Oh,
The chunk.
that's the one.
I didn't even have to do the second ear. You already saw it.
It's so cute.
Thank you. Thank you. The straight-on pig face is an easy thing to draw. I had to pick that one first.
It's got a very cute
That's very
snout.
good.
Very cute snout.
All right, back over to that side, huh?
Oh gosh, okay. Got to come up with another one.
Right.
Will we have another water type on this side of the board? It's got your Eevee. Oh, it's
Leafeon.
Flareon. Jolteon. Something on.
Yes, silakan.
Is it Vulpix?
Ini juga lagi mereka mengisi waktunya itu semakin kreatif memang. Oh, halo Bang Tommy, sehat selalu ya. Boneka yang di mejanya mereka berapa sih? Boneka yang itu yang di depan. Di screenshot aja Bang Tommy. Screenshot kirim ke admin.
Yeah.
BTW buat LBB,
We keep going.
gue belum tahu kapan tapi kalau besok gimana Bang Tommy? Aman ya? Mungkin besok setelah day 2 karena day 1 ini gue udah kondangan. Habis ini malam. Sehat ya Bang Tommy ya. Itu kan yang Koraidon Miraidon itu.
Oh.
Gue juga nggak tahu berapa, nggak hafal, tapi screenshot aja kasih ke admin.
Oh, Lemura?
Wow, this is a pretty drawing already.
Zorua?
I feel kind of betrayed. Lee didn't tell us he could actually draw.
Yeah.
I know, right? What the heck?
Kita hari ini
Is it
live
Ninetales?
hampir seharian, tapi live santai ya, sangat santai. Dan kalau ada yang dari WA, dari Facebook juga selamat datang dan selamat
Hisuian Zorua?
siang.
Oh,
Hisuian Zorua.
That was a hard one. That's good.
Tahu gue kan.
That's also an excellent drawing. You're really putting us to shame here.
Just remember, trainers out in the field, only you can rescue us by battling faster.
That is so true.
I'm blinking into the camera. I'm supposed to be rescued.
I also seem to give myself a case of the hiccups, so apologies if that's coming through on the broadcast.
All right. You have something in mind? We've got blue this time.
Ooh, changing it up.
Voltorb.
That's a scary face for sure. Executor
Has a body.
has feet.
Squirtle.
Ini malah menggambar.
Okay. Feel good about that.
Very, very good.
I also feel good about that. Thank you for saving me.
The blue was a good hint, actually.
Yeah.
And
Oke, selamat sore kembali lagi. Halo Bro Dito. Bro Dito, salah.
Can I
Halo
have the
Bro
blue?
Tommy.
Yeah.
Is this a hint?
I'm gonna try one that I
Oh
think
beneran udah
is
nanya Bang Tommy. Itu bonekanya boneka Pokemon
so you
Center
need
kan
to
ya?
take more time
Kemarin
to
iya
do
udah.
it.
Bonekanya
Apa tak ini yang
enggak, yang boneka yang di depan Pokemon Center bener.
Pokemon
Yang
Center bener
itu
kan?
Siapa? Koraidon Miraidon kan?
Iya.
Itu Pokemon Center. Ini Pokemon Center semua.
Pokemon Center semua.
Mereka nggak ada jual Takara Tommy.
Nggak ada promosi Takara Tommy ya?
Nggak ada.
Silakan kamu pakai IP saya, tapi tidak akan saya.
Gyarados?
Ini.
Tidak mau.
I figured if I did the team.
Gimana kalau besok aja Bang?
These are pretty good.
LBB.
And the blue, I
Kok
think,
besok
is
malam ini
nice
mau
on
nggak?
to- Obviously being a water type, I've got that.
Beresin LBB Bang
I
TG.
got it. Cat. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Udah, malam ini ya. Malam ini ya Bang Tommy ya, biar beres ya. Ya langsung oke. Dari tadi keliatin ternyata.
Are we still
Yaudah,
going? We've got more
malam ini aja.
on.
Tapi kita ada kejutan nih Bang Tommy nanti di channel.
Keep going.
Nanti bakal muncul di IG juga, lihat aja ya.
Oh, okay.
Bakal ada
Passing it
banyak ya
over.
saya yang mau kita lakukan ya. Banyak sekali kegiatan yang mau dilakukan, jadi mohon dukungannya semuanya juga.
Trying really hard not to be the first caster to accidentally assault another caster with the board.
Yeah.
You know?
I know those are
You
the
might-
Drum.
Right, I'm going to make this very simplified.
Okay.
Litten?
Sprigatito. Hey! Yeah. I figure we start with the most recent.
Oh, I don't know.
We all know Sprigatito is the best choice of those three Pokemon.
I wish I could rep my favorite choice, but I can't draw it.
Which one did you choose?
Oh yes.
You chose wrong.
Our sloppy little fire boy reigns supreme.
Nggak, undangannya besok.
Right?
Yeah.
Tapi kan sampai siang, terus gue mikir ya udah malam aja.
Really?
It's
Interesting.
Terus malam ini
No love for Quack.
ya udah aman lah.
Sorry, all the Quaxley fans.
Sekalian aja, biar Bang Tommy berarti kan 3 box lagi kan.
You're gonna do
Aman.
Quaxley now.
Kita gaspol.
Some sort of bird.
Tadi.
Cynical.
Whoa. That's amazing. We should just make you do all the
Too
drawing.
nice.
We should keep the board this side.
Yeah,
We'll
you should just keep drawing.
You're good guessing. You're good at guessing. Sorry, Scott.
I haven't felt this outclassed since the last time I played in the Go Battle League.
We've got a nice range of Pokemon as well. A bunch of different types, different generations.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling to think of things now, though.
I'm trying to think of a really obscure
buset.
Pokemon that would really test our name knowledge.
Snorlax?
Oh, nice.
Good. Oh, the little ears are cute.
Just a big round belly and you know.
Yeah.
What Pokemon only consist of small circles? I'm gonna exhaust the list.
Okay, I'm gonna do one.
Oke.
Yeah, okay.
Katanya kondangan.
I'm proud of us though. We're on a roll. We're picking, guessing well.
Is that Marowak?
Kok Mawil? Bonita ini mah.
Oh, Mudsdale.
Oh ini. Spectre masa Spectrier. Bonita nggak sih?
Ponyta.
Rapidash.
Oh.
Rapidash.
Galarian,
Galarian.
Ponyta.
That's the one.
Galarian.
That's cool.
Thank you, thank you. All right, That is all. I'm so sorry. I know you want to draw more, but you can't. They won't let us. Let's put this on the floor.
Yeah.
Before we go, though, we're going to look at a few tweets. People have been chatting about the World Championship. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, look at that. Here, Don saying,
Apaan sih anjir tadi ngomong tweets bukan tweets lagi, seeds.
Oh, tweets, ya. Jadi seeds ya.
Jadi seeds.
Seeds. I'm gonna seeds. Masih tanding kartu nggak sih ini? Kartu sejujurnya gue nggak tahu udah beres atau belum. Tapi
kartu kayak masih deh. Kartu mah lama, paling lama kartu.
Kartu mah paling lama yang biasanya memang selalu membuat Pokemon World itu ngaret adalah kartu. Karena di hari terakhir nanti itu hari terakhir itu akan semua game akan ditampilkan ya. Jadi Go, kartu, Unite, dan video game.
Benar, itu Championship Sunday.
Nah, video game itu kan selalu terakhir. Sebelumnya itu selalu kartu gitu.
Nah, itu yang bikin lama.
Itu yang bikin lama gitu.
Ya, jadi kembali lagi ya, kita sekarang sedang menunggu.
Gue lagi mempersiapkan surprise buat sore ini, Ams. Jam 5 sore akan ada surprise di Instagram PRUL Channel dan di YouTube PRUL Channel. Jadi nantikan terus.
Made a friend on flight Pokemon World. Oh iya, satu flight ya. Ada yang berangkat juga satu flight bareng.
Gorgeous, adorable. Well, I guess that's all the tweets for us. We had a great time. We hope you did too.
Seluruh
and we hope you
seats.
continue having a good time here at the Pokemon World Championships. We will go to a break and we will see you in just a little bit for more action here from Yokohama. See you soon.
Oke, gue butuh transfer. Bentar.
If you need help, just ask.
Nah, gue ke lu.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Nefra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center.
Ngomong apa?
Right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there, we need to get...
Ini taktik mereka untuk mengambil barang-barang dari Pokemon Center. Keren banget ya Allah.
We got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top
Lo
shelf,
belinya
right?
yang TCG.
Alright, so it's TCG cards over here. We got our flash over here.
Boleh.
The big squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60
Lo pilihnya yang World Championship, bilang gitu, cuan.
Polaris, are you ready? All right, I love
Banyak banget nih barang-barangnya emang sih di sana tuh.
Ya ngomong-ngomong buat yang mau belanja barang-barang Pokemon Center, Pokemon World Championship sangat bisa.
Sangat bisa.
Nggak di limit, bisa. Kita bisa.
I see a cherish ball from Cyrus, very
Jadi
nice.
langsung saja.
Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that
Tuh
far
lihat.
behind.
Ini kayak ini apa acara yang kita ngasih uang terus mereka suruh belanja secepat mungkin.
Di replay bonekanya jatuh. Oh ini ya uang kaget.
Uang kaget. Suruh beli di sana.
Tapi MC-nya nggak jenggotan. Bocilnya lari semangat banget. Aku mau ini, aku mau tas Charmander. Aku mau itu tas Gengar. Aku mau dua, aku mau tas Charmander dan topi Charmander. Aku dipakai dulu lagi di bocilnya.
10 seconds left. 9,
8,
7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Please take your items up to the front, trainers. Congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got here a bunch of
relay match with Xboxes.
Dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a cherish ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that.
Incredible
Two
stuff.
backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Karaidon?
Yeah, let's see it all.
Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
Welcome, trainers. My name is Aaron Zhang, and today I'm here to talk about the treasures of Ruin. Wo Qian, Qian Bao, Ting Lu,
Wo Qian.
Nih Pokemon yang sekarang sedang banyak sekali muncul di acara Pokemon World Championships. Salah satunya adalah
The
Qian
treasures
Bao.
of Ruin stand out for a couple of reasons. First of all, they all
Nah,
have
bikin
great stat
trivia buat yang
distributions, with some
kurang
being
paham
strong
jadi paham.
offensively and others being strong defensively. In addition, they each have a unique signature ability that drops a specific stat of all other Pokemon on the field other than themselves. These abilities are unlike anything we've ever seen before in competitive Pokemon, and they're very powerful. As a result, you should expect most top teams in Regulation C to have at least one of the treasures of Ruin. Let's now dive into each one a little bit more. Qianpao is the fastest Pokemon among the treasures of Ruin. It has a dual typing of Dark and Ice, and is a relatively frail Pokemon. As a result, trainers often opt to maximize its attack and speed stats and give it a Focus Sash. It gets access to a wide variety of strong offensive attacks such as Icicle Crash, Ice Spinner, Throat Chop, Sucker Punch, and Sacred Sword. Qianpao's ability, Sword of Ruin, decreases the defense stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Qianpao. As a result, it is often paired with strong physical attackers such as Dragonite and Palafin. The next Treasures of Ruin is Chi-Yu, a Dark and Fire type Pokemon. Chi-Yu is quite fast and has an incredible base special attack and special defense stat. It gets access to a wide variety of moves such as Heat Wave, Overheat, Dark Pulse, Psychic, Snarl, Will-O-Wisp, and Substitute. Common items for Chi-Yu include Focus Sash, Choice Scarf, Choice Specs, Life Orb, and Safety Goggles. Chi-Yu's ability, Beads of Ruin, decreases the special defense stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Chi-Yu. As a result, it's often paired with strong special attackers such as Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, Lamora, Torkoal, and Goldengill. The combination of Chi-Yu and Fluttermane in particular is strong, utilizing two of the strongest special attackers in the game to
Hari
quickly
ini
overwhelm
jam
opposing
5.
teams before they get a chance to respond. Following Chi-Yu, we've got Ting Lu, a dark and ground type Pokemon. Ting Lu is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire Regulation C rule set, and is difficult to knock out due to its incredible base HP and defense stats. Ting Lu gets access to strong moves such as Heavy Slam, Stomping Tantrum, Body Press, Runation, Rock Slide, Snarl, and Fissure. Since Ting Lu does not get access to any moves that allow it to heal itself, trainers often use recovery items such as Leftovers or Citrus Berry to help it survive for a longer period of time. Assault Vest is also one of the most common items on this Pokemon. Ting Lu's ability, Vessel of Ruin, decreases the
Udah habis
special
battle-nya,
attack
belum.
of all Pokemon on the field.
Battle-nya tinggal satu ronde terakhir ya.
As a
Sekarang
result,
ronde terakhir. Dan katanya di ronde terakhir mungkin bisa 2 battle.
Bisa 2 battle langsung.
Karena ngomong, lu lagi kosong nggak? Kalau lagi kosong pengen melihat standing.
Oh iya, aman. Yang penting udah gua post tadi. Mari kita lihat standings lagi, guys.
Yes, kita lihat standingsnya para pemain.
Jadi abis ini kita statusnya sekarang udah 6 match ya. 6 match. Nah, ini sekarang match ke-7, match terakhir. Dan setelah tadi dibilang ini match terakhir. 7 berarti.
Oh, 7 berarti ya.
Jadi match terakhir ini match ke-7, dan kalau sudah match terakhir itu yang kalau setelah match terakhir yang kalahnya maksimal 2 itu akan lolos ke babak D2 besok.
Betul.
Jadi kita akan lihat nih sekarang siapa sih yang statusnya masih kalah 2 nih gitu. Dan kalau udah melihat sih nama-namanya banyak yang nggak familiar. Oh nggak, ini junior, pantas nggak familiar. Oh master udah pairing. Wolfie 42 bro. Wolfie 42. Nggak ada tapi yang kalah 1 udah nggak ada.
Yudi Azarelli.
Apa udah lolos mereka? Udah nggak main lagi jangan-jangan. Ya, tapi kok nggak ada sih? Si Patrick mah. Oh, udah main aja udah beres itu si Michael Navas.
Udah main nih.
Udah ada yang udah beres. Kok Patrick nggak ada sih? Jangan-jangan kalau lu udah beres 5-1 udah iya. Gitu. Jadi tadi tuh sebenarnya ada berarti yang
sebenarnya ada yang kosong-kosong.
Iya, tapi jadi udah 5-0 mungkin tadi.
Jadi nggak usah main lagi gitu ya.
Iya.
Oh, baru tahu. Biasanya kemana-mana nggak pernah gini kan?
Enggak, ini soalnya nggak ada standingan sama sekali. Benar.
Ya jadi ternyata di World Championship ini sedikit perbedaan sistemnya seperti yang dulu ya.
Coba, gue ngeliat Twitter deh.
Jadi buat yang pemain-pemain yang jago banget, yang skornya menang total tanpa kalah, itu bisa langsung nggak usah main ronde-ronde terakhir. Jadi kayaknya gitu, soalnya kalau dilihat dari standingnya nggak ada lagi yang menang total dan kalah 0 sekarang. Adanya cuma yang kalahnya mepet.
Karena kemarin ketika benar udah gua nanti spot. Udah 31 pemain. Yang lolos udah 31 pemain. Nih udah ada iya.
Iya benar.
Nih
namanya. Justin Burns.
Siapa bro lu?
Jepang berapa nih? Jepang 1.
Ini abis game kelima Jepang 3, US 3, Kanada 1, Eropa 2, 1 Jerman sama 1 Italia.
Ini ya, angkanya sama-sama ya, Jepang 3, US 3, Kanada 1, Eropa 2, so far sejauh ini. 9 jam pak, ya 9 jam dari 1 ya.
Gak ada pakai nama asli nih anjir, gue mau ngeliat. Dia juga si Victor Hero tuh juga taunya akun Twitternya anjir, bukan ini.
Wow, jadi match kali ini akan sangat penting nih karena ini match yang sangat bisa dibilang
Neil Dunlop udah lolos.
Neil Dunlop.
Oh belum.
Kalau mereka kalah, mereka keluar dari World Championship kali ini. Sekarang. Jadi mereka harus menang.
Players that can really overcome that. I'm really excited about seeing how both of our trainers can really accept the challenge. And honestly across the board though.
Ini perjuangan untuk masuk ke World Championship itu sudah dijalankan selama setahun lebih. Setahun. Dari mulai mereka harus menang di turnamen-turnamen di kota-kota mereka masing-masing. Mereka harus menang di turnamen di provinsi mereka masing-masing. Mereka harus menang turnamen di negara mereka masing-masing. Di benua mereka masing-masing dan terakhir kita harus menang di World Championship.
Pokoknya sekarang udah ada 31 orang aja totalnya. Tapi yang kedua dia nggak bilang nih siapa aja.
Ini berarti yang
Enggak, udah kan pertama tadi tadi ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 orang. Habis itu 22 orang lagi yang setelah match tadi. Dia total 31. Cuma dua-dua ini nggak bilang dia siapa aja.
Masih rekap tuh ya. Jadi 31 orang itu cuma sekarang udah.
Ya, santai dulu nggak sih, udah jadi brokoli mereka.
Kita tonton lah orang ini. Kayak nonton Benteng Takeshi gitu tinggal terakhir.
Oh benar. Oh makanya berkurangnya cukup banyak karena udah ada yang lolos. Jadi junior senior juga udah pada lolos juga berarti beberapa.
Ya nggak ada gunanya lagi mereka tanding sekarang karena udah pasti menang gitu ya. Sudah pasti masuk.
Satu udah beres sih Michael Navas 5-2. Orang Australia.
Ini perasaan mereka gimana sekarang ya?
Aduh judi aja langsung kalah 2 aja. Jadi 4-2 nih.
Jadi 4-2.
Perasaannya ya tegang banget sih. Tegang banget, deg-degan banget, berdoa, bener-bener berdoa ini mah. Kalau yang udah kalah banyak mah malah santai have fun bro.
there.
Cuman
Now,
nge-meme
Sri
doang.
Lanka's team does not have
Udah kalah
Amungus,
banyak
so
mah santai
not
aja.
as relevant of an ability, but a really interesting meta call for this tournament, especially because so many
Aaron Taylor udah kalah aja.
Shonen
3-3.
tend seem to really prefer using Amungus on their team composition, so kind of a way to counter the local Japanese meta.
What about Rillaboom too?
Rillaboom as well. Yep, that's also a big one. Although I will say, surprisingly, I feel like we have not seen that many Rillabooms on
Turhak aja lolos.
Turhak D2 ya?
Huge performance, like maybe it's just
Solar Web gagal lah.
Nah tadi itu
Emilio Forbes lolos kan? Udah nggak ada. Udah lolos.
Udah lolos.
Yep, that would be not as relevant, but you know. We'll sneak it up there alongside Rillaboom and Amungus.
Jadi kita bisa ngeliat Bram Bergas. Bram Bergas.
Rillaboom has, so you gotta give a little bit of credit.
Tapi nggak tahu nih, mungkin tim mereka bisa berubah.
I think Farigiraf is one of those really interesting.
Oh boleh ya?
Kayaknya boleh deh, berubah tim di Day 2 kayaknya boleh.
And that ability has been so strong, seeing all of the different priority moves that exist in the meta, just to be able to shut that off and make sure that, you know, prankster Pokemon or just any of those like priority attacks kind of can't do their thing.
Absolutely, yeah. As we get ready for this next match, let's quickly take a look at the pairings. Of course, this is the final round.
Wolf Glick.
It is a win and
sengaja banget kalah dipanggilnya Wolf Glick.
Ini dia.
Wolfie versus Shiliang Tang.
Shiliang Tang, John Hu versus Baris Akchos. Baris masih lanjut.
Masih lanjut di 4-2 berarti.
Alan Martinez melawan Yosuke Takayanagi.
Judy.
Mizuki Sasaki melawan Jody Azzarelli. Lewis Tan melawan Alex Soto. Hiro Kimura melawan Jimmy Friedel. Ini pemain-pemainnya, nama-namanya nama-nama yang pemain dari US yang emang udah sering banget ikut turnamen dan emang jago-jago semua. Terutama Wolf Glick nih emang World Champion tahun 2016 ya. Dan sekarang menjadi salah satu pemain yang ditunggu-tunggu banget juga. Nah, Baris Akchos yang tadi tuh dengan tim yang sangat unik ya.
And Baris Akchos, we just saw him on stream as well, be able to get that win, and now.
Dan mungkin kali ini kita bisa melihat 2 stream mungkin, tergantung batch yang Wolf Glick ini
It's
gimana.
just been incredible to watch.
Tapi gue penasaran jadinya di mana mereka. Gue mau ngeliat itunya loh apa? Standing. Nggak ada saya.
Oh standingnya nggak ada, standing kertas itu ya. Kertas itu ya. Nanti kalau udah selesai kali habis ini.
No Landorus, no Cresselia, no Rillaboom, no Urshifu, no Keytran, no Tornadus. Wolf has 5 of the 16 Pokemon that were on the New Balance team, like people were talking about throughout regulation. See, that team consisted of Chiyu, Amungus, Iron
dia pakai tim
Gyarados,
C.
and King Lu.
Dia pakai tim regulasi C tapi diubah dikit.
Substantially because of Urshifu existing. Just not very good into either. Urshifu often feels forced to Terra. So Wolf decided to fill out the last member of the team by opting for Farigiraf. That sap sipper set we were talking about. Has Throat Spray with Voice, Trick Room, Psychic, and Protect. Part of the theory behind it is 1, you just can completely wall things like Amungus and Rillaboom, which you just mentioned, Rose. 2, you can also set up Trick Room, creating a new Trick Room mode for the
Emilio Forbes. Ya gue lolos D2 5-1 padahal gue besok mau ke Comiket tapi ya udahlah gue main Pokemon aja.
For example, Psychic into Iron Hands just does so much, and Iron Hands I think was a Pokemon that Wolf and a lot of other people expected to be one of the top Pokemon going into this tournament, and that's definitely backed up by usage rate, number 2 in terms of all Pokemon in terms of percentage used.
Yeah, absolutely makes a lot of sense. And sometimes on Farigiraf we end up
Gue juga tegang banget sih nih.
Tegang banget sih nih.
running around for a little while. But no prison on this team, so I think that's really interesting. An interesting approach to be able to play the Farigiraf and slot it in on the balance team. But on the other side, Pokemon that we've already
Gimana ini Wolfie?
and Landorus on the same team.
Yeah, definitely a couple of throwback Pokemon here with Tornadus and Landorus. The idea, of course, is that Tornadus
tapi ngelawan tadi lawan Jepang.
enabling the rest of the team.
Wolfie lawan enggak Shiliang Tang Chinese kayaknya. Kalau nggak Chinese Hong Kong, tapi itu
Korea belum banyak Korea.
Kayaknya
belum ada yang lolos loh tadi.
Iya ya.
Udah ada nggak sih?
Jepang
sih yang lagi.
Cuma D2 kali ya.
Sejum main TCG. Dia kan muter-muter terus. Dia udah prestasi dia di semua game Pokemon itu udah bagus semua. PGC bagus, TCG bagus, Go bagus, Unite juga. Jadi
iya, dia menang Unite dari tahun lalu ya.
Oke, kita udah mau mulai guys.
Oke, ini dia match
Wolfie versus Shiliang Tang.
Shiliang Tang versus Wolfie.
Nah, ini udah gak ada yang bacot-bacot lagi. Where is Wolfie? Where is Wolfie?
Ini Wolfie nih. Ini
With the
Wolfie.
choice specs, and I think that's an incredibly unique item because you basically
Karena
lock
dia
down an
YouTuber besar banget sekarang
opponent
di
into a move that might just not be
Ya, YouTuber paling gede ya. YouTuber paling gede.
especially if it's like on a physical Pokemon, then maybe you also You're also not giving over the
Semua
added
buku
benefit
sih,
of what the choice specs would provide.
Iya, pemain
but
VGC.
it's still really
Kayak lu
nice to be able to
e-sport
open
mana anjir yang bawa buku?
Iya. Kenapa di bawa buku?
Iya kan kayak gak ada kan yang lain yang bawa buku juga.
Catur bawa buku nggak?
Gak ada catur mah. Apa mau nyatet ini apa raja lu dimakan flinch atau enggak? Prajurit.
Cepetan mana pion lu? Pion kita gitu ya. Gue nunggu DM selama ini siap. Tenang.
Tadi gue baru ngepost di IG sih, gue ngepost dulu tempat lain ya. Cuma udah 31 orang. Day 2 tuh berapa orang tuh? Ntar sebelum ngepost gue mau lihat dulu.
Day 2 ya?
Iya,
sekir Day 2 berapa orang?
Kayaknya nggak banyak.
Right, Golden Go is going to be really valuable in dealing with the Mungus. There's also Taunt on the Tornadus here, so that can be a valuable way to shutting down those spores. But Amoonguss is just a really good Pokemon, and there's no safety goggles on Shilang's side.
Yeah, like when you think about that, I'm like, okay, Gyarados is great for Wolf because you do have Taunt on that Pokemon, but you also have the PU to be able to deal with Golden Go. So there are a bunch of different options on both trainer sides that they're really going to have to navigate the board position to be able to get the knockouts onto the bigger threats that are focusing down their own attackers. But this is the final best of 3.
Mulai bro.
Oke, itu dia.
23 Pokemon.
Mau flick
Gorus Tornadus melawan Amogus Iron Hands. Aduh anjir. Aduh sorry Ams, tapi gue ngeliat 2 Jin di depan itu. Gue jadi ingin mendukung 2 Jin nih.
Menasing aura nih, Al.
Iya.
Nih menasing aura nih.
Menasing aura.
Jin.
2 Jin.
Udara dan Jin tanah.
2 Jin lawan Jamur.
Gyarados. Kan Citrus Berry, Gyarados nih.
Intimidate ya.
Berarti support Gyarados ya.
Itu gue juga akhirnya pertama kali ngeliat Tundurus.
Iya.
Enggak ada Tornadus. Musuh siapa?
You know that I know you have Ghost Terra, so might just play around that, for example. So Amoonguss here still has the ability.
Oh, ini Ghost Terra, Tornadusnya kayaknya Ghost Terra.
Anjir, biar nggak bisa di fake out.
Nggak bisa di fake out.
Wow, amazing man, amazing. Lu biar nggak bisa di fake out. Spor.
Spor ke Landorus.
Iron Hands kembali kabur.
Kawan, ini dia. Turn pertama sudah mulai.
Gyarados. Intimidate turun semua. Gak terlalu peduli si Tornadus sih. Langsung Black Wind Storm, gede banget Amoonguss. Gyarados tahan karena SPDV memang gede. U-turn kembali. Siapa? Oh gila. Ini manggil siapa? Yang bisa tahan ini kali, ada yang bawa safety goggles gitu-gitu gak? Si Shiliang.
Golden Go ya?
Oh gak bisa di sport, Goodness Gold.
Gak bisa di sport.
Keren, keren banget.
Gak bisa di sport bener. Aduh, gila. Kebaca ya?
Wow. Underwave ke si Tornadus, terus Amoonguss tarik Iron Hands lagi. Sulit sih, cuma speed control lu ke Underwave gue ngerti sih. Dua-duanya juga, mereka berdua kan tahan serangannya si itu ya, Magic Train ya, jadi agak ngerti gue.
Dan tadi juga...
miss!
Oke, tahan. Dan tadi juga si itu Regenerator kan?
Shadow Ball. Bisa mati gak ya?
Banget si Gyarados-nya.
Tahan, wow.
Bisa memasang Thunderwave sekarang. Dan Citrus Berry, benar Citrus Berry. Itu choice specs ya?
Jawabannya?
Si Golden Go-nya?
Kayaknya enggak deh, soalnya si Gyarados-nya nggak sampai kalah. Nggak sampai knockout, jadi...
Oke, sekarang dapat Thunderwave cukup bagus.
Jadi sekarang Golden Go doang yang lebih cepat. Cuma ada agak sulit juga sebenarnya karena kan
ya si Ranta masih dalam posisi yang cukup bagus sekarang dengan damage yang cukup gede juga ke Gyarados dan juga ke
kecuali
walaupun Amoonguss juga udah Regenerator sebenarnya. Balik lagi namanya dikit-dikit.
Sebenarnya Golden Go jadi nggak terlalu menakutkan.
Ya, Golden Go-nya juga nggak terlalu nakutin. Terutama di depan Iron Hands dia nggak terlalu bisa menyerang gede gitu ya.
Iya.
Dan semakin dia menyerang semakin turun special attack-nya juga.
Betul. Sekarang gimana caranya supaya Gyarados tarik balik lagi ke Amoonguss. Ini Amoonguss yang ngehil terus aja nih kayaknya.
Iya. Oh Ciu.
Oh enggak ada Ciu depan.
Special defense dong.
Oh ya. Lah terus Golden Go jadi double switch. Ini gimana kalau misal dua-duanya Black Wind sama ditarik.
Wow, tuker-tukeran semua dong. Landorus datang lagi nih.
Oh ya. Landurus.
Absolutely. I mean, Golden Ghost still gets to go for something
Emang ya,
here.
permainan yang
Shadow Ball lagi, ini sakit gak sih? Wow, sakit. Choice Specs deh, Choice Specs deh. Tapi emang si Gyarados berarti sebulky itu.
Gyarados sebulky itu bisa nahan Choice Specs Shadow Ball. Oke, sekarang Iron Hands kembali. Dan
Nasty Plot.
Ya, dia
Oh enggak, ya aman fake out ke situ, fake out ke si Landorus aman-aman.
Speednya juga
Enggak, tapi kan pasti enggak kan aman, Scarf atau enggak. Oh, tapi tetap aja ya lu di fake out sekali.
gitu.
Kayaknya enggak Scarf. Oke, ditarik.
Oh, tadi juga karena ada Ciu ya. Among Us jadi gede banget.
Oh iya. Ciunya malah mengganggu ya. Fake out. Gede banget fake out gak jelas. Masuk dong Nasty Plot. Yus bakal segede apa damage-nya? Enggak kita damage kalau lumayan.
Salt Fest loh itu padahal.
Posisinya lumayan bagus tapi
Tapi bisa tailwind takutnya sih itu. Dan dia kayaknya bakal dapet tailwind.
Aduh, susah masuk posisi juga nggak ini, nggak menguntungkan banget. Nggak gerak.
Hoki sekali ya.
Nggak gerak.
Dan sekarang Wild Child langsung masuk dalam Tornadus. Kita serang saja langsung. Wild Child sini Tornadus harusnya Oko langsung saja. Sekarang posisi
Tadi berharap tailwind mungkin ya.
Iya, kalau dapat tailwind tadi bahaya banget.
Tapi kalau kata gue mah di sini mending lebih aman kalau emang ada defensif Terra mah Terra aja. Jadi tadi si Golden Go gitu.
Oh iya sih.
Daripada begitu.
Ini dia sekarang datang Urshifu dan Landorus.
Dark ya.
Pokemon.
Gak begini dia.
Oh iya diem ya. Dua Pokemon terakhir melawan 3 Pokemon dari Wolf League.
Oh man, I'm so curious here how much does Wicked Blow do into Chiyu, right? Chiyu here can also of course just go for a Terra. If it doesn't want a Terra, like, because otherwise then Wicked Blow just does less than super effective damage, right? You resist it. So that's one of the questions here. Do you want a Terra here? And if you Terra, does Xilang call it? Oh my goodness.
Caranya
This is
water
intense, and this is Chiliang Tang's final 2 Pokemon in this game, number 1.
Kencengan mana sih
I can't stress how
Ciu?
big that
Ciu,
Terra
jangan Ciu daripada Urshifu sekarang.
It just is
Nggak Terra dia.
absolutely game-changing here and turn the tide.
Oh, switchin dulu biar aman.
We are going to see a pivot as Iron Hands
Kita lihat
is back
ini
on
mau
his
jadi
Pokemon
momen
reserve,
turn yang
the
sangat
fake out for just a little bit later as
Gyarados.
menentukan
now to be able to drop
game
the
ini.
attack stat of both of these
Nggak Terra,
physical attackers.
nggak jadi.
Yeah,
Nggak ada yang Terra.
if Tailwind had gone up earlier, both of these would just outspeed Chiyu, and Chiyu would just be in such a difficult position.
Flamethrower duluan.
Flamethrower coming out.
Sas nggak sih?
Onslaught Urshifu, that's a
Oh,
one.
enggak.
And there's Chiyu
Dan
going
one
on
hit
the
KO.
being able to actually outspeed all of these Pokemon.
Oke, Landorusnya paling
And even
quick.
though the
Oh,
fact that we're going to be able to
Aduh.
Gyarados tahan dengan 3 HP.
that attack drop
Oh.
is coming in big.
Absolutely.
Waterfall.
Gyarados so clutch in this battle, surviving that
Oke,
Shadow
ini
Ball
udah.
earlier.
Sulit sih, Liang Tang sulit.
And Wolf definitely can take
Dia
the
bisa
victory
protect
now after
dulu.
this first game.
Kecuali dia choice scarf enggak ya?
Yeah, I mean at this
Ya,
point,
miss.
you're
Ah.
optimized
Oh,
to
enggak.
finish
Kirain.
the job, but Chiyu is just faster. And so while you
Ini mah tinggal fake out
advance
aja
to knock
bener
out the
sama si-
Gyarados,
Fake out aja,
Iron
fake out,
Hands
fake
gets
out.
a chance to come back in.
Kayaknya choice ya itu ya,
Yeah, fake out
Landorus
into
ya.
that
Kayaknya
slot
choice.
and just completely finish up the game.
Yep, fake out.
Keren, tapi choice scarf emang keren sih.
And the Chiyu is able to outspeed the Landers as well.
Nggak apa sih Liang Tang.
So having a lot of speed investment on Chiyu
Respect,
is really the game difference maker in this one, because if the Urshifu were faster, would be in
Tadi
such
padahal
a worse
posisi
position,
pertama
right?
itu udah jelek
Urshifu
banget.
doesn't have a way to protect itself, didn't have
Iya.
a defensive
Ya kan?
Terra either,
Udah jelek
so-
banget tadi
Yeah,
untuk
the
Wolf.
paralysis
Ini yang
on the
bikin
Tornado
bagus tuh si
really
Chiyu sih itu ya tadi
absolutely changed
apa?
everything, but
Dapat
Dapat
nasty
nasty
plot tuh
plot.
agak berat. Soalnya speednya pada kalah kan, terus tailwind
Iya.
tadi parah. Oh, 20%.
Ya, itu faktor.
Gue yakin tuh kalau dari
Faktor
tailwind
kemenangan.
terus. Tapi kalau gue jadi dia, gue tailwind Terra Golden Go. Maksudnya Golden Goal-nya minimal
bisa nahan.
iya, tapi nggak tahu juga Tera dia apa gitu kan.
Still sama-sama juga.
So that's
Iya.
something that Shiliang is going to have to respond to heading into
Buset masih
the
ini
next
masih
game.
serius tapi Wolf man.
Just
Ini
as
Wolf.
an
Wolf
insurance
juga.
policy, we do see the
Dark
team
ya?
go for the
Water lah.
terrestrialization
Supaya rock
to keep
slide-nya
it
nggak
safe from
ini ya,
any
super
type
efektif
of
ya,
super
at least.
effective rock type
Tapi ini sih double flinch
or
sih
ground
menang
type
sih
attack
Shiliang.
just to be able to finish the job.
Oke, back
There
up.
is the terror on the opposing side. Now, this is the water terror on Landorus, and so
Water terror Landorus?
water terror to
Could
of course
help.
resist flamethrower. Yeah, I think my
Water
question
terror?
is how much
Sama-sama
does
jadi water.
Chiyu
Di flamethrower kecil dong.
Ya tapi di wild card ini kan di fake out dulu juga nggak sih?
Still be able to come back in this one. So let's see. First is going to be fake out, of course. This turn is kind of guaranteed damage. I would think to attack.
Oh, Dark Pool. Oh, makanya tahu dia kan, Teranya water.
We don't know because the
Tahu jadi Dark Pool kritikal lagi.
Doesn't double damage. Another Dark Pulse definitely would have finished it off. So that
Yeah.
one I think not being as relevant. But this game I think
Mantap.
was decided entirely off that paralysis on Tornadus that one turn.
I agree with that. But that's honestly why when we kind of saw Gyarados pop up in the meta during the European International Championships, it did carry the Thunder Wave, not just because it was a bulky Intimidator, but the fact that it's a water type, it's great in the meta right now into opposing water type Urshifu, as well as, of course, the out of having the Thunder Wave, not just for the paralysis chance, but also because of great speed control.
Absolutely, yeah. I think what Chilang has to reflect on then is saying, okay, well, I had so many offensive tools, but this Chiyu kind of just swept me. So what are the answers to it? Well, the first is just clicking Tailwind with Tornadus, right? And of course, he got a little bit unlucky with that paralysis earlier. He made some, I thought he played the first couple turns of this game like perfectly. He made so many good calls after calls, but he now recognizes, oh, this Chiyu is really fast. I actually do need Tailwind for it, right? Like, maybe in a world where Chiyu isn't fast and the Urshifu just outspeeds and knocks it up, but because Chiyu has so much speed investment, that's a really big deal in itself. His 2 and Arcanine is actually really interesting as well, because I think that can actually deal with Chiyu and put on some pressure early with Rock Slide, for example. So Chiyu feels like the most important Pokemon in this matchup from Wolf's side, and now it's up to Shielang to come up with a response.
Well, I also
jadi
like that the
match pertama
Arcanine is
dimenangkan oleh
Terra
Wolf
Fairy, so it's
Blake.
a great way to be able to get out of a sticky situation where you're in front of a Gyarados.
Best
You might
of
not
three, best
necessarily
of
want to
three.
take any sort of waterfall from that Pokemon.
Timnya Shiliang
But
kan
that
ada
is a
Arcanine-nya.
very interesting
Hisui
option to
Arcanine.
consider heading into this next one. And Golden Go as well. I mean, it had so much pressure on it once the Chiyu ended up getting set up.
Absolutely, yeah. And so I think one of the interesting adjustments is that like Golden Go felt like such an early pivotal member for Shielang, the way he was able to pivot it in. I think like the Tornadus Landers lead actually felt really safe, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out again. I think the 4 Pokemon that were brought were actually totally okay. And of course, if you get that Tailwind up, I think it's very likely just a victory in game 1. So I think Wolf now must be thinking, oh, like how do I adjust, right? Because in game, like turn 1, I really just got kind of hard red and it put me into a really difficult position. So I think like Chiyu as a lead, for example, can put on pressure with Nasty Plot immediately. And if you want to like put on pressure with Chiyu, you could lead it with either Iron Hands or Amoonguss, and both of those can either provide fake out or redirection support, for example. So curious if Chiyu decides to come out a little bit earlier in this game and just apply more pressure right from the start.
Sometimes you do see that as the set progresses, getting a little bit more offensive when you just want to try to get through this game quickly. And also if you're expecting a big adjustment like that from your opponent.
Oke, mulai kembali kita.
Flick is up, one,
Ronde kedua.
Oke, ronde kedua.
Ayo Shiliang Tang.
Match ronde
Tornadus
terakhir.
Landorus, tolong. Tornadus Landorus Anda bisa lebih bagus.
Lead yang sama ya?
Masih sama sih?
Nggak, beda sih. Tadi beda.
Enggak si situnya beda. Si siapa? Wolfie beda.
Oke, Landorus dan Tornadus sama ya. Dual Jin.
Eliminate Tornadus as quickly as possible. I think the idea behind getting rid of Tornadus is saying, okay, well, if you don't have that Tailwind in the late game, then my Chiyu really...
Chiyu-nya penting banget sih, jadi
looks like, yeah,
bisa
trying to decide
mungkin
between the
jangan
Dark Pulse
sampai
and
jadi
Flamethrower
apa-apa.
option. I think fake out into Lander is super safe, but man, Shilang's been so good at just making sure he
Landorus ya.
repositions around these fake outs.
That has been phenomenal. So Landorus gets a chance to be preserved.
Dan
You also get a chance to
sekarang
intimidate cycle.
fake out-nya ke
But it
kiri
is the
dan dia
Urshifu
ternyata
coming in
nggak
to take
teragos
his
ya. Dan
place.
Tailwind-nya dapat. Aduh ini bahaya banget.
Away. Fantastic adjustment here from Shiliang to get that set up.
Tailwind-nya dapat
And
lagi.
Chiyu goes for the Dark Pulse, but
Mana,
it is going to be able to hang on.
Kayaknya cukup bahaya.
So what's really interesting now is that it's
Kartelun udah aktif ya. Tapi sebenarnya ancaman speednya tuh cuma Chiyu doang. Jadi selama Chiyu udah KO, Tailwind lu juga udah nggak terlalu ngaruh sih. Sekarang gimana caranya si Wolfie bisa ngatasin Tailwind ini sih? Tuh kan makanya Chiyu diamanin kan?
Iya, Chiyu diamanin.
Chiyu diamanin.
Ya mau nge-slide pelan.
Udah nggak peduli gua sama speed lah. Yang penting kita ngadu tebel-tebelan. Tera.
Tera siapa nih?
Si ini Urshifu.
Urshifu ya. Jadi apa nih?
Water. Water. Dark.
Di Dragon Punch gede dong.
Ya sama aja kan itu juga fighting dark.
Iya
Enggak
sih.
ngaruh amat. Mungkin Wicked Blow biar keras kali.
Biar keras ya. Dan kena Rocky Helmet dong.
Black Wind Storm. Gede banget bro, Kamongus.
Yeah, Amogus has already taken a half. And Iron
Oke, sekarang dia
Hands
nyerang.
take a bit of a
Wicked
chunk
Blow
away.
Kamongus harusnya.
Goodbye. Oh enggak ke itu. Oh benar.
Into the Amogus.
Kena Rocky Helmet. Kena Rocky Helmet.
Aduh, ini mah ditonjok.
That pressure that Amogus would
Ini mah ditonjok gak sih?
Iya, kena Dragon Punch. Kena Dragon Punch harusnya.
Aw, oh tahan bro. Kok keren sih?
Kok nahan banget ya?
Oh, intimidate. Intimidate satu.
Oh iya.
Heal back up
Bisa.
his soul, but it's tough in this position. And Wolf does have the opportunity to switch in the Gyarados to at least get an Intimidate drop down, but that Urshifu is set up for success.
Totally, and it's like, yeah, Intimidate's nice, but Wicked Blow just gets the guaranteed crit anyway, so you
Yeah.
can't even protect in front of that. So I think
Ini mah Urshifu diselamatin dulu gak sih? Tarik siapa gitu kan? Landorus misalnya. Tarik Landorus bener. Urshifu tarik Landorus. Kalau gue waterfall ke situ. Cuma kan kalah speed. Mending gue waterfall ke si Urshifu.
I think what you're seeing Wolf consider here is really interesting, kind of baiting the Wicked Blow into Chiyu. Chiyu can
Iya,
resist it.
tentang Landorus sih.
How do you deal enough damage
Atau
against
jauh.
that endgame? But
Yeah.
Tornado
Oh.
make the pivot, so let's see if it's
Enggak aja beneran yang ditarik si Tornadusnya malah. Pas banget tadi kena waterfall.
As well as
Landorusnya kena waterfall tadi.
Kena waterfall.
So Intimidate drop onto both of those Pokemon.
Si
It's nice that the Landorus was preserved.
Oh, ditarik dua-duanya, gila.
Yeah.
Siapa nih, siapa?
Let's see.
Golden Go, gak kena dong Dren.
Similar Pokemon
Dren Panca gak kena. Oh, harusnya nukar. Siapa Ciu?
Ciu.
Ciu.
Also making a retrieve.
This is really interesting to me. I think like Sheila
Ini si Drain Punch berarti ini diem doang.
gantian gini.
Berarti dia diem doang. Diem
Diem
doang.
And now Landers' position against this Chiyu. Tailwind of course is still up as well.
Tailwind
And
sisa
in doing
berapa?
this, you can
Dua.
cycle and go for another Tailwind in the late game, right? So it's really close because essentially like the Urshifu is so good into Chiyu, but Wolf has the ability to knock out Urshifu with the Iron Hands.
Kayaknya mending yang Tera tetap si
Really
Ciu.
pivotal turn. You know that
Udah
the
bener.
Iron Hands
Iya,
cannot
bener
go
sih.
for protect right now. So
Anjir, bener tag. Beneran harus bisa di recycle.
Iya, bisa disegal lagi. Attack-nya nggak turun lagi.
in return.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, the Landorus out in front. Maybe you're expecting it to just stick around on the field.
Iya, dan dia bisa nge-set Tailwind.
Oh iya, Tailwind sekali lagi ya.
That can certainly help out a lot with
Tailwindnya kan
that
sekarang
defensive
turn
Terra on
0.
top of it.
Langsung
But
berubah
this
speed.
Golden Go, I mean, it's still in
Terra Water, Film Thrower kasih Golden Go ya. Kayaknya kalau nggak dapet Nasty Plot, tah.
But it does have the choice specs.
Enggak sih,
You have to
kayaknya nggak
figure out
tahan.
exactly what you're going to be
Iya,
locking
kayaknya
into
nggak
if it does decide to stick around. And here's that Water Terra.
All right, let's see. Is it ever a double up onto Chiyu here, right? You can Shadow Ball Stomping
could
Tantrum that
be.
slot, but it's going to
U-turn,
be
Gyarados.
not going to see that Stomping Tantrum. The U-turn covers for that Gyarados switch. The
Udah
damage
aman
of
sebenarnya jadi
Landers
nggak
in this
kena.
battle was so critical,
Ciwi
right?
jadi nggak
Like,
kena.
you're intimidated and there's a Terra, you're not really doing much, but
Golden Go sebenarnya nggak terlalu bagus sih match-up-nya di sini. Kenapa dia masih bawa ya?
Cuman Tornadusnya ini bisa mungkin harus
Oh, Shadow Ball.
bye-bye Tornadusnya
Oh,
harus.
dia nggak tahan.
Oke, situs Billy dapat kan.
Special defense drop though.
Special defense turun. Ini sekali Black Wind mati kayaknya.
Dan Ciu juga di situ soalnya. Tapi dia
Ini kan flamethrower nih, tahan nggak?
Dart goes into the Golden Go. And that is
Oh,
just going to be a
mungkin
one-hit
tahan sih kayaknya,
knockout.
Ciu mah.
And Shiliang has to be able to bring in that Landorus once again. You still have the Urshifu in the back.
Oh, bisa.
Time to bring out that Tornadus to be able to set that back
Ini sekarang gue cuma perlu tahu nih yang bisa protek si Gyarados atau si Ciu.
Is really pivotal this turn is you switch the Chiyu out because you
Kayaknya
can
Gyarados
just go
bisa deh
Chiyu
protek.
straight out into the Iron Hand
Ya.
right now, take that Wicked Blow and then just go for a waterfall to
Terus
knock
kan bakal nyerang. Sekarang pilihannya siapa yang protek? Double protek pusing. Mending gua salah satu. Oh.
Okay, let's see.
Atau predik. Satu protek, satu nyerang si itu Tornadus. Cuma
Oh, this is so tough.
gila aja gimana aja.
Do I make the switch? I'm not sure.
You gotta think about this because
Gue double protek. Enggak sih double protek nggak ada.
this turn is
Dia
so
Tailwind kan.
crucial for
Gue
the
mending dua-duanya nyerang ke si
Tailwind habis kan ini
Urshifu.
does
Ya udah habis.
retreat,
Berarti harus
and so
Tailwind
Iron
sekarang.
Hands is going to take its place, but
Berarti dia
it's
Tailwind
about
dan nyerang.
Oke, minimal nanti bisa fake out ya. Meskipun itu.
Ya, Tailwind. Sekarang Wicked Blow.
Siapa pertanyaannya?
Gyarados.
Enggak tahu. Enggak. Ke itu.
Tahan.
Tahan.
Chill lah.
Oh.
Oke.
Oh
Si itu nyerang si Urshifu bener.
Waterfall. Oke, Waterfallnya mendapatkan KO. Sekarang tinggal
Oh bagus, posisinya bagus Wolfie.
Tornadus dan Landorus against the world melawan semuanya.
Pinter Wolfie-nya nahan ciunya bagus banget.
Bener.
Yeah,
Tapi Landorus bisa quick bener.
Enggak, kan ada fake out.
This is also in a position where
Ada
you just
Ada fake out.
fall there into
Langsung beda
and
kondisinya.
then all of a sudden you're just doing
Ada
so
fake
much
out,
damage. But what is Tornadus really doing in this
Scarf.
position?
Dan ciunya juga udah jadi water.
Sunny Day.
Iya benar.
Tapi si Tornadusnya harus lihat dulu. Biar nggak gangguin.
Tarik Gyarados. Oh ngulur dulu kayaknya.
Oh ngulur dulu ya, masih ngulur loh dari detail-detail kayak gini.
Just preserve that for later, cycle through.
Lu bahaya nggak sih
season out for
Kalau
the
kalau misalnya ini masuk
into the Landorus and
bahaya nggak sih
Sheila
Black Winston?
I mean, yes, you have to take a bleak
Oh,
win,
tahan,
but
tahan.
it takes it pretty comfortably here.
It takes it comfortably. If they get the
Speed
speed drop,
turun.
that's not really super relevant here. Speed drop on a Chiyu could have been interesting, but Tailwind is set up anyway.
Tarik lagi bener, tarik ulur terus. Minimal Landorusnya supaya nggak terlalu ngancem.
Tarik dan protect ya, ganti protect.
Iya,
Oke,
anjir.
oke. Ini pertandingan yang high level ya. Gonta-ganti Pokemon dan protect defensive switch.
Kind of messing with the Tornadus at all, but a very safe play just to be able to protect the
safe
Chiyu
play
and
di
just
sini
kind of
apakah
figure
dia mau
out what
apa
this
slide
Landorus is going to try to
Ya
go
pasti.
for.
Udah nggak bisa ganti lagi jurus itu kan earthquake tadi kan? Oh enggak, belum tahu, belum tadi ke flinch kan?
Iya flinch.
Belum tahu jurusnya apa. Kalau rock slide sih.
Mana nih?
Anything could really kind of
Earthquake.
but the Earthquake is not going to do it when that is a flying type Pokemon.
Yeah, like the main
Udah min 2 nggak sih si
how do you actually have enough damage to win this game,
Spare attack,
right?
spare attack.
The vision I see is you protect Gyarados right now. Looks like Wolf actually
Ini udah ini nggak sih? Udah.
Iya, Tornadus dulu
doubling
benar.
up onto Tornadus. Like I was wondering if you just lose the Bleak Wind.
Oh iya.
Earthquake right now or Stomping Tantrum until the Chiyu uses
Biar
it.
nanti kan.
So I was thinking you could protect Gyarados.
Tapi kalau di sini Chiyu Gyarados mati.
Okay, which is gonna be Bleak Wind. Wow, no protects, no
Enggak di sini agak susah.
Ya earthquake ya.
Earthquake soalnya locknya. Jadi kan tetap aja Chiyu pasti kalah. Susah. Iya. Kalau misal bisa double protect mungkin tadi aman buat ngulur tail. Stomping tank. Enggak scar. Oh enggak scar. Oh susah.
Ternyata ya.
Tapi terima kasih si Liang Tang, Anda sudah membuktikan di meta manapun Jin selalu hebat. Terima kasih. Satu sama, kita lanjut. Udah kan udah susah kan?
Satu sama. Susah.
Wow.
Ini keduanya harus memenangkan game ini yang sekarang banget nih. Untuk bisa melanjutkan ke day 2. Bayangin perjuangan mereka selama setahun full. Bermain di masing-masing negara, masing-masing provinsi, masing-masing kota. Hanya untuk malam ini.
Boleh tahu,
Satu
udah
ronde
beres-beres
ini
belum?
sekarang.
A really tricky matchup to maneuver. I think
Banyak beres bro.
you really
Eiru lolos, Jepang banyak banget bro. Jepang.
will my Pokemon just fade, right? Because like
US tiba-tiba US, Jepang lagi US. Jepang banyak banget sih. Wah, Jepang banyak banget. Oh nggak ada yang saya ini junior. Denmark.
I think the matchup is
Oh Marcus Dion lolos, Kanada.
a lot of just immediate damage.
Giovanni Costa
kalah.
4-3 yang menang Espanyol, Juan Benitez Lopez. Baris Akcos masih lanjut. Jun Mikami Jepang, Kurt Wongka, AT itu apa AT?
How do you really set up your
AT itu
Chiyu, right? Because that last game I was like, okay,
bukan Australia, Australia
get
AU.
that nasty plot up, but it's not necessarily
UK,
that
Jack
easy
Clark,
to get
Mutsuno,
going,
Jepang.
but
Oh Jepang juga
Remain
banyak
IC
sih.
adjustment, there needs to be more offense
Austin
coming out
Acosta,
from
Mikael
Remain
Navas
IC.
tadi udah lolos. Adam Cervo, Prancis, Hippolyta. Prancis jago nih. Langsung lolos 3 orang. Wih, keren. Enos Sacar lolos. Mantap. Selahatin Sturm, Denmark lolos. Judi belum beres.
To be able to see that flutter main
Anton Liuzo Prancis, oh Prancis sih banyak banget. Hugo Nascimento Brazil lolos. Ih banyak banget ini udah mah. Udah tinggal ini sih tinggal. Beberapa sih Nils Dunlop belum tahu nih. Judi.
Si Liang Tang ini udah benar-benar fokus gitu.
Si Liang Tang.
Fokus banget.
Si Liang Tang anjir. Ini adalah musuh terakhir ya. Musuh terakhir Wolfie.
Dan Wolf juga musuh terakhir dari si Liang Tang juga. Kita lihat siapa yang akan menjadi menangnya nih dengan match sekarang.
so impressively well. And Wolf, I think, has also found a lot of amazing places to keep himself in the set, despite what I think is a tricky matchup.
Well, especially
Oke,
having
ini dia.
a lot of the turns of
Ketiga.
tail that he has to work through
Dan
as
tidak
well.
ada selalu sama.
Enggak Flutterman, bawa Flutterman sekarang, ganti Ciunya. Kalau si Liang Tang tetap percaya dengan 2 Jin. Keren Anda, 2 intimidate langsung. Gyarados Flutterman melawan Tornadus Landorus.
Terus Landorusnya pakai item apa ya?
Gak tahu gua.
Buset sih. Atau safety goggles.
Langsung aja dia gak ada ampun. Terra. Tadi Terra Fairy Moon Blast. Ke Tornadus gak peduli.
Ciunya masukin Ciu beneran lu.
Masukin Ciu. Serius?
Iya sih. Iya sih.
Oh turun speed of defense biar langsung goodbye Tornadus. Turn 1 Tornadus. Dia tadi bawa Among Us gak sih? Kayaknya
dia ada Among Us, cuman gak tau dibawa apa enggak.
Gak bawa ya tadi ya? Si Wolfie.
Ya enggak.
Kenapa dia bunuh Tornadus dulu? Biar gak bisa tailwind lagi. Oke, tailwind dulu gak sih?
Nice adjustment that we saw from
Rock slide. Flinch. Apakah flinch? Oh, tidak. Wolfie Moonblast-nya masuk full power. Goodbye Tornadus turn 1.
Langsung.
Turn 1 Tornadus hanya bisa tertawa saja. Saatnya Urshifu.
Aduh.
Apa sih tadi bejat-bejat teran? Oh Gyarados. Gyaradosnya bagus sih buat Gyarados bagus banget. Oke, Flutterman tugas Anda sudah selesai. Istirahat dulu Anda.
Well, that's also really nice too, because honestly, Urshifu has access to Poison Jab, which is not
Ya biar single
talked
turn.
about
Oh,
too
udah
much on this
diganti.
Wolfspan set, but it's a very interesting
Karena Rock
one.
Slide
looking
sama
at the
mau nyerang
options
itu
that
Dark
are
ya.
available right now. It's a nice pivot into the Iron Hands and the
Bagus banget nih
Gyarados,
foto di sini.
which is good to get the Intimidate drop at least onto the Landers on the other side.
Oh, Terra siapa?
Terra
Si
siapa
itu.
nih? Si itu ya,
Urshifu.
Dark ya. Dark. Dark.
I have Chiyu, I have Fluttermane. Those Pokemon are just going to outpace you and they're going to get those knockouts. So now the question is, can Chilane get enough out of these next couple of turns of Tailwind?
Oh,
Where
Iron
does
Hands
Wicked
is going to
Blow
make
go?
that pretty difficult, but the Wicked
Assist
Blow
kan?
is into the Iron Hands right now, and so a nice assist, and it's not going to take too much damage, but it's still in a bit of a danger zone.
Rock slide.
See the rock
Walaupun terjadi yang penting saya Rock Slide dulu guys.
really effective to be able to neutralize a lot of that damage when
Dia sebenarnya udah lumayan cukup ngunci. Karena tailwindnya tadi udah nggak ada lagi setternya.
Iya.
Jadi di belakang.
Di belakang cepet-cepet sengaja.
Iya.
Udah ini tinggal ngulur waktu aja.
Iya, ini ngulur-ngulur aja udah.
Kayak predik Landorus kabur kasih min 2 udah. Daripada nanti Urshifu mati.
Yeah, I think like Fake Out plus Thunder Wave onto Urshifu is safe, but then the problem is Urshifu could pivot out into Gold and go, right? So that would be pretty awkward. So
Iya, kalau gue sih Thunder Wave ke slotnya. Iya, Landorus kabur gak sih? Tuh kan? Enggak. Landorus gak kabur. Jauh banget si Liang Tang mikirnya. Arcanine. Di sini keluar bro.
That's going to be a big deal in this matchup, especially
Resist
with
fake out-nya.
first that is resistant.
Gak ngapa-ngapain. Rocky Helmet. Wolfie gak ngapa-ngapain ntar ini. Stamping Tantrum. Oh, masih tahan. Kecil udah minus 2. Thunder Wave yang gak mempan. Cuma sini Gyarados unggul bro.
Gyarados unggul jadinya.
Karena it's huge, but now we know it's Hisui and Arcanine, and yeah, it's gonna be tough, I think, for this Gyarados.
Yeah, this is so close because like Tailwind is now getting stalled
Jadi yang
out.
seharusnya dibacanya seperti itu, move it ternyata dia
I
enggak.
think Hisui and Arcanine is kind of the answer into the Fluttermane that we were talking about earlier, right? So
Benar.
Waterfall still is really scary.
Ayo,
Hisui
come
and
on.
Arcanine does get access to Will-O-Wisp, but also have Rock Slide. He could go for double Rock
Keduanya
Slide here.
orang yang
It's not
sudah
gonna get
berpengalaman dan pintar memang. Ya. Bisa dilihat dari itunya apa?
This is gonna be a protect
Cara
from
mereka
the
bermain.
Arcanine.
Oke, protect.
Which makes a lot of sense. I mean, Gyarados is still on the field, but the Rock
Masih
Slide
Rock Slide bro.
keep whittling away.
Mencari
These
Flinch.
Pokemon Iron Hands is doing
Apakah?
very little in terms of that damage.
Tapi sebenarnya semakin diundur, semakin tailwindnya habis, tailwindnya habis. Iya.
Ya nggak tahu sih. Apa?
Sekarang tinggal
Basically, like Wolf's in a tricky spot right now.
Gyarados
Like
doang ya?
dancing around, not wanting to switch in the flutter.
Oh ya,
Both of those Pokemon are so strong in this end game, and the goal of course is to stop
Iya. Dan dia belum Tera ya? Oh udah Tera.
Rock slide.
Oh wey, double rock
Gede
slide.
banget bro, Gyarados. Oh ini aman nih.
Nggak aman, ini kan kencengan si itu. Landorus. Oh ada
Citrus. Tapi double rock slide bro.
Tapi single target.
Oh U-turn di sini. Di sini U-turn. Dan sebenarnya jadi nggak mati jadi agak susah si Gyaradosnya. Kan mau switchin jadi berat. Urshifu masih.
Oh, Gyarados nge-flip.
Gila, kalau di sini bisa comeback Wolfie lu. Lu keren. Si Liantang dengan kekuatan double rock slide. Dengan rock slide-nya. Aduh udah males tuh liat tuh, Wolfie udah males banget dia. Ah bodo amat lah, gue udah sling aja lah.
You can just go for something like Sucker Punch on a Flutter Mane and Rock Slide right now. The adjustment to bring the Arcanine was so smart in this one.
I can't believe that he
Kenceng
ended up
banget ya
bringing
Arcanine-nya.
it. It was a very
We were talking about it, we were like, is he gonna do
Ih, speednya cepet banget sih tadi.
Kenceng banget tadi di atas Landorus tadi.
Coba Scarf berarti.
To Wolf's game plan in this game number 3. There's still a chance Flutter Mane can do a massive amount of damage, but the Hisuian Arcanine is in such a dominant position. Even though Gyarados
Nggak bisa di-contact sih itu Flutterman.
a huge
Ya kan tapi Dark sama Fairy masih tahan lah gitu loh.
Rock Slide miss?
You need to
Please.
miss the rock slide as the wicked blow.
Oh, wicked blow-nya ke Gyarados. Oh enggak tembus. Tembus ke.
Kok mati?
Kritikal, kritik mati.
Oh my goodness, that's it.
Mati.
That knockout is gonna seal the deal of this game.
Itemnya
Hisuian
apa, bro?
Arcanine is still gonna be able to get a chance to the rock slide. It doesn't miss. So Gyarados also gets knocked out.
And with Chiyu left, Hisuian Arcanine here is going to be able to take it. In what was an absolutely wild set, the number of adjustments that we saw from both ends. The Hisuian Arcanine to secure day 2 here for Shilang Tang. And the call to go for it instead of Golden Go.
That was a huge call. You're still gonna play it out though. The flamethrower not gonna do enough damage to be able to deal with this Urshifu before it goes for the wicked blow to get that final knockout. And Shilang Tang is gonna go 5-2 and make it to day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
This is what the World Championships are about. These are two of the best players in the world going toe-to-toe. The number of adjustments that we saw was absolutely wild. And Shilang Tang, like, I'm so impressed by him.
Constantly blows me away.
Yeah, like, I just cannot express the amount of incredible plays that he made throughout the course of that set. Like, I think you can look at that turn 1 from game 1 alone, and you can recognize, like,
Apa dia tadi emang lupa aja kalau si itu nyerangnya emang tembus protect ya. Karena itu kan ability kan, Kak.
Immediately recognizing that I can really punish passive play. And of course that game 1 ended up with that paralysis. That game 2 was so close as well. I mean all 3 games it felt like 1 or 2 different.
Tapi itemnya makanya gitu. Terra Dark sih.
Hisuian Arcanine here.
I can't believe that. That was just such a huge read to be able to go for that in the final game when there's so much on the line for this tournament. And Shilang Tang, like,
kalau dia tadi nyerang Blazing Beam,
his
terus
season
itunya
has been
mati.
so remarkable, especially
Arcanine
after
tapi
that
masih
win
bisa
in the
rock
Harper
slide.
Regional Championships. He's
Biar
shown
bisa
up
mati.
as well. There's so many different top cuts as well as just
Terus
having
lawan
strong.
Enggak, tadi itu sebenarnya flinch-flinchnya yang bikin fatal. Udah di situ udah agak susah gitu. Dan kelihatan udah capek langsung si Wolfie. Kalau nggak ada flinch-flinch gitu si Shilang Tang aman, masih bisa gitu, nggak yang jadi one sided pertandingannya gitu.
Tadi aja dengan banyak flinch itu masih terus bisa
betul.
timnya juga untuk jadi lebih bisa punya posisi yang lebih baik gitu ya.
One of the things I was curious about generally is the waterfall damage roll on -1 Gyarados onto Arcanine, because the main thing is like Arcanine needs to just survive in that game, right? But I think Shilang recognized, hey, like Iron Hands is a really big problem for my Urshifu.
Game yang
So if
sangat
I'm able to
gila
knock
ya.
out the
Game
Iron
yang
Hands,
sangat
then it clears the path for this Urshifu endgame.
membuat
And
orang
just going for that
berpikir.
wicked blow, just securing the game immediately with that, absolutely incredible.
Dan itulah kita bisa lihat ya, bagaimana kekuatan dari Urshifu ya.
Because it's just
Seorang
been so
sebuah
incredible
Pokemon
to
yang
watch
legendaris.
everybody's strategy heading into the World Championships. We didn't even know what to expect coming
Tapi
into
Shilang Tang
We had some
Thank you.
of what players were
Tornados
starting to
dan
practice with and
Landorus.
starting to team build.
Gue jadi tahu nih kalau gue nanti regulation dia mau main mau pakai apa. Tornados, Tundurus, Landorus, Enamorus. Dah. 4. Sisa 2 ya Flutterman sama Among Us. Udah tahu gue mau pakai apa. Thank you. Lu memberikan inspirasi yang sangat keren buat gue.
Tailwind team and the way that Xilang piloted it, I really have to give him credit because Dark Terra Urshifu I think is so difficult to use. Fluttermane is one of the most, I mean, it is the most common Pokemon. I don't need to say what.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 70% usage rate today? So you have to dance such a fine line because it's all about positioning. And the way that Landers is able to U-turn out throughout the course of that battle, the way that Xilang was able to position perfectly to get these big attacks off once Tailwind was set up was amazing. And I think we talked a lot about Tailwind going into this tournament. Is it going to be something like the Reggie Drago Golden Go comps? But that Dark Urshifu is a nightmare for teams to go up against. And if you just get one good turn with it, these wicked blows at him. I mean,
Nah nggak tahu tadi dia bilang sih udah beres. Udah battle udah beres udah nggak ada lagi. Tapi dia bilang kayak match 6 ini bisa ada dua yang di stream. Makanya belum tahu ada lagi. Ya Wolfie sih perjalanannya sudah selesai ya. Sudah tidak akan lanjut lagi gitu.
Kalahkan di Day One ya. Kalahkan oleh Siliang Tang. Jadi pemain-pemain dari Day One nih yang dari US tuh tadi ada beberapa banyak sih memang ya.
My goodness,
Forbes,
yeah. Definitely
Forbes
when he popped up on the scene, I was like, this guy is going to be special. And in the matter of, I think, what, a year, a season or two, he's
Lucu
won a
juga,
regional
walaupun ini
championship
cuma baru Day
overall,
One,
won
Day One
this
tapi
World Championship.
playersnya sudah
I believe he
gokil
got like
banget.
Cup 16 at North American Internationals last year. That was his first internationals. And if you're watching from home, that could be you. You know, players who are just
Really
popping
could
up
be.
within a matter of 1 or 2 seasons are able to rise all the way to the top. Cannot stress how many incredible plays he made throughout the course of that set, and I just can't wait to watch him tomorrow. And I believe now we're ready to throw it down to an interview with our Victor, who'll be advancing to tomorrow.
Oke, ini dia interview dengan Siliang Tang.
Wow, what an amazing match. You said that this was a little bit scary. Why was that?
I think Wolfie is like one of the world's best. So no one knows what's going to happen versus the best player in the world. So I think usually for like this winner in rounds, people expect someone weaker, but Wolfie is none of the weaker side. He's definitely good, super good.
Yeah, so you must feel very proud.
Padahal bahwasanya dia kan 4-2, maksudnya meskipun gitu tetap aja dia salah satu terbaik gitu.
Nah, dia berharap itu dia mungkin nemu yang 4-2 mungkin yang ya ada inilah.
Yang namanya belum ini. Ya Wolfie ya di stream.
Di stream pula.
Gue bakal dijudge nih pakai 2 jin, Tapi enggak sih tadi
emang playnya emang gila-gila sih.
Benar. Lo hoki juga akan sia-sia kalau tidak bisa mengkapitalisasinya, memanfaatkan dengan baik. Jadi di situ tadi sih dia memanfaatkan dengan sangat baik.
Sangat optimal tadi ya place-nya.
Terutama
Pertama tadi dengan di game terakhir menggunakan Arcanine itu.
Wow.
I was sitting back
Amazing.
saying, yeah, Xiong just has his own room to play his own game. Is that how game 2 felt?
Gue jadi penasaran.
You had all the room you needed?
Karena ini sebenarnya typingnya itu kan fire dan rock ya. Dan apa ya maksudnya? Ya rada lucu aja sih. Fire dan rock itu kena ground kali 4, 2 times,
kena air kali
4 times.
Ya for the intimidate doang emang kayaknya makanya.
Now in game 3, the big news backstage was the Hisuian Arcanine. Tell us about bringing that. Do you think it was a surprise?
So I figured that Gotengo is not super useful against his team. I think, and I'm also thinking that Arcanine is good into Chuyu, which is one of the biggest threat. The flinch is lucky in the end, so that it gives me the flinch gives me the win, and I call the protect right to do the wicked blow. I think those are the 2 big moments for the game. Yeah, so like I would say like luck is something that I got paralyzed game 1, so I got flinched game 3, so it's like even.
Yeah, it all comes out in the end.
Yeah.
Now that means that you will go to day 2. How does that feel?
Yeah, I think day 2 is like a dream of every player, including me. I feel very proud and very happy on going into day 2.
Tell us about your history as a player. You've won a regional. Give us a little overview of what this means in the context of your career.
Yeah, so I think my season's going like up and down. The best I've done, I have won a regional, and I also got some like top 128 or 6-3 day one. I didn't make to day two. So I think if I play good, I can do very good. As people can see on the stream, I'm not super consistent overall. So I think there's a lot I can improve. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
We all have room to improve. Going into that day two, are there any players or any teams that you are really concerned about?
I am not. Yeah, I think I lost today like twice, and those are two teams that I don't have a good matchup into. Those are some of the scary teams. One of them is one of the Japanese balance team. The other is like a Chris or Saluna Dragonite team. So yeah. Like it's okay to have negative matchup, but I need to think harder
Basic,
on how
stay
to
true
play
aja ya.
well and
Stay true to basic aja.
You mentioned that you really had to.
Kan kadang-kadang emang di Pokemon sering kayak gitu ya. Kita mikirnya malah kejauhan, jadinya sulit gitu. Makanya kadang-kadang kalau lu ketemu orang baru, malah jadi bingung kayak lu. Gua harus mikirnya orang ini mikirnya gimana sejauh apa.
Ya, kadang kan banyak tim-tim yang emang langsung hyper offensive aja dari awal, jadi emang nggak usah mikir lu musuhnya siapa, yang penting hajar aja. Flutterman Q langsung Heatwave dan Dazzling Gleam terus-terusan gitu. Itu supaya bisa mensortir pilihan berpikir kita buat nih orang mainnya gimana ya. Tapi dengan best of 3 jadinya ketahuan sebenarnya siapapun itu jadi mulai ketahuan playstyle begini.
But this time I think I did well and I didn't do like major mistakes reading a wrong team sheets and stuff. So yeah, I will try to just tell myself to focus and always looking forward.
That's great advice. Now we do need to close out the day, throwing back to the lounge. But before we do, there are so many people who are out here cheering and raising their hands for you. Do you want to say anything to your friends in the audience?
Yeah, for sure. I have a ton of friends who helped me and supporting me over the course of preparation. Just name a few. We have a big preparation gang. We have like Lexar, Justin Tang, Ben Fox, Strider, and a lot of people. We have some Chinese friends like Chongzhi, Moma, and Chengfu who are always helping me. There's also Chang who gave me some very important Pokemon there.
Oh, dipinjemin Pokemon.
Yeah, finally I want to
silakan.
my wife who don't know anything about Pokemon, but continuously supporting my Pokemon career and also my parents.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you all for being here. You've been an excellent crowd. Now we're going to close out the day by throwing back to the lounge.
Oh, udah berarti ya.
Thank you so much, Anna. What a fantastic interview that was. Nice to hear from a player feeling pretty good going into day two. I'm joined by Aaron, Scott, and Lou. Guys, what a day we've had. Aaron, we're going to start with you, and I'm so sorry that we rushed you from the caster desk all the way back.
I just love Pokemon so much, I had to come back here and talk with all of you.
Well, there was another reason.
Okay.
We spoke with Ray earlier. One of my highlights of the day was the caster battle. And Scott.
Jadi kita sudah live dari tadi pagi ya, Day One Pokemon World Championship.
Dan menamatkan Day One Pokemon Championship.
Ya, dan kita melihat banyak sekali pertandingan-pertandingan yang kalau tadi dibilang sama orang Jepangnya Atsui Batoru, memang Atsui Batoru
sangat Atsui sekali.
Sangat panas ya, sangat panas. Karena emang pertandingannya emang high level play semua, nggak ada yang ceret-ceret gitu. Jadi emang
sampai ditanya sama penonton, kenapa kalian setia banget sih sama acara Pokemon ini? Ya seru banget.
Karena kita dulu juga main sampai sekarang juga masih main juga. Jadi kita ada perasaan yang muncul juga seperti mereka ini sebagai kompetitornya juga gitu.
Betul.
Dan itu nggak bisa dibayangkan dengan hal yang lain karena emang lebih ke presisi hitungan, prediksi dan segala macam gitu. Itu seru banget.
Benar-benar seru banget sih ketika lo mencoba main sekali itu lo langsung kayak aduh gatel rasanya, nonton juga gatel, seru banget gitu.
Gatel, seru banget. Okay. Dan bisa ngeliat kepintaran orang lain dari pilihan Pokemonnya dan Pokemon aneh yang
betul.
Ya itu dia. Keren. Tapi sebelum itu perlu react DM dulu kan?
Lanjut malam aja.
Oh ya udah.
LBB. Jadi malam ini nanti kita lanjut LBB juga, ngebuka lagi 3 box terakhir punya Bang Tommy Gunawan. Ya, Bang Al nanti kita nonton DM-nya di live malam nanti ya jam 7-an.
Tenang. Karena kita biar
sekalian
schedule gitu ya. Oke, jadi mungkin sekian dulu untuk live kali ini. Terima kasih banyak yang sudah mengikuti.
Kenapa? Ada apa? Oke.
Oh ya, jadi terima kasih banyak buat yang sudah mengikuti live hari ini. Kita bertemu lagi mungkin nanti malam gitu ya. Gue Ams.
Gue Dito.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Sampai jumpa besok.